Chapter 1, The Airplane Incident. On board the aircraft, 3 enchanting women sat in a row, engaging in lively conversation. It has been far too long since I last had the opportunity to unwind. This time, I intend to revel to my heart's content. One of the women, clad in a cerulean qipao, possessed skin as fair as snow and features that could be described as picturesque. Her long, cascading black hair flowed down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her deep, luminous eyes framed a pair of captivating and soul-stirring gazes. With a figure that was both slender and graceful, she exuded elegance with every movement. Her name was Liu Rumei, a physician skilled in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Her grandfather was an expert in comprehensive Western medicine, while her father specialized in traditional Chinese practices. In a divergence of paths, her father chose to pursue traditional medicine, while Liu Rumei, the only child in the family, was encouraged by her grandfather to study Western medicine. Eventually, they reached a compromise, allowing her to integrate both disciplines. From a young age, Liu Rumei diligently studied pharmacology, pharmacy, diagnostics, and acupuncture under the tutelage of her grandfather and father. At such a tender age, Liu Rumei had already garnered a reputation for her exceptional medical skills, earning her the title of Divine Dr. Liu. If only I could encounter a handsome man on this trip, she mused. Another woman, dressed in a light green qipao, with delicate arched eyebrows framing a pair of clear, starry eyes, chimed in. Her flawless skin radiated a subtle pink hue, and her lips, naturally rosy, appeared irresistibly luscious. With a heart-shaped face, her smile revealed dimples that added to her charm. Her name was Liao Yunfang, the daughter of government officials. Following in her parents' footsteps, she had developed considerable expertise in weapon manufacturing from a young age. I completely agree. I refuse to be subjected to an arranged marriage. My marital choices shall be mine alone. Her beauty was striking. Her petite face boasted features so harmonious that they seemed without flaw. Her lake-like, glistening eyes appeared capable of holding the entire cosmos within them. With cascading waves of hair reminiscent of seaweed, her figure was alluring. An ample bosom, a delicate waist, and long, slender legs that exuded sensuality, rendering her an object of desire. She was Yahan, the pampered daughter of a wealthy magnate, who had been learning the nuances of business and negotiation from her father since childhood. The trio had grown up together and were all only children, the favored daughters of their respective families. This trip was a response to familial pressure for marriage. In a moment of exasperation, they resolved to embark on a journey for enjoyment and relaxation. Rumei, what kind of man do you fancy? Liao Yunfang inquired, as all 3 remained single, having been compelled to pursue various studies, leaving little time for romance. Their fathers had been close friends, yet their professional pursuits diverged, leading to a long-standing acquaintance among the 3. I am drawn to handsome men who possess a spirit of altruism. Perhaps due to her compassionate nature as a healer, Liu Rumei desired a partner who shared her empathy and kindness, eschewing the cold-hearted and unfeeling. And you, Yahan? Liao Yunfang turned to ask. As for me, I am attracted to powerful men, preferably those wealthier and more influential than my father, capable of curbing his arrogance, and of course, they must be good-looking. Yahan's father, a wealthy magnate, preferred to wield his financial might and influence, and she had learned this art well, outshining even him in her assertiveness. Her father often said that any problem solvable by money was not a problem at all, and she had taken this to heart, surpassing his expectations. And what about you? What do you like? Yahan countered. I admire soldiers who serve the nation and its people, and they must also be dashing. Clearly, all 3 were enamored with appearances, for beauty was paramount. No wonder they had become such close friends, as like attracts like a definite case of being beauty enthusiasts. When will I finally meet my destined soulmate? Yahan pondered aloud. She was not unattractive. In fact, she was quite beautiful and came from a good family. Why, then, was she still without a boyfriend? It seemed illogical. Her father must be secretly sabotaging her chances. Otherwise, with her looks, there was no reason for her to lack admirers. It was outrageous. He had effectively severed all potential romantic connections in his quest for her to enter an arranged marriage. Upon returning from this trip, she would certainly confront him about it. She could not fathom his reasoning. Being a wealthy magnate, he should not be attempting to sacrifice her for familial alliances. Indeed, her mother had not loved her father but had been coerced into the marriage by family pressures, ultimately giving birth to her. Her father had a beloved mistress, While her mother had her own affections between them, there was no genuine love, yet they maintained a facade of loyalty and mutual respect. Perhaps this trip will yield unexpected rewards, Liao Yunfang said with a hint of hope. Let's hope for that, Liu Rumei replied, closing her eyes in preparation for rest. Suddenly, the aircraft jolted violently. Ah! 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 What's happening? Why is it shaking so? Is there an accident? No, please. I do not wish to die. How could this happen? On my first flight, I encounter such a calamity? If I survive this, I shall never fly again. Ah! Help! The entire plane was filled with cries of complaint and fear. What is that ahead? Liao Yunfang exclaimed, pointing at a dark void. Unknown, Liu Rumei replied, her heart racing with trepidation. At her young age, she had yet to experience love. Was this to be her end? It was utterly unacceptable. Let us hold hands, it will ease our fears. We shall face life and death together. Yahan remained calm, having weathered many storms. She was steadfast amidst the chaos. True to her upbringing alongside her father in the business world, her aura was distinctly reassuring. Agreed, we shall face life and death together. Together in life and death. The three clasped hands tightly, their hearts united. Ah, the dark void swallowed them whole. Chapter 2, Celestial Phenomena. On the bustling and vibrant streets, vehicles flowed incessantly, and people jostled shoulder to shoulder, arriving in droves. The cacophony of shouts and laughter intertwined, creating a unique and boisterous urban symphony. Suddenly, a shriek pierced through the din. Oh! Look at that in the sky. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively looked up, witnessing three objects plummeting from the heavens at an astonishing speed. Could it be a meteor shower? Speculations arose among the onlookers, who squinted in an attempt to discern the true nature of these mysterious entities, but the distance rendered clarity elusive. Meanwhile, within a resplendent palace adorned in golden gems, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe stood with his hands clasped behind him on a towering stargazing platform. His keen gaze scrutinized the celestial anomaly, brow furrowed, as his fingers swiftly gestured in a series of intricate movements. Moments later, the national advisor's expression shifted dramatically, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. With little time to spare, he hastened towards the imperial court. In the opulent court, the grand pillars were circular, connected by a meticulously carved dragon that extended its head beyond the eaves while its tail disappeared within the hall, merging functionality with decoration to heighten the palace's imperial grandeur. The young emperor sat upon a resplendent dragon throne, surveying the hefty stack of memorials presented by his ministers below, his already furrowed brow deepening into a knot. As he continued to peruse the documents, his inner agitation grew, culminating in an exasperated sweep of his hand that sent the papers crashing to the floor, followed by a thunderous roar, "Useless! A bunch of wastrels! It has been over a month since the locust plague ravaged our crops, and yet no solution has been implemented. Do you think I sustain you merely to squander your days?" For the past month, the emperor had been plagued by worry and sleepless nights. The kingdom of Wuqin faced an unprecedented crisis. Nearly all its grain had been devoured by swarms of locusts, plunging the populace into dire straits, with many unable to secure even a single meal. The entire nation was shrouded in a pall of panic and unease. "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath." Hearing the emperor's fierce rebuke, the officials trembled in fear, none daring to speak, lest they inadvertently provoke the wrath of their irate sovereign. In truth, they were acutely aware that the kingdom of Wuqin was but a small and feeble territory, lagging economically and frequently subjected to incursions by neighboring powers. In previous conflicts, Wuqin had already lost several cities. If they failed to devise a strategy to address the current food crisis and the army's lack of supplies, it would not be long before the kingdom would fall under the yoke of another nation or be outright annexed. "How can you ask me to temper my wrath? In the span of a month, our soldiers have gone hungry, their morale diminished, and we have lost over a dozen cities. The people are without rice to cook, and countless lives have been lost. If we do not decisively resolve the food crisis, in less than half a month, the kingdom of Wuqin shall meet its end," the young emperor lamented, his countenance a picture of despair. "With no food left and no need for warfare, the kingdom of Wuqi is on the brink of collapse. Is it the heavens that seek the ruin of the kingdom of Wuqi?" "Your Majesty, the national master requests an audience," announced the guard stationed outside the grand hall. "The national master? Quickly, let him enter, the emperor commanded. Certainly, your majesty. The national master, clad in a robe of grey fabric, with hair graying at the temples, bore an air reminiscent of a celestial being. Your servant pays his respects to your majesty. May you live long, long, and ever long. Please, national master, rise. The national master, skilled in the art of celestial observation, held the emperor's utmost respect. It had been half a month since he last graced the court, and his return surely signified a matter of great importance. Thank you, your majesty. The national master straightened, bowing respectfully. I bring congratulations to your majesty. From what source does this joy emerge? Your majesty, I have observed the heavens today, and the celestial signs are extraordinary. The 3 stars have descended upon the kingdom of Wuqi. The heavens favor Wuqi. Our kingdom is saved. What? The 3 stars have descended upon Wuqi? The emperor sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, your majesty. All 3 stars have now graced our kingdom. One has descended upon the capital, one upon the borders, and one upon the fief. The national master, possessing remarkable abilities, had even calculated their locations. Excellent, excellent, ha ha ha. The emperor exuberantly repeated his approval. The tidings from the national master filled him with joy. Wuqi was once again granted hope. Congratulations to your majesty. The officials collectively knelt in reverence. Very well, national master, have you discerned the names of these 3 stars? I wish to welcome them. The national master hesitated. I have not been able to ascertain their identities. Then how shall we know who these 3 individuals are? The emperor expressed a sense of urgency, for the arrival of the 3 stars was imminent. These 3 are visitors from beyond the heavens. Their demeanor and speech will undoubtedly differ from ours. Your majesty may discern them by such distinctions. Very well, in that case, I shall personally take action. I will adjourn the court. The emperor regarded these celestial visitors with utmost seriousness, for their presence was pivotal to the fate of the entire kingdom of Wuqi. He would permit no misstep. Your majesty, we bid you farewell. The officials bowed in unison as the emperor departed the court.
Chapter 3, A sudden descent. Liao Yunfang felt the force of gravity pulling her downwards, plunging straight to the ground. With a thud, she landed heavily. A wave of dizziness washed over her as she pressed her forehead in disbelief. How could I have fallen from such a height and survived? As the saying goes, those who escape great peril must enjoy future blessings. Liao Yunfang rose to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and surveyed the overgrown wilderness surrounding her. Where on earth am I? Oh, my bag has also fallen with me. Perfect, I can inquire about Yahan and Rumei's whereabouts. Liao Yunfang opened her bag and retrieved her phone, attempting to call Su Yahan and Liu Rumei, but found that both lines were unreachable. No signal. What a desolate place this is. She looked around, realizing there were no signal towers or power lines in sight. This place is incredibly impoverished, not even a single telephone pole, she muttered to herself as she walked, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Where could this be? But dear heavens, are you going to let me survive the fall only to wear me out with walking? How much longer must I walk before I see another soul? After a long trek, Liao Yunfang finally spotted a humble abode. That a thatched cottage. Do such houses still exist? Just how impoverished is this place? Sigh. Outside the cottage sat an elderly man and woman. The old woman, in her 70s, had short hair resembling a layer of white frost, her large eyes deeply sunken, and her mouth nearly devoid of teeth. Her rough hands were crisscrossed with veins like wriggling earthworms. The old man had a head of snowy hair and a bushy beard that obscured his face, revealing only a pair of dull eyes. Liao Yunfang approached the elderly couple and greeted them. Hello, sir and madam, could you please tell me where I am? Upon hearing her, the elderly couple turned to her. The old man, startled, closed his eyes and muttered, do not look, do not look. The old woman was equally taken aback. What did she see? Oh goodness, this woman is dressed so improperly. What kind of attire is that? It leaves little to the imagination. Surely she must have come from a brothel. Otherwise, which respectable woman would dare to dress so scandalously? Is she perhaps a military prostitute? This is the frontier, with the great Northwest Army just ahead. The purity of her arms, devoid of any marks, suggests she is unblemished. Liao Yunfang, perplexed, wondered if she truly appeared so frightening. Surely not. The old man was so frightened he dared not open his eyes, as if she had committed some unspeakable offense. All she did was ask where she was. Are you heading to the Northwest Army camp? The old woman inquired. As a fellow woman, she would not treat the girl with disdain just because she might be a military prostitute. The Northwest Army camp? What is that? I don't recall mentioning any intent to go there. What? I am not. I simply fell from an airplane and landed here. There is no signal, so I have no idea where I am. Which is why I asked you. Every word Liao Yunfang spoke was comprehensible to the old woman, but when strung together, they conveyed no meaning. Confused, she turned to her husband and asked, "What is an airplane? Have you ever heard of it, and what is this signal?" The old man still kept his eyes shut. "I do not know what an airplane is. It is beyond my experience. As for signals, they must be some kind of signal flares." Liao Yunfang was bewildered. Do you not know what an airplane is, and you are unfamiliar with signals? Good heavens, how impoverished is this place that these two elders do not even know about airplanes or signals. Surely they must have mobile phones. Even if they do not use phones, what about telephones? They should at least know what a signal is, right? You do not mean to say you lack telephones as well? Telephone, what is that? The old woman asked again, perplexed. Surely not. You do not know what a telephone is? This cannot be right. Even if one is too poor to afford a mobile phone, they should have at least heard of it. This is utterly illogical. What kind of place is this? Liao Yunfang observed the old couple's attire, which did not resemble modern clothing but rather seemed to belong to a bygone era. Could it be? Have I stumbled into a time warp? Excuse me, madam, what year is it now? The old woman looked at Liao Yunfang as if she were a fool. She thought to herself, so this girl is a simpleton, completely unaware of the current year and month. No wonder she dresses so shamelessly. Only a fool would be so oblivious. What a pity to waste such a beautiful visage. Nevertheless, she replied, it is the 28th year of the Wuqi kingdom. Boom, Liao Yunfang's mind exploded. The 28th year of Wuqi. Am I truly in another time? What kingdom is this? Who is the emperor? As an academic, she racked her brains but could not recall who the emperor of Wuqi was in its 28th year. Madam, what is this country? Who is the emperor now? This is the Wuqi kingdom, and our ruler is Shaoqingzi. Wuqi kingdom, Shaoqingzi. These are historical figures I have never heard of. It seems I have landed in an alternate timeline. I wonder where Yahan and Rumei have ended up. With no signal and no way to contact them, I can only hope they are safe and sound. Having arrived here, I must adapt. As a person from the 21st century, I cannot possibly fail to survive in this era. Thank you, madam. No need for thanks, the old woman thought to herself. This girl is quite polite. She doesn't seem to be mentally unfit, yet her words are so peculiar. Liao Yunfang finally understood why the old man kept his eyes closed. The ancients were so conservative that even a glimpse of flesh was deemed scandalous. With her current attire, she might very well be in danger of being punished. Madam, do you have any clean clothes I could borrow? Clothes? Do not worry, I will pay you for them. I will not take your belongings for free. Liao Yunfang wore a gold bracelet and a gold ring, the latter being a birthday gift from her mother on her 18th birthday. She had always worn it. Now that she found herself in this new land, she was uncertain if she could return. Liao Yunfang removed the gold bracelet from her wrist and offered it to the old woman. Madam, this is a gold bracelet. Consider it payment for the clothing. The old woman received it, stuttering, This is a gold bracelet? The quality is unmistakable. This is far too precious. One outfit is not worth so much. She returned the bracelet to Liao Yunfang. One gold bracelet could buy quite a bit of fine silk, while my rough cloth garments are hardly worth much. If you do not mind, I would appreciate 2 sets of your old clothing. Liao Yunfang understood that this gold bracelet was worth a considerable amount in ancient times, capable of purchasing many items. As a newcomer, possessing no money would be impractical. Ancient currency was often in gold and silver, and all she had were these gold ornaments. If she gave the bracelet away, she would be left with only the gold ring, which held sentimental value, a keepsake from her mother that she did not wish to part with. Since the kind old woman offered her clothing, she decided to accept it. Once she established herself in this new time, she would return the favor. No need to worry. I am grateful, madam. Follow me. Liao Yunfang followed the old woman into the thatched cottage. The interior was sparsely decorated, featuring only a stove, a small wooden table, and a clay bed covered with a quilt, presumably the sleeping area. Here are the garments. Please take them. Thank you, madam. Liao Yunfang expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks, you should change into some proper clothing. The old woman was not pleased with Liao Yunfang's current attire, which exposed her arms and legs, her fair skin standing out glaringly. If others were to see her, she might find herself in a precarious situation. The fabric was quite coarse and stiff to the touch. There was no choice but to conform to the customs of the land. Liao Yunfang quickly changed into the new attire, even styling her hair into a traditional male topknot. The clothing given by the old woman appeared quite androgynous, making it convenient for her to disguise herself as a man. In this unfamiliar dynasty, her identity as a woman would prove to be a hindrance. Chapter 4, A Sudden Descent. When Liao Yunfang emerged, she resembled a dashing young gentleman, her elegance unparalleled. The fresh attire accentuated her poise beautifully. With a smile, she approached the elderly couple, softly saying, Madam, sir, my name is Liao Yunfang. Thank you for the clothing. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the old woman could hardly believe that the striking young man before her was the same beautiful girl from moments ago. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, This transformation is astonishing. Had I not recognized the voice, I would not have believed it. Just moments ago, she was a lovely maiden, and now she is transformed into a gentleman. This is uncanny. The old man finally opened his eyes, revealing a hint of warmth in his weathered gaze. We have lived here for decades, and few ever come by our meeting is indeed a stroke of fate. Liao Yunfang glanced around. This place was indeed exceedingly remote. She could not help but ask, why do you not move to a more populated area, sir? This place seems too isolated, and with so few inhabitants. I have walked for ages and only encountered your household. The old man sighed softly. It is tranquil here. We do not prefer the clamor of the world, yet within his heart lay an endless bitterness. In a place where tranquility is cherished, it is unfortunate that he was compelled to relocate due to the incessant clamor of those wretched beings. Alas, let us not dwell on that. Presently, he and his elderly companion are living quite comfortably here. Given his advanced age, he has but a few years left to live, and he wishes for a serene departure. Indeed, this place is remarkably peaceful. Liao Yunfang concurred. They had yet to encounter another soul, which was fortunate, for had there been only one of them, there would have been no one to converse with for solace. By the way, I have some provisions with me, brought from my hometown. Since you refuse my bracelet, please accept this modest offering of food. Yunfang, who occasionally suffers from low blood sugar, always carries snacks and sweets in her bag, such as chocolate bars of food. You wish to give me food? The elderly woman was once again taken aback. In these dire times of locust plagues in Wuqi nation, edible supplies have been nearly depleted, with rice fetching a price of 100 taels of silver per dough, leaving impoverished families struggling to find sustenance. It is not only the poor who suffer, even the wealthy may find it difficult to procure grain, and food has become exceedingly precious, and every household keeps it closely guarded. Many have already perished from starvation due to the scarcity of provisions in Wuqi nation. Indeed, this is a chocolate bar, brought from my hometown. It is quite delicious. Liao Yunfang handed over 2 bars, carefully unwrapping them for the elderly couple. Can this dark substance be consumed? The elderly woman hesitated, having never encountered such a delicacy. Of course it can. It is a delightful treat from my homeland. Liao Yunfang patiently explained. The young lady's homeland? Is she not a citizen of Wuqi nation? The elderly woman inquired. No, I am from country Z. That explains your peculiar attire. The elderly couple cautiously took a bite, and their eyes lit up in surprise. This is exquisite. In my long life, I have never tasted anything so delightful. It is a bit sweet and wonderfully crisp. Naturally, it is delectable. It hails from the 21st century. The elderly man consumed a piece and immediately felt a sense of fullness. Cough, cough, cough. The elderly man, having eaten too hastily, began to choke. He had not had a proper meal in days, as the pantry had long been bare. He had been subsisting on tree bark for sustenance. Relying on tree bark to stave off hunger is merely a temporary fix. If this continues, it will not be long before they succumb to starvation. Liao Yunfang quickly approached to pat his back, reassuring him, you need not rush. If you require more, I have plenty. No, this is sufficient. I was simply too famished and ate too quickly. Please keep the rest for yourself. We are old now. Even if we were to starve, it would matter little. In these times of scarcity in Wuqi nation, you must conserve your food as well, the elderly man earnestly advised. Liao Yunfang did not take their words to heart, merely perceiving them as impoverished individuals struggling for sustenance. After all, their living conditions were quite humble. Poverty is indeed a common plight. Nevertheless, she appreciated the elderly man's kindness. Thank you for your reminder. Kind sir, may I inquire where you are headed, young lady? The elderly man asked with concern. I am uncertain of my destination. Perhaps I shall wander the world. She is not a citizen of Wuqi nation. Here she has no home, so she can only take one step at a time. If she could find Yahan and Rumei, that would be ideal. Take care, young lady, the elderly couple said in unison. Take care. Dear sir, dear madam. Liao Yunfang bid farewell to the elderly couple and embarked on her journey through ancient times, her solitary figure gradually fading into the golden hues of the setting sun. Chapter 5, A Descent from the Heavens. This woman is indeed a vision of beauty. Just look at her face, and then at her figure. Every aspect is utterly enchanting. If she were to become the star attraction of our Yahan courtyard, would we not easily surpass the rival Ichuan courtyard? The speaker, clad in a purple gown and adorned with heavy makeup, had applied powder as if it were free. The Yahan and Ichuan courtyards have been fierce rivals for over a decade. It is said that the talented Rose from Ichuan courtyard excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although Our Lady is beautiful, she may not possess such talents. The young masters of the capital flock to Rose, who offers her artistry without surrendering her virtue, and many willingly lavish their wealth upon Ichuan courtyard. Aunt Lan scoffed. What does talent matter? With Our Lady's beauty and allure, those men will surely vie for her attention. This girl is stunning even with her eyes closed. If they were to open, she would be an unparalleled beauty. Aunt Lan seemed to envision a cascade of silver coins beckoning to her. Aunt Lan, why hasn't she awakened yet? A woman beside her expressed a tinge of jealousy. This mysterious beauty is too striking. Should she remain in Yahan courtyard, it would surely alter the establishment's fortunes. Not only Yahan, but the entire Wuqi nation could scarcely match such beauty. If this woman were to become Yahan courtyard's headliner, the threshold would surely be trampled. Once she awakens, have Chuntao attend to her. The matron instructed, the woman objected. Aunt Lan, Chuntao serves me, what of it? This entire establishment belongs to me. I shall arrange matters as I see fit, and you will comply. Yes, Aunt Lan, the woman replied, lowering her head. A flicker of resentment in her eyes, though she was yet to be crowned the star of Yahan courtyard. Aunt Lan's favoritism was evident. If this beauty were to ascend to prominence, would there still be a place for her? Hongxing genuinely worried for her future. Though she was the headliner, Aunt Lan held the reins, possessing their contracts. Aunt Lan could command them to live or perish at her whim. Enough, go fetch Chuntao, Aunt Lan said impatiently. Yahan courtyard's income had dwindled significantly, nearly pushed to the brink of closure by Yichuan courtyard. This woman could be the key to their resurgence. Yes, Aunt Lan. Hongxing stormed off in frustration. Aunt Lan, you called for me. Chuntao entered, bowing submissively. From now on, you will be responsible for attending to this lady in bed. Ensure her comfort. She is our golden goose, and must not suffer any misfortune. Yes, Aunt Lan, Chuntao replied, her head bowed. As a mere servant, serving anyone was the same to her. She merely hoped this lady would be easier to please than Hongxing. Just before her arrival, Hongxing had been struck by Yinghua, and her arm still ached. Such was the plight of a lowly servant. Even if she were to perish, her body would be cast into a mass grave. Stay here. Inform me as soon as she awakens. Understood, Chuntao said respectfully. After giving her instructions, Aunt Lan exited the room. Once Aunt Lan departed, Chuntao approached the bed, unable to suppress her admiration. How beautiful! The woman lay with her eyes closed, her skin fair and flawless. The gown she wore was breathtakingly extravagant, unlike anything the women of Yahan courtyard would dare to don. Chuntao felt a pang of envy. If only she possessed such beauty, she would not have to serve others. The woman on the bed was Su Yahan, who had been transported to Wuqi Nation through a black hole. Chapter 6. A descent from the heavens. Su Yahan slowly opened her eyes. Greeted by the sight of a bed frame. Where am I? A splitting headache assaulted her. Miss, you are awake, Chuntao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. You are so beautiful. Who are you? Su Yahan furrowed her brow. I am Chuntao, a servant sent by Aunt Lan to attend to you, Miss. Servant. Observing the room's antique decor, the young girl appeared to be dressed as a traditional maid. Had she somehow traveled back in time after the plane incident? Thankfully, she had a maid to serve her, indicating she belonged to a prominent family. Having been raised in comfort, she was unaccustomed to hardship. A top student, well versed in history, she felt reassured. However, which dynasty was she in? What year was it? Miss, it is the year 28 of the Common Era, in Wuqi Nation. History had never mentioned such a country. Su Yahan, confident in her historical knowledge, could not recall any reference to Wuqi Nation. Had she been transported to a time devoid of historical record? Well, as a modern individual, she could accept this. What is this place? Miss, this is Yahan courtyard. Yahan courtyard. Su Yahan raised her voice in alarm. Is this the Yahan courtyard? I think it is. Surely Yahan courtyard was a brothel. Indeed, Miss, Chuntao replied softly. This young lady is rather peculiar, displaying such surprise. Su Yahan took a deep breath, having imagined she had landed in a grand household, only to discover she had fallen into a brothel. What luck this is. She thought, her situation truly beyond words. She was still clad in her original garments, and thankfully she had not been unceremoniously thrown into a man's bed. It seemed the matron still possessed a shred of decency. She wondered where Rumei and Yunfang were. The three of them had been pulled into the black hole together and should have arrived in this era simultaneously. Tell me about the situation in Yahan courtyard. Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle, a lesson imparted by her father. Now that she was here, uncertain of her return, she knew her father would be heartbroken if she could not go back. Of course, Miss, our Yahan courtyard is located in the capital and is a fierce rival of the Yichuan courtyard across the way. It is said that Aunt Lan and Aunt Jiao from Yichuan have been feuding over a man for over a decade. Our headliner is Hongxing. In my humble opinion, you are far more beautiful than her, and soon the title of headliner will surely belong to you. Are you jesting by suggesting she become the head courtesan of the Yahan courtyard? I have no desire to assume such a role. If I were to take on any position, it would be that of a shareholder in the establishment. In ancient times, brothels and gambling houses were among the most lucrative industries. In contrast, modern-day prostitution and gambling are illegal. However, such practices were not prohibited in the past. If she were to earn a fortune in antiquity, with her astute business acumen, she would have no trouble generating wealth. Chuntao, akin to a curious child, inquired what it meant to be a shareholder. A shareholder is synonymous with being a proprietor. Chuntao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Was this girl not a tad too ambitious in her aspirations to become the owner of my Yahan courtyard? Just then, Aunt Lan entered through the door. Aunt Lan, Chuntao promptly stepped aside. Is this the proprietress of the Yahan courtyard? Tsk. Her makeup is applied so thickly it resembles a wall. And what is this attire? The gold chain around her neck must be nearly choking her. Is she so eager for others to know of her wealth? Surely Aunt Lan has never heard the adage that money should not be flaunted. Such ostentation will only invite misfortune, and the clothing, so garish and vibrant, like a flamboyant peacock, seems entirely inappropriate for her age. Her ensemble resembles that of a modern-day clown. Su Yahan's family is affluent. And her outfits are always meticulously chosen, stylish, elegant, beautiful, and luxurious. Aunt Lan's attire, however, is far from her taste. Aunt Lan, would you like to see the downfall of the Yichun courtyard across the street? Su Yahan had learned from Chun Tao that Aunt Lan and Aunt Jiao were sworn adversaries. Thus Aunt Lan would undoubtedly wish to outdo Aunt Jiao at every turn. If one knows precisely where to strike, one can achieve great results. I do not doubt Aunt Lan will collaborate with me. Of course, I would like that. Do you have a plan? If you can devise a means for my Yihong courtyard to surpass Yichun courtyard, I shall appoint you as the proprietor of my establishment. Aunt Lan had been in conflict with Aunt Jiao for over a decade, each vying for supremacy. She had accumulated ample wealth. Even if her Yihong courtyard were to close, the riches she possessed would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. After all, she had no children or heirs to consider, yet her pride would not allow her to be overshadowed by Yichun courtyard. Over a decade ago, Ming Jiao had stolen her suitor and caused her to suffer a miscarriage, leaving her unable to bear children thereafter. This grievance demanded retribution. I certainly have a plan. Not only can I elevate your Yihong courtyard above Yichun courtyard, but I can also make it the most renowned establishment in the nation. Su Yahan brimmed with confidence. As a woman of the 21st century, surely her ideas would not be inferior to those of the ancients. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity within 5 days. If you fail, you shall take your place as the head courtesan of this establishment. 5 days was a time frame she could accommodate. Aunt Lan possesses ambition, a quality I admire. Indeed, I, Aunt Lan, am not one to resort to underhanded tactics like some. Although Aunt Lan hailed from a background as a courtesan, she was not utterly devoid of morality. This was also the reason her Yihong courtyard had fallen into decline, yet many still willingly followed her. Chapter 7, Make up Aunt Lan. Please summon all the courtesans of the Yihong courtyard. I need to assess them to assign suitable tasks. Su Yahan's tone exuded confidence and decisiveness. She understood that to thrive in this unfamiliar ancient world, she must leverage her talents to the fullest. Chun Tao, arrange for the girls to gather. Aunt Lan slightly raised her chin, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She was eager to discern what methods Su Yahan would employ. What capabilities did this suddenly appearing woman possess that allowed her to dictate terms in her Yihong courtyard? Yes, Aunt Lan, Chun Tao responded respectfully and then exited. Her steps were light, her heart brimming with anticipation. What transformations might this Miss Su bring to the Yihong courtyard? Before long, the courtesans had assembled. They chattered animatedly, their eyes filled with skepticism and intrigue. Su Yahan sat leisurely in a chair, elegantly sipping tea, her gaze sweeping over the gathered girls. However, upon observing their makeup, she choked on her tea, which erupted from her mouth. The it was hardly surprising. Each girl's makeup was either caked on like a fortress wall or their blush appeared as garishly bright as a monkey's backside, and their lips were painted a blood-red hue that was utterly jarring. Su Yahan furrowed her brow, shaking her head inwardly. How could such a dismal application of makeup attract patrons? What sort of makeup is this? Hurry and remove it. Su Yahan's voice rang out, crisp and resolute, carrying an air of undeniable authority. The courtesans turned to Aunt Lan, their expressions rife with hesitation. They were uncertain what power this unfamiliar woman wielded to command them to remove their makeup. What are you all dawdling for? Go and take it off. You shall listen to Miss Su for the next few days. Aunt Lan abruptly paused, turning to Su Yahan. My dear, I am yet to learn your name. Su Yahan, that is my name, she replied, lifting her chin slightly, her gaze imbued with confidence. Did you hear that? For the next few days, you will heed Miss Su's directives. Aunt Lan's voice held a note of authority. Although she was filled with questions regarding Su Yahan's origins and intentions, she recognized that, in this peculiar period, the Yihong courtyard required a breath of fresh air. Yes, Aunt Lan, though the courtesans were reluctant, they acquiesced to Aunt Lan's command. One by one, they turned to remove their ostentatious makeup. Once they had washed it off, their visages appeared fresh and natural, rendering them far more pleasing to the eye. Su Yahan nodded in satisfaction, her mind already formulating the next step in her plan. And now, do tell me, what are your names, and what skills do you possess? Su Yahan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She needed to tailor her training based on their individual strengths. 5 days was indeed a tight schedule. She must act swiftly to transform these girls. I am Hong Xing, and I can play the pipa. Hong Xing spoke first, her voice gentle and melodious, akin to a yellow oriole taking flight. Hong Xing was the girl who had just been with Aunt Lan, appearing to be around 25 or 26, dressed in a flowing blue gown, with a gauzy belt lightly tied around her waist. Swaying gracefully in the breeze, accentuating her delicate figure, that waist was so slender, one might fear it would snap. Su Yahan's gaze lingered on Hong Xing for a moment, silently admiring her. I am Hong Ying, and I can sing. Hong Ying's voice was bright and lovely, reminiscent of silver bells chiming. I am Hong Lu, and I can dance. Hong Lu's form was graceful and elegant, like a butterfly in flight. I am Hong Yu, and I can dance. Hong Yu's eyes sparkled with confidence, believing her dance could touch hearts. I am Hong Do, and I can dance. Hong Do's voice was soft and sweet, akin to a gentle breeze in spring. I am Hong Mei, and I can play the guzheng. Hong Mei exuded an air of refinement, reminiscent of plum blossoms defying the frost. I am Hong, all the girls bore names beginning with Hong. Yahan furrowed her brow, pondering how to bestow upon them more distinctive names. As the sole daughter of a wealthy family, she was not only adept in business but also possessed a modicum of knowledge in the arts befitting a socialite. Her childhood had been arduous, filled with endless learning, yet now that knowledge served as her capital in this ancient world. Very well, I have taken note of your names. I shall teach you some new dances and musical scores, ensuring you will shine brilliantly, but your makeup must also undergo transformation. Yahan's eyes shimmered with confidence. She firmly believed that with diligent study, these girls could become the hallmark of the Yahan courtyard. If only she had cosmetics at her disposal, as she had brought some in her bag. How did a compact powder appear in my hand? Was this not the powder from her bag? Could it be a stroke of fortune? Possessing such good fortune, one cannot possibly fail to thrive in this ancient era. I seek to amass wealth. I aspire to be a wealthy woman. What further changes can be made to the makeup? Hongxing asked curiously. Isn't it merely applying powder and blush? What else could be different? Her eyes shone with uncertainty. Watch me. I shall apply your makeup. Who shall be the first? Yahan's voice resonated with assurance. She was certain that once she demonstrated her makeup skills, the courtesans would be utterly captivated, yet none stepped forward. Their hesitation stemmed from a lack of faith in Yahan's capabilities. They were reluctant to become guinea pigs. Their expressions reflected their doubt and uncertainty. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Aunt Lan's frustration peaked. She was thoroughly displeased with the girl's response. In her view, if Yahan possessed the confidence to alter the destiny of the Yahan courtyard, she must hold remarkable skills. Miss Su, the floor is yours. Hongdo was the first to step forward. Her eyes sparkled with courage and determination. She believed that by daring to try, she would seize new opportunities. Sit. If you wish to dance, I shall create a captivating makeup look for you. Yahan's voice was gentle yet resolute, her gaze radiated confidence, as if everything lay within her grasp. All right. Hongdo closed her eyes, surrendering herself to Yahan's artistry. Her heart brimmed with anticipation, curious about the surprises Yahan would unveil. Open your eyes. I will apply eyeliner. Yahan's voice was soft and delicate. Hongdo, unfamiliar with the concept of eyeliner, complied obediently. Curiosity swirled within her. What transformation might this unfamiliar term bring to her appearance? A quarter of an hour later, all done. Yahan's voice brimmed with pride. She gazed upon her creation, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. Is this Hongdo? If Aunt Lan had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have suspected that the transformation of Hongdo was a result of a switch to it. Was as if she had become an entirely different person, particularly with those exquisite eyes that seemed to ensnare the very soul, captivating all who beheld her. Yahan had truly bestowed upon her a grand surprise. Oh my, how beautiful is Hongdo! The young ladies exclaimed in unison, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. Miss Su, please do my makeup too. Miss Su, I want it as well. The young ladies clamored eagerly for Yahan's artistry. Upon seeing Hongdo's remarkable transformation, they could hardly contain their excitement. They yearned to possess the same enchanting beauty that would draw the attention of patrons. One at a time, as I only have 2 hands. I will proceed in the order you called out your names, Yahan said, her voice imbued with patience. She understood that these young ladies longed to alter their fates, and she was willing to assist them. Very well, they replied in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation, as if envisioning a splendid future for themselves. Yahan's makeup skills were indeed exceptional. The faces of the girls from the Yahan courtyard underwent a remarkable metamorphosis under her deft hands. Those with once small eyes now sparkled with the allure of large luminous orbs. Aunt Lan clapped her hands in delight. Thoroughly impressed by the transformation, she began to believe that Yahan was truly capable. She found herself eagerly anticipating the surprises Yahan might unveil in 5 days. Now that your makeup is complete, spend the next few days learning diligently from me, and I assure you, in 5 days, you shall astonish everyone, Yahan declared confidently. She believed that, with hard work, these young ladies could indeed become the pride of the Yahan courtyard. Yes, Miss Su, they chorused, after experiencing Yahan's talents. The girls were wholly convinced of her abilities and dared not underestimate her any longer. Their eyes sparkled with hope, as if they could already see their bright futures unfolding before them. Chapter 8, The Golden Touch. Yahan patted her now sunken belly, a gurgle emanating from within, prompting her to furrow her brow. I am so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Aunt Lan's lips twitched slightly as she looked at Yahan. A faint smile of resignation crossing her face. We have some porridge available, she sighed inwardly, aware that she seldom indulged in white rice, often contenting herself with mere rice porridge. The soaring prices of rice had become unbearable. Realizing the dwindling supply of rice in the Yahan courtyard, Aunt Lan shook her head, understanding the necessity of frugality. Alas, I wonder how long this dearth of food will persist. Yahan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing there was porridge, but quickly added, that I shall have a bowl of plain porridge, but do remember to add some meat. She was unequivocally a meat enthusiast, unable to enjoy a meal without it. Aunt Lan clenched her teeth at this request, hesitating before conceding. Very well, if that is what you desire, I shall add some meat. Although reluctant, she acquiesced, knowing that meat prices were also exorbitant, nearly as precious as gold. With the scarcity of rice, the cost of meat had skyrocketed. Increasing by multiples, the prices of other foodstuffs had similarly surged, creating a daunting reality. The capital was the most prosperous place in the entire Wuqi kingdom, where starvation was not a concern, yet in other regions, countless people succumbed to hunger. In those remote areas, the populace faced the grim specter of starvation. Living in dire straits, they longed for a morsel of grain, even a bowl of thin porridge, to bring them a shred of warmth. Soon, the porridge and meat were served. Su Yahan ate with grace, adhering to the adage of silence at the table. Her demeanor resembled that of a noble princess, each movement exuding elegance and poise. The others stood by, watching her with a blend of admiration and helplessness. Su Yahan felt no pressure. She was accustomed to such scrutiny, having dined in a similar manner at home with servants at her side. "Another bowl of porridge, please. This one is too thin, hardly filling," Su Yahan remarked, placing her spoon down, her brow slightly furrowed. She felt unsatisfied, discontent with the insubstantial porridge. "Miss, there is no more porridge left," Chun Tao cautioned gently, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of displeasing Su Yahan. In the Yahan courtyard, Su Yahan's status was unique, and they dared not offend her lightly. "No more. Do you not eat when you are hungry?" Su Yahan replied, her tone tinged with discontent. She found it peculiar that they would deny her a satisfying meal. How could she train effectively on an empty stomach? She had her own tasks and goals to achieve. "Miss, we only have 2 meals a day," and Hongdo stammered, unsure whether to speak further. This Miss Su did not seem like a native of the Wuqi kingdom. Perhaps she was unaware of the current food shortage. Her gaze was filled with hesitation, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Su Yahan. "Speak plainly, do not leave your words half-finished," Su Yahan interjected. Not fond of such obfuscation, she exhibited a hint of impatience. Hoping Hongdo would finish her thought, Aunt Lan nodded at Hongdo, encouraging her to continue. "We have money, but we cannot afford to feed the entire home courtyard. The main issue is that even with money, one cannot purchase rice." This was the crux of Aunt Lan's troubles. In this time of scarcity, wealth no longer held the same power. Indeed, Miss Su may not be aware, but currently, the Wuqi kingdom is suffering from a food crisis. Being able to have 2 meals a day is a blessing. Many go days without a single meal. Hongdo's voice carried a note of helplessness and sorrow. She understood the plight of the common folk and felt concerned for their situation. "You cannot even afford porridge in the Wuqi kingdom. How impoverished are you?" Su Yahan gazed at Aunt Lan, suspicion evident in her eyes. With her golden adornments, Aunt Lan did not seem like one struggling for money. How could one possibly lack funds for rice? This seemed illogical to her. In her understanding, those of means should not worry about food. "Miss, the rice fields in the Wuqi kingdom have been devastated by locusts. The common folk cannot pay taxes due to lack of rice, nor can they cook. We are subsisting on last year's grain. The price of rice has soared to 100 taels of silver per dough. And the impoverished cannot even afford the silver to buy rice." Hongdo's voice dwindled, her gaze filled with despair. 100 taels of silver for a dough of rice, that is outright extortion. "It is more severe than bank robbery," Su Yahan fumed, fully aware that 1 tael of silver represented a laborer's wages for half a month, if not a full month. 100 taels of silver for a dough of rice? Such a price was nothing short of robbery. How could the poor possibly afford that? This was a disgraceful exploitation in times of national calamity, and she felt a surge of anger towards the unscrupulous rice merchants. Aunt Lan and the others may not have known what a bank was, but Su Yahan was correct. 100 taels of silver for a dough of rice was indeed extortionate. In this challenging time, rice merchants prioritized profit, escalating prices, and plunging the populace into deeper desperation. "Why not eliminate the locusts? Just eradicate them," Su Yahan suggested nonchalantly, her perspective vastly different from that of the locals. To her, addressing the root of the problem was essential. Eliminate them. Aunt Lan only knew how to catch insects, not eradicate them. She had heard that the locusts were so numerous that they could not be caught. Her eyes were filled with confusion, grappling with this unfamiliar concept. "You do not know how to eradicate locusts. I suppose you lack pest control agents here." Su Yahan shook her head slightly, perceiving the backwardness of these people. In her world, pest control agents were commonplace and effectively dealt with infestations. What is a pest control agent? Aunt Lan and the others felt their minds were insufficient to grasp Su Yahan's profound words. Leaving them utterly perplexed, "It is a substance that can effectively kill pests," Su Yahan explained simply, her eyes sparkling with hope that they might comprehend her meaning. "Miss, you are so clever. How did we not think of that?" Aunt Lan's mind began to whirl with possibilities. If they could solve the crisis for the entire Wuqi kingdom from the Yahan courtyard, they would become the saviors of the realm. Attracting throngs of visitors seeking their aid, however, the question remained, where would they procure this pest control agent? Aunt Lan's eyes brightened. Perhaps Miss Su had the answer. "Miss Su, do you know the formula for the pest control agent?" Her voice brimmed with anticipation, eager for Su Yahan's response. "How would I know? I am not an apothecary," Su Yahan replied, shaking her head in frustration. She was merely the daughter of a wealthy magnate. How could she possibly concoct medicines? If Liu Rumei were here, she would undoubtedly have a solution. Liu Rumei was a distinguished practitioner of both Eastern and Western medicine, proficient in diagnosis, surgery, and pharmacology, yet she wondered if Liu Rumei was also in the Wuqi kingdom. Aunt Lan was left speechless, disappointment flooding her heart, yet she was unwilling to abandon hope of the makeup is complete. You all should rest for a while, and I will have you rehearse shortly. Su Yahan gazed at the young ladies of the Yihong courtyard. Her eyes shining with confidence, her makeup artistry had reached a level they could scarcely aspire to. Yes, Miss Su, the ladies chorused in agreement, none daring to dispute her. They are acutely aware of Su Yahan's formidable nature and would never foolishly offend her. In these trying times, they must unite and face challenges together. Su Yahan's arrival has brought them a glimmer of hope. In Chapter 9, a man is soaking in the hot springs, enveloped in tranquility and beauty. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the serene atmosphere. With a splash, a woman descends from above, landing squarely in his embrace, their eyes lock for a fleeting moment, time seeming to freeze. Liu Rumei is bewildered. Wasn't there a plane accident? How could she have fallen from such a height and survived, especially landing in the arms of a handsome man soaking in the springs? This man is undeniably striking, his high nose, thin lips, and sword-like brows elegantly framing his chiseled features, which are impeccably handsome. Xiao Qingran gazes intently at Liu Rumei, feeling an unusual absence of discomfort upon her contact, something unprecedented. Normally, even the slightest touch from a woman would send him into fits of irritation. The wise master had proclaimed that every cause has an effect, and that he would encounter someone this year capable of healing his affliction. Could it truly be this stunningly beautiful woman before him? Remarkably, her touch does not provoke his usual irritation. My lord, are you all right? The guards, alerted by the commotion, rush in, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the two in the hot springs. The position they find themselves in sparks wild imaginations. The prince, enjoying a bit of intimate frolic in the hot springs. But when did this woman arrive? Turning away, Xiao Qingran coolly commands, leave. Yes, my lord. The guards quickly avert their gaze, daunted by the fierce expression in their prince's eyes, yet they remain puzzled about how the woman managed to enter. Their prince had not entertained a woman in 30 years. Would this newcomer be able to withstand his advances? Get up, Xiao Qingran instructs Liu Rumei. Are you filming a scene? She wonders aloud, having heard him refer to himself as my lord. Thus she concludes she has stumbled onto a set of filming. Xiao Qingran is perplexed. Is this woman truly the one the wise master spoke of? As Liu Rumei attempts to rise, she accidentally tumbles back into his arms, causing him to grunt in surprise. My apologies, I didn't mean to. As she rises, Xiao Qingran feels a trickle of blood escape his nose. Liu Rumei stands, her long, dark hair clinging to her shoulders, droplets of water glistening on her jade-like cheeks, resembling a lotus emerging from the water, exquisite and ethereal, with curves that enchant the eye. Hey, why are you bleeding? Liu Rumei notices. He covers his nose, astounded by how a man who has lived a life of restraint for 30 years would react to such a vibrant scene. You need to pinch your nose, she advises, her fragrance enveloping him, intensifying his blood flow and quickening his breath. Suddenly, Xiao Qingran pushes Liu Rumei away, his tone frigid. Miss, please conduct yourself with decorum. Decorum? What have I done to lack it? I merely wished to assist you in stopping the bleeding. Ah, this man is blushing, even the nape of his neck is flushed. How innocent, she exclaims. Could you possibly still be a virgin? Xiao Qingran's face reddens instantly. After 30 years of life, he is still unblemished. And to be so brazenly called out by a woman of unknown origin is utterly humiliating. How can a woman speak such words in front of a man? What's wrong with that? As a doctor, I can ask patients about their sexual history without batting an eye. I merely stated the obvious. Does the law forbid me from speaking such truths? Is there a law against it? Xiao Qingran, usually stern with his subordinates, finds himself at a loss when it comes to interacting with women. Hold your head back. I will help you stop the bleeding. Her profession has evidently made her bold. Obediently, Xiao Qingran tilts his head back, unsure why he is acquiescing to her request. Liu Rumei expertly applies pressure to the right spot, and his nosebleed ceases almost immediately, merely a child's play for her. There, it's done. She finally rises from the hot springs, feeling uncomfortable in her wet attire. Hey, do you have any clothes from the production crew that I could borrow? Xiao Qingran is baffled by her mention of a production crew but understands she needs clothing. If she were to venture out in her current state, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Her skin glistens like polished jade, her hair dampening her thin garment, presenting an image of beauty reminiscent of a lotus flower. Yunshan, fetch a set of clothing. My lord, we have no women's garments in the manor, Yunshan replies, overhearing their conversation. Then bring my clothes. For reasons he cannot articulate, Xiao Qingran is averse to her wearing garments belonging to another man. Yes, my lord. Liu Rumei internally scoffs. Have these two become so engrossed in their roles? My lord here, my lord there, just because they look good, they think they can act like royalty. Excuse me, where am I? Could I borrow your phone to make a call? This is my lord's territory. Phone? What is that? Is this some sort of act? Have you truly taken on the role of a prince, acting? I am the prince of the kingdom of Wuqing. Why would I need to pretend? An incorrigible drama queen, utterly hopeless. My lord, the clothing has arrived. Yunshan bows his head, too shy to look up. Xiao Qingran swiftly retrieves the garments and commands, leave us. Yes, my lord. Yunshan hastily departs, eager not to intrude on the prince's affairs. Their household is comprised entirely of men, not a single female to be found. The rumors of their prince's alleged preferences will soon be dispelled. Here change into these. Xiao Qingran stands before Liu Rumei, his gaze unwavering. Wait, Liu Rumei curiously touches Xiao Qingran's clothing, surprised to find it dry. How is it that your clothes are dry while mine are soaked? I possess martial arts skills. I can utilize my internal energy. Martial arts. Is he implying what I think he is? Is he saying he dried his clothes with his inner power, my lord, likeness skill? Internal energy. She glances around, noting the absence of directors or filming equipment. My goodness, she has traversed time. This man before her could genuinely be a prince. No wonder she survived the fall from the plane. She must have been drawn through a black hole into this ancient realm. In Chapter 10, Liu Rumei stands still, her thoughts racing. She is not foolish. She quickly deduces that she is in the kingdom of Wuqing, a fictional ancient world. The man before her is a prince, and this is his domain, effectively making him the local sovereign. Additionally, the guard mentioned that there are no women in the manor, indicating that this prince not only lacks a consort but also does not have a maid. Liu Rumei muses silently, how can such a handsome man be without a wife? Following her earlier tumble, the prince did indeed react, ruling out any inadequacies on his part, but why does he lack a wife? Historically, men in ancient times often had multiple wives, beginning their pursuits at a young age, yet this prince remains solitary. However, she knows better than to voice her inquiries. One could lose their life for such indiscretions. As a newcomer, perhaps it would be prudent to align herself with this prince for now. Once she establishes herself, she can carve her own path. Given her medical expertise, making a name for herself in this era should not prove too difficult. Though she remains unfamiliar with her surroundings, and the prince is undeniably appealing, after being a compliant girl for over 20 years, she now yearns to embrace her true nature. Weighing her options, Liu Rumei resolves to cling to the prince's coattails. This woman has been silent for quite a while, her gaze fixed on him. Xiao Qingran feels a flicker of curiosity. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Miss, perhaps you should change your attire first. His voice is cool yet resonant. Alright, Liu Rumei snaps back to reality, deciding to change before further pursuing the prince's affections. As she takes the garments, Xiao Qingran turns away. Adhering to the principle of propriety, Liu Rumei feels a stir of emotion from his gesture. In a matter of moments, she dons the attire. All set, my lord. Her voice is melodious. Xiao Qingran slowly turns to face her. Noting how the outfit that once belonged to him now seems a poor fit on her, akin to a child donning oversized adult clothing, yet, inexplicably, he finds Liu Rumei's appearance at this moment somewhat endearing. Furrowing his brow, he contemplates before speaking. Though the clothing is ill-fitting, it will suffice for now. Once we return to the manor, I shall have someone procure suitable garments for you. His tone is cool and steady, akin to a tranquil mountain stream. Where are we going? Liu Rumei inquires, perplexed. Back to the manor. His voice remains unwavering. Back to the manor. Is he inviting her to accompany him? Liu Rumei is taken aback. All her carefully prepared arguments seem unnecessary now. Is he truly bringing her to the manor without inquiring about her background? Is it truly so brazenly that she is allowed to reside in the royal manor? Is such good fortune conceivable? Does this prince harbor ulterior motives drawn solely by her beauty? Should she accept or reject this proposition? Liu Rumei's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. On a summer night, the stars twinkled with a crystalline brilliance. 1, 2, 3. The silvery moonlight cascaded onto the ground, while the fragrant essence of night wafted through the air. Liu Rumei accompanied Xiao Qingran to the royal residence. The manor, indeed, was impressive, an abode befitting a sovereign. Delicate and exquisite pavilions adorned the landscape, serene and beautiful pools and corridors lined with water alongside grand rockeries and ancient opera stages, masterpieces of classical gardens that left one entranced. The golden roof stone walls were painted with an array of vibrant avian motifs. The floor was draped with carpets of soft, richly woven satin, occasionally flickering with flames of brilliant red. The entire structure was interlaced with a comprehensive waterway system, complemented by verdant trees and the embrace of mountains, instilling in Liu Rumei a sense of being in a celestial realm. You shall reside here for the time being. The manor lacks maidservants, but tomorrow, I shall send for a few to attend to you. Xiao Qingran, still unaware of her true nature, thought it best to keep her close. Considering the peculiar circumstances of her arrival, the words Bai Lu Xin caught her eye. Revealing a courtyard of refined elegance, the eastern wing flourished with towering green bamboos, while the western wall was graced by 2 evergreen pines. Beneath the southern eaves, pots of autumn chrysanthemums awaited their bloom. And at the center of the courtyard, a tree laden with ripe jujubes hung heavy with promise. Liu Rumei found herself quite pleased with this abode. Thank you, my lord, Liu Rumei said with a slight bow. Rest for now. Xiao Qingran's tone remained cool. Very well. Liu Rumei pushed open the door, lighting a few candles within. Compared to modern electric lights, the room appeared particularly dark. Inside stood a round table of auspicious design, flanked by a carved wooden cabinet adorned with faint patterns reminiscent of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, along with a few low tables and round stools. A delicate incense wafted through the room. The windows tightly shut, casting the space in dim light. With bed curtains drawn, Liu Rumei lay upon the bed, tossing and turning. She wondered where Yunfang and Yahan had fallen to. The 3 of them had been swept into the whirlpool together. Perhaps they had also arrived in this place, and she must find an opportunity to seek them out. Since she was here, she ought to settle, and a good rest would restore her energy for the search. Liu Rumei closed her eyes, striving to calm herself. She knew that in this unfamiliar ancient world, she must be strong and courageous to survive. Chapter 11, A Fall from the Sky as Dawn Broke. The world lay in serene silence, with a faint glow emerging on the eastern horizon, gently illuminating the azure sky, heralding the arrival of a new day. Liu Rumei stretched languidly, surprised by how well she had slept in this new place. "Miss, are you awake?" a maid's voice called from outside the door. She had been summoned by the manor's steward to serve a young lady. It was widely known that Prince Xiao had little interest in women, and the manor was predominantly male. Now that a lady had taken residence, everyone was curious about her appearance and what could have compelled the indifferent prince to break his resolve, remembering the prince's words about finding maidservants to attend to her. Liu Rumei deduced that the maid outside was likely the one in question. "I am awake. Please come in." The servant, Xiaomi, pays her respects to the young lady. The young maid knelt down. "Please rise." "There is no need for such formality. I do not wish to shorten my lifespan." Liu Rumei quickly assisted Xiaomi to her feet. Xiaomi stood up, timidly stealing glances at Liu Rumei. "You are truly beautiful even in men's attire. Your flowing hair cascades before you like a celestial being descending to earth. It is no wonder the aloof Prince Xiao has succumbed to your charms." "Thank you for your kind words. You are quite adorable yourself." Liu Rumei gently pinched Xiaomi's cheek. Around 14 or 15 years of age, Xiaomi had a plump, endearing face, blushing like a cooked shrimp at the unexpected compliment. "Miss. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Rumei. You may call me Sister Rumei. I cannot, for I am but a servant." The young maid knelt once more. How could a mere maidservant address her as sister? Especially when Liu Rumei was likely to become the future Princess Xiao. "Please stand." "There is no need to kneel. I do not adhere to such customs here. The ancients are quite troublesome with their constant kneeling." "Yes, Miss Liu, now that you are awake, I am the steward of the manor, Yunshui. The prince has instructed me to bring some items for you. May I inquire if it is convenient?" The steward, in his 50s, wore a warm and approachable smile. He had been overjoyed to hear that the prince had brought a lady home, as he had no children of his own and had raised the prince as if he were his own. The steward had long feared that the prince would live a lonely life, unaware that fate had finally bestowed upon him a woman who could be near him. "It is convenient. Thank you for your efforts." Steward Yun, "Not at all, not at all." The steward beamed. "Please allow me to bring the items in." The servants waiting outside carried in 8 large chests filled with gold, silver, jewels, clothing, and shoes, a dazzling array of riches. Liu Rumei took a cursory glance and mused. Indeed, the prince is lavish in his generosity. The steward observed this and thought to himself, the young lady possesses admirable composure. Were others to see such wealth, their eyes would surely gleam with greed. "Miss, do take a look if there is anything lacking in this courtyard. I shall have someone address it immediately." "There is nothing lacking. I have more than enough. I am merely here temporarily, not for an extended stay. As you wish, Mississippi. In that case, please let in the others. 4 more young maidservants entered. "Miss, these maidservants are here to serve you. Come and greet the young lady." "We pay our respects to the young lady." The maidservants prepared to kneel in acknowledgement. "Do not kneel. I cannot bear such formality." Liu Rumei quickly intervened. "I do not require so many attendants. Please send them back. Please, young ladies, spare our lives. We beseech you." The maidservants turned pale with fear, all dropping to their knees. "What is happening? Why are they so terrified of me? I have not harmed you. Please rise and let us speak calmly." The steward interjected. "Miss, you may not be aware, but these maidservants were purchased by me. If they are returned to their previous owners, it would mean their death. Such a merciless world. We implore you, dear lady, grant us a chance to live." One maidservant led the way in, bowing her head. The sound echoed in Liu Rumei's heart, causing her pain. As one bowed, the others followed suit, all 4 maidservants kneeling before her. "Stop, please. I will allow you to stay. Thank you, young lady. Thank you. Now, please rise." None moved. They remained kneeling. "I command you to rise. If you do not listen, do not expect to stay." Liu Rumei feigned anger. Hearing this, the maidservants hastily stood, fearing that any delay would lead to their dismissal. "Miss, here are the contracts of servitude for these maidservants. Please keep them safe." Liu Rumei received them, noting 5 contracts in total, including Xiaomi's. The nature of these contracts differed from modern times, where human trafficking is a crime punishable by imprisonment. In the ancient era, it was a legitimate transaction. "I shall accept these. Thank you for your kindness, steward." It is only proper for the steward of the manor. As the steward observed Liu Rumei, he grew increasingly satisfied, recognizing her as a kind-hearted individual, well suited for the prince. "You shall all serve the young lady well. Understand?" "Understood. Since you are to remain, Liu Rumei, will establish a rule: no kneeling before me. Do you hear?" She truly could not abide by such customs. Being a modern woman, she feared it might shorten her life. "Yes, Miss Liu, what are your names, and what skills do you possess? Please introduce yourselves." "I am Xiaoyet, skilled in needlework. I am Xiao Lian, proficient in laundry and cooking. I am Xiao Bei, strong and capable of heavy labor. I am Xiao Bai, and I can also handle laundry and cooking." They were all children from impoverished families accustomed to taking charge at an early age. Is anyone literate? Liu Rumei pondered, knowing she would need someone to account for the treasures she had received. Planning to repay the prince in the future, the group shook their heads. Their families were too poor to afford education. None of you can read. Liu Rumei felt a headache coming on. Miss Liu, I know a few characters. Xiaomi stepped forward. Her father had been a storyteller, and she had accompanied him in her youth to study the 4 books and 5 classics. Had her father not offended someone, she would not have been sold. Excellent, you shall be in charge of these treasures from now on. You want me to manage the accounts? Xiaomi expressed disbelief. Indeed. Thank you, Miss Luda. I shall not disappoint your trust. Very well, can you style hair? She inquired of the girl she had just named. I can. Xiaoya nodded. Good, you shall assist me with my hair from now on. Thank you, Miss Liu. Being permitted to serve the lady in such a capacity elevated her status to that of a first-class maidservant. Xiaobai and Xiaolian will handle laundry and cooking. Understood. Miss Liu.as for Xiaobei, you shall assist Xiaobi and Xiaolian. Liu Rumei cannot currently devise a plan for Xiaobei. Yes, Miss Liu. Well then, everyone has their tasks. Alright, you all go familiarize yourselves with the Wangfu, while Xiaomi and Xiaoya remain here. Understood, Miss Liu. I would appreciate it if the steward could guide them. You are too kind, Miss Liu. I shall take them down now. Good. Chapter 12, The Celestial Space. Miss Liu, the prince truly dotes on you. The innocent Xiaoya gazed enviously at the items within the room. Miss Liu is indeed fortunate to have caught the attention of Prince Xiao. It is known that he is the most sought-after man in the realm. Prince Xiao maintains his virtue, never stepping into the brothels, and the Wangfu lacks even a concubine maid. Many young ladies aspire to marry into the Wangfu, hoping to enjoy the prince's exclusive affection. Who would have thought that Miss Liu would seize the opportunity first? The prince has gifted Miss Liu so many items, it must indicate his profound regard for her. Please count these items. They are to be returned to the prince in the future. Xiaomi, you handle this and be thorough. Yes, Miss Liu. Though Xiaomi was perplexed as to why her mistress spoke of returning the gifts to the prince, she, as a dutiful maid, would not voice her curiosity. A servant's duty is to obey their master's wishes. Xiaoya, assist me in arranging my hair. Yes, Miss Liu. Which garment would you like to wear? Miss Liu was still clad in a man's attire, presumably that of the prince. Anything will do, just choose one for me. Very well, Mississippi. Given your fair complexion, this purple one will suit you beautifully. Having selected her attire, Liu Rumei sat before the mirror, which, although referred to as such, was merely a tarnished bronze reflection, rendering everything somewhat indistinct. Xiaoya's skilled hands swiftly adorned Liu Rumei, transforming her into elegance as she donned the purple gown. Her hair was styled high, embellished with jade hairpins and pendants, complementing her pristine complexion that resembled the finest jade. Clad in a 7-layered, exquisitely embroidered silk robe, her delicate neck was revealed, accentuating her beauty to an extraordinary degree. Miss Liu is truly beautiful, Xiaoya thought, having never encountered a woman so enchanting. The faint reflection in the bronze mirror could not fully capture her beauty, yet Liu Rumei chose not to dwell on it. She was inherently lovely, and she assumed she would carry the ancient attire with grace. A woman dresses to please herself, and Liu Rumei, who enjoyed embellishing her appearance, found delight in looking splendid, as it lifted her spirits. Yet, she lamented the state of her laboratory, filled with her meticulously developed new medicines. Await, is my laboratory now before me? Am I hallucinating? Xiaoya, do you see anything ahead? Miss, there is only the courtyard, adorned with flowers and trees. Flowers and trees? Yes, there are indeed plants outside. Could it be an illusion? Liu Rumei scrutinized her surroundings once more, eager to verify the presence of her laboratory. To her astonishment, it remained there. Was it that only she could perceive it? Was it a miraculous space existing within her consciousness? Liu Rumei attempted to retrieve a bottle of antipyretic medicine, and to her delight, a vial appeared in her hand. How wonderful! My laboratory has followed me here. The medicines I have developed are far superior to those available commercially. This antipyretic can reduce fever in mere minutes. In ancient times, a simple cold could be fatal. She soon discovered that the spot from which she had taken the medicine had automatically replenished itself. Her laboratory's supplies could regenerate. What a tremendous stroke of fortune! Xiaomi continued to count the items, while Xiaoya gazed outside, both oblivious to the unfolding events. Shall we visit the prince now? Indeed, it is only proper to express gratitude for all he has bestowed upon me. Xiaomi, stay here and continue counting. Xiaoya, accompany me. Yes, Miss Liu. You know where the prince is now? I do not, but we may inquire with the household staff. Indeed, Xiaoya, you are quite clever. Xiaoya, petite and seemingly malnourished, had been sold at such a young age. She was indeed a pitiful sight. Flushed with embarrassment from the compliment, she felt fortunate to serve such a kind mistress, who bore no airs. How old are you, Xiaoya? Replying to the lady, I am 14. At 14, she appeared no older than 12. How did you come to be sold? My family could not afford to feed my 4 younger siblings. As the eldest sister, it was my duty to alleviate our burdens. As my parents instructed. 4 siblings, how could they still have so many when they could hardly afford to eat? It was indeed a harsh reality. In ancient times, there were no birth control methods. leading to endless cycles of childbirth. Raising a child in antiquity was a formidable challenge, and having too many became a burden, explaining why so many children were sold into servitude among affluent families. Liu Rumei reflected that at 14 she was still in high school, a prodigy who had skipped several grades. Indeed, Mississippi Shoga nodded. Yes, that the young lady the prince brought back, so beautiful, as if a celestial being has descended. Wow, is this our future princess? The servants of the Wangfu were all enchanted by Liu Rumei's beauty. At last our Wangfu shall have a mistress. Indeed, we finally have a woman in the household. Isn't that so? The prince has always shunned female company. The Wangfu was devoid of any women. I felt as though I were serving in a temple. The murmurs of the servants were not quiet, and Liu Rumei overheard their speculation. Future princess, do they harbor some misunderstanding? She merely wishes to be with their prince. She has no desire to assume the role of a princess. In ancient times, men often had multiple wives and concubines. A situation she could not endure. Excuse me, do you know where the prince is currently? Liu Rumei inquired of the household staff. Returning to the lady, the prince has gone to the refugee camp. The refugee camp? Yes, my lady. Very well, I shall wait for his return to seek him out. Miss Liu, you have yet to have breakfast. An elderly servant appeared as if from nowhere. Very well, the stewardess' words made her realize she was indeed hungry. The previous night, the lighting had been too dim for Liu Rumei to fully appreciate the grandeur of the Wangfu. Today, she would take the opportunity to explore. The estate was vast, meticulously arranged with a strict central axis. Featuring multiple entrances and courtyards, the layout was orderly, exuding a sense of elegance and grandeur. Pavilions and towers, with their upturned eaves and azure tiles, intertwined gracefully, creating a delicate yet imposing atmosphere. Before her, the gilded rooftop adorned with dragon carvings and glazed phoenix motifs was breathtaking. Surrounded by lush greenery, she could faintly discern white marble tables and chairs nestled among the trees. Gentle waterfalls cascaded over artificial mountains, the soothing sound of water echoing through the air. Pavilions and towers emerged like clouds. Scattered rocks and hills arranged harmoniously. As she strolled along the shaded flower paths, the clear water flowed melodiously, harmonizing with the chirps of birds and the whispers of insects, creating a symphony that entranced the senses. As she walked along the flower-dappled path, she gradually entered the depths of the shaded woods. After a while, an expansive pond appeared before her, its surface gleaming like a mirror, set among lush foliage. A magnificent pavilion stood at the water's edge, surrounded by rare flowers and plants, while butterflies danced amidst the blossoms. Were it not for the guidance of Steward Yun, Liu Rumei feared she might have lost her way. Chapter 13, The bustling streets. After navigating several winding corridors and courtyards, Liu Rumei finally arrived at the dining hall. Along the way, she curiously observed her surroundings. The intricate beams and painted rafters of the ancient architecture filled her with a sense of wonder. Miss Liu, please. Steward Yun bowed slightly, gesturing for her to enter with utmost respect. Thank you, Steward Yun. Liu Rumei smiled in response and confidently stepped inside. Her gaze swept across the hall, which was elegantly arranged. With tables and chairs neatly placed, although lacking in extravagant decorations, it radiated a rustic charm. Bring forth the meal, Steward Yun called out to those outside. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the spacious hall. The kitchen had long prepared the food, and at his command, a stream of servants flowed in, each carrying trays laden with steaming dishes, serving them methodically onto the table. As Liu Rumei surveyed the food before her, she thought it lacked the lavish offerings she had anticipated. No grand feasts or exotic delicacies, just simple congee and side dishes. The porridge was thick and fragrant, while the side dishes, though modest, appeared fresh and appetizing. Liu Rumei had no complaints. She was not a picky eater. As long as her hunger was sated, that sufficed. In modern times, she often found herself too busy to indulge in elaborate meals. Frequently settling for a quick bite of bread and milk, Steward Yun observed Liu Rumei's expression discreetly, initially concerned that she might be dissatisfied with the simplicity of the meal, but was pleasantly surprised to see her eat with such ease. Liu Rumei consumed her meal with remarkable speed, finishing a bowl of porridge and a plate of side dishes in no time. She set down her chopsticks, gently dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, and declared, I am finished. Xiaoya, let us go for a stroll. She believed that after a meal one should take a leisurely stroll, and her curiosity about the world beyond the walls of the Wangfu was insatiable. She yearned to explore it. Liu Rumei was not a resident of the Wangfu, and thus Butler Yun would naturally not hinder her from venturing outside. Would you like to take a carriage, miss? Butler Yun recalled the prince's instructions. Miss Liu was a distinguished guest of the residence, and everything must be arranged meticulously, without the slightest negligence. No, I prefer to walk. Thank you for your kind offer, Butler Yun, Liu Rumei replied with a smile. This was her first visit to the ancient world, and riding in a carriage for a fleeting glimpse would be devoid of meaning. Walking allowed her to savor the scenery along the way and truly appreciate the unique charm of this ancient realm. A young maid followed closely behind Liu Rumei as they exited the Wangfu and arrived at the bustling marketplace. On either side of the market were teahouses, taverns, pawnshops, and workshops, each crowding against the other. Their entrances bustling with activity, numerous small vendors with large umbrellas occupied the open spaces, and the sounds of laughter and conversation echoed from the teahouses. Travelers of all sorts came and went from the inns. While some stalls offered fortune-telling, drawing curious onlookers, this indeed resembled the bustling streets of ancient times, yet Liu Rumei felt an uncanny emptiness, as though something was amiss. After pondering briefly, she suddenly realized, yes. There were no food vendors. The ancient marketplaces she had seen on television were filled with a myriad of snacks and delicious delicacies, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, yet here, not a single food stall could be found. Which left her perplexed. Little maid, why is there no one selling food? Miss Liu, you are not from the kingdom of Wuqi, are you? The young maid tilted her head, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. No, I am not, Liu Rumei replied truthfully. No wonder you are unaware that the kingdom of Wuqi is currently in dire straits, the maid said, her brows furrowed, her expression somewhat somber. Oh, how so? Liu Rumei inquired curiously. Stopping to focus on the maid, locusts have ravaged the fields, the crops planted by the farmers and the rice paddies have been devoured by the swarms, leaving the common folk with nothing to harvest. The price of rice has soared to 100 taels per dough, and people are struggling to feed themselves, let alone sell food, the maid explained, her eyes reflecting a sense of compassion for the plight of the people. She recalled her own misfortunes. Her father had sold her for a mere handful of grain, the exchange yielding little more than a bag of flour, not even enough rice. Locusts, is that truly the cause? Rice prices have skyrocketed to 100 taels per dough. Surely you jest, Liu Rumei exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. In her memory, while locust plagues were indeed severe, they did not typically inflate food prices to such outrageous heights. It is true, miss. You have not witnessed the swarms in the fields, they are densely packed and quite terrifying, the maid recalled, shuddering at the thought of the locusts' devastation. Her family also farmed, and while they had encountered locusts in previous years, this year's infestation was unprecedented, with every locust appearing particularly large, sweeping through the fields and leaving nothing in their wake. Is there no one using pesticides? Liu Rumei instinctively asked, as modern methods to combat locusts included many effective approaches. Pesticides being among them. Pesticides? What are those? The maid looked bewildered, having never heard of such a term. In their region, pests were traditionally dealt with by hand, and flying ones were driven away with scarecrows. However, this year's locusts were simply too numerous for those methods to suffice. Pesticides are substances that can kill pests, Liu Rumei elucidated. Oh, the maid nodded, her expression a mix of understanding and curiosity. Please, kind lady, do spare a morsel for the starving. I have not tasted a single grain of rice in 3 days. A ragged old beggar woman approached Liu Rumei, her voice hoarse and her face etched with the trials of life. She extended her withered hand, grasping at Liu Rumei's sleeve, her eyes filled with pleading. Liu Rumei's expression faltered. It was not that she was unwilling to help, but rather that she had nothing to offer at the moment. I have no food on me, she lamented. Please, I beg you, spare some silver. The beggar woman shifted her plea upon realizing there was no food forthcoming. In her eyes, this beautiful young lady, dressed in fine attire, appeared to be someone of means. If only she could receive a small sum, she could procure at least a bit of rice to sustain her for a few days. Seeing the woman's desperation, Liu Rumei hesitated for a moment before removing the earrings from her ears and handing them to the old woman. I cannot ascertain their worth, but please, take them. The earrings sparkled in the sunlight, suggesting a considerable value. The old woman, upon receiving them, cradled them in her hands as if grasping a lifeline, her voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you, kind lady, thank you. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. These earrings were undoubtedly worth a significant sum, and with them, she might be able to secure some food to survive. Others witnessing the exchange perceived a glimmer of hope and surged forward, encircling Liu Rumei and the maid. Please, I implore you. An elderly man with white hair pushed to the front, his voice quaking. My family has not eaten a single grain in 2 days. A young woman, clutching her child, beseeched with tears brimming in her eyes. Please, I beg you, my daughter is on the brink of death. I implore you to save us. A middle-aged man, his face etched with urgency, cried out as his child lay starving and weak. Miss, the cacophony reverberated in Liu Rumei's ears, overwhelming her senses. Amidst the chaos, someone inadvertently shoved her, and in the turmoil, her hairpin was wrenched from her head, her garments were seized, tugged askew, and she found herself unable to escape, feeling utterly exposed and vulnerable within the throng. Fear began to creep in. She had never anticipated that merely giving away a pair of earrings would incite such turmoil. These people had not eaten for days, and seeing her generosity sparked a desperate hope for survival. If she could provide them with silver or jewelry, they might trade it for rice. Faced with the specter of death, each individual was fervently pleading for their lives, just as Liu Rumei felt herself on the verge of collapse. She was suddenly lifted into a solid embrace, her feet leaving the ground. Instinctively, she looked up to see Xiao Qingran's face. She was taken aback. Was this the ancient art of lightness? The sensation was extraordinary. Akin to flight, she quickly tightened her grip around his waist, fearful of falling. Xiao Qingran stiffened slightly, surprised by her sudden embrace, almost losing his balance. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, employing his lightness skill, and they landed securely on the second floor of the tea house. Are you alright? Xiao Qingran asked, concern evident in his gaze. I am fine, Liu Rumei replied. Xiao Qingran's arrival was timely. Though her hair had come undone and her clothes were slightly soiled, she had not sustained any serious injuries. However, the scene they had just escaped still left her shaken. Do not give away items again. It addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. There are countless refugees. You cannot single-handedly provide aid, Xiao Qingran admonished. His tone serious. He disapproved of Liu Rumei's actions, believing they would only place her in danger and offer no substantial help in resolving the refugee crisis, but I felt so sorry for her. In that moment, I couldn't resist giving her the earrings. Liu Rumei defended herself. As a physician in her past life, the mission to save lives had been deeply ingrained in her. In modern times, she could not bear to witness patients suffering, and now, seeing these refugees struggling on the brink of death, how could she remain indifferent? As a prince, do you not have the ability to assist these people? Are you simply going to stand by and watch them starve? Liu Rumei glared at Xiao Qingran, feeling a surge of anger. A prince should possess the capacity to help the common folk. She had previously held a favorable view of him, even contemplating a deeper connection, but Liu Rumei felt a twinge of disbelief. As a woman, she required at least 1 or 2 bowls of porridge for a meal. While a robust man managed to endure 2 days with merely a single bowl, how could he possibly withstand such deprivation? She scrutinized Xiao Qingran closely and noted his pallid complexion, slightly cracked lips, and an overall appearance that suggested malnutrition. Very well, it appeared she had misjudged this prince. Had she inadvertently stepped into a realm beset by famine, a year of scarcity, with food in short supply and everyone living in fear? What a terrifying scenario. Indeed, Xiao Qingran nodded helplessly, his gaze fixed upon the suffering populace in the marketplace, filled with worry yet powerless to effect change. Is there a famine occurring here? Liu Rumei inquired, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the desolate surroundings, her eyes brimming with concern. Yes, Xiao Qingran replied heavily, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of helplessness as he surveyed the afflicted land and its people, his heart laden with sorrow. Is it due to the locust plague? Liu Rumei asked again, striving to uncover the root of the problem in hopes of finding a solution. Not entirely. Some regions are suffering from drought, rendering crops unviable. Xiao Qingran sighed deeply. Without viable crops, there is naturally no rice to eat. The drought has cracked the earth, preventing growth, while the locusts ravage the fields, pushing the populace into a dire predicament. If I were to say I have a solution, would you believe me? A glimmer of confidence flickered in Liu Rumei's eyes as she regarded Xiao Qingran, her gaze resolute. Are you speaking truthfully? Do you truly possess a means? Xiao Qingran's heart raced with excitement as he grasped Liu Rumei's hand, hope igniting within him. In this moment of despair, he was unwilling to overlook even the faintest glimmer of hope. I do, but I require certain materials to concoct a pesticide, Liu Rumei stated earnestly. As long as you have a method, whatever you need, this prince will procure it, Xiao Qingran declared, gripping her hand tightly as though it were a lifeline, his tone resolute and sincere. Would you brave the mountains of knives and seas of fire for it? Liu Rumei teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. This prince would willingly do so, Xiao Qingran replied without hesitation, his heart consumed by concern for the people as he witnessed their struggles against hunger. It felt as though his heart were being scorched by flames, the torment he could scarcely endure. To save the populace, he was prepared to sacrifice everything. I was merely jesting, there is no need for such extremes. Merely ginger will suffice. Liu Rumei laughed, realizing her earlier misunderstanding about his character. This man indeed harbored a profound concern for the common folk. A ginger? Xiao Qingran exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated the answer to be so simple. Indeed, simply crush the old ginger into a paste, mix it with half a liter of clean water, stir it, and after an hour, strain out the residue, Liu Rumei elaborated. Is it truly that simple? A spark of astonishment lit Xiao Qingran's eyes. He had not expected the remedy for the locust problem to be so easily executable. Yes, the process of creating this natural pesticide is quite straightforward. Additionally, there is another method. Chickens consume locusts, so placing chickens in the fields to feast upon them will yield even better results. Liu Rumei added, very well, I shall immediately dispatch someone to carry out this task. It was only then that Xiao Qingran realized he was still holding Liu Rumei's hand. Feeling somewhat awkward as he released it. I apologize, I have lost my composure. No matter, we have already embraced, what difference does holding hands make? Liu Rumei's implication was clear, accompanied by a hint of mischief in her gaze. Xiao Qingran's face flushed involuntarily. This girl was teasing him again, yet he found himself inexplicably pleased by it, a sensation that left him somewhat bewildered. This prince shall personally procure the ginger and prepare the pesticide. Would you care to accompany me? Certainly, Liu Rumei readily agreed, as she had little else to occupy her time, viewing it as a pleasant diversion, albeit with a little maid still waiting below, the maid who had accompanied the steward to the prince's residence that day. This prince will have someone inform her to return to the residence first, Xiao Qingran stated, resolute in ensuring that no other woman approached him closely, for Liu Rumei had already earned a unique place in his heart. Very well, Liu Rumei nodded in agreement. Let us depart, Xiao Qingran declared. Indeed, Liu Rumei responded, and together they set off. Xiao Qingran led Liu Rumei to the homes of farmers to purchase ginger. In the present market, Scarcely anyone sold vegetables or food. The famine had rendered everything desolate, leaving them no choice but to seek ginger from the farmers' homes. The prince has arrived. Humble woman pays her respects to the prince. A woman clad in grey cloth, her face gaunt yet filled with reverence for the prince, hurriedly approached to bow. The prolonged famine had left her frail, and her clothing appeared somewhat tattered. There is no need for such formalities. I have come today to purchase ginger, Xiao Qingran replied gently, urgency evident in his gaze as he hoped to acquire the ginger swiftly. Purchasing ginger. The woman appeared somewhat puzzled. Yes, whatever quantity you possess. I shall take it all, Xiao Qingran asserted. Very well, your highness, please wait a moment while I go to the fields, the woman replied, preparing to head to the fields to dig for ginger. Mother, is it the prince who has come? A young girl rushed out from the house, clad in coarse cloth, her skin slightly darkened, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness. Upon seeing Xiao Qingran, her face radiated joy and admiration, her eyes shimmering as though she had encountered the most precious treasure in the world. Jiao pays her respects to the prince. At that moment, she saw only Xiao Qingran, her voice trembling slightly, tinged with youthful shyness and excitement. There's no need for formalities, Xiao Qingran replied coolly, oblivious to the fervent affection reflected in Jiao's gaze. Thank you, your highness. Jiao's face beamed with happiness. She stood there like a small flower blooming in the cold wind, ordinary, yet full of vitality from the moment she had first laid eyes on the prince. She had been enchanted. In her heart, he was a celestial being, deeply caring for the common people, a perfect prince in every respect. The prince often visited their fields, showing genuine concern for their crops. Each visit filled her heart with joy. He had conversed with her amidst her family's fields, and although their exchanges were simple inquiries about their agricultural conditions, Jiao replayed those words in her mind. Each recollection bringing her immense delight. After seeing the prince, she often found herself unable to sleep through the night, his image occupying her thoughts. Shall we head to the fields? Xiao Qingran turned to Liu Rumei. Very well. Liu Rumei was not a sheltered young lady. In her childhood, she had accompanied her grandfather to gather medicinal herbs on the mountains. The rugged paths were fraught with thorns and stones. Yet she and her grandfather had ventured forth on foot, enduring the scratches the thorns inflicted, never once considering retreat. What fear would there be in traversing the fields? Only then did Jiao realize that a beautiful woman stood beside Xiao Qingran. How lovely! Jiao was struck by Liu Rumei's ethereal beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting, her exquisite features and elegant demeanor captivating. Who is she? Why does she stand beside the prince? Jiao's heart brimmed with confusion, accompanied by a wave of disappointment. Rumors had suggested that the prince was indifferent to women, yet here stood Liu Rumei, and Jiao felt unworthy in comparison, akin to an ugly duckling next to a radiant swan. Prince, I have retrieved the Ho. Jiao, accompany your mother to the fields. Observing her daughter's expression, the mother discerned her feelings. A mother knows her daughter best, and she could not allow her child to fall deeper into unrequited love. The prince was not a figure the likes of them could aspire to, besides Jiao's appearance was too plain, while the woman beside the prince was simply too beautiful for her to compete with. She hoped her daughter would come to understand reality and not become ensnared in a love that could lead to naught. Yes, mother. Jiao passed by Xiao Qingran, her spirit dimmed, her once light steps now heavy and slow. She recognized her unworthiness in the prince's eyes, yet the sight of another woman beside him still evoked feelings of loss and sadness, akin to a dagger slicing through her heart. Liu Rumei and Xiao Qingran followed suit to the fields where the crops lay ravaged by locusts. What should have been a season of abundance was now a scene of devastation. The leaves of the crops had been stripped bare, leaving only the stark stalks behind, the land marred with signs of the locust's havoc. What once promised hope now lay in ruin, filling the woman's heart with deep sorrow. Farmers rely on the heavens to bless their harvests. Yet in these times, natural and man-made disasters abound. Alas, how difficult it is. She picked up the hoe and began digging for ginger, which, being subterranean, had escaped the locust's appetite and grown quite large. It hurts. Jiao suddenly cried out, her voice laced with anguish. The farmer, hearing her distress, hastily dropped her hoe and rushed to her daughter's side. Anxiety etched on her face. Jiao, what has happened? Mother, my foot. Jiao wept, tears streaming down her cheeks as blood flowed freely, staining the earth around her. Jiao, my precious Jiao, what shall we do? The mother was frantic, her anxiety palpable as she paced like an ant on a hot stove, her hands trembled, uncertainty flooding her mind as she looked at her daughter with fear and helplessness. Let me take a look. Liu Rumei approached, crouching down to examine Jiao's wound. Her gaze was focused and calm. In this moment of crisis, her instinct as a healer prompted her to act swiftly. Ah, it hurts so much, mother, it hurts. Jiao cried out, her body shivering, her face pale from the pain. The blood vessels have ruptured. We must stop the bleeding immediately, Liu Rumei remarked, swiftly retrieving a vial of hemostatic medicine and disinfectant from her pocket. At that moment, the gaze of the others was fixed upon Jiao's injured foot, oblivious to Liu Rumei's actions. It may hurt a bit, but bear with it, Liu Rumei gently urged Jiao, her hands moving with remarkable speed. As the disinfectant was poured, the hemostatic powder was likewise sprinkled upon Jiao's foot. It hurts, mother, it hurts so much. Jiao sobbed more intensely, the agony becoming nearly unbearable. Jiao, my precious Jiao, the woman wept, clutching her daughter tightly. Desperately trying to offer solace even as her own body trembled with fear for her child's well-being. The bleeding has ceased, Liu Rumei announced. What? The woman looked at Zhao's foot, and indeed, the blood had stopped flowing so quickly. She was astounded, incredulous that the bleeding could be staunched so rapidly. Even Xiao Qinran found it remarkable. The efficacy of this hemostatic powder was extraordinary, having halted the bleeding almost instantaneously. A thought struck him: if this medicine could be utilized in the military, it would undoubtedly reduce casualties, a significant boon for the army. However, while the bleeding had temporarily ceased, the wound was too deep and required suturing. Liu Rumei frowned as she spoke. Miss, what is suturing? The woman had never encountered the term before and looked at Liu Rumei with confusion and trepidation. Suturing is the process of stitching the wound closed with needle and thread, which will expedite healing and minimize scarring, Liu Rumei patiently explained. Suturing, the woman stammered, taken aback by the notion that a wound could be stitched closed, a concept that left her utterly astonished. Yes, wounds can be sutured, much like mending a garment, Liu Rumei elaborated further. The others were equally incredulous, having never heard of such a procedure before, yet Liu Rumei had indeed stemmed Zhao's bleeding, and the woman, though skeptical, implored Liu Rumei to assist in saving her daughter. Rest assured. First, let us carry her back inside. Liu Rumei's voice was calm and resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance among those present. Zhao, mother will carry you back. The woman hesitated to ask the prince for assistance, her ingrained beliefs about propriety dictating her actions. Carefully, she crouched down, allowing Zhao to lie upon her back. Zhao complied, resting against her mother's back. Her heart deeply moved in that moment. Unbeknownst to her, her mother's hair had begun to turn white, the strands glistening painfully in the sunlight. Tears blurred Zhao's vision, flooding her heart with an overwhelming sense of guilt and sorrow. Mother. Sob. The anguish in Zhao's cries was laden with pain for her mother. Zhao, does it hurt terribly? The woman's voice trembled with emotion, her own heart aching with every step as she walked heavily but resolutely, determined to bring her daughter to safety. It doesn't hurt anymore, mother. The pain in my foot pales in comparison to the pain in my heart. Zhao reflected on her earlier actions, filled with regret. She had been so captivated by the prince that she had inadvertently injured herself. Gazing at her mother's white hair, she felt a surge of remorse. She had been so unfilial. The prince was a paragon of excellence, while she was but a speck of dust. The disparity between them was vast. Had she not encountered the maiden by the prince's side today, she would still be lost in her daydreams. But now she was awakened to reality. Her father had passed away early, leaving her and her mother to rely on one another. Her mother had toiled her entire life, enduring the burdens of widowhood. Her mother is merely in her 40s, Zhao lamented inwardly, astonished that her mother had aged so, while she herself had been blissfully unaware, lost in her own fantasies. The woman, bearing Zhao upon her back, trudged laboriously until they finally reached their humble abode. She gently placed Zhao onto the bed, which was little more than a dirt platform. I need to perform surgery on Zhao. You all must step outside, Liu Rumei declared with an undeniable authority. Miss, may I stay with Zhao? The woman pleaded, her eyes filled with worry and yearning. No, Liu Rumei firmly refused, explaining that having others present would complicate her work in the lab. Such an extraordinary capability should remain concealed. Should her secret be revealed, it could spell disaster for her. Please step outside. Xiao Qinran, aware of her secret, understood her desire for privacy. Zhao, mother will step outside, do not be afraid. I will be just outside, the woman comforted her daughter tenderly. Zhao weakly replied. Once Xiao Qinran and the woman exited, Liu Rumei quietly retrieved the anesthetic from her lab. I will administer an anesthetic. And you won't feel pain during the suturing, she assured. Thank you, Miss, Zhao expressed with a faint yet grateful voice. After the anesthetic was administered, Zhao felt the pain dissipate. Liu Rumei's technique was deft, and soon she had sutured Zhao's wound with skillful precision. Under the influence of the medication, Zhao drifted into a peaceful slumber. Liu Rumei opened the door, and the woman immediately inquired, Miss, how is my daughter? Do not worry, the surgery was a success, she will recover completely within 3 to 5 days, Liu Rumei replied with a confident smile. 3 to 5 days for a full recovery, so soon? The woman was astonished, having never witnessed such miraculous medical prowess. Indeed, Liu Rumei confirmed, to her, it was merely a simple procedure, enhanced by her specially formulated medicine, which was significantly more effective than what was commercially available. Thank you. Miss, may I know your esteemed name? The woman's eyes sparkled with gratitude. I am Liu Rumei, this is the disinfectant for your daughter. Remember to apply it 2 to 3 times daily by gently wiping it on her wound, Liu Rumei instructed with patience. Xiao Qinran pondered the name Liu Rumei, a beautiful name akin to a flower in full bloom, enchanting and delicate. Thank you, Miss Liu. How much should I pay for this medicine? The woman wished to avoid imposing on Liu Rumei, fully aware that such remedies incurred a cost. Liu Rumei surveyed the meager household, noting that it was devoid of even basic furnishings, likely lacking in financial resources as well. It is unnecessary, she replied. After all, she would utilize these medicines again and would not require payment. That will not do, your medicines require resources, and I cannot allow you to incur a loss, the woman insisted. Her principled nature shining through. Liu Rumei silently admired the woman's integrity. That if you truly wish to offer something, you may exchange some ginger from your farm, she suggested, noting that they were planning to harvest ginger from her land. Very well, I shall check on Jiaoer first, then I will go to gather ginger for you, the woman resolved, her concern for her daughter paramount. Go ahead, she has just fallen asleep, let her rest well. Liu Rumei understood the woman's feelings. Yes, Miss Liu, the woman complied, her heart lightened upon seeing that Jiaoer's foot had ceased to bleed, and the wound appeared as though it were healing. Albeit with an unsightly scar resembling a centipede. Alas, my poor daughter, not yet promised to anyone, and now she bears such a long scar, surely it will be a source of disdain for her future husband. What shall we do? The woman sighed heavily, her worries palpable. Liu Rumei overheard her lamentations. Do not fret, she is merely asleep and will be perfectly fine. Liu Rumei reassured her. Alas, I worry that the scar on Jiaoer's foot will lead to rejection from her future in-laws. The woman's face was etched with concern. Women in ancient times faced immense challenges, where even a scar could lead to disdain. Liu Rumei reflected deeply on the plight of women in such an era. What is there to worry about? In a few days, I will provide you with a scar removal ointment, she offered, her concoction being a renowned beauty treatment that would be highly sought after in contemporary times. Thank you, Miss Liu, the woman exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes, nearly kneeling in gratitude. Liu Rumei, taken aback by the customary act of kneeling at such a moment, quickly assisted her up. The woman stood, her heart swelling with appreciation for Liu Rumei. I must thank you, Mississippi. I must gather more ginger for you as a token of my gratitude. I have little else to offer. Xiao Qingran's perception of Liu Rumei began to shift. Having initially assumed her to be an unprincipled woman for her peculiar attire, perhaps that style was simply a reflection of her exotic homeland, he began to re-evaluate this celestial maiden, her medical skills, her kindness, and her air of mystery igniting a newfound curiosity within him. Chapter 16, The Rescue, Part 3. The woman returned to the fields to continue harvesting ginger, the scorching sun beating down upon the earth as if seeking to scorch everything in its path. Sweat cascaded down her forehead like a string of pearls soaking her garments, yet she toiled on without a hint of complaint. She understood that these ginger roots might bring a glimmer of hope to their lives. For her daughter, for their family, she must persevere. Miss Liu, is this ginger sufficient? Can we commence the preparation of the pesticide? Xiao Qingran inquired, his thoughts consumed with finding a remedy to combat the locust plague and save the populace from calamity. Perhaps we should first prepare some, my dear. This ginger can be used as an insecticide. You could learn to use it to eliminate pests, which would undoubtedly lead to a more bountiful harvest for your crops. Liu Rumei gazed confidently at the pile of ginger at her feet, fully aware of the immense value these seemingly ordinary roots held in this era. Ginger can also repel insects. Liu, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge, the woman exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. If pests could be eradicated, their crop yields would surely increase, easing the burdens of their lives. Indeed, the benefits of ginger are manifold. It not only wards off insects but also enhances the flavor of dishes and serves as a medicinal herb. Liu Rumei patiently elucidated, eager to impart her knowledge to these humble folk. Ginger can even be used as medicine. The woman, taken aback, realized she had never before encountered such information. In her understanding, ginger was merely a common seasoning, never considering its remarkable properties. Yes, it can alleviate colds and menstrual pains. When brewing tea, simply wash and slice the ginger, place it in a cup, add some brown sugar, and pour in boiling water. It warms the stomach and dispels cold. For soup, take a small amount of ginger in jujubes, wash them thoroughly, place them in a pot, add suitable water, and simmer for a nourishing broth. Liu Rumei elaborated on the medicinal virtues of ginger, hoping her insights would aid the woman. Now, we must crush the ginger to create the insecticide. Liu Rumei detailed the process, her expertise evident, earning the admiration of onlookers. The woman watched intently, fearful of missing any crucial step. Recognizing the importance of this knowledge that might alter her family's fate, Xiao Qingran kept a respectful distance, wary of the potential discomfort he might experience should he get too close. He silently observed Liu Rumei's skilled movements. His curiosity piqued about her origins and the breadth of her unusual knowledge. Once finished, simply sprinkle this over your crops or seedlings, Liu Rumei instructed as she completed the preparation of the insecticide and handed it to the woman. Let me try it, the woman exclaimed eagerly, her hopes resting on this remedy to increase her harvest. She hurried off to the fields with the insecticide. How long until it takes effect? Xiao Qingran inquired with concern. Within 2 days. In fact, there is another method that works even faster, showing results on the same day, Liu Rumei replied, her confidence evident. Oh, what is this method? Xiao Qingran listened intently, eager to hear an effective solution. In nature, all beings exist in a delicate balance. The greatest enemy of locusts is frogs. You could catch some frogs and release them into the fields to hunt the locusts. Additionally, chickens are also natural predators of locusts. Many farmers keep chickens, so you could let a few roam the fields, thus eliminating the locusts while providing food for the chickens. It's a win-win situation. Liu Rumei elaborated on her strategy, hoping to assist the people of this land. If your method proves effective, I shall ensure swift communication to the capital, Xiao Qingran declared, understanding the significance of these solutions and the necessity of informing his royal brother. Do not doubt my words. If you wish, you may try them yourself, Liu Rumei encouraged, hoping to instill confidence in her recommendations. Very well, I shall act immediately, Xiao Qingran resolutely responded, determined to personally test her methods. Indeed, Liu Rumei nodded, confident in the efficacy of her suggestions. Yunji, this matter is entrusted to you, Xiao Qingran commanded into the air. Yes, my lord, came a low voice, fading into silence. Yunji was Xiao Qingran's shadowy attendant, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Liu Rumei merely heard the voice. Having seen no shadow, a testament to the mysterious power of internal strength. How impressive. I wish to learn such skills, though I wonder if I possess the aptitude, she mused. In a world where violence could erupt at any moment, one needed some form of self-defense. No, I could simply hire a bodyguard. She realized, however, hiring protection required funds, and she was presently burdened with debt. She pondered the potential value of the medicines in her laboratory. My lord, could you kindly direct me to a pharmacy? Liu Rumei asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. What business do you have at the pharmacy? Is something amiss? Xiao Qingran queried with concern. No, I'm perfectly fine. I merely wish to engage in some trade at the pharmacy, Liu Rumei clarified hastily. Trade? Xiao Qingran regarded her with intrigue. Yes, she affirmed with a nod. I shall accompany you, he decided, curious to see what business Liu Rumei intended to conduct. Well, alright, Liu Rumei considered the situation, believing that with the prince's presence, the pharmacy staff would not dare to deceive her. Having just arrived, she was still unfamiliar with the local pricing. Each dynasty had its own currency value. And this was an alternate realm. She needed to grasp the economic system of this world to survive. Chapter 17. Selling medicine. The pharmacy was adorned with a unique charm. Upon entering, a rich and distinctive aroma of herbs enveloped her. A blend of various medicinal ingredients that seemed to exude the essence of time and nature. On either side stood two symmetrical triangular counters, their wooden grains clearly visible, emanating a soft luster that spoke of the pharmacy's long history. Behind the counters, shelves were brimming with neatly labeled medicine boxes, each name bearing the promise of healing. As she ventured further down the central aisle, the view opened up, revealing a beautifully carved bamboo screen. The intricacy of the carvings was exquisite, each line flowing seamlessly, as if crafted by a master artisan. The bamboo's texture came alive in the engravings, either unfurling or curling, showcasing an innate beauty. To the left lay the medicine preparation room, where the rhythmic sound of pounding herbs resonated, accompanied by the soft murmurs of apprentices discussing the weight and preparation methods of the ingredients. To the right was the consultation area, furnished with several antique consultation tables, neatly arranged with writing materials and basic medical instruments. The walls of the consultation area displayed anatomical charts and excerpts from ancient medical texts, enhancing the scholarly atmosphere of this bustling establishment. The entire pharmacy was filled with a fragrant smoke, wafting through the air like a delicate veil, instilling a sense of tranquility. The shopkeeper sat behind the counter, intently working on an abacus. His fingers danced swiftly over the beads, the crisp sound of the beads colliding resonating within the pharmacy, akin to a unique melody. He appeared astute and capable, his slightly plump form not detracting from his agility, his eyes reflecting the shrewdness typical of a merchant. A hint of stubble adorned his chin, a testament to the passage of time, suggesting he was around 45 years old. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, I feel utterly wretched. Moans began to punctuate the serene ambience of the pharmacy. The sounds varied in pitch and gender, each filled with agony and helplessness, echoing like cries for salvation in the face of illness. At that moment, the pharmacy was abuzz with activity, a throng of people jostling for space. There were elderly individuals, supported by family members, women cradling children, their eyes filled with anxiety, and robust young men, their brows furrowed in pain. The apprentices bustled through the crowd like diligent bees, holding prescriptions, and swiftly searching for ingredients, expertly weighing and packaging them, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, yet they paid no heed to wiping them away. Among the apprentices, one spotted Xiao Qingran and Liu Rumei, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered a rare treasure. With a broad smile, he approached them, his voice booming. What can I do for you, esteemed sir and lady? Having worked in the pharmacy for quite some time, he had developed an eye for discerning valuable customers. In this establishment, apart from a fixed monthly salary, the owner had established a rule. The more medicinal ingredients one sold, the greater the commission, incentivizing the apprentices to serve customers with utmost diligence. We are not here to purchase medicine, Xiao Qingran replied coolly, his gaze sweeping across the pharmacy as if assessing something. Not buying medicine? Then are you here for a consultation? Consultations are to the right. The apprentice remained undeterred, eagerly providing information. We are neither purchasing medicine nor seeking a consultation. We have come to discuss business with your owner, Liu Rumei interjected with a confident smile, exuding poise and assurance. Discuss business with our owner. Upon hearing this, the young apothecary found himself in a bit of a quandary. He was acutely aware that the proprietor was not someone easily accessible, and it was beyond his purview to make such decisions. A hesitant expression crossed his face. "Let us first meet with the shopkeeper," suggested Xiao Qingran, perceiving the apothecary's dilemma. "Very well, my dear girl, our esteemed shopkeeper is at the counter," replied the apothecary, visibly relieved, as he hurriedly gestured for them to follow. Indeed, Liu Rumei nodded slightly, then proceeded alongside Xiao Qingran towards the counter. Liu Rumei stepped forward and courteously called out, "Shopkeeper Su." Upon hearing the voice, Shopkeeper Su paused his calculations, lifting his head in inquiry. A look of mild perplexity adorned his somewhat plump face as he beheld the two unfamiliar young individuals. "What brings you here?" he inquired, scrutinizing them with a discerning gaze. "I possess some superior medicine and wish to discuss a business proposition with your esteemed master." "Might you be so kind as to facilitate an introduction?" Liu Rumei stated with composed confidence, holding a delicate box containing the medicinal products she intended to present. "Superior medicine." The shopkeeper's interest piqued as he raised his gaze once more, appraising them anew. Noticing their refined attire, his seasoned eye, accustomed to assessing characters, made him speculate that their backgrounds were indeed exceptional, perhaps indicating the presence of truly remarkable medicine. "Indeed," Liu Rumei replied affirmatively. "Allow me to inspect it first. Should it meet my approval, I shall introduce you to my master. He is exceedingly busy, attending to a myriad of affairs daily. If the efficacy of your medicine is average, it would be a disservice to disturb him. However, if it proves extraordinary, I can approach him at a later time." Shopkeeper Su contemplated, considering that he should not squander his master's precious time over trivial matters, for time is indeed money. "Understood." Liu Rumei acknowledged the shopkeeper's rationale. Opening the box to reveal antiseptic solution and hemostatic medicine, she placed the remedies upon the counter, stating, "This is antiseptic solution and hemostatic medicine. First, cleanse the wound to prevent infection, then apply the hemostatic agent, which will promptly halt the bleeding." Her eyes sparkled with confidence, fully assured of the efficacy of her concoctions. The shopkeeper, astounded, set aside his abacus, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he focused intently on the two vials. "Are you suggesting that this medicine can instantly stop bleeding?" he asked. Having witnessed countless hemostatic remedies throughout his years in the apothecary, he knew that few could achieve such immediate results. If this medicine indeed possessed such miraculous properties, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. "Yes, you may have your physician verify the efficacy of the medicine," Liu Rumei stated, brimming with self-assurance. "Very well," the shopkeeper exclaimed, raising his voice to call out, "Xiao Lizzie, come here and take this medicine to Dr. Huang for a trial to see if it can indeed halt bleeding instantly." "Yes, shopkeeper." Xiao Lizzie, the very apothecary who had attended to Liu Rumei earlier, responded as he hurried over, carefully taking the medicine before swiftly making his way to the consultation room. He realized that this matter was of great significance. If the medicine proved effective, it could lead to a monumental change for the apothecary, perhaps earning him a substantial reward. A quarter of an hour later, an elderly physician strode in with urgent steps, his gait brisk and powerful, excitement radiating from his countenance. "Shopkeeper Su, where is the person who provided you with the medicine? I wish to meet them," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as if he had discovered a new realm. "Dr. Huang, how did the medicine perform?" the shopkeeper inquired hastily, equally eager to learn the outcome. "Excellent, remarkable. I attended to a patient today whose leg had been severely wounded by a blade, and the blood would not cease flowing. I was on the verge of giving up hope when, lo and behold, the medicine brought by Xiao Lizzie is nothing short of miraculous. Upon application, the bleeding stopped immediately. You must tell me, where is the creator of this medicine? I must meet them." Dr. Huang's tone was filled with fervor, his hands trembling slightly. As a healer, encountering such an extraordinary remedy was undeniably exhilarating. "Is this truly the case?" Shopkeeper Su had initially assumed that the young woman before him was merely exaggerating, but now he was overcome with joy at the veracity of her claims. If he could successfully procure this medicine for the apothecary, it would undoubtedly flourish. Am I to jest? Please, tell me, where is the person who created this medicine? Dr. Huang scanned the surroundings anxiously, searching for the mastermind behind such a remarkable creation. In his imagination, he envisioned the creator as an elderly sage with a wealth of experience and profound medical knowledge, never considering that the genius could be a youthful woman. "Right before you stands the creator. This young lady claims to have formulated the medicine." Shopkeeper Su indicated Liu Rumei, his own eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. "Oh," Dr. Huang regarded Liu Rumei with surprise, his gaze filled with skepticism and incredulity. "Young lady, I am the physician at this apothecary. My surname is Huang, courtesy name Liu Yuan. May I inquire your name and the lineage from which you hail?" "Greetings, Dr. Huang. I am Liu Rumei, trained under my father and grandfather." Liu Rumei replied with a smile. Dr. Huang mentally sifted through his knowledge of physicians with the surname Liu, finding none that matched. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Might I inquire who your father and grandfather are?" His curiosity about her background intensified. My father and grandfather have chosen to live in seclusion. I hope you understand my reluctance to disclose further details. Liu Rumei responded. She was keen to foster a cordial relationship with Dr. Huang, believing that fellow practitioners could either be rivals or allies, and she preferred the latter, eager to engage in discussions about medical practices. Not at all, Miss Liu, you are truly a remarkable young woman, possessing such profound knowledge at such a tender age. I am deeply impressed, Dr. Huang expressed with respect, appreciating talent regardless of age, his eyes brimming with admiration as he gave Liu Rumei a thumbs up. You flatter me, Dr. Huang, Liu Rumei humbly replied, embodying the virtues instilled in her by her upbringing, respect for the elderly and humility. Having been nurtured in an environment that valued modesty, she understood that humility was a virtue. Shopkeeper Su, this young lady wishes to sell this medicine to our apothecary. What are your thoughts? The shopkeeper inquired of Dr. Huang. Absolutely, you must acquire this medicine, Shopkeeper Su. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Dr. Huang urged passionately, envisioning the apothecary's future fame owing to this remedy, which would also elevate his own status as a physician, allowing him to save countless patients, his greatest aspiration as a healer. Very well, both of you. I shall facilitate an introduction to our esteemed master. Please follow me, Shopkeeper Su declared excitedly, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity and determined not to let it pass. Agreed. Liu Rumei and Xiao Qingran exchanged knowing smiles. Following Shopkeeper Su deeper into the apothecary, Xiao Lizzie, keep a watch over the counter, Shopkeeper Su instructed. Yes, shopkeeper. Xiao Lizzie, the shopkeeper's wife's nephew, was well cared for by his uncle, who always favored his own kin in matters of good fortune. He hurriedly took his place behind the counter, his face alight with excitement, fully aware that today's events were extraordinary, potentially heralding significant changes for the apothecary. Chapter 18, Selling Medicine to Liu Rumei and Xiao Qingran accompanied Shopkeeper Su to the back courtyard. Upon crossing the high threshold and stepping into the meticulously paved courtyard, they were greeted by a refreshing breeze and a hint of floral fragrance. Gazing ahead, they beheld a straight corridor lined with crimson carpets that led deeper into the garden. Shopkeeper Su knocked gently on the door, cautiously inquiring if the master was within. What is it? Came the response. Master, a young lady has come to our apothecary to sell medicine, specifically hemostatic medicine. Dr. Huang has already tested it, and the results are outstanding. Both Dr. Huang and I believe this medicine could be invaluable to our apothecary. In that case, we shall procure it. Does Miss Liu wish to meet with me? Yes, master, she is just outside. Let her in. Yes, master. Shopkeeper Su entered, bowing respectfully and standing to the side. Upon first sight of the man, Liu Rumei was reminded of the phrase a peerless gentleman. She could not help but exclaim, "What beautiful eyes you have!" The man's eyes were a striking violet, shimmering like precious amethysts. Pardon, he inquired, his deep gaze locking onto Liu Rumei. I remarked upon the beauty of your eyes, she replied, captivated by his gaze. Beautiful, he chuckled. It has been 20 years since anyone has praised my eyes, because of their unusual hue. My father, misled by a concubine's words, believed my mother had been unfaithful, leading to her tragic demise. My poor mother was drowned alive, and before her death she entrusted me to a maid who had accompanied her. My cruel father even sought to have me killed alongside her, but it was Antoine, my mother's maid, who helped me escape through a dog hole. Indeed, your eyes are the finest I have ever seen, even those of mixed heritage pale in comparison, Liu Rumei declared. I have never before encountered someone who admired my eyes. Most are terrified upon seeing me, as if I were a ghost, he lamented. That is merely a reflection of their lack of discernment. Your eyes are truly magnificent, like dazzling amethysts, she affirmed. Indeed, it is they who lack vision, he replied, a genuine smile brightening his face. You are the proprietor of this apothecary? Liu Rumei did not forget the purpose of her visit. Yes, I am. Are you the girl here to sell medicine? Indeed, I am. The two exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingran felt a pang of jealousy. This woman seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of modesty, continuously gazing at other men. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Qingran involuntarily cleared his throat a few times. Is your throat uncomfortable? Liu Rumei inquired. No, it's nothing. It wasn't his throat that was bothering him, it was his heart. Although he had only seen Liu Rumei the day before, the sight of her fixating on another man stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him, making him yearn to give that man a good beating. What was wrong with him? Oh, if your throat is bothering you, I have some medicine that could help. A ginseng throat lozenge would be soothing and refreshing. No need. Xiao Qingran maintained his aloof demeanor as a prince, speaking succinctly and avoiding unnecessary chatter. I wonder who this young lady is. In truth, Zitian recognized Xiao Qingran, the prince of Xiao from the kingdom of Wuqing, who was a brother of the current emperor. He chose to pretend not to recognize the prince, primarily because he didn't want to kneel and pay his respects. Rumors suggested that the prince of Xiao had little interest in women, which he found hard to believe. After all, rumors were merely that, rumors, not to be taken as truth. He wanted to hear Liu Rumei articulate their relationship herself. I am currently residing in his residence. Liu Rumei mentally added that it was a temporary stay. She intended to leverage her position without disclosing the nature of their relationship. How others speculated was of no concern to her. Xiao Qingran's lips curled slightly upward, his mood significantly improved. This answer was satisfactory. Zitian felt somewhat disheartened, living in the prince's residence, yet he had not heard any news of the prince marrying a princess. It seemed the royal household was exceptionally discreet, not allowing even a whisper of news to escape. What price do you wish to sell this medicine for? What do you think, proprietor? Liu Rumei, unfamiliar with the value of currency in this kingdom, Was at a loss to set a price. Master, you should speak. I believe this medicine should be priced at 20 taels of silver per bottle. What does Miss Liu think? Zetian inquired, holding Liu Rumei in high regard. Liu Rumei turned to him. What do you think? Is that acceptable? That price seems fair. Xiao Qinran felt a surge of satisfaction, feigning restraint. Why did he feel as if she was allowing him to take charge? Excellent, excellent, let it be 20 taels per bottle, and we shall sign a contract. Today's bottle will be a gift, and I shall deliver 10 more bottles tomorrow, Liu Rumei stated decisively. Is this medicine available at other pharmacies? The proprietor was keenly calculating. No, young lady, this medicine will only be available at Jishintang in the future. Liu Rumei, quick-witted, grasped the proprietor's implication. He intended to buy her out. That was unacceptable. She still planned to open her own pharmacy and medical clinic in the future. No, I intend to open my own pharmacy. What, you plan to open a pharmacy yourself? The proprietor was utterly astonished. Is that not permissible? Does the kingdom of Wuqing have a law forbidding women from owning pharmacies? She was not a woman of the ancient times, confined to the home. She had aspirations and ambitions, and she intended to promote her medical skills and nothing of the sort, but it is generally frowned upon for women to be so publicly involved. Soothed, the proprietor hesitated to finish, as women engaging in business often faced gossip. What is wrong with that? You can't possibly think women should be confined to the home, adhering to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Can you? Nonsense. Women can also achieve great things, and they are not inferior to men. Liu Rumei was a modern woman. Expecting her to adhere to ancient standards was absurd. Haven't women always been treated this way? Su's voice dwindled. That is precisely because women have been oppressed by men. Without this oppression, women could rise to prominence and hold positions of power, Liu Rumei asserted coldly. The status of women in ancient times was abysmally low. With some being treated worse than dogs, men could take multiple wives, while women were expected to remain loyal. Why should that be? To rise to power and hold office, what grand aspirations! The men present gasped at Liu Rumei's bold statements. Chapter 19. The argument. Historically, women were barred from political involvement. Xiao Qingran could hardly comprehend why Liu Rumei would espouse such fantastical notions. The idea of women holding power was preposterous. He dismissed her words as mere talk. Not to be taken seriously. No one could have foreseen the tumultuous changes that would soon befall the kingdom of Wuqing, instigated by 3 women. Let us sign the contract. Liu Rumei understood that arguing further would be futile. This was an era steeped in male dominance, not the modern world. Even in contemporary society, misogyny persisted, let alone in this antiquated time. Very well, Zetian also considered Liu Rumei's words as mere banter, not to be taken seriously. The notion of women holding office was implausible. In this world, women's status was undeniably low. Su prepared the contract in duplicate. Fortuitously, Liu Rumei could write in calligraphy. Her grandfather was not only proficient in traditional medicine but also an excellent calligrapher. She had learned her skills from him. Suddenly, she felt a deep longing for home, yearning for her grandfather, her parents. Would she ever return to her modern life? All right, let us depart. Liu Rumei's sudden melancholy left Xiao Qingran at a loss. Just moments ago she had spoken with vigor, ready to debate, and now her tone had shifted to one of sorrow. Xiao Qingran was bewildered. Su, please see Miss Luo. Zetian did not insist on her staying, as he felt he lacked the standing to do so. Yes, master. Miss Liu, please. Upon exiting the pharmacy, Liu Rumei walked down the street, her heart a tumult of emotions as she gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Miss Liu, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Xiao Qingran asked, a hint of panic in his voice. He had never consoled a woman before. Liu Rumei was the first to come close to him, and seeing her tears pained him deeply. Miss Home, where do you reside? I shall escort you back. As long as it would stop Liu Rumei's tears, Xiao Qingran would not force her to remain. Despite his reluctance, though they had only just met, he could not bear to see her in distress. He wished for her happiness. Return. I cannot go back. Returning to the Z country is no simple matter. It would require a miracle. Liu Rumei's sobs grew louder. Do not cry. No matter how far, I shall take you home. Xiao Qingran gently wiped the tears from Liu Rumei's eyes. A beauty in tears, a sight to behold. You do not understand. I cannot return. I have no home anymore. Liu Rumei sobbed. Do not cry. You have a home. The royal residence will be your home from now on. Xiao Qingran embraced her. With a sense of security, Liu Rumei wept even more intensely, as if trying to release all the pain within her. After a lengthy bout of tears, Liu Rumei finally ceased, her eyes swollen and red. Feeling embarrassed, she withdrew from Xiao Qingran's embrace and apologized. I lost my composure. I must have embarrassed you. It is of no consequence. So long as you wish it, my embrace shall always be open to you. Should all go as expected, this woman would become his princess. Liu Rumei's heart raced wildly. Had he just confessed? In public, many passers-by cast curious glances their way. Wow, who says our prince is a blockhead? Clearly, he knows how to express himself. As long as you wish it, my embrace shall always be open to you, someone remarked, moved. The secret guard Xiaoyi observed from the shadows. For martial artists, hearing is acute. At this rate, it seems the royal household will soon be celebrating a joyous occasion, Xiao remarked. I believe so. Our prince is dashing and virtuous, and many women are infatuated with him, yet he remains indifferent. Now that he is smitten with Miss Liu, she surely will not reject him, Xiao San added. Liu Rumei, lacking martial skills, was oblivious to the secret guard's comments regarding their relationship. Who is that? Public displays of affection without a shred of shame. A nearby matron could no longer contain herself. Exactly, that woman has no sense of propriety, another added. She looks like a seductress, luring men in the streets. Ugh, the plump woman spat in Liu Rumei's direction. What are you doing? Why are you being so hostile? I merely spat. What is the issue, you shameless wretch? Are you afraid of being spat upon? The plump woman stood with her hands on her hips, unperturbed, and spat again. Her own man had been lured away by a seductress for days. Seeing beautiful women now infuriated her. How dare she? In the modern world, I was the center of attention, yet here I am, spat upon by an old hag on my second date. I cannot tolerate this. If you enjoy spitting so much, perhaps I should give you more to spit about. With a swift motion, Liu Rumei struck the plump woman's chin. Then, taking advantage of the surprise, deftly inserted a silver needle into a pressure point on the woman's body. Her movements were so rapid that no one had time to react. The plump woman's saliva dripped uncontrollably. A grotesque sight. What just happened? How did she do that? Her technique was astonishing. Xiaoyi was left dumbfounded, but she possesses no inner strength. Xiao was equally shocked. I want to know how she did that. Xiao San was equally perplexed. What have you done to me? The plump woman struggled to articulate her words, drooling as she spoke. Aren't you fond of spitting? I merely wish to assist you, so you need not exert yourself. Liu Rumei is not someone to be trifled with. She is indeed a compassionate doctor who saves lives, yet she will not let those who cross her path go unpunished. It has been said that one should never provoke a physician, for anger them, and one may not live to tell the tale. She possesses empathy and kindness, but she is not a target for bullying. You shameless wretch, hurry and rectify this situation for me. The plump woman remains unaware of Liu Rumei's formidable nature. Her tongue is sharp as ever. With such an attitude, I am not inclined to show mercy. We shall take our leave. Xiao Qingran, a prince and a man of stature, finds himself in a delicate position regarding conflicts between women. Of course, this is contingent upon Liu Rumei's ability to resolve matters herself. Should she falter, he would not hesitate to intervene. What may be inconvenient for others does not apply to Liu Rumei. Do not leave. The plump woman attempts to pursue them, only to be halted by Xiaoyi. Is our future princess someone you can insult? Seeking death, with a resounding thud, the plump woman is thrown to the ground by Xiaoyi. Future princess? What? Was that man just now Prince Xiao? Good heavens, what have I just said? Am I to perish? Was it not said that Prince Xiao has no interest in women? He embraces a woman in the street? And I had no inkling he was Prince Xiao. Are we to face execution? The two women are utterly terrified. Though they did not spit venom, their words were rife with gossip. Now you fear. Yet mere moments ago you were so brazen. Xiaoyi scoffs. I beg for the prince's mercy. I shall never dare again. I swear it. I implore the prince for leniency. I beseech the prince for mercy. The two women kneel, trembling in supplication. We shall see if you dare to speak so freely again. This is merely a threat to instill fear, to remind them that not everyone may be discussed lightly. A few harsh words are hardly a capital offense. Our prince is not a tyrant. I shall not dare again, I promise. I shall not dare. To utter a few insults in a fleeting moment of bravado. And now to risk one's life, who would dare such folly again? Begone. Yes, I shall take my leave. As they depart, they do not forget to drag the plump woman along, fleeing swiftly, fearful that lingering too long may lead to their demise. Chapter 20, Liao Yunfang joins the army. After 2 arduous days traversing the rugged terrain, Liao Yunfang finally emerged from the seemingly boundless depths of the forest. During these 2 days, she struggled along the treacherous mountain paths, each step fraught with challenges. Beneath her feet lay uneven stones and thorns, while dense foliage obscured the light, with unknown branches clawing at her garments and leaving tiny scratches upon her skin. Upon stepping out of the woods, the sight of the bustling street filled her with an exhilarating sense of rebirth, as if she had escaped from a dark abyss into a world flooded with light. Each passerby appeared to her as a harbinger of hope. How wonderful it is to see the living once more. Heaven knows how desperate she felt after 2 days lost in the mountains. To be inexplicably transported to a fantastical era was already a source of deep frustration. Everything was foreign, shrouded in a fog of uncertainty, and she was left to navigate this murky existence. She had not anticipated wandering for a full 2 days without guidance or a soul to inquire for direction. The winding mountain trails resembled a vast labyrinth, and she found herself lost countless times. Each instance filled with dread that she might remain trapped in those desolate heights forever. And now, witnessing the vibrant life of the street, the laughter and bustling figures, brought tears to Liao Yunfang's eyes. She felt on the verge of breaking down. A surge of indescribable emotion welled within her, akin to a solitary vessel adrift on a vast ocean finally sighting land. At that moment, she noticed a long queue of people, And curious about their purpose, she decided to inquire, hoping to glean some useful information. "Hey brother, what is this line for?" Liao Yunfang approached a man and tapped him on the shoulder, dressed in male attire. She knew that in this male-dominated world, addressing men as brothers would facilitate communication. "Brother, you must be from afar." The man, turning to her with a curious glint in his eyes, appeared to be an honest fellow. His speech marked by the local accent. "Indeed, I hail from a distant land," Liao Yunfang replied. Though she was actually from 2,000 years in the future, she dared not reveal this secret. If these ancient folk deemed her a demon and sought to burn her at the stake, it would spell disaster. She had no desire to lose her life before grasping the intricacies of this world. No wonder you are unaware. The army is currently recruiting men. Any able-bodied man who can carry a load may enlist. Food is provided, as you can see, with this long line. The man gestured towards the queue, his eyes reflecting a desperate yearning for sustenance. He was drawn to enlist solely for the promise of food. In this era ravaged by famine, food represented hope for survival. Whether he perished in battle or starved at home, death was inevitable. Thus, he reasoned, it was better for a man to die valiantly on the battlefield than to succumb to starvation. At least earning a name for bravery in the process. Are the enlistment conditions truly so lax? Liao Yunfang inquired, astonished. In modern times, joining the military was no simple feat. One typically required at least a high school diploma. Could not be nearsighted, must be free of tattoos, and stand above 1.7 meters in height, along with passing various physical tests. The standards here were astonishingly low in comparison. It is due to the shortage of soldiers. Our nation has lost several cities, many warriors have perished or been injured, leading to a significant manpower deficit. Hence, the recruitment criteria have been greatly relaxed. The man sighed, a flicker of worry crossing his face. The dire state of the nation's warfare plunged every citizen into despair, yet they longed for more individuals to rise in defense of their homeland. However, with even basic sustenance a challenge, how many possess the means to fight? "I see." Liao Yunfang nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that the circumstances in this nation were indeed dire. Famine was one thing, but to be embroiled in warfare and suffering defeats was another. She could not help but worry that she might arrive in this country only to witness its downfall. "That would be exceedingly unfortunate, brother. I am called Liuzi, a local, and you? Would you care to enlist with me?" Liuzi regarded Liao Yunfang with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He perceived her as a sturdy companion. And if they enlisted together, they could look out for one another. Liao Yunfang contemplated her situation. She was adrift in this unfamiliar world, akin to a headless fly, devoid of purpose. Enlisting seemed a viable option. Perhaps it might yield unexpected benefits. Besides, having food was preferable to starving. "Very well, I am Liao Yunfang, then I shall call you Yunfang, my brother," Liuzi replied with a smile. "Agreed." Liao Yunfang smiled in return, finding Liuzi amiable. In this strange environment, encountering someone willing to team up with her felt fortuitous. The number of individuals heading to enlist was staggering, and Liao Yunfang joined the throng in line. The midday sun beat down mercilessly, scorching the earth as if intent on incinerating all it touched. The searing heat enveloped the crowd, the air heavy with a stifling warmth. The individuals in line were drenched in sweat, some unable to withstand the dual torment of heat and hunger. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, the crowd erupted into chaos. Cries of "someone has fainted" echoing through the throng. Upon hearing the commotion, those responsible for recruitment rushed to investigate. They knelt beside the unconscious individual, feeling for a pulse, and with a furrowed brow one remarked, "There is still a breath. They are likely faint from hunger. Move them aside." A flicker of compassion crossed his gaze, tempered by resignation. Such occurrences had become all too familiar, with many fainting from hunger while waiting to enlist. Alas, yet another victim of starvation. Liuzi sighed as he watched the person being carried away, yet he felt powerless. He himself was on the brink of starvation and could scarcely concern himself with the plight of others. In this brutal age of famine, everyone was embroiled in the struggle for survival. Liao Yunfang had previously heard from an elderly woman about the current state of famine in the nation, but witnessing someone collapse from hunger before her very eyes was a starkly different experience. A wave of desolation surged within her. These individuals fought on the precipice of death, all for a morsel to eat. To cling to life, another has fallen. Alas, another has fainted. The crowd lamented in unison. With yet another thud, another person succumbed. The cycle of fainting continued. These individuals had come in hopes of food through military service, yet they collapsed before even enlisting. In this queue, to foment losing the opportunity to join the army, and with it, the hope of survival. "Oh no, someone has died," a panicked voice cried out. "Once there was a man who succumbed to hunger. His frail body unable to endure the torment, and thus he perished from starvation." "What? Another has died?" A wave of astonishment coursed through the crowd, as fear began to spread like wildfire among them. "I want to enlist. I wish to join the military. When will it be my turn? I cannot afford to collapse before I am even chosen," a young man exclaimed anxiously, his eyes brimming with trepidation and an insatiable yearning for survival. "Me too, I too. I am nearly out of strength from hunger. If this continues, I shall surely fall," echoed another, his body swaying as if he might topple at any moment. The crowd was in an uproar. Each voice clamoring, unwilling to be cast aside, each one gripped by the fear of death, faced with mortality, they all strove desperately for a glimmer of hope. Silence, silence, enough noise. One at a time, a man clad in military garb bellowed. Brandishing his staff in an attempt to restore order, his brow furrowed, his expression grave, an air of authority radiated from his gaze. Though the criteria for selection had indeed been relaxed, a meticulous screening was still imperative. For this was a matter of national security. The consequences of inadvertently admitting a spy were too dire to contemplate. Brother, we are all honest, simple folk from this land, just let us enter the military to have a hearty meal. Then together we shall march into battle, a burly man shouted, his voice booming with a spirit that seemed unyielding in the face of death. Indeed, brother, we are all straightforward souls, your incessant questioning and registration are wasting precious time. If we starve to death, you lose a soldier, and thus fewer enemies will be vanquished. Are you content with that? I refuse to perish from hunger, another person exclaimed passionately, their eyes ablaze with indignation at this selection process. We will not stand for it, we will not. More voices joined in, the agitation among the crowd intensifying, the situation teetering on the brink of chaos. The recruitment officer, at a loss for how to proceed, turned to his companion, the left vanguard, for assistance. The left vanguard frowned, surveying the tumultuous scene before him, equally vexed. The military was facing a severe shortage of personnel, with each person succumbing to hunger if they did not allow the recruits to eat soon. They might end up with fewer than half of the 100 remaining, an unbearable loss, yet permitting all to pass raised fears of spies infiltrating their ranks, presenting a truly agonizing dilemma. Enough, just register their names. Once completed, we will take them to the northwest camp for the right vanguard to arrange. The left vanguard waved his hand in resignation, making a decision. For now, they could only proceed in this manner, swiftly transporting these individuals to the barracks to ensure they received sustenance and regained their strength. This was the pressing priority. Understood, left vanguard, the recruitment officer responded, then resumed the registration process. Next, state your name. I am Lu Su, passed. I am Jiu Yun, passed. I am. The simple act of name registration proceeded smoothly until it was now Lu Zia's turn. I am Lu Zia, passed. I am Liao Yunfang, passed. The enlistment process was remarkably seamless. Liao Yunfang silently rejoiced. Had she been required to answer numerous questions, she would have found it difficult to explain her origins, which could have led to trouble. Finally, she had successfully entered the military, though she remained uncertain of what awaited her. Chapter 21. Yunfang joins the army. Liao Yunfang accompanied the soldiers to the so-called northwest camp. The appearance of the camp was much like what she had seen on television. With tents pitched on the ground, soldiers clad in uniforms wielded weapons, some patrolled, others stood guard, and some engaged in drills. You four will stay here, tidy up a bit, and come out for a meal in a quarter of an hour. The soldier spoke before departing. Liao Yunfang examined the tent, which contained only a few simple bedding arrangements laid on the ground. Alas, had she lost her mind to enlist, why had she so impulsively agreed to join the military? The camp was entirely populated by men, and being a woman here posed its own challenges. Alas, 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 Yunfang found herself troubled. By chance Lu Zi had been assigned to the same tent along with Lu Su and Jiu Yun. She was indeed distressed, though it was a concern she could not share. As a woman in the military, should her identity be discovered, the repercussions could be severe. The lightest punishment might be exile, while the gravest could be execution. But no, there were historical figures like Hua Mulan and the female generals of the Yang family. Why should she not follow in their footsteps, if she could establish herself within the military? Even if her true identity were revealed later, it would be unlikely that they would pursue her with lethal intent. Perhaps it might even pave the way for future female generals. Yunfang, perhaps you might confide in me. I might offer some advice. Lu Zi, ever the warm-hearted individual, suggested. It's nothing significant. I have already recovered. So soon, your self-healing ability is far beyond my expectations. Just moments ago, she had been sighing incessantly, yet now she claimed to have regained her composure. He questioned his own capacity to do the same. Are you two acquainted? Lu Su interjected. Not at all. We are just getting to know each other. Oh, I am Lu Su. I hope you all will look out for me in the days to come. Lu Su was of modest stature, thin and wiry. I am Lu Zi. From now on we shall be good brothers. Lu Zi was affable and easily made friends. Previously he had run errands for others, but during a year of famine, his employer had let him go due to lack of funds. With parents and siblings at home, he had no choice but to enlist in hopes of bringing back some rice. He only hoped his family could survive this difficult period. I am Jiu Yun. Jiu Yun was tall and slender, with dark skin exuding an air of earnestness. I am Liao Yunfang. The four introduced themselves, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Liao Yunfang chose a bed in the innermost corner, a strategic position. She could not risk sleeping in the middle, which would make her identity too conspicuous. Opting for a secluded spot would allow her to lean inward while she slept. She possessed few belongings, just a backpack and a change of clothes. The secret contained within her backpack must remain undisclosed. Should anyone learn that her bag could infinitely replenish food, it would undoubtedly be seized, potentially costing her life. It was discovered that her bag could only replenish food items. Her phone and clothing were not included. Yunfang, your backpack is quite unique, Lu Zi remarked, pointing at her bag. He had never seen anything like it. Yes, it was a gift from my parents. This bag was indeed a luxurious item purchased for her by her mother from a high-end boutique. The craftsmanship and quality were exceptional. Lu Su and Zhou Yun exchanged glances, bemused. It was their first encounter with someone who treated their backpack as a family heirloom. Observing Liao Yunfang's garb, which was not of high quality, they surmised she was likely from a poor family. After all, who among the wealthy would enlist in the military merely to secure a meal? The sound of a horn blaring echoed. Gather, gather, let us hurry. Lu Zi was the first to exit the tent, followed closely by the others. Soldiers from other tents also emerged. All newcomers, gather here, a man in military attire commanded with the horn in hand. The recruits obeyed the orders and assembled. Liao Yunfang immediately spotted the man standing above them. Under the scorching sun, he was clad in armor that shimmered like silver leaves, his dark hair neatly tied atop his head. Helmet absent, his striking features radiating an aura of nobility. However, the coldness in his expression, born from the battlefield, suggested an underlying fierceness that compelled one to instinctively retreat. With such a commanding presence, this individual must be the general of the Northwest camp. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the right vanguard of the Northwest camp. Standing beside me is our esteemed General Yi.As soldiers. We have a solemn duty to protect our citizens. I in the military, we must follow orders. Military commands are absolute. A true man can endure and adapt, shedding blood and sweat without shedding tears. Now that the enemy has breached our nation, we are men, we are warriors for our families, for our homeland. We vow to defend our country to the death, to defend our country to the death, to defend our country to the death. The recruit's battle cry resonated like thunder. Liao Yunfang felt, in that moment, as though she were truly a citizen of the Wikigwo. A nation must precede a home. Without a nation, how could there be a home? They were all stalwart men, fighting valiantly for their country. Fully aware that battle could lead to death, yet they marched forward without a second thought, ready to protect their homeland and their families. She recalled a quote she had once read: "There is no such thing as a peaceful life. There are merely those who bear the burdens on your behalf." The shattered walls could not contain the tranquility of a classroom, and in chaos, there was no leisure to savor tea or meals. The reason they could study in peace was due to the unwavering dedication of soldiers who stood guard day after day, braving the elements and fiercely protecting their homeland and their lives. Even when battered and bruised, they never wavered. This was the essence of a soldier, and now she too was among them, and Liao Yunfang felt an immense pride swell within her. From this day forth, she would be a soldier of the Wikigwo. Chapter 22, Yunfang joins the army. 3. A true man can bleed and sweat without shedding tears, for the people, willing to sacrifice all. A General Li, with his commanding presence, inspired an even greater surge of morale among the soldiers as he spoke. For the people one may bleed and suffer, yet the spirit remains unyielding. The soldiers are filled with fervor. This embodies the essence of a soldier's valor. Liao Yunfang currently serves within a governmental department. Thus she has had the opportunity to interact with military personnel, holding admiration for each and every one of them. Should she contemplate marriage, her foremost consideration would undoubtedly be a soldier. A scout rushed in, breathless, reporting that 50,000 enemy troops had already arrived at Wielding. "What? They've reached Wielding so swiftly?" exclaimed one soldier, exasperated. The right vanguard, known as Yu Ling, possessed a fiery temper. "Everyone, proceed to eat, be prepared for battle at any moment." The imminent conflict loomed, with uncertainty surrounding the enemy's potential assault. Liao Yunfang joined the main troop for a meal, which, in truth, consisted merely of plain congee. All gathered around, eagerly consuming their rations. Little did they know, this meal could be their last before facing the battlefield, where death could strike at any moment. "I just inquired, and our forces number only 10,000, while the enemy boasts 50,000, meaning our combat capability must match 1 against 5 for a chance at victory." Out of nowhere, Liuzi appeared. "Then are we not doomed?" He possessed some rudimentary fighting skills, yet they were hardly sufficient for the battlefield. "I must eat more. I'd rather die from being full than starve." Even before the battle commenced, Zhou Yun sensed death beckoning, pondering how they could possibly win against such odds. "Let us not bolster the enemy's morale by diminishing our own. We haven't even begun the fight." Liao Yunfang calmly picked up a bowl of congee to eat. She had subsisted on energy bars for days, and at that moment, the simple congee felt like a blessing indeed. "We must not undermine our own spirit." Liuzi echoed, "But isn't it obvious? 50,000 against 10,000 means they have a surplus of 40,000 troops. The disparity is simply too great." Zhou Yun, being a realist, merely stated the truth. 1 against 5 does not necessarily mean defeat. Liao Yunfang asserted confidently. "Oh, does Brother Yunfang possess a clever strategy?" Liuzi's eyes brightened. "If we can survive, I do not wish for death. Yes, you all eat first. Once you are satiated, I shall reveal my plan." She held a secret weapon. Who is this person, blowing smoke into the sky, claiming to have a strategy to defeat 50,000 with 10,000? Does he not recognize the gravity of the situation? A rotund man laughed heartily, clearly skeptical of Liao Yunfang's claims. "Just look at his frail appearance. He likely couldn't even wield a weapon, yet dares to boast, unafraid of bursting his own bubble." The man beside the rotund fellow also mocked Liao Yunfang for her overconfidence. "Your lack of capability does not imply others share the same fate. If you possess a method to confront 5 with 1, I shall sever my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick, the rotund man retorted, doubting that a mere recruit could outshine seasoned generals. What would I do with your head? Liao Yunfang replied, unimpressed by such a macabre offer. If you possess a way to secure victory, I, Fat Tiger, shall acknowledge you as my leader, ready to traverse any perilous path without hesitation, he continued. Fat Tiger? Liao Yunfang mused, noting the resemblance. And what of Little Husband? If you can repel the enemy, I too, Little Husband, shall acknowledge you as my leader, unwavering in my loyalty. This is becoming intriguing. We have both Fat Tiger and Little Husband. But what of Shizuka and Doraemon? This era likely lacks such advanced characters. She chuckled at the thought, considering her own fantastical journey across time and space, complete with a spatial backpack. Ultimately, she discovered her consciousness space during arduous travels. Filled with modern weaponry she and her colleagues had developed, capable of immense destruction. In the woods, she had even killed a tiger with a gun. Very well, if I manage to repel the enemy, you shall serve as my subordinates. She was resolute in her leadership. No problem, a man's word is his bond. Should you repel the enemy, we shall honor our promise. Fat Tiger was known for his integrity. Excellent, then it is settled. To navigate through ancient times, one must have allies. I shall seek out Su Yahan and Liu Rumei, for strength lies in unity. Of brother Yunfang, do you truly possess a strategy? Liu Zi asked. Half convinced, yes, shortly I will meet General Yi. She understood the importance of notifying her commanding officer before engaging in battle, for the western camp was under General Yi's command. She would not overstep her boundaries without dire necessity. As she had leaders and mentors in her modern life. Chapter 23, Yunfang joins the army. For the news of Liao Yunfang's situation swiftly reached General Yi's tent. The expanse of the western camp was not vast, and no stir could escape the keen eye of the general. Oh, you mean the newly arrived recruit claims to have a method for achieving victory? General Yi, amidst discussions with two vanguards regarding strategies, received this report just as he found himself at a loss. Yes, General, that lad will be coming to see you shortly. Very well, I shall await him here, with 10,000 troops facing 50,000. Iswahan had little confidence in winning through force alone and sought cunning instead, and now someone claimed to have a viable plan. He was inclined to listen. General, someone requests an audience. A soldier stationed outside the tent entered to report. Which individual? The general queried, well aware of whom they were discussing. Reporting to the general, it is him, let him in. Iswahan was curious to see what manner of person would possess such audacity. Yunfang had met General Yi before. She approached with neither subservience nor arrogance, refraining from kneeling as it was difficult for a modern individual to do so. We are all comrades, there is no need for excessive ceremony. Iswahan's first impression of her was quite favorable. While others feared him, he believed he was not a monstrous figure. Thank you, General. Up close, Iswahan was exceptionally handsome, just her type. I have heard you possess a method to defeat the enemy. Please share. Iswahan took a delicate sip of tea. Allow me to go alone. Pardon, you wish to go alone? What kind of strategy is that? Iswahan's displeasure was evident. He had expected the new soldier to offer a clever plan, only to find it was sheer folly, excessively arrogant. Rest assured, Yunfang alone can repel 50,000 enemy troops, and they shall never dare to invade our land again. What arrogance, do you take me for a fool? Iswahan's anger flared. The notion that one person could fend off 50,000 was absurd, yet Yunfang bore no intent to mock the general. She was sincere in her capabilities and sought an opportunity to prove herself. Could it be that this Yunfang truly possesses the means? He pondered. Pray tell, how do you intend to repel the enemy? Preposterous, has he lost his mind? How could he be swayed by her earnestness? I have a secret weapon that can compel them to retreat, ensuring they will not dare to invade again. Liao Yunfang's secret weapon was formidable. One cannon could demolish a city, but she had no desire to cause such carnage. Iswahan's expression tightened. Her boast was reaching the limits of believability. What sort of secret weapon could annihilate 50,000 enemy troops? Show me, you wish to see? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. Behold, this is a hand grenade. A hand grenade? I have not heard of it. What purpose does it serve? Iswahan examined the grenade curiously. A hand grenade can eliminate all foes within a 5-meter radius. You mean this small object can kill within 5 meters? Iswahan was taken aback. Indeed, even if it can kill within that range, the enemy consists of 50,000. You would need 10,000 grenades to obliterate them all. Who said I intended to annihilate them all? She countered. Did I say that? No, I merely stated I wish for them to retreat. You certainly imply that they should all be killed, do you not? Iswahan retorted, why must you always resort to killing? Have you fought too many battles? There exists a more ingenious plan. Instead of slaughtering them all, why not intimidate them into submission, making the enemy a tributary state? Providing our nation with resources annually, why resort to bloodshed? Liao Yunfang spoke with a lightness that belied the gravity of war. You speak as if it were so simple. This is warfare, not child's play. Right Ling and the others shared the disbelief that Liao Yunfang's words were anything more than empty boasts. Very well, this hand grenade is far too advanced. Skepticism is understandable, and I harbor no resentment. I comprehend your doubts. I shall lead the charge. You all observe from behind it preposterous. You cannot go alone. If you alert the enemy, will you bear the responsibility? Left Feng opposed Liao Yunfang's proposal. General, you must not allow this insufferable brat to act recklessly. This fellow is new. He could very well be a spy. Where did this greenhorn emerge from, daring to boast so brazenly? Truly, he is unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the weight of the earth. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? Clarify your words. How am I a spy? Liao Yunfang rolled up her sleeves, exuding an intimidating demeanor. In the presence of men, she appeared rather diminutive, lacking any advantage. I suspect you are the spy, boasting such nonsense as you do. You must be here to convey information. Zhuofeng was not intimidated by Liao Yunfang. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and fought alongside the general in numerous battles, making him impervious to harm from ordinary folk. Do you have any evidence? Everything must be substantiated with proof. Without evidence, your mere conjecture is meaningless. You claim I am a spy, yet I could just as easily accuse you of being a traitor. Come now, mutual harm, who cannot engage in that? She was no pushover, submissive to any affront. Cease your babbling, or I shall silence you. Zhuofeng gritted his teeth, having followed the general for over a decade. None dared speak to him in such a manner. Today, however, he was challenged by a mere rookie. If word got out, he would no longer be able to maintain his standing in the northwest camp. TCH, you talk like a woman. If you have the guts, try tearing a piece of me. Liao Yunfang was unperturbed. Should he dare approach, she would shoot him down without hesitation, leaving him in his arrogance. You, with a clang, a cold gleam flashed as the blade was unsheathed. Zhuofeng, furious, pointed his sword at Liao Yunfang, threatening, I shall tear you apart. Zhuofeng's appearance had a certain softness. As a child, he was sold to men with peculiar tastes due to his looks. Those years were unbearable, and had the general not rescued him, he would likely no longer exist. He despised being called feminine. Zhuofeng, do not act impulsively. Right-ling, quick-witted, restrain Zhuofeng's actions, just a moment more, and Zhuofeng's sword would have claimed Liao Yunfang's life. Enough, Zhuofeng, this matter will be decided by me. You may leave. Yahan was never one to adhere to convention. His worst-case scenario involved a desperate battle against the enemy. Victory in this conflict was far from assured. General, what, are my words now inconsequential? Yahan frowned, and Zhuofeng left in a huff, casting a fierce glare at Liao Yunfang. You, wait for me. Liao Yunfang stuck out her tongue at him, replying, I shall wait. Chapter 24, Yunfang joins the army. Yahan could not help but chuckle. Ha, in this army, perhaps only you would dare provoke Zhuofeng. He is renowned as a fierce general, akin to a ferocious tiger. Your actions are tantamount to disturbing the earth beneath the mighty, plucking fur from the tiger. Yet, facing Yahan's skepticism, Liao Yunfang rebutted fearlessly, what is there to fear, if he dares to lay a hand on me? It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. With that, she tightened her grip on her gun, as if proclaiming to all that she was no ordinary individual. Her gaze was resolute and sharp, exuding a fearless courage and confidence. Yahan smirked coldly, seemingly unconvinced by Liao Yunfang's words. Oh, is that truly the case? Zhuofeng's martial prowess is formidable, and you. Yahan scrutinized Liao Yunfang, noting her petite and delicate stature, slender arms, and long, straight legs. Her face was pale as snow, soft as that of a woman. Such an appearance made it difficult to associate her with valor in battle. Yahan thought little of it, after all. Zhuofeng also possessed a somewhat feminine appearance, so Liao Yunfang's delicate looks were not entirely surprising. With no internal energy at all, how could she possibly triumph over Zhuofeng? Yahan merely brushed Liao Yunfang's hand, discerning her lack of internal strength. Lacking internal energy does not imply I will be defeated by him, but if you doubt it, feel free to test me. Liao Yunfang's lips curled into a confident smile. Before she could finish, a resounding bang echoed as the table before Yahan toppled over, struck by a bullet. Ha! Liao Yunfang triumphantly blew a puff of air at the gun's muzzle, her expression radiating arrogance, as if declaring to the world, the sensation of firing a gun is utterly delightful. Right-ling gently caressed the table leg, his gaze fixating on the bullet hole. He could not help but gasp, what a powerful weapon! Merely the small hole conveyed an astonishing might. Right-ling pondered, if such a weapon struck a person's head, survival would be improbable. With this thought, Right-ling felt a pang of concern for Zhuofeng. Despite lacking internal energy, with such an exquisite weapon in hand, he might indeed stand a chance against Liao Yunfang. However, whether Zhuofeng could retreat unscathed in the face of such a formidable foe remained uncertain. Indeed, this gunshot is enough to fell a fierce tiger, Liao Yunfang boasted unabashedly. Her words were no idle boast. This newly developed firearm was a powerful tool, its lethality beyond imagination. Right-ling and Yahan believed her wholeheartedly. After all, if it could so easily pierce sturdy furniture, shooting down a tiger would surely be a trivial feat. Just then, an urgent report rang out. Report. A soldier rushed into the tent, flustered. What is the cause of such alarm? Yahan inquired sharply. Reporting to the general, 50,000 enemy troops are advancing towards the northwest camp at an alarming speed. Their intent seems to be declaring war. The soldier's face was pale, His voice trembling. 50,000 enemy soldiers surged forth like a torrential flood, their momentum overwhelming and unstoppable. They marched with unwavering determination, each step resonating with the earth, producing tremors, each shout echoed like thunder. Instilling fear in the hearts of many, the battlefield was thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. A breathtaking confrontation was about to unfold, charging towards the northwest camp. How shall we engage in battle? Must we perish today? How tragic! He has yet to marry and sire offspring, yet death looms. Curse those rascals, these fiends are intent on storming our stronghold. Right Ling seethed with rage, cursing vehemently. General, allow me to engage in battle. I am confident I can repel the enemy without losing a single soldier. Liao Yunfang volunteered. Yahan suddenly shut his eyes, and after a moment, opened them with renewed determination, saying, Very well, you may go. Thank you, General, for your trust. Yunfang shall give her all, and never fail your expectations, Liao Yunfang declared with unwavering confidence. Yahan nodded expressionlessly, his tone indifferent. Then I shall take my leave. After bowing respectfully to Yahan and Right Ling, Liao Yunfang resolutely turned to depart, her figure gradually fading from sight. Go, Yahan mused silently. The situation had become dire, and he could only gamble on a faint hope that this newcomer might indeed bring unexpected surprises to the northwest camp. After Liao Yunfang had walked far away, Right Ling could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, General, do you truly believe her words? The opposing force consists of 50,000 troops, we cannot rely on our previous formations. I sent Yunfang alone to catch the enemy off guard, making them second-guess our intentions. If she goes alone, the enemy may suspect a trap and hesitate to act, thus granting us precious time to prepare. The general's foresight is indeed commendable. So the general's strategy was to create confusion. It makes sense, given his usual cautious nature, he would not easily allow a reckless upstart to act freely. Send a few men to keep an eye on Yunfang. Report any developments immediately. Yes, General, I shall take my leave. Right Ling decided he must personally monitor Liao Yunfang, ensuring she did not jeopardize the general's plans. Chapter 25. This mountain is mine. The summer sun blazed like a fiery orb, scorching the earth and seemingly radiating all its heat. The air was thick with a stifling heatwave. Liao Yunfang and Liuzi had unfurled a banner across the path ahead. A throng approached. Let us see what is written ahead. The man on the white horse was none other than the enemy nation's leader, Yahan. He had come to seize control of Wuqi nation. His spies had reported that Wuqi was out of provisions. Without food, the soldiers would lack the strength to fight, and Wuqi would soon fall into the hands of their nation. Fei Ying, yes, leader. When the leader spoke, others would heed his command. The banner read, This mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. If you wish to pass, leave your life as toll. Leave your life as toll? What audacity! The Fei Ying leader scoffed. We have yet to reach the northwest camp, and already we are confronted by fools. But what of it? Behind him stood an army of 50,000. How dare these two challenge them on this road? Come, capture those two fools alive. I shall have them torn apart by 5 horses. In the eyes of the eagle leader, 2 mere youths posed no threat. Indeed, Chief. A small squad armed with large blades rushed towards Liao Yunfang and Liuzi. Liuzi, terrified to the core, regretted his momentary folly in following this unreliable fellow. Liao Yunfang into such a precarious situation. He had expected Liao Yunfang to set an elaborate trap for the enemy, only to discover that it was merely a piece of red cloth. What a blunder! The sheer number of enemies standing before him made his legs tremble uncontrollably. His life was surely about to be forfeited. What of it? After all, death was inevitable. He would be sacrificing himself for his country. And upon entering the underworld, he would still be a hero. Who knows, perhaps the king of hell would even grant him a favorable reincarnation as a young master. Liao Yunfang, unfazed by the dire situation, maintained her composure and spoke with an air of nonchalance. If you wish to capture me, you may find yourselves lacking the ability. With that, she raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon her assailants. Bang, 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 Liao Yunfang fired several rounds, each one finding its mark with unerring precision. Liuzi stood agape, astonished by Liao Yunfang's remarkable display. Brother Yunfang, you are formidable, he exclaimed, instinctively giving a thumbs up. It was nothing short of astonishing. The enemy was still a good 10 meters away when they all fell one by one. A mere trifle. Just listen to Liao Yunfang's tone, brimming with arrogance. The enemy commander, realizing the gravity of the situation, had initially underestimated her, thinking her just another minor adversary, only to find himself facing a formidable opponent. Bring me 100 men, he commanded, determined to crush this audacious youth. Surely, he mused, how could she stand against his 50,000 troops? He was resolute in capturing this insolent brat and flaying her alive. Hundreds of enemies surged forward, making a mountain out of a molehill to deal with just 2 individuals. Liao Yunfang, unperturbed, produced several grenades. With a series of explosions, the enemy was sent reeling. Who's stepping on me? Watch where you're treading. You stepped on my hand. Oh no, I can't see. Whose hand is this? Whose severed foot is this? The enemy was thrown into chaos. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, suffering grievous losses, Liuzi was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. The eagle leader, no longer daring to underestimate the unexpected arrival of this formidable foe, realized that he needed to reconsider his strategy, retreat. He ordered. Upon hearing the command, the remaining troops hastily fled. Not so fast. Do you think you can leave without consulting my ammunition first? You think you can come and go as you please? There is no such good fortune in this world. Bang, bang, bang. Liao Yunfang fired several more shots, rendering the enemy motionless with fear. The eagle leader's face turned ashen with rage. He felt utterly cornered. Behind him lay 50,000 troops. Could he really be intimidated by 2 mere youngsters? Surely not. Come on, everyone's charge, crush her underfoot and avenge our fallen brothers. The enemy's morale surged, determined to teach this insufferable brat a lesson. Liao Yunfang hurled a grenade into the fray. Bang, bang, oh no, my hand, my leg, help, I'm blinded, you're stepping on my head, don't crush me, my guts are about to burst. Where on earth did she acquire such weaponry? She must be a monster. Mother, I want to go home. There are monsters here, and it's terrifying. Enough. We haven't even started fighting, and we've already been utterly defeated by this demon. How can we possibly continue? The enemy was so disoriented that they dared not advance any further. Tripping over one another in their panic. Well, do you submit? Are you still going to fight? Liao Yunfang called out to the enemy. No more fighting. The eagle leader's face was smeared with dust and blood. They had encountered a true opponent this time, and there was no way to win.to lose 50,000 troops to a single person was a disgrace of monumental proportions. How could he ever hold his head high upon returning to the Eagle Nation? If you wish to fight, then fight, if not, then don't. There are no such easy bargains. Liao Yunfang demanded their provisions. What do you intend to do? The Eagle leader was forced to adopt a more humble demeanor. As a man, one must know when to yield. I require your nation to contribute 1/10 of your food supply to our nation. 1/10? Surely that is not excessive, Liao Yunfang argued, unwilling to take all their food lest they starve. You are asking for too much, the Eagle leader protested. The Eagle Nation was already facing a food shortage. If he were to send 1/10 of their supplies to Liao Yunfang's nation, it would be tantamount to nurturing a future threat. If a nation has 100,000 people, 1/10 would mean sacrificing the food for 10,000 lives. Is that truly too much? Very well, then let it be 1/20. 1/30. It cannot be less than that. This is the absolute minimum. The Eagle leader was taken aback. What? You are dissatisfied? Fine. If you refuse, then you shall remain right here. The implication was clear, and the Eagle leader reluctantly acquiesced upon returning to the Eagle Nation. He could easily renege on his promise, as it would be difficult to prove. Very well, but do not play tricks. If you dare to go back on your word, I will come personally to demand it. The consequences would be dire. Liao Yunfang's threat was unmistakable. If they failed to deliver, she would obliterate their nation. When initially considering deceit, the Eagle leader felt the weight of her words. 5 days. You must deliver the food to the northwest camp within 5 days. The Eagle leader hesitated. 5 days. That is quite a challenge. I could push my men to the limit, but I prefer not to agree so readily. If you find it difficult, then I shall not make it hard for you. I will simply destroy your country and seize all your provisions. This was a blatant threat, yet Liao Yunfang only intended to frighten the enemy. She was civilized. Needless violence was unbecoming. The Eagle leader, genuinely intimidated, grit his teeth and conceded. 5 days it is to see. I knew they were not trustworthy. It was clearly a task that could be accomplished in 5 days, yet they insisted on 10. Now hurry back and prepare. For I shall await you at the northwest camp. Remember, do not attempt any tricks, for my ammunition is quite temperamental. Understood. Let us depart. The Eagle leader, thoroughly defeated, retreated with the remnants of his army from the land of Wuchi. Chapter 26. This mountain is mine to conquer. Am I seeing things? Right Ling stood 20 meters behind Liao Yunfang, observing the incredible scene unfold before him. Was the world truly so fantastical? Or was Liao Yunfang simply a prodigy? He had managed to rout 50,000 troops without a single casualty. This was nothing short of divine. Right Ling was in utter awe of Liao Yunfang's prowess. Right Vanguard, you are not mistaken. The newcomer truly has driven the enemy away. Ow, Right Vanguard, why did you hit my head? The soldier protested, taken aback. What did I do wrong? You will address him as Brother Liao from now on. No, you should call him Lord Liao. Right Ling insisted. He believed that Liao Yunfang's remarkable achievement would surely earn her accolades, and upon returning to the capital, she would be granted a title and rank in no time. Yes, Right Vanguard. The soldier, still rubbing the back of his head, felt unjustly treated. Lord Liao is truly impressive. I must learn from him. Another soldier chimed in. To defeat 50,000 troops single-handedly is something I would not even dare to dream of. Indeed, we must all learn from Lord Liao, Right Ling reiterated, clearly impressed. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Lord Liao will have to answer to me. Liuzi, the work is done. Alright, Brother Fong. Brother Fong. Hey, Brother Fong. Will you take me as your subordinate? Do you think I'm worthy? Liuzi asked with a sycophantic grin. If he could serve under such a powerful figure as Liao Yunfang, he would wake up smiling from the dream alone. Lord Liao, take me. I am Ning Kuan, and I will be your subordinate, ready to serve you. Upon hearing Liuzi's declaration, those behind him grew restless. Lord Liao, I want to serve too. I am by Genoa. and I will fetch you tea and water. Lord Liao, I am Chen Weiling, and I am more capable than they are. I shall take care of your clothes and stinky socks. Lord Liao, how did she suddenly become Lord Liao? Go away, you think everyone smells as bad as you. Right Ling glared at several soldiers who were fawning over him. In truth, he also wished to establish a rapport with Liao Yunfang, however, serving as her subordinate seemed beneath his dignity. After all, he was the right vanguard. No, he could not allow these young men to lead him astray. Brother Yunfang, your recent victory was nothing short of masterful, he praised, his eyes wide open, fearing he might miss any splendid spectacle. The right vanguard is too kind, she replied. I merely relied on my firearms and grenades. Without such advanced weaponry, I would not dare to act recklessly. I value my life greatly. I nearly lost it in a plain accident. With today's triumph, we must indulge in a few drinks tonight. The camaraderie among men is often forged over shared libations. Right Ling had secretly stashed away a few bottles of fine wine in his tent, and tonight he intended to bring them out for a proper celebration. Are you inviting me for a drink? Indeed, Brother Yunfang, would you do me the honor? Of course, Liao Yunfang replied. She enjoyed drinking but was notorious for her poor tolerance, often succumbing to drunken antics. In the modern era, after those who knew her witnessed her drinking habits, no one dared to encourage her to drink anymore. Drinking was far more enjoyable with company. Indulging alone was hardly gratifying. Now that someone sought her out for a drink, she was utterly delighted. Very well, then, let us agree to drink heartily this evening. No problem at all. Lord Liao, you have yet to agree to accept us as your subordinates. The soldiers grew anxious, fearing that Lord Liao might be whisked away by the right vanguard. Lord Liao was no ordinary person. Being his subordinate would be an honor. You are soldiers. Soldiers must heed the commands of their general. You are not street thugs to claim a big brother or serve as little brothers. What kind of decorum is that? Right Ling admonished the young soldiers with his silver tongue. Is it not permissible for soldiers to recognize a big brother? One soldier protested. Did we not declare ourselves brothers? Surely, it is not unreasonable for us to address Lord Liao as big brother. Among the ranks, there were always a few unruly ones, with Ning Kuan being the most defiant. Right Ling glared at him. After all, he was his grandnephew and deserved some respect. Ning Kuan's audacity in the military stemmed from Right Ling's influence. Without a powerful uncle, he would have no such bravado. Ultimately, this was a consequence of Right Ling's own making. Who could he blame but himself? If you treat me poorly, I shall inform my mother. Right Ling had coaxed Ning Kuan into the military, much to his sister's dismay, who had nearly taken a knife to him. Right Ling was raised by his sister, who nurtured him as a mother would. Ning Kuan was nearly 5 years younger than him, while his sister was 10 years older. She married at 14 and gave birth to Ning Kuan at 15, followed by 4 daughters. Life was not particularly prosperous, and he had lured his sister's only son into the military. When she tracked him down, he promised to care for her son, and only then did she weep and return home. He could not betray that promise. This was also why Ning Kuan felt so emboldened. This rascal only knew how to vex him, utterly oblivious to his well-meaning intentions. Chapter 27. The contest for subordination. His actions were motivated by a hope that one day Ning Kuan would rise in the military and bring honor to their family. After all, even if he could protect his sister now, she would eventually leave this world. If that time came, they would still need to rely on Ning Kuan to safeguard them. Others, no matter how capable, had their own lives to lead. Only by becoming strong could one truly claim ownership of their possessions. As the saying goes, rely on mountains, and mountains may crumble. Rely on people, and they may abandon you. Only rely on oneself is the most dependable. Brother Fong, from this day forth, you shall be my true elder brother. Ning Kuan was acutely aware that as long as he distanced himself from his mother's formidable presence, his uncle would be powerless. After all, it was his uncle who had lured him into the military with grand promises about aspiring to greatness and serving the nation to honor their family name. Yet, ever since he set foot in this western camp, he was subjected to endless marching battles and military training, nearly being driven to the brink of despair. However, the silver lining was that he could now take on 10 opponents without issue. Even without accolades, upon returning home, he would no longer be bullied. Once he acknowledged a big brother and returned home in glory, he would ensure that all those who would look down upon him would regret it. He would make them quiver in fear, or else how could he justify the hardships he had endured in the military? Brother Fong, do not forget about us. What chaos are you creating? I was the first to seek a big brother. Do you not understand the order of precedence? Liuzi exclaimed, glaring fiercely. You may seek your own, and I shall seek mine. What harm is there in that? Ning Kuan dismissed the notion of order. Indeed, if the big brother wishes to accept anyone as a subordinate, it depends on their abilities. Chen Weiling chimed in. Very well, let us compete. Whoever wins gets to serve as Lord Liao's subordinate. Bai Jinawa declared, ready to engage in battle. Come on then, let us fight. I'm not afraid. Liuzi rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Bring it on. Ning Kuan was equally unyielding, cracking his knuckles, eager for action. Just as the two were about to clash, Liao Yunfang appeared utterly bewildered. I do not recall declaring that I would accept any of you as my subordinates. What is this madness, she thought to herself, incredulous at their theatrical antics. I do not need any subordinates, for I already have two, Liao Yunfang declared proudly. Oh, who are they? The one soldier inquired curiously. Indeed, who could they be? The others echoed in unison. Do you remember Fat Tiger and Little Husband? A proud smile graced Liao Yunfang's lips. It turned out that before coming here, they had made a wager, if she could win this battle of disparity, Fat Tiger and Little Husband would willingly become her subordinates. The soldiers nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. That is indeed the case. A wager is a wager. At that moment, Liuzi suddenly recalled those two individuals and felt a twinge of regret. Had I known this, I should have bet with them too. Those two have it easy. No, I too wish to be Brother Yunfang's subordinate, he shouted excitedly. I do not care. Since you could accept two, what harm is there in accepting one more? After all, 3 or 4 is the same. Just let me be a subordinate. Chen Weiling quickly voiced his support. In me, Bai Jinhua added, not to be outdone, brother, you cannot leave me out. Ning Kuan further clung to Liao Yunfang's leg, pleading desperately. It was a sight too embarrassing to bear. Right Ling could hardly believe that the person before him was indeed his grandnephew. It was utterly mortifying. Liao Yunfang, feeling utterly helpless, said, please get up. It felt odd and uncomfortable to have a grown man clinging to her leg like a child. Nevertheless, Ning Kuan stubbornly refused to let go, insisting, I will not rise, I absolutely will not. It seemed he was determined to cling on. Did you not just say you would acknowledge me as your big brother? How can you disregard your big brother's words? Liao Yunfang mused, secretly wishing that this so-called big brother could be transformed into a big sister. She was particularly enamored with dramas filled with tales of rivalries and vendettas. Having once dreamed of being a wandering heroine surrounded by formidable bodyguards, with everyone respectfully addressing her as Miss. The aura, the bravado, it was exhilarating to imagine. Upon hearing Liao Yunfang's thoughts, Ning Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, have you agreed to be my big brother? Liao Yunfang rolled her eyes, responding with exasperation, what do you think? Now release me. Despite her masculine attire, she was, after all, a genuine woman. As a young woman who had never experienced romance, being clung to so tightly by a large man was quite the predicament. I will release you, I will release you, I shall release you immediately. And Ning Kuan sprang to his feet, only to kneel again, declaring, big brother, please accept this bow from your little brother. Liao Yunfang nearly jumped back in fright, pointing at him and scolding, this fellow must be trying to shorten my life. She was a well-educated woman and could not abide these ancient customs of bowing. Just watching them made her knees ache. Yes, if you command me to rise, I will rise. If you tell me to go east, I will not go west. If you tell me to stand, I will not sit. The obsequiousness of it all was unbearable for Right Ling to witness. If only Ning Kuan would show such obedience to him as his uncle, he would not feel as if he were fretting like a worried mother. Yet, it was a relief to have someone who could keep him in check. Damn it, how could that rascal Ning Kuan beat me to it? How shameless. Brother, do not forget about us, you cannot be biased. If you do not accept me as a little brother, I shall not find peace. Brother, Chen Weiling used his silver tongue to plead, joining Ning Kuan in the shamelessness, desperately clinging to Liao Yunfang's other leg. He was determined to hold on, though he found her leg rather thinner than his arm. Liao Yunfang was plagued by a relentless headache, and she surmised that if she did not put an end to the antics of these few individuals today, they would continue to take turns in their antics. Stop clinging, let go, I shall accept all of you, she declared, unwilling to be clung to any longer. Chen Weiling immediately stood up, wearing a cheeky grin as he expressed his gratitude to his elder brother. The speed of his transformation was swifter than the turning of a page. Thank you, elder brother, thank you, elder brother. Liuzi and Bai Jinhua, too, were delighted to become Liao Yunfang's underlings. Alright, we must return to report now. It is true that they were all soldiers, but Zhu Ling was also a stubborn individual. He would not prevent them from acknowledging Liao Yunfang as their elder brother. If he were 10 or 8 years younger, he would have done the same. Well then, let us return. From now on the Northwest Camp shall be the home of Liao Yunfang. Chapter 28. The Art of War. Brother Fang, what was that remarkable object you threw? It was truly impressive. The Ning Kuan inquired with a face full of curiosity, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had hidden behind Liao Yunfang and Liuzi and had witnessed the previous spectacle firsthand. Liao Yunfang effortlessly tossed the weapon in her hand, akin to a magician performing a trick, instantly sending the enemy fleeing in disarray and securing an effortless victory. The sheer power of it was beyond imagination. If only he could possess such a formidable weapon, he could roam freely throughout the kingdom of Wuqi. Regretting his earlier decision, Ning Kuan lamented that had he known of such a miraculous weapon, he would not have had to endure the torment of being bullied by the local ruffians and heeding his uncle's advice to come to this Northwest Camp, walking side by side at the front of the line. Liao Yunfang and Yu Ling were followed by her loyal subordinates. At that moment, she emanated confidence and charisma, embodying the very essence of a formidable leader. Ah, how I relish this feeling, she thought. Soon, she would realize her childhood dream of traversing the ancient world, pursuing justice and vengeance. A smile graced her lips as she pondered this. Was that hand grenade crafted by Brother Fang himself? Chen Weiling asked, completely captivated by Liao Yunfang, his gaze filled with admiration. Indeed, I made it myself, Liao Yunfang replied, grateful for the knowledge and skill she had acquired in the modern era. Without them, she would not have been able to create such an impressive weapon. Isn't that stating the obvious? If the hand grenade wasn't made by the boss, would it have fallen from the sky? Liuzi retorted with exasperation. Hey, just speak your mind, there's no need to hit me on the head. Chen Weiling said, rubbing his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. That's only because you're foolish, Bai Jinoa replied bluntly. As Liao Yunfang observed their playful banter, a warm feeling enveloped her heart. Despite their occasional squabbles, the bond they shared was profoundly deep. She believed that as long as they stood together, they could overcome any challenge that came their way. Your brothers are meant to tease each other, Ning Kuan chimed in. Indeed, the questions asked are mere trifles. Chen Weiling felt wronged, thinking, well, they all bully me because I'm an honest person who asks when he doesn't understand. What's my fault in that? Sigh, being a person truly is difficult. Alright, you lot, stop picking on Chen Weiling. The boss is kind to me, he said, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yes, boss. We must heed your words, boss. I noticed you have another weapon that isn't thrown. What is it? Ning Kuan asked, his curiosity piqued. Is this what you're referring to? Liao Yunfang held up the gun. This is a firearm, Yu Ling explained on her behalf. How did you know that? Ning Kuan questioned loudly. You claim to be my beloved uncle, yet you keep your knowledge hidden. When I return, I shall tell my mother. Shoo, Yu Ling sneezed several times in succession. Which rascal is speaking ill of me behind my back? He thought to himself, I know I'm your uncle, and it's not surprising that I know more than you. In truth, he was only a few years older than Ning Kuan, yet he felt the burden of acting as both father and mother. When I return, I shall inform my mother that you have been hoarding secrets. Ning Kuan's greatest fear was his mother's tears. What kind of mischief is this? He had intended to show off but was instead caught by this little rascal. He constantly uses my mother as leverage against me. It seems I've been too idle. I must assign him more tasks to ensure he learns a lesson. Very well, let him chop all the firewood for the northwest camp. There is plenty of wood to keep him busy for a while. What is the relationship between you two? Liao Yunfang's curiosity was piqued. The resemblance between them was striking. Could they be brothers? I know. Chen Weiling interjected. Boss, Ning Kuan is the nephew of Yu Xianfeng. His mother being Yu Xianfeng's sister. This was common knowledge throughout the northwest camp. Everyone knew that Ning Kuan was Yu Xianfeng's nephew. They would often quarrel whenever they were together, a spectacle they had long since grown accustomed to. Yu Xianfeng enjoyed assigning tasks to Ning Kuan, and whenever they met, they would engage in playful bickering. However, Yu Xianfeng was the type who believed that only he could chastise his nephew. If anyone else dared to utter a word against him, they would face dire consequences. I see. So Ning Kuan resembles his mother, which accounts for the similarities with his uncle. Yu Ling brother, how does one operate this firearm? Would you be willing to teach your younger brother? Ning Kuan asked eagerly, his desire to learn ignited. The weapon was simply too intriguing, and he was not alone. Others wished to learn as well. Liao Yunfang pondered for a moment, considering the possibility of cultivating her own influence. I can teach you, but you must promise me not to indiscriminately take lives, otherwise I shall not show you mercy. Firearms, in this ancient era, were a new type of weapon, possessing immense lethality and range. To kill a person would be a simple matter. Liao Yunfang worried that they might misuse this power in the future, hence her warning served as a precautionary measure. Ning Kuan raised his hand. Boss, rest assured, I, Ning Kuan, swear I shall never take innocent lives. Should I break this oath, may the heavens strike me down. The others followed suit, each making their own solemn vow. I, Liuzi, swear I will never take innocent lives. If I do, may I suffer the consequences. I, Chen Weiling, swear that I will not take innocent lives. Should I transgress, may I meet a terrible fate. I, Bai Jinoa, swear I will never take innocent lives. If I do, may heaven and earth punish me. The ancients held such oaths in high regard, and Liao Yunfang decided to trust them for the time being. Very well, when I have the time, I shall teach you how to use firearms. I will not only teach you about firearms but also other skills. Other skills? Ning Kuan exclaimed. Boss, will you also teach us how to throw grenades? His eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to learn more about weaponry. That remains to be seen. As for crafting grenades, I am still contemplating whether to teach you, she replied. What else will you teach us, boss? Liuzi asked, his face alight with anticipation, his eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. The other soldiers listened intently, eager for an answer. The Art of War by Sun Tzu, Liao Yunfang said with a slight smile, her voice imbued with determination and confidence, since these individuals were soldiers destined for battle. How could they not delve into the profound teachings of Sun Tzu? She felt a sense of pride in her familiarity with the text, having memorized it completely, and now she finally had the opportunity to impart this knowledge to her fellow soldiers. Not only would this enhance their military acumen, but it would also foster their strategic thinking and decision-making abilities. Yu Ling stood quietly to the side, attentively listening to their conversation. Deep within, he too yearned to learn the art of war but felt a bit shy to voice his desire. After all, as an experienced soldier, it seemed somewhat embarrassing to seek knowledge from the new recruits. Nevertheless, the longing for knowledge lingered in his heart. The Art of War, is that the military treatise by Sun Tzu? Bai Jinoa asked, his expression one of confusion and curiosity, yet he simply could not fathom why it bore such a name. perhaps it was due to the extraordinary prowess of the author, Liao Yunfang patiently explained. The name Sun Tzu does not mean what you think, it refers to a person's name. Oh, I see, so there is indeed someone named Sun Tzu. Bai Jinhua scratched his head, revealing a look of realization. He simply could not understand why anyone would choose such an unusual name. Do not underestimate the art of war by Sun Tzu, he was an exceptional figure. In time, you will come to appreciate his brilliance, Liao Yunfang said solemnly, hoping the soldiers would value this military classic and draw wisdom and strength from it. The teachings of the art of war contain profound insights. Should they grasp its essence, they would not only have the potential to become great generals but also excel as strategists. As the group, engaged in lively conversation, made their way through the dense forest back to the northwest camp. Chapter 29, The Reward. The scouts relayed their observations to Isuihan. He truly accomplished it, Isuihan murmured. Single-handedly facing off against 50,000 troops without losing a single soldier, achieving a resounding victory. Isuihan considered himself incapable of such feats, acknowledging that it was no exaggeration to claim that Liao Yunfang possessed extraordinary abilities. Who in the world could defeat an army of 50,000 alone? Such a person must be cultivated and enlisted for the service of the nation, for they must not fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. After today's battle, Liao Yunfang would undoubtedly gain widespread acclaim. It is truly regrettable that he did not take the opportunity to witness the scene in person. He has given orders for the cooks to prepare rice. A resounding victory warrants a grand celebration. It is indeed astonishing that our forces in the northwest camp triumphed in such an unequivocal manner in this battle, achieving victory with such decisiveness. After Liao Yunfang's departure, Zhuofeng convened with the general within the confines of the general's tent to discuss strategies. General, I shall promptly instruct the cooks to ensure that Liao Yunfang is well fed and well cared for. Given the current scarcity of food, the fact that our northwest camp can have porridge daily is already a luxury that others covet. Rice is a rare treat. However, today Liao Yunfang has successfully repelled the enemy, and it is only fitting that we reward him appropriately. In the future, do not engage in disputes with him. While you may have the upper hand in martial prowess, he is a man of both courage and wisdom. You may not fare well in dealings with him. I understand, Zhuofeng replied, having heard that the enemy Liao Yunfang defeated was a national hero of the entire northwest camp. He admired Liao Yunfang immensely and had no intention of causing him distress. Well then, let us prepare to welcome our great hero of the northwest camp. Isuihan intends to personally greet Liao Yunfang. Such a talent is indeed rare. Liao Yunfang deserves the warmest reception from all in the northwest camp. Upon returning to the military camp, Liao Yunfang was met with the sight of all the soldiers gathered in unison. At the forefront stood Isuihan, clad in black, his presence commanding despite his attire. He exuded an innate regal aura, his handsome features seemingly sculpted from marble, with sharp angles and deep, piercing eyes that unconsciously instilled a sense of awe. The soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the triumphant return of their hero. The sound was deafening. Suddenly someone lifted her into the air. Liao Yunfang was taken by surprise, and soon found herself tossed into the sky. Her heart raced with excitement as the crowd chanted her name, Liao Yunfang. Liao Yunfang. In that moment, Liao Yunfang was the embodiment of heroism in everyone's eyes. They had prepared themselves for death, never expecting that the tides would turn and the enemy would be driven back single-handedly by Liao Yunfang. As soldiers, they understood that casualties were an inevitable part of battle. From the moment they entered the camp, they had resigned themselves to the whims of fate, yet being alive, they felt a sense of joy, thanks to Liao Yunfang. They had all survived, and from that day forth Liao Yunfang would be their deity. Who could question such a miraculous ability? In their hearts, Liao Yunfang was unlike any ordinary person. After a prolonged cheer, they finally set her down. Liao Yunfang has achieved remarkable merit. I have decided to appoint her as the military advisor. Does anyone have any objections? The general is wise. We have no dissent. Indeed, Liao Yunfang is most deserving of this title. Very well, tonight we shall hold a feast in honor of our military advisor. Are the preparations in the cooking camp complete? They are ready. The soldiers in the cooking camp, having heard of Liao Yunfang's glorious deeds and the general's orders, exerted themselves to prepare a feast, eager to leave a good impression on her. Now that you have accomplished such great feats, do you have any requests? Isuihan inquired. General, may I request my own tent? But she is a woman, it is inappropriate for her to share quarters with several men sleeping on the ground. Isuihan had anticipated that Liao Yunfang might seize the opportunity to make grand demands, such as gold or property, but was taken aback when she merely asked for a single tent. Such a modest request was, of course, easily granted. Thank you, General Zhuofeng, please take care of this. Yes, General Zhuofeng withdrew. Do you have any other requests? Isuihan asked once more. Yes, could someone prepare a tub of hot water for me to bathe? She had not washed for 3 days since her arrival and could smell her own odor. If she delayed any longer, she feared she might attract lice. Certainly, the cooking camp will arrange that immediately. Yes, General, the military advisor should take a moment to rest. We shall celebrate her achievements later this evening. Thank you, General. She felt sticky and uncomfortable. You may all disperse now. Yes, General, the soldiers departed, each returning to their duties. Wasn't a group of women sent to the camp recently. Indeed, General, His Majesty, in his compassion for the soldiers who have long been at war and lack meat, sends a group of convicted noble women to the military each year as rewards for those who have distinguished themselves. These women are military concubines. Today, Liao Yunfang has earned the right to select 2 to serve as her attendants. 2, normally, they only have 1. What? Do you have an objection? No, I merely worry that the military advisor's petite frame may not be able to handle it. The military advisor appeared to be shorter than the soldiers. Whether she can handle it is her own concern. Simply choose 2. Yes, General. With the General's decree, Right Ling naturally had no objections. Men are inherently drawn to beauty. It is a trait of heroes. What man in this world is not captivated by beauty? Only our General remains pure-hearted, a 30-year-old man who has yet to experience the pleasures of intimacy. In the northwest camp, within one of the tents, there were 2 or 3 dozen women dressed in revealing, flamboyant attire. They were all sentenced to serve as military concubines. The women of the home courtyard still had some money to earn, but these women, they had to lower themselves, serving different men daily without any compensation. Even if they were to perish in the process, no one would utter a word in their defense, for they were all daughters of convicted nobles, condemned to the lowest rank of military concubine. Not only were they to serve men, but they were also expected to wash their clothes and toil. They lived lives worse than that of dogs or pigs. Despite this, they still wished to survive. Why is it so lively outside? What is happening? One woman dressed in a blue gown asked curiously. As lowly military concubines, they were not permitted to go out and greet anyone, and thus, they were unaware of the events unfolding outside. I don't know, a woman in red replied, painting her freshly manicured nails. What transpired outside was of no consequence to them. After all, they could never leave this place. Living another day was better than death. Who do you think will summon us to serve today? The woman in purple asked daily. They spoke of the men in the military to pass the time. I guess it will be Fat Hu. As he is one of the strongest in the camp, said the woman in green. I think it's not just about strength. The woman in red chuckled, covering her mouth. The women understood the implication of her words, for they were no longer innocent maidens. A sister in red, who do you think is the most formidable man in the camp? The woman in green inquired. In what sense do you mean formidable? Sister in red, you are being quite improper. The woman in green blushed. Improper? We are all concubines. What propriety is there to discuss? Do you still consider yourself a proper lady? Having come here, there were no longer any proper maidens among them. Just remnants of flowers and wilted leaves. The woman in green turned pale, biting her lip in silence. Sister in red was correct. They were no longer ladies of noble birth, they were merely playthings for the soldiers, summoned at their whim, akin to dogs. I hope I won't be called upon today. The woman in red wished aloud. The men in the military were like wolves, and they showed no tenderness toward them. A few days prior, one of them had even lost her life. If they were to die, no one would mourn them. I don't want to go either, the woman in green said pitifully. She had been summoned the previous day and was still in a fragile state. If called upon again today, she feared for her life. Though life was harsh, she was not ready to die. The girls conversed, lacking names, referring to one another by the colors of their garments. In a corner, a woman in white curled up, striving to minimize her presence. She could not believe her father would be a traitor, seeking glory by betraying his country. Her father had been wronged by treacherous individuals, and she was determined to find a way to clear his name. She needed to. They were originally young ladies of high standing, yet were demoted by His Majesty to serve as military concubines, forced to refer to themselves as mere servants. This, indeed, was the stark reality. Some were stirred by temptation, while others dared not pursue it, for the right vanguard had proclaimed that the military strategist was a valiant warrior, capable of repelling an army single-handedly. One could only imagine the ferocity he must possess. It was feared that should they venture forth, their lives might be forfeit before they could return to the capital. The woman in white brightened and stepped forward, declaring, I am willing to go, General. She had no hope of rising to the general's side. If that were unattainable, then seeking a lesser position with the strategist would suffice. Who else will go? We require 2 individuals to attend to the strategist in his tent tonight. 2. The pallor of the white-clad woman deepened further. Had she acted too rashly? Would she endure the night? The thoughts of others aligned with hers. The temptation of returning to the capital was indeed great, yet preserving one's life took precedence. The woman in red gritted her teeth and said, I will go. Right vanguard, she assured herself that all would be well. She longed to return to ask that man why he had been so cruel to her. Would his conscience not ache? It was she who had aided him in his rise from destitution, only for him to cast her aside to serve as a military concubine. What a farcical twist of fate. Right Ling assessed the 2, finding them reasonably pleasing. The strategist would likely take a liking to them. Follow me. Yes, right vanguard. The women in red and white lowered their heads and trailed behind Right Ling. Chapter 31. Trepidation. The women in red and white followed Right Ling with anxious hearts to the tent of Liao Yunfang. Sixi and Ning Kuan stood outside as sentinels, resembling door gods. Right Ling chose to ignore them. These individuals had acknowledged the strategist as their superior and were exceedingly attentive. You 2 may enter. The strategist is bathing, attend to him well. Sixi, being new, was unaware of the purpose of their visit, but Ning Kuan was an old hand. Upon seeing the two women, he immediately understood their role. No, they cannot enter. Why not? The chief is bathing inside. No one is permitted to enter. Ning Kuan, are you intentionally obstructing me? The strategist, a robust man, is bathing, and you two stand guard here idly. Are you both so bored? Initially, when Liao Yunfang had assigned Ning Kuan and Sixi to guard outside, they had been bewildered. However, they were bound to follow orders. The chief had explicitly instructed them to prevent anyone from entering. And that command was absolute. Ning Kuan and Sixi stood firm at the entrance, resolute in their duty to prevent Right Ling from bringing anyone inside. This was their first task assigned by the chief. And they were determined to perform it well, lest they disappoint him. I come on the general's orders to deliver these individuals. Permit me entry, and I shall depart afterward. No, Ning Kuan remained steadfast, refusing to relent. Ning Kuan, the Right Ling known for his temper, felt his ire rise as Ning Kuan repeatedly disregarded his authority. Do not raise your voice. I can hear you. Ning Kuan was undeterred, showing no fear of his uncle. Very well, I shall wait here. Right Ling found himself at a loss against his obstinate nephew. It seemed he would need to inform the strategist to deal with this impudent youth. The tent offered little soundproofing, and the exchange outside reached Liao Yunfang's ears. She truly feared someone might enter and glimpse her while bathing. After all, she was not a genuine man, she was a woman disguised as one. If someone were to barge in, it would be quite the scandal. Not only that, but her secret would be laid bare. Thus, she had instructed Ning Kuan and Sixi to stand guard outside. Liao Yunfang hastily finished her bath, donned her clothing, and then called for her visitors. Right vanguard, please come in. Right Ling shot Ning Kuan a glare and ushered the two lovely maidens into the tent. Strategist, these two young ladies have been sent by the general to attend to you. What do you think? Sent to serve the strategist? Surely she would not be discovered, or would she? Liao Yunfang, a modern woman, found nothing amiss with the attire of the two ladies. Was it not merely a matter of a strap dress paired with a shawl? How fashionable. Had such clothing existed in ancient times, or was this an anachronistic era where women's attire was so? They were quite attractive indeed. Both ladies possessed a fair complexion. The woman in red appeared dazzling and alluring, while the one in white exuded an air of purity. As long as the strategist was pleased, Right Ling took his leave. Men, after all, cannot help but fixate on beautiful women, and the strategist's gaze remained fixed on the two maidens. Shall you go first, or shall I? The woman in red inquired of the woman in white. Their task was to attend to the strategist. The white-clad woman's face paled, and she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. You go first. Regardless, they were both to serve. If one went first, so be it. She was no longer a naive young lady, with nothing to fear. Strategist, I am the one in red. The woman in red stepped forward and bowed. The strategist was truly handsome, and his gender was indiscernible. Oh, hello, that name suits you well. After a moment of waiting, the woman in red noticed the strategist did not seem inclined to act. Was he expecting her to take the initiative? Typically, other men were like wolves, lunging eagerly forward. Now that it was her turn, she found herself at a loss. Allow me to assist you in undressing. Strategist, the woman in red stepped closer, yet, before she could graze Liao Yunfang's garment, the strategist evaded her. I have already bathed and do not require assistance in undressing. What is the meaning of this? The woman in red was perplexed. Did the strategist wish to remain clothed? Did she need to remove her garments first? Why are you undressing? Do not, Liao Yunfang exclaimed, observing her strip one layer after another. The woman in red clutched her bodice, asserting, how can I serve the strategist without undressing? Must I remain in this attire? Liao Yunfang's lips twitched in disbelief as she finally comprehended that their notion of serving was of an entirely different nature. Put your clothes back on and leave. I have no need for your services. This time, it was the woman in red who was taken aback. She was on the verge of disrobing entirely, only to hear the strategist declare that her services were unnecessary. The strategist clearly found her unappealing. Tears began to stream down the cheeks of the woman in red. Why are you crying? You have done nothing wrong. The sight of a beautiful woman weeping stirred a sense of pity within Liao Yunfang. If she could not win the strategist's favor, her chance of returning to the capital would vanish. This thought only intensified the woman's sorrow. Do not cry, it will ruin your appearance, Liao Yunfang consoled her. Seizing the opportunity, the woman in red leaned against Liao Yunfang, sobbing uncontrollably, as if she had endured great injustice. Liao Yunfang, feeling a sense of protectiveness, believed the woman in red still had a chance. Her hands began to wander up Liao Yunfang's neck, preparing to bestow a kiss upon her lips. This startled Liao Yunfang. She was not inclined towards women. She instinctively pushed the woman in red away, her expression one of shock. The woman in red perceived this as disdain from the strategist. I truly do not require your services. You may return. No, strategist, please keep me here. The prospect of being sent back loomed ominously, promising a future filled with endless toil and despair. She did not wish to be returned. The woman in white shared her sentiments, kneeling before Liao Yunfang, pleading, please keep me here. I can be entirely at your disposal. They both understood what that entailed. Liao Yunfang found herself overwhelmed. Why would she keep them? She was not a man and could not engage in such acts. I truly do not need you. Please rise. She reached out to pull the woman in white up. The woman in white shook her head, imploring, please keep me here. The woman in red likewise knelt, beseeching, please keep me here. They had no recourse but to plead with the strategist. Very well, you may stay and now, please rise. Liao Yunfang was particularly averse to the ancient custom of kneeling at every turn. It seemed she would have to adapt. The faces of the women in red and white brightened with smiles as they exclaimed, thank you, strategist, as long as they could remain by the strategist's side, they would have a chance to return to the capital. I must make clear, if you wish to stay with me, you may, but under 3 conditions. Do not approach me too closely, understood? Should you resemble me too closely, my secret may be compromised. The distinctions between male and female are substantial. The women in red and white hesitated before responding. Understood, strategist. It appeared the strategist, like the general, was not swayed by female allure. Thankfully, the strategist displayed a certain tenderness, refraining from sending them back. Chapter 32, Rewards and Punishments. Outside the tent, Sixi and Ning Kuan overheard their conversation. Do you think the chief may be incapable? Otherwise, why would he not permit them to approach? Sixi whispered, dare you utter such words in the chief's hearing? Our chief undoubtedly does not favor the women here. Hence his refusal. Everyone was acutely aware of the reputation of the women in the military. The one in white had visited his tent just days prior. Ning Kuan surmised that the chief simply wished to avoid them. Not that he was incapable. The women here were military concubines, objects of desire for many, and it was understandable for the chief to harbor disdain. The general had likewise never engaged with such women. Disinterest was merely disinterest. All talk of purity was mere pretense. No man exists who is entirely immune to female beauty, unless he were a eunuch. Their chief, being a valiant warrior, surely belonged to the former category. A low rumble came from the stomach of the woman in white, a most inopportune sound. She had only consumed a bowl of plain porridge that day, and hunger gnawed at her. They subsisted on but 1 meal of porridge daily. Grain is a precious commodity, and these individuals are unworthy of being well fed. Were it not for their utility, the military would not provide sustenance for them. Arriving here signifies a life of worthlessness. The stomach of the woman in red emitted a growl of hunger. After serving 2 men yesterday, she has only consumed a bowl of plain porridge today. She has long been famished, her hunger now pressing painfully against her back. Yet, is her stomach truly hungry? Liao Yunfang is well aware of the dire food shortage in the state of Wuxi. The women in red and white nodded awkwardly in acknowledgement. Liao Yunfang produced 2 Snickers bars. Here, eat. The woman in red could hardly believe this was meant for her. Thank you, military advisor. The woman in white expressed her gratitude. Within the military, their status is lowly. Those men regard them as mere objects, preoccupied only with their own desires, indifferent to their discomfort. It is here, with Liao Yunfang, that the women in red and white first felt a sense of being valued. The military advisor is a good man. Distinct from the other men in the army. The voice of the woman in white trembled with emotion. Once, both women were esteemed young ladies, savoring their food delicately. Observing a beauty eat is indeed a delightful sight. After you finish, pack your belongings and move in here. You will sleep on the ground. There is only 1 bed, and now that she is disguised as a man, she cannot allow them to share it. They must endure sleeping on the floor. Yes, I will return to gather my things. The woman in red was overjoyed. She was finally leaving that tent, no longer required to serve others. She is not inherently of low status. If not for dire circumstances, she would not willingly serve others daily. I take my leave, the woman in white thought to herself, feeling content as she moved out of that tent, marking the first step back to the capital. Just wait, those who have wronged her will surely face their own reckoning. By then, she hopes her dear sister can withstand her fury. Indeed, it was her dear sister who orchestrated her downfall. The kind Bai Ruoi of the past has perished. Now only Bai Yi remains. As the woman in red exited, she cast a glance at Ning Kuan, a man she remembered, who had asked her to serve him a few days prior. However, best left unspoken. Ning Kuan observed the woman in red. What is that look in her eyes? If he is not mistaken, it is disdain. A military prostitute daring to look down upon him, truly remarkable. Lu Zi's eyes widened. He had been too engrossed in listening to the leader's musings about why there were women in the military. He was new to the army and still unfamiliar with its system of rewards and punishments. Those are military prostitutes. Military prostitutes? Lu Zi's voice rose in disbelief. Liao Yunfang overheard. So they are military prostitutes. That explains their scant attire. However, they are indeed beautiful. Were he a man, he would find it hard to resist such alluring women. Indeed, His Majesty is considerate of our years spent in battle, thus sending dozens of women each year. The general established a system of rewards and punishments. Daily, we engage in contests, and the victors may choose a military prostitute to serve them. Dozens of women, with thousands of men in the military, can they bear it? Those who cannot endure will simply perish. Ning Kuan spoke with a nonchalant air, as if the death of a woman were inconsequential. Liao Yunfang felt a pang of unease. Life for women in ancient times is undeniably arduous. Do you have any? Of course, Lu Zi raised an eyebrow, but I simply did not succeed. He suddenly understood the meaning behind the woman's earlier disdainful glance. He had not judged her for being a military prostitute, yet she had the audacity to look down upon him. He was still a virgin, his nervousness had caused the earlier incident. Next time, he would accumulate experience and ensure she begs for mercy. How many times? It is normal for men to speak lewdly. 4 times. Ning Kuan lied through his teeth, unwilling to admit he had failed every attempt. The shame would be unbearable if anyone found out. Impressive, Lu Zi commended, eager to experience it himself. He found the woman in white particularly enticing, with her slender waist, sensual lips, and a fragrance that lingered, all of which captivated him. Chapter 33, Gossip behind the back. Caught red-handed. Liao Yunfang would not disclose that she had overheard their entire conversation. Ning Kuan, how long have you been in the Northwest camp? 3 years. In these 3 years, his uncle had put him through rigorous training, waking him before dawn and allowing him little rest at night, yet he knew his uncle was not fearful of him. He was merely preserving his dignity. When he first arrived, the veterans would try to trip him up, but his uncle subtly intervened, ensuring that the old soldier faced a stern reprimand and was bedridden for 10 days. Since then, no one dared to provoke him again. His uncle, despite his strictness, was indeed protective. Perhaps he should ease up on his uncle in the future. After all, he did not have an aunt yet, and he did not want to provoke his uncle to the point of causing trouble. And now, tell me about this Northwest camp. Lu Zi's eyes sparkled. He had heard tales of the valorous soldiers in the Northwest camp, particularly General Yahan, who was undefeated in battle and had claimed countless victories, thus inspiring Lu Zi to enlist there. All right, let me tell you about our general. His name is Yahan. He is 29 years old, unmarried, and has no concubines. He is indifferent to women, and he has never touched a single military prostitute. As Ning Kuan spoke, he glanced left and right, ensuring no one was around before revealing that many in the army speculated about his fondness for young men. No way, Lu Zi exclaimed in disbelief. Our general seems formidable. How could he possibly have such inclinations? Ning Kuan quickly covered Lu Zi's mouth. Be quiet. Lu Zi nodded, and Ning Kuan released him to continue. Does our general truly have such inclinations? Most likely, otherwise how can one explain that at 29 he is yet to be with a woman? Liao Yunfang listened intently, nodding in agreement. In ancient times, men often had multiple wives, and some were consorting with women as early as 15. The fact that Yahan, at 29, remains untouched suggests either an issue in that regard or a disinterest in women altogether. Yahan's physique certainly seemed capable. What a pity, what a pity. Liao Yunfang shook her head in lament. In your opinion, does our general have a favored person in the military? I suspect the general has an interest in my uncle. He genuinely worried that his uncle might never marry. Alas, if the general were to pursue his uncle, how could he possibly contend with the general? Liao Yunfang was utterly captivated by this revelation. How do you know? The general often summons my uncle to his tent in the dead of night. Many times he spends the entire night there. What matters could require such clandestine meetings at such an hour? Poor uncle, I wonder if he has lost his virtue to the general. If my mother were to find out, how heartbroken she would be. Still seeking a bride for my uncle. Yahan stood behind. His face darkened. He had no idea that his late-night discussions with the right vanguard regarding urgent strategies had been misconstrued as having such inclinations. Lu Zi noticed the general and quickly exchanged glances with Ning Kuan. However, Ning Kuan was oblivious, engrossed in his own thoughts, pondering who held the upper hand between his uncle and the general. But if you were so curious, why not come to my tent tonight and see for yourself? Ning Kuan shivered at the sound of that voice. He managed a smile that was more painful than tears. General, what brings you here? What, is it inappropriate for me to be here? Of course not. Ning Kuan replied, on the verge of tears. The general's gaze was terrifying. Were it capable of killing, he would surely be dead by now. Ning Kuan shot a glare at Lu Zi, cursing him for failing to provide a warning about the general's arrival. Leaving him caught in such a predicament, Lu Zi lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. He wondered if the general might show leniency today, considering the embarrassment of the allegations. I see you are simply too full and have nothing better to do, so I shall punish you to wash all the socks of the troops. You are not permitted to eat until you finish. Wash socks? General, are you jesting? He protested. Not only is it impossible to finish, but the feet of these soldiers are all foul. Their socks could attract a swarm of flies. To be tasked with washing socks is far worse than receiving 30 lashes. Ning Kuan felt despondent. I do not joke, Yahan stated coldly. Ning Kuan thought to call Lu Zi for assistance, but Lu Zi offered him no such opportunity. General, I just remembered that the military advisor has assigned me a task. I must take my leave. Before Yahan could respond, Lu Zi dashed away as if chased by a ravenous tiger. Ridiculous. He and Ning Kuan had been discussing the general behind his back and were caught. If he stayed any longer, he would surely be punished as well. Although he did not mention the general, he was still complicit. Yahan remained, not budging from the spot. I accept the order. Ning Kuan, at that moment, resembled a deflated eggplant, utterly dispirited. Liao Yunfang continued to eavesdrop and was taken aback when Yahan lifted the curtain and entered. Reflexively, she stumbled backward. Quick as a flash, Yahan caught her. Her waist was so slender it resembled that of a woman. Liao Yunfang hastily jumped away, fearful of being misunderstood. Yahan was followed closely by Zuofeng. Her flustered attempt to distance herself displeased Yahan. Does this general look like a man-eater? No, you do not consume people. Merely the thought of Ning Kuan's words regarding Yahan's supposed inclinations flooded her mind. As a modern young woman, she is open to the idea of same-sex love between men. In T country, same-sex couples can legally obtain marriage certificates. Liao Yunfang's gaze flitted back and forth between Yahan and Zhuofeng. Ning Kuan mentioned that Yahan and Yuling were involved, but she held a more favorable view of Zhuofeng and Yahan. Just look at Zhuofeng's stunning appearance, he surpasses any woman. Upon noticing Liao Yunfang's stare, Yahan's expression darkened considerably. This Ning Kuan has surely been too lenient in his punishments. Making him wash socks is hardly sufficient. This general does not indulge in romantic dalliances with men. Oh, I see. There's a modern saying that explains. Explanation is merely a disguise. Understand? Never mind, the more one elaborates, the worse it becomes. It is all a misunderstanding, and there is no need to provide further explanations. As long as my future wife does not misconstrue matters, that will suffice. Tonight, the military will hold a celebration in your honor. Do not be absent. Very well. A celebration banquet. Is it similar to those depicted on television in ancient times? I shall find out this evening. Liao Yunfang thought with a hint of anticipation. Yahan had originally come to consult the strategist, for today's battle was won in an extraordinary manner, but now he had lost his appetite for such matters. He departed hastily. Yahan came in a rush and left just as swiftly. Liao Yunfang muttered to herself, "What a pity." Chapter 34. Celebration. As night descended, the dense fog over the vast earth gradually dissipated, and the floating clouds in the sky became increasingly sparse. A crescent moon peeked out, resembling a solitary lamp, casting its silvery glow across the ground. To honor Liao Yunfang's achievements, Yahan arranged for songs and dances. Yahan occupied the main seat, with Liao Yunfang positioned beside him. The dancers in white and red stood on either side of her. The graceful dancers swayed elegantly in their movements. Applause erupted from Liao Yunfang as she led the clapping. Watching the beauties of ancient times dance was indeed a visual feast. "Well done," she exclaimed, clapping in delight. With Liao Yunfang's encouragement, others soon joined in, applauding fervently. The soldiers watched with rapt attention, feeling that today's maidens appeared even more enchanting than usual. Perhaps it was because they had heard that the dancers in red and white were taken into the strategist's quarters, sparing them from living together. Others, eager for attention, put forth their utmost efforts and performances, hoping to catch either the strategists or the general's eye and be brought into their quarters. To be chosen meant they would no longer need to serve others in rotation, a fortunate turn of events for them. If given the option, who would willingly serve men day after day? After all, they were once proud young ladies of high standing. Is the strategist satisfied with today's arrangements? Yahan's eyes inadvertently glanced towards the two women beside Liao Yunfang. Noting their beauty, indeed, the strategist was fortunate. Liao Yunfang assessed, "It's acceptable, though it lacks a certain something." Yahan set down his teacup, puzzled. "Oh, pray tell, strategist." On this fine evening, amidst the revelry of song and dance, the absence of wine is somewhat perplexing. She would never admit that she was simply longing for a drink. Yahan frowned, replying sternly, "This is a military camp. Drinking is prohibited." A few years ago, a soldier, slightly inebriated, failed to notice an enemy attack, resulting in significant losses. Since then, I have strictly prohibited all soldiers from consuming alcohol. Prohibited from drinking? Liao Yunfang turned her gaze towards Yuling, who sheepishly lowered his head. At this, Liao Yunfang understood everything. This right vanguard was likely hoarding alcohol for himself. If the strategist truly wishes to drink, we may wait until we reclaim the city and return to the capital. I shall procure some fine wine for you from the emperor, ensuring you drink to your heart's content. Upon hearing the mention of returning to the capital, the women in red and white clutched their garments tightly. Excitement bubbling within them, though they could not openly express it, they silently vowed to serve the strategist well, hoping to accompany him back to the capital. To reclaim the city. Does the general mean we are to engage in battle again? Liao Yunfang felt a twinge of melancholy. Although she possessed grenades, she was not particularly keen on warfare. After all, she was a modern woman who did not relish the sight of bloodshed. If it were not absolutely necessary, she would prefer to avoid combat altogether. She longed for peace and stability, where the people could live and work in contentment. Indeed, the barbarian invaders have seized 8 cities of Wuqi country, and the most abhorrent aspect is that they spare neither the elderly nor the weak, slaughtering indiscriminately. If we do not drive the barbarians back, they will certainly launch further attacks on our land. This general must take the initiative. I wonder what insights the strategist may have, if we wish to avoid further conflict. Unifying the realm is the only path to ensure the populace can live in peace. Unifying the realm. He did not respond directly, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the rim of the jade cup. The attendees were taken aback by Liao Yunfang's declaration of unification. The strategist's ambitions were lofty, and they felt themselves lacking in comparison. No wonder he dared to challenge an army of 50,000 with but one companion. The strategist was indeed a figure they admired. Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Our leader harbors grand aspirations. I can already envision a future where Wuqi country stands unified, and we shall be hailed as great contributors. At that time I shall buy a grand estate and a multitude of servants to provide my mother with a life of luxury. Biginoa, I shall bring honor to my ancestors, with 3 wives and 4 concubines. Chen Weiling, I wish to marry the one I love. Chen Weiling's beloved was the daughter of a wealthy merchant, he was but a servant in the household. Pinger never looked down on him. But upon discovering their secret engagement, the merchant expelled him from the household, and Pinger was confined. Pinger, wait for me, once I achieve military merit, I shall return to marry you. Zhou Yun felt somewhat perplexed. Had he missed something? Why did he not understand why Liu Zai referred to the strategist as leader? Liu Zai, now somewhat renowned in the military for his contribution to defeating the enemy, was said to have won the strategist's favor. Zhou Yun felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have joined as well. Does the strategist have any brilliant strategies? Yahan felt a shock akin to that of the others. Wuqi country was merely a small nation, he had only ever considered defending its borders and had never contemplated the grand ambition of unifying the 6 nations. And now, upon hearing the strategist's words, he found himself unable to calm his racing thoughts. Such aspirations had never crossed his mind before, nor had he dared to dream of them, but now, with the strategist at his side, anything seemed possible. Yes, but can we first enjoy the beauty of the dancers and the feast? Liao Yunfang indeed had a brilliant idea. She intended to emulate Qin Shi Huang, while ancient people often spoke of Qin Shi Huang's cruelty. Liao Yunfang saw him as an exceptional emperor who built the Great Wall, unified currency, standardized scripts, and unified languages, all for the benefit of his people. However, this was a long discussion. She simply wished to eat her fill and rest. Since her arrival in Wuqi country, she had not had a proper sleep and was beginning to feel a headache coming on. It is my impatience that has caused this. If the strategist enjoys it, then let us take our time and eat more. Shuehan understood that the unification of the 6 nations could not be rushed. He still had to write to the emperor, some matters required detailed explanations. As for the food, Liao Yunfang had little interest, but she understood that these dishes had been specially prepared for them, special circumstances warranted special treatment, and she could comprehend that as Wufeng approached with a cup of tea in hand. Standing before Liao Yunfang, strategist, I offer you this tea in place of wine, hoping that you can overlook my earlier disrespectful remarks. Wufeng was a man of flexibility. No worries, I did not take it to heart. We are all one family here, there is no need for such formalities. Henceforth, we are all brothers. Liao Yunfang patted his shoulder, adopting a camaraderie akin to what she had seen on television as Wufeng. Expecting the strategist to reprimand him, was surprised by this easy acceptance. The strategist truly possessed a remarkable demeanor, setting an example for them all as Wufeng raised his cup in a toast, downing it in one gulp. Liao Yunfang mirrored his actions, draining her cup entirely, her demeanor exuding a certain masculine nonchalance. Strategist, I am Ziyuan, a simple man who may not utter sweet words, but I hold you in great esteem. So I raise this cup of tea in your honor. Ziyuan was tall and robust, exuding an air of strength. The dancer in red filled Liao Yunfang's cup once more. Alright, drink up. Liao Yunfang down another cup. Strategist, I too wish to toast you. Very well. One toast led to another, and soon it became a continuous cycle of tea toasting. With each cup, Liao Yunfang felt a growing urgency to relieve herself. Eventually she found an excuse to slip away. Chapter 35, Earning Military Merit. Once Liao Yunfang returned to her tent, she collapsed onto the bed, though it was not as comfortable as a modern one. It was the most restful place she had slept in over the past 2 days, and she felt grateful. As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness. Liao Yunfang was an optimistic and adaptable person. She could thrive wherever she went. Strategist, do you require me to warm your bed? The dancer in red approached with a question. Liao Yunfang was startled awake, quickly sitting up. No, I do not need you to warm my bed. You can sleep on the ground. After finally securing a bed to sleep in, she had no intention of relinquishing it. The bed was hers, and she was content to make the 2 beauties sleep on the floor. Yes, strategist, the dancer in white echoed from behind, obediently. Why do you not allow them to serve you? Are you not fond of them? After being frightened by the dancer in red, Liao Yunfang's sleepiness had vanished, leaving her wide awake. Then let us engage in conversation. I have observed your demeanor and manner of speech. You seem to hail from a wealthy household. How did you find yourselves in such a predicament? Red Robe sighed deeply, lamenting the plight of her family due to her father's embezzlement and bribery, the sum being substantial. In a fit of rage, the emperor had exiled all male relatives and condemned the female kin to serve as military concubines. Such was the emperor's style, a motif frequently depicted on television. Whenever a minister committed an egregious crime, the punishment would extend to 9 generations. In the past, while watching these dramas, she had felt no discontent. But now, immersed in the ancient world, she recognized the injustice of the emperor's actions. Why should the sins of the father be visited upon the family? The transgressor was her father, so why must everyone else suffer? It was akin to certain emperors, who, despite having thousands of beauties in their harem, would demand that all concubines accompany them to the grave upon their death, illustrating the harsh reality of a woman's fate in ancient times. Before she could carve out her own destiny, she had to conceal her identity as a daughter of the family. What about you, White Robe? White Robe's eyes were filled with resentment and scorn. As she lamented that she had been schemed against, how so? Do enlighten me. Indeed, I was originally the legitimate daughter of the family. My father, misled by slanderous whispers, favored a concubine over my mother, leaving my mother despondent until her untimely demise when I was merely 10. The concubine ascended to the position of the primary wife. I had thought her to be benevolent, but little did I know of her wolfish ambitions. She harbored ill will toward me simply because I had a betrothal with the son of a scholar, and thus she sought to make my life miserable. My sister conspired with that same scholar's son, and together they framed me for an affair with a servant. My father nearly killed me, but my good sister pleaded for my life, suggesting I be offered to the emperor and sent to the army. Thus I found myself in this dire predicament. White Robe wished nothing more than to exact vengeance upon that mother-daughter duo and the treacherous man. She had merely wished to preserve her virtue before marriage. Yet they conspired against her, tarnishing her reputation. Liao Yunfang, upon hearing this, was equally outraged. White Robe's sister had not only taken the position of a concubine but also sought to betray the rightful heir, truly excessive. So you were all unwilling participants? White Robe shook her head, resignedly stating, naturally, we were not willing, yet, we had no other choice. Who would dare defy the emperor's decree? The consequence of rebellion is death without mercy. It is better to live in misery than to die without hope. Living still offers a glimmer of vengeance. You seek revenge? I do, I dream of it, yet I know not how long I can survive in this army. What do you mean? Will they truly kill us? White Robe's complexion paled as she bit her lip and replied, every day, we must warm the beds of several generals in turn. Not long ago, a sister perished on the bed. The men in the army are like ravenous wolves, some even delight in violence, those who do not die are left maimed. White Robe spoke on behalf of her deceased sisters. Red Robe's expression shifted. Why do you reveal everything? If word gets out that you are gossiping about the generals, you will not fare well. The generals are men. We have no right to speak such truths. No matter if Liao Yunfang, although inexperienced, had heard tales of men with certain proclivities. If they encountered such men as military concubines, they could only accept their fate. Liao Yunfang could not help but feel pity for them. Their family had caused a calamity, yet these innocent women bore the brunt of the suffering. As a fellow woman, Liao Yunfang's empathy surged. Do you wish to leave this place, or do you desire to change your circumstances? White Robe and Red Robe exchanged gleeful smiles. Does the general truly wish to take us away from the northwest camp? Their opportunity had arrived. They had thought it would require great effort to persuade the general. But to their astonishment, the general spoke first. Heavens, at last, you have opened your eyes. If you wish to follow me, I can take you away. I will ask the general for 2 women. He should not refuse. Should he, however, if you return just like that, your situation may not be better than in the northwest camp. As the daughters of a condemned minister, and having served as military concubines, the spittle of the ancients could drown you. Red Robe and White Robe bowed their heads in silence. Although they understood the logic, they could not bear the thought of returning. Liao Yunfang continued to analyze. It is not difficult to return to the capital. The challenge lies in your status as the daughters of a traitor. If you return recklessly, you may be exploited by those with ulterior motives, making your plight even worse. The only solution is for you to achieve merit and let the emperor publicly summon you back to the capital. At that time, you will have leverage. Please advise us, General. White Robe and Red Robe knelt before her, firmly believing that someone capable of being a general must possess many ideas and strategies. Do not kneel before me. Remember that. Yes, General. Are you willing to fight? Being within the army, gaining military merit through battle was the best strategy. White Robe and Red Robe were utterly astonished. The general means for us to fight? But we are merely women, how can we go to battle? Their shock was understandable. They had been taught that women should adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, submitting to their fathers at home, obeying their husbands in marriage, and managing domestic affairs. This mindset was deeply ingrained. Why can women not fight? Hua Mulan joined the army. Mu Guiying commanded troops. Which of them was not a heroine surpassing men? Who are Hua Mulan and Mu Guiying? Alright, you do not know them, but that is of no consequence. Just know that they were women who accomplished great feats. Liao Yunfang did not elaborate further. But we only know how to embroider and do laundry. We understand nothing of warfare. How can we hope to earn military merit? White Robe expressed her disappointment. You need not worry about that. I can provide you with specialized training. The nation of Wokigwo seeks to unify the realm. Capable individuals are indispensable. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. With those words from the general, White Robe and Red Robe felt as though they had received a reassuring promise. Very well, it is getting late. You may rest now. Fatigue washed over her, and all she desired was sleep. Yes, General. Yes, General. After Liao Yunfang covered herself with a quilt, White Robe and Red Robe sought out a corner to rest. The night deepened, and the thick fog over the vast earth gradually dissipated, the drifting clouds in the sky becoming increasingly sparse. A crescent moon emerged, resembling a solitary lamp casting its luminous glow across the ground. Chapter 36. The general's fury won. Liao Yunfang slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Stretching her limbs, she murmured, "What a delightful sleep." White Robe and Red Robe had risen early to wait for her. Having spent an exhilarating night without rest, General, you are awake. Red Robe spoke softly. I shall prepare mouthwash for you. Much obliged. Red Robe hurriedly exited to fulfill her task. General, allow me to assist you in dressing. White Robe said gently. Liao Yunfang's heart raced as she replied, there is no need for that. I can manage on my own. What a preposterous notion. Dressing inevitably involves some physical contact. It would be quite unfortunate if an inappropriate area were touched. Yes, General. White Robe remained still, awaiting instructions. After Liao Yunfang had tidied her clothing, Red Robe re-entered. General, you may rinse your mouth now. Very well. Liao Yunfang took a bowl of water, swishing it in her mouth. This era lacked toothbrushes, so she could only rinse briefly. Big sister, it's time to eat. The cheerful voice of Ning Kuan echoed before he appeared, carrying a delicate food box. Big sister, I've just been to the kitchen to fetch you some food. It is still warm, come taste it. Ning Kuan placed the food box on the table. What is that smell? It stinks. Liao Yunfang pinched her nose, realizing the odor emanated from Ning Kuan himself. It seemed he had been punished to wash socks. Have you bathed? Liao Yunfang asked with disdain. Big sister, I haven't washed up yet. The general punished me to wash socks. After I finished washing, I hurried to the kitchen to bring you food. And I haven't eaten either. Praise me. Am I not a splendid little brother? Thank you, but no wonder you smell. Although she dared not refuse the food he brought, she feared it would suffocate her with its stench. Since you haven't eaten, you can enjoy it yourself. Eat it for me. Woe is me, you are the best, big sister. Ning Kuan thought he could boast to Liuzi and the others, believing he had won the favor of the big sister, who only shared food with him. You enjoy it slowly. I must discuss some matters with the general. All right, big sister, you go ahead. White Robe and Red Robe stared at Ning Kuan as if he were a fool, thinking how could someone be so dense. Did he not see the disdain on the general's face? Come, you should follow me. Yes, General. White Robe and Red Robe felt a surge of excitement, knowing that the general intended to discuss their potential involvement in battle, a matter crucial to their future. They had already spent a sleepless night in anticipation, yet the general had yet to agree, leaving a lingering stone in their hearts. Liao Yunfang made her way to Shuihan's tent without needing guidance. She knew the route well. It was not far from her own tent, and in no time, she arrived to greetings. General, the guards outside Shuihan's tent were the same ones who had served tea to Liao Yunfang the previous night. Is the general present? Liao Yunfang asked directly. Yes, the general is currently dining. Dining, you say? Excellent, I shall enter. Oh, very well. The guard scratched his head, puzzled by the general's phrasing. General, I have come to discuss matters with you. Just right, I haven't eaten yet either. Would you mind if another person joins us? Why say another? Because both Zwifeng and Yuling are here. No worries, have a seat. Together. We already have 2 extra people, so 1 more won't matter. Since the strategist wishes to dine here, I shall head to the fire camp. As Zwifeng keenly excused himself, knowing that the food was already scant, and with the strategist present, it would be insufficient. Upon seeing Zwifeng leave, Yuling felt it inappropriate to linger and decided to head to the fire camp as well. Strategist, General, please take your time with your meal. Zwifeng, wait for me. Yuling stood and exited the tent. They left of their own accord. She did not drive them away. Have you 2 eaten? Would you care to join us for a meal? Liao Yunfang asked the women in red and white. This startled the women in red and white. They felt unworthy to dine at the same table as the general. Strategist, we have already dined. In truth, they had not eaten yet, but dared not admit it. It seems these 2 women are quite favored by the strategist. Very well then, let us eat. Liao Yunfang unceremoniously picked up her bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. The plain porridge and simple dishes were quite ordinary. It appeared that there was indeed a shortage of food. Even the general could not receive special treatment. Look at this white porridge, so thin it resembles plain water. And the side dishes are merely wild vegetables, cooked without oil, of a dull yellow hue. Compared to last night's feast, this was truly a stark contrast. Nevertheless, Liao Yunfang did not complain, as long as there was food to eat. It sufficed. As she reached for the dishes, her arm revealed a considerable length, fair and slender. Shuihan couldn't help but glance several times. He then noticed that the strategist's lips were also a delicate pink. How could a man resemble a woman so much? While Liao Yunfang sipped her porridge, suddenly more dishes appeared in her bowl. She looked up at Shuihan. You are too thin, strategist. Eat more. In modern terms, Liao Yunfang's figure would be deemed a true beauty, but now, as a man, she seemed rather petite in comparison. Thank you, General. Why does she feel as though she is being fed by a boyfriend? Can someone explain this to her? The simple porridge and side dishes were consumed quickly. Within moments, the table was cleared. Ji Yuan, come in and clean up. Shuihan refrained from calling the women in red and white, believing that they, being the strategist's women, should not be under his command. Yes, General. After Ji Yuan entered and swiftly tidied up, he left. General, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? I wish for the women in our army to join the fight. What did you say? Have you lost your mind? Shuihan regarded Liao Yunfang as if she were deranged. He then cast a sharp gaze at the women in red and white. He was utterly unaware of the extent of their influence, which had so bewitched the strategist. Of course, I am not mad. If I am not mad, then why are you here speaking such nonsense? I am serious. Speak. What kind of spell have you 2 cast on the strategist to make him advocate for you so? What are your intentions? Yahan directed his ire at the women in red and white, his tone icy and filled with fury. The strategist is the pillar of the nation, he must not be swayed by the whims of women. The women in red and white, terrified by Yahan's murderous glare, knelt down, pleading for mercy. Spare us, General, someone drag these gossiping harlots out and beat them to death. Yahan was infuriated beyond measure. No, please, General, spare us. Tears streamed down the faces of the women in red and white. Chapter 37, Anger 2. At the general's command, soldiers burst in with weapons, their presence imposing, their voices rang out, strong and synchronized. Clearly trained and accustomed to the general and the strategist, capture these two harlots and execute them. Yahan's sudden assault on them took Liao Yunfang by surprise. Yes, General, military orders are as solid as mountains. And the soldiers prepared to seize the two women. Spare us, General. Red and white were utterly terrified. With their vengeance unfulfilled, they faced imminent death, a most unjust fate. Liao Yunfang acted swiftly to intervene. Wait, General Li. They have committed no wrongdoing. It is reckless to execute them without discernment. See, this is ancient times. Those in power can kill commoners as easily as crushing an ant. They dared to sway the strategist. And that is a crime deserving of death. Yahan was convinced that it was the women in red and white who had whispered sweet nothings to the strategist, leading him to utter such absurd notions of women going into battle. Such women must be dealt with now. Leaving them alive would only invite future calamities. They did not sway me. Do you believe that women are inherently inferior to men? Is that not the case? Humph, what a joke. Men are capable of what women can do. Conversely, women can bear children. Can you men do that? You speak of women being lesser, yet what of the mothers who gave you life? In your eyes, are they not worth a penny? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. As a woman herself, Liao Yunfang would not tolerate the belittlement of her gender. She stood up for these women, her voice carrying enough weight to be heard outside the tent. Over 20 military prostitutes, returning from washing clothes by the river, halted in their tracks, moved by her words. It was the first time someone had spoken up for them. Liao Yunfang, do not let your modest talents lead you to believe you are invincible. Yahan was equally infuriated. The strategist was no longer addressed with honorifics, but by name. There are always greater talents beyond your own. I do not consider myself invincible, I merely speak the truth. You are too extreme. She could traverse time, perhaps others could too. Anything is possible, and there are many out there more capable than her. Yahan gritted his teeth, furious. For the sake of these two women, you call me extreme? Yahan, like most men, looked down upon these military prostitutes and never approached them. He found them filthy. Who are you calling a harlot? None of these women chose this life willingly, if it were not for the emperor's decree. Who would wish to be a military prostitute? They are all born of parents, just like us. They are human beings with flesh and blood. She gazed into Yahan's eyes, her voice icy. Liao Yunfang's words brought tears to the eyes of all the women in the army. It turns out, there are still those who care for them, stubborn and unyielding. I could say more, but it would be futile. Let us wager. Give me 1 month. After that, my female soldiers will duel against your male soldiers. If my female soldiers win, you will allow them to fight on the battlefield and earn military merit. If they lose, I will leave their fate to you. A chuckle erupted from the crowd. It was hard to blame them, for the strategist's boast was rather amusing. These were seasoned veterans, experienced in battle. The idea of delicate women facing them was, indeed, laughable. Yahan did not immediately agree, knowing that Liao Yunfang possessed weapons. Once her weapons were revealed, not even he could guarantee victory. One must concede that the older generation possesses wisdom. A wager is acceptable, but you cannot provide them with weapons. Very well, it is settled. I have one more request. Speak. For this month, the soldiers in the army are not to seek their services. What services? Everyone understood the implication, yet Liao Yunfang refrained from voicing it outright. Agreed, I accept this condition. Yahan, too, was curious to see what Liao Yunfang could achieve. He was willing to trust the strategist once more. Let us go. Liao Yunfang exited the tent with the women in red and white. Not looking back. A group of women outside expressed their gratitude, saying, we have seen the strategist and the general's wager did not go unheard. The strategist was the first to consider them. And they could not let down his expectations. Even if they could not defeat the male soldiers a month later, they would double their efforts in the coming month. They would not squander the strategist's trust today. Liao Yunfang surveyed the crowd of delicate beauties. You all heard my wager with the general, right? Yes, strategist, we heard. Good. Since you have heard, I shall not elaborate further. Time is short. You have only 1 month. During this month, I will provide you with special training. It will be arduous and may lead to injuries. Those who do not wish to participate may withdraw now. Liao Yunfang spoke resolutely. No, we will not withdraw. To withdraw would mean returning to a monotonous life of servitude. No training, however grueling, could compare to their current plight, both physically and mentally exhausting, since the strategist was willing to offer them this chance. They would not easily give up. Alright, now go prepare, gather your hair and follow me for a run. Sending them running was Liao Yunfang's first step to strengthen their bodies. She had read that saying. A man may be changed after 3 days apart, and she was eager to prove that she could train these women into capable warriors, granting them a rightful place. Yes, strategist. The group of women joyfully returned to their quarters. Liuzi by Jinhua, Chen Weiling Panghu, and Xiaofu exchanged glances, realizing that their positions were at risk. No, they too must join the special training. What harm could there be in training alongside women? That was not the priority. The key was not to let their leader be taken away. That he was their leader. Where is Ning Kuan? Bai Jinhua inquired. I don't know. He was punished by the general to wash socks and hasn't returned to the tent all night. Bai Jinhua replied. Ning Kuan and Chen Weiling were in the same tent. Let us go find him. He must not be aware of the wager between the strategist and the general. Liuzi hurriedly decided to seek out Ning Kuan. Hurry, hurry. At this moment, Ning Kuan was delightfully indulging in a feast within Liao Yunfang's tent. Chapter 38, Disguised Royal Inspection 1. The capital city has now passed 5 days since the national master spoke of Wu Qigua and the arrival of the 3 stars. During these days, in search of a savior for Wu Qigua, the emperor, accompanied by his eunuchs, has been disguised and roaming the streets. After 5 days of searching, they remain utterly clueless. Shaoli, where do you think this person could be hiding? Why can't we find them? The capital city, while not vast, is not small either. They have scoured every possible location, yet still come up empty-handed. The servant is uncertain, Shaoli murmured, lowering his head. Hurry, hurry, the Yahan courtyard and the Yichuan courtyard are about to hold a competition. There will be a splendid show to behold. Suddenly someone in the crowd rushed away in a flurry. Quickly, quickly, if we delay, there will be no spots left. Those strolling on the street, upon hearing this, hastened towards the Yahan courtyard. The mere names of Yahan and Yichuan courtyards suggest they are not establishments frequented by the virtuous. The emperor is displeased. In a time of national crisis, these individuals still indulge in revelry, truly deserving of condemnation. Shall we go and witness this? Let us go observe. I must see how my subjects squander their wealth under my nose. Yes, your majesty. Before the Yichuan courtyard, the scene was bustling with carriages and distinguished guests. Scholars and poets flowing in and out. They arrived either alone or in groups, each face alight with anticipation and excitement. Upon entering the opulent hall of the brothel, the atmosphere was nothing short of lively. Guests sat around splendid tables sipping tea and engaging in laughter, while on stage women flitted about like swallows, their graceful movements reminiscent of dancing butterflies, captivating all who beheld them. Amidst the music, cups clinked, and the air was thick with an atmosphere of lavishness and indulgence. Every corner was filled with joy and desire, as if this were a dreamlike realm far removed from worldly troubles. Miss Rose, look at those men below. They have come solely for you. To think the Yahan courtyard dares to issue a challenge to us. What audacity! A maid stood behind Rose, assisting her in her preparations. Rose merely smiled, remaining silent. The maid continued, I have heard that a new girl has arrived at the Yahan courtyard, teaching them songs and dances daily. I wonder what tricks they will manage to conjure. In my view, they are merely flailing about uselessly. Who in the capital does not know our Miss Rose, who excels in song and dance, and is proficient in every art form? Indeed, Rose held high aspirations, believing herself to be deserving of the title of the capital's foremost talented woman. If not for her noble birth, she would undoubtedly claim that title. However, being a woman of the world, she had no right to vie for such a name. The selection of talented ladies required a lineage of impeccable standing. She was not the daughter of a reputable family. Her mother was the madam of the Yichuan courtyard, and her own paternity remained uncertain. The true first talented woman of the capital was the daughter of the Grand Tutor, who would never deign to compare herself with a courtesan. The young lady is truly beautiful, the maid remarked in admiration. Those who become courtesans must possess extraordinary beauty. Many a high-ranking official has sought to take Rose back as a concubine, yet Rose has no desire to be a mistress. Given her background, no one would be willing to bring her home as a proper wife, which is why she remains at the Yichuan courtyard. She is waiting for a man who would be willing to marry her with great fanfare. Miss Rose would rather be the wife of a humble family than a concubine in a high household. To be a lowly concubine is not worth her while. She would prefer to marry into an ordinary family. However, given her background, even ordinary families hesitate to propose. Moreover, her mother would never consent, as she is intent on having her daughter ascend the social ladder. Since the madam is her mother, she remains untainted. No man has ever spent the night in her chamber. Let us go. It is time to make our entrance. The guests must be growing impatient. Yes, Mississippi Miss Rose has arrived. The once boisterous venue fell silent as all eyes turned towards her. Miss Rose is stunning. After just 1 day, she appears even more radiant. The beauty of the courtesan, akin to a blooming peony, was both exquisite and dignified. Her brows resembled distant verdant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters sparkling deep as a tranquil pool, capable of ensnaring souls with their shimmering allure. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, her lips crimson and teeth pearly white. With a mere smile, it was as if 100 flowers burst into bloom, enchanting all who gazed upon her. In a brothel, one finds an abundance of silver-tongued men. These individuals, already possessing wives and concubines, still seek pleasure in the brothel, embodying the adage that a home flower is not as fragrant as a wildflower. As a wife cannot compare to a concubine, and a concubine cannot compare to a stolen moment, most of those who come here are hardly respectable individuals. Apologies for the wait, esteemed guests. Rose sincerely apologizes for her tardiness. To express my regrets, I shall perform a dance for you, and I hope you will not harbor any anger towards me. Rose feigned modesty, lowering her voice and softening her tone. The men present felt their hearts melt. How could they possibly be upset with her for arriving late? There is no need for you to feel remorse, Miss Rose. It is our honor to witness your enchanting dance. The speaker was the son of the regional governor. Smooth-tongued and a regular patron of the Ichuan courtyard, Rose has embarrassed herself. Rose's slender waist appeared as fragile as a twig, yet possessed an incredible resilience. Each movement seemed to defy the limits of physics. The men's eyes were glued to her, fearful of missing a moment of the courtesan's breathtaking performance. Excellent, excellent. The governor's son was thoroughly captivated. He then produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket. Handing them to the madam, later let Rose join me for a few drinks. The madam, smiling, accepted the notes. Very well, I will arrange for Rose to join young Master Deng for a few drinks shortly. Shortly, is the amount of silver I provided not sufficient? You intend for Rose to accompany others as well? Deng Luopu was displeased with the madam's arrangement. Young Master Deng, you know the rules concerning Rose. A guest may only have her company for half an hour, and she does not sell herself. I visit daily to support her. Can you not make an exception for me? Please, young Master Deng. Do not put me in a difficult position. The official's family also wishes for Rose to visit. I cannot afford to offend them. Are you saying that you cannot offend the official's family? Yet you can offend me, Deng Luopu exclaimed. Oh dear, young Master Deng, you are being quite unfair to me. Have I not always arranged for Rose to be the first to attend to you whenever you come? Deng Luopu thought for a moment and realized that was indeed the case. Every time he came, Rose was always the first to serve him. Fine, I shall not make it difficult for you. Thank you, young Master Deng. I will ensure that Rose drinks with you a little longer. The madam sighed in relief. Dealing with these young masters daily without offending them, who were also her cash cows, was quite the challenge. Very well, Deng Luopu waved his hand, signaling the madam to leave. Chapter 39, Disguised Royal Inspection. To Deng brother, let us head to the Yahan courtyard. A young man in a green robe approached. Eager to pull Deng Luopu along, Deng Luopu shrugged him off. I shall not go. No girl at the Yahan courtyard can compare to Miss Rose. Deng Luopu, the only son of the governor, had been spoiled by his family. Spending his days in idleness and debauchery, should one inquire about his studies, he would be at a loss. Yet, if asked about the best places to eat and play in the capital, he could rattle off a long list. For instance, the most famous brothel in the capital was the Ichuan courtyard, where the enchanting Miss Rose excelled in song and dance, mastering all forms of art, her talent rivaling that of any noblewoman. The finest restaurant was the Furong Lu, renowned for its Beijing roast duck, which left a lingering taste. The most famous tea house was the Pingyue Xian, where storytellers and opera singers performed, after completing her dance. Rose smiled upon hearing Deng Luopu's remarks. The girls from the Yahan courtyard believed they could compare themselves to her, lacking any self-awareness. Not at all. The Yahan courtyard has new arrivals, and the new girls are even more beautiful than Miss Rose. Deng Luopu's eyes lit up. Is this true? The new girls at the Yahan courtyard truly surpass Miss Rose in beauty. Deng Luopu had already lavished considerable silver upon Rose, frustrated by her aloofness and the game she played. He would have left long ago were it not for her beauty. A courtesan always maintains her distance, employing allure and retreat as a means to ascend socially. He was not blind to this. Upon hearing that there were girls at the Yahan courtyard who were more beautiful than Rose, he quickly dismissed her from his mind. After all, he was there to indulge. He would go wherever the prettiest girls were, for he had plenty of silver to spend. Am I deceiving you? Let us go see, let us go. Deng Luopu and Lu Junji departed from the Ichuan courtyard without a backward glance. Lu Junji spoke without lowering his voice, and many heard him. A new girl has arrived at the Yahan courtyard, a new girl even more beautiful than Miss Rose. Did you all know this? Not a clue? Then let us go see. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the guests at the Ichuan courtyard had scattered. The madam was anxious. Young masters, please do not leave. Rose will continue her dance shortly. Seeing her every day grows tiresome. Occasionally one requires something fresh. These young masters were wholly uninterested. They had come in search of novelty, weary of their wives at home and craving a change of flavor. Rose, what shall we do? Rose was infuriated and ordered her maid to check across the street. She was determined to see what kind of spectacle the Yahan courtyard had concocted to lure away her patrons. Yes, Mississippi Chwayer cautious remarked, do not be deceived by Miss Rose's beauty. She has many methods to torment. The girls of the Yahan courtyard had unexpectedly taken to the streets for a dance, unlike the gentle and soft dance styles they were accustomed to. This performance ignited an inexplicable fervor within them. Particularly captivating was the woman beating the drums, whose every movement exuded a certain nonchalance. Indeed, it was Su Yahan who was drumming. Today, the young ladies were performing a modern street dance, providing a refreshing spectacle. This not only drew the attention of those in Ichuan courtyard but also captured the gaze of passers-by. What kind of dance is this? It appears quite invigorating, unbeknownst to them. They had never witnessed such a performance before. Had all the girls of Yahan courtyard been replaced? Why were there so many new faces? In truth, it was not a complete turnover. Rather, each individual's makeup had been personally applied by Su Yahan. whose cosmetic artistry was nothing short of extraordinary in this era, rendering the original girls unrecognizable. They were far more beautiful than their predecessors, and Aunt Lan had certainly invested heavily in this transformation. Why was the drummer veiled? Could it be that she was unattractive and too ashamed to show her face? Judging by her figure, she appeared to be a beauty, and one couldn't help but wish for her to unveil herself. Indeed, Yahan wore a veil, a clever marketing strategy that imparted an air of mystery, enticing onlookers to uncover her secrets. As the dance concluded, the audience clamored for more, eager for another performance, thus, they prepared for a belly dance. With a snap of her fingers, Yahan summoned another group of young ladies, dressed in dance skirts inspired by modern designs. Every movement and glance of the dancers radiated allure. The spectacle presented by a home courtyard was akin to a visual feast. Ensnaring the audience in its intoxicating charm, the ladies' seductive postures were like arrows piercing the heart, igniting uncontrollable desire. "This is scandalous," someone in the crowd exclaimed indignantly. "How shameless! Their attire is more revealing than if they wore nothing at all. These seductresses dare to flaunt their belly dance outfits. Why not just go without?" Women scolded furiously, noting how their husbands stared in rapture. These vixens, accustomed to enticing men in brothels, now dare to perform such indecent dances in public. How brazen! Why don't they simply solicit customers on the street? Many women were outraged. "Husband, let us return home," one woman implored, tugging at her man's sleeve. "Return? Can't you see I am thoroughly enjoying this?" he retorted. "You may leave if you wish, but I intend to stay." Men of ancient times held much higher status than women. Thus, the women, scolded, dared not retort, lowering their heads like obedient wives. "What are you staring at? Going home? It's merely a few twirls of the waist. If you wish to see more, I can dance for you at home, to your heart's content." Some bold women seized their husbands by the ear, dragging them away. "Oh dear, my lady, that hurts. Please let go. I won't look anymore." "Humph, as if you would dare to glance again." Yes, my lady, they cannot compare to your beauty. In my heart, you are the fairest of them all. And remember, you promised to dance for me at home. You must keep your word." "Fine, if you wish to dance, then dance I shall." "All right, let's return home." The man cheerfully followed his wife home. One young master, Luan, holding a folding fan, lamented, "What a disgrace to us men. Look at him, so fearful of his wife, being dragged by the ear, not daring to utter a word, yet smiling as he lets her lead him home for a dance." Indeed, only Luan could treasure a fierce woman like Kong Rui. Other men felt embarrassed for Luan, yet women envied Kong Rui for having such an obedient husband. It was common knowledge that Luan had pursued Kong Rui, and after marrying her, his in-laws treated her exceptionally well. Kong Rui, known for her boldness, had once been deemed unmarriageable, yet Luan was enamored by her fiery spirit and sense of justice. Initially, Kong Rui was reluctant to marry Luan, fearing he would mistreat her. Little did she know, he sought an imperial decree to wed her, making her his wife against her will. After their marriage, she made a ruckus in the Liu household. Yet her in-laws did not stop her, declaring that she was the mistress of the Liu estate and could do as she pleased. With the Liu family's wealth at her disposal, Kong Rui's actions became the envy of the noble women in the capital. After an extraordinarily captivating belly dance concluded, the young ladies retreated to a home courtyard, leaving the men yearning for more. "Why are they leaving? Hey, why not continue dancing? I haven't seen enough." The crowd began to stir restlessly. It was Aunt Lan's turn to perform, departing from her usual flamboyant makeup. Today Yahan had dressed her in a floor-length lavender gown adorned with silver sequins, golden earrings cascading to her shoulders. Her hair styled into numerous slender braids reminiscent of a gorgon, her eyes sparkling with vitality, and a smile gracing her face. "Gentlemen, our girls need to eat too. Eat, one must have silver. Without silver, who will dance for you?" After 2 complimentary performances, she added, "If you wish to see more, you must pay. Enter a home courtyard to your heart's content. Without silver, you may wait outside." Yahan was a shrewd businesswoman. She would not engage in endeavors without profit. This woman really Aunt Lan from a home courtyard. Had I not recognized her voice, I would not have believed it. Her transformation is astounding. She appears years younger. Joey was astonished. "Do you truly believe this woman is Aunt Lan? She seems to have shed a decade or more." Treyer echoed her disbelief. They were aware of the rivalry between Joey and Lani, always crossing paths, familiar with each other's girls. Though reluctant to admit Lani had grown more beautiful, it was undeniable. Even her voice was unmistakable. Are the dancers still the original girls from home courtyard? They should be, but who is the veiled woman? Could she be a newcomer? Did she paint the makeup for Hongdo and the others? They looked stunning. Each dancer appeared as if they had stepped out of a painting, their exquisite makeup coupled with unique dance moves nearly enchanting the souls of the men present. "I don't know," Joey mused, her heart sinking. It seemed they had already lost half the battle today. Dunlo pulled 100 taels of silver from his pocket. "If it's silver you desire, take this and let me see another performance." Aunt Lan's eyes sparkled upon seeing the silver note. "Wow, 100 taels, this must be a wealthy patron, we must treat him well." Aunt Lan recognized Dunlo. In this profession, one quickly learns which young masters are affluent. "Please, come inside. The girls have even more spectacular performances awaiting you." Dunlo was followed by Lu Junji, but before they could enter, Lan blocked their way. Master Dun, this silver note allows only one entry. Dun looked slightly irked. Question, what do you mean? I've given you 100 taels, and you still want to deny my friend entry? When did the threshold for a home courtyard become so high? 100 taels for just one person? Lan chuckled awkwardly. You see, Master Dun, the girls have recently made many new costumes for their performances, and the expenses have increased significantly. This, Lan hesitated. It was Su Yahan's idea to charge entry fees, insisting that it would enhance the high-class image of a home courtyard. Oh dear, I hope Master Dun doesn't storm off in anger. You wouldn't dare say you can't afford a mere 100 taels, would you? If you can't, why bother visiting a brothel or indulging in wine? Better to go home and keep your little wife company. The son of a minister, Shang Ziyang, had always been at odds with Dunlo, competing in every matter. Provoked by his rival, Dunlo's temper flared. Who says I can't afford it? It's just 100 taels. Here, take it. I'll even give you an extra 50, totaling 250 taels. Dunlo handed the silver note to Lan, strutting in like a proud peacock. Su Yahan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. This ploy had indeed worked, coaxing an extra 50 taels from him. Su Yahan had expertly tapped into the young master's competitive nature, ensuring they would not shy away from paying the entry fee. Today, anyone who refused to pay would be ridiculed, and they couldn't afford to lose face, thus they would all pay up. This is the ticket for me and my friend, 400 taels, take it. Shang Ziyang also presented his silver note, and Lan's heart soared with joy. Su Yahan was truly a godsend, having accumulated 650 taels in mere moments. More patrons would surely follow. One by one more affluent individuals entered, unwilling to risk being mocked for lacking silver. Su Yahan's psychological tactics were indeed formidable. Li Gongdang and the emperor blended into the crowd. How intriguing. I had no idea these people were so affluent. They spend hundreds of taels without a second thought. Didn't those old fellows say there was no silver in the treasury? When it comes to donations for supplies, they all cry poverty, yet they appear wealthy in my presence. The emperor was enraged. When the emperor was angry, someone was bound to suffer. Shall we go in, my lord? Shaoli asked cautiously. Of course, why would we not? How could one ascertain the extravagant ways of those old men as sons without taking a look? It remains unclear how much of the common people's hard-earned wealth they have plundered, leading the nation of Wuqing to its current plight. The responsibility of these old men cannot be overlooked. Xiao Qingze is acutely aware that regardless of the dynasty, corrupt officials will always exist. Although he has executed numerous corrupt officials, there will inevitably be some that have slipped through the net. Should Wuqing rise again, he is determined to root out each and every one of those corrupt officials, punishing them and their entire clans, in order to quench the bitterness in his heart. Observing these individuals squander wealth while the common folk struggle to make ends meet reveals a stark contrast. Just how many corrupt officials has he harbored to bring the populace to such a dire situation? Yet, in the face of national calamity, these people remain indifferent, indulging in revelry and competing over wealth. The thought of it truly infuriates Xiao Qingze. Little Li, witnessing his master's fury, dares not breathe when the emperor is angry. Misfortune befalls someone. It is best for him to keep a low profile. Being near the emperor is exceedingly difficult. It is akin to accompanying a tiger. Little Li discreetly retrieves 200 taels of silver notes for Lan. Lan smiles as she accepts them, her eyes landing on a pair of unfamiliar gentlemen. Haven't seen you around, have we? The gentlemen appear rather distinguished. One boasts a prominent nose and tightly pressed lips, accentuating a face marked by determination and stubbornness, exuding a rugged handsomeness akin to that of a sculpted figure. His demeanor clearly signals he is the scion of a prestigious family, and of no insignificant status. Xiao Qingze engages minimally with Lan. He has never been fond of such establishments even in his days as the crown prince. Now that he is emperor, he has no desire to frequent them at all. With 3,000 beauties in his harem, he is utterly exhausted by their incessant invitations for meals or their ailments that require his attention. It seems there is always one who has been scolded or another who has been struck. Seeking justice from him. He is perpetually occupied with state affairs, leaving him little time to indulge in their trivial pursuits. Women are indeed troublesome, and he finds it far more productive to focus on useful memorials. His harem lacks a capable empress to manage the concubines, which would prevent them from incessantly bothering him. Young master, you have come at the right time. There is a grand performance at the Yahan courtyard tonight. I assure you will have a splendid time. Xiao Qingze's voice is cold and distant, betraying no emotion, and he strides directly inside. Lan, unperturbed, recognizes that these young gentlemen are proud and arrogant. It matters not, as long as they are willing to part with their coin. As Xiao Qingze steps into the Yahan courtyard, he is greeted by an unseen spectacle. Several long tables are set, with a woman standing at the center. An unknown dish laid before her. Surrounding them are numerous chairs and tables, the latter short and the former elongated, some half-circular. The lighting is dim, contrasting sharply with the brightness on the far side of the long table. To the east, a group of alluring women dances, though their garments are scant, exposing navels and thighs to the air. Their movements are mesmerizing, captivating the men present, stirring their desires. The ladies of the Yahan courtyard are indeed delightful. Indeed, the one in the middle has the softest waist. I shall request her for tonight. The lady on the left is also appealing. Her ample bosom is quite enticing. I desire the one on the right. Her legs gleam white. I can already envision how they will entwine around me tonight. Just thinking about it makes my blood surge. They have long grown accustomed to the crude remarks of these men. To be chosen means silver to be earned. The women of the Yahan courtyard have always been in the business of flesh. They do not find it shameful. Xiaoqing's eyes harbor no lust. The beauties in his harem are all unparalleled in beauty. Having witnessed their delicate forms striving for his favor, he is unmoved by the painted faces and perfumed bodies of these courtesans. As the dancers conclude their performance and retreat, Su Yahan steps forward to host. Welcome, everyone, to Yahan courtyard. Su Yahan's voice is soft and enchanting, dressed in a deep blue qipao that accentuates her curves. Her high collar highlights her delicate neck, alluring yet modest. The intricately knotted floral fastenings seem to whisper secrets. Swaying with elegance, her fair legs peek through the parted fabric, captivating the gaze of all present. Men's eyes widen in rapture. Even the discerning Xiaoqing's steals a few extra glances. I want her. She is a true gem of the mortal realm. No one shall contest her with me. Deng Luopu was utterly entranced by Su Yahan. This woman is of an entirely different caliber than the others. Beautiful and poised, she is beyond description. Coming to the Yahan courtyard today has been fortuitous indeed. Deng Luopu, do you think merely claiming her makes her yours? Lu Junji scoffs at him. Deng Luopu bristles. Are you seeking to provoke me, competing with me for a rose in the Yichuan courtyard? And now again in the Yahan courtyard, let us see who claims the beauty. I bid 1,000 taels. Previously, any disputes between them were settled by who offered the most silver. The one who outbid the other would win the beauty. I offer 1,500 taels, Lu Junji counters defiantly, his father being a minister, his household overflowing with wealth. Aunt Lan is overjoyed. She knew Su Yahan was a money-making treasure, capable of driving men mad with desire. Please remain calm, esteemed guests. Our Yahan courtyard now offers not only lovely ladies but also various new delights for your enjoyment. Su Yahan gestures toward the surrounding booths and long tables. Miss Su, what distinguishes these tables and chairs from others? Deng Luopu inquires, unable to discern any significant difference aside from their unique design. These are known as booths. The seats are cushioned, unlike the usual hard chairs. You may sit and try for yourselves. Deng Luopu eagerly responds, I shall give it a try. Lu Junji also seeks to impress Su Yahan. I shall try as well. Many others join in, finding the booths quite comfortable. Tomorrow, I shall have one made for my home. Ding. A spark of inspiration ignites within Su Yahan. A lucrative business opportunity arises. She could collaborate with a carpenter to create leather sofas. The cost of a leather sofa is not exorbitant, yet selling it to these affluent families can yield substantial profits. These officials possess ample ill-gotten wealth. Even if she refrains from profiting, others will certainly seize the opportunity. Young Master Deng possesses remarkable discernment. This booth is a design crafted by yours truly and is a unique treasure in our nation of Wuchi. Should you take a liking to it, I can facilitate a connection between you and the carpenter. I shall earn a reasonable commission in the process, but what would be an appropriate selling price? This matter requires careful negotiation with the carpenter. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Su. Deng Luopu felt a surge of delight within. Miss Su, I too wish to commission a set. Very well, young Master Lu, I will speak with the carpenter shortly. Su Yahan was unperturbed by the carpenter's potential refusal to collaborate. This design was unparalleled, and the carpenter could showcase his unique skills, since this design originated from her. If the carpenter declined to share the profits, she could seek another collaborator, as she was aware of more than one style of sofa. Here are the dice. Gentlemen, you may join the ladies in a game of dice, where the loser must drink. I shall demonstrate the rules for you. Hongdo, Hongxing, Hongying, come forth. Miss Su, Hongdo, and the others respectfully called out. Have a seat, and allow me to illustrate how we play this dice drinking game. Certainly, Miss Su. Once everyone was seated, the dice began to roll. Su Yahan called for 6 sixes first, followed by Hongxing's call for 7, and then Hongdo's claim of 8. Hongying, peering into her dice cup, found no sixes. Open your cups, she declared. After revealing their cups, Hongying counted and indeed found 8 sixes. As a result, Hongying lost and had to drink. A true gambler accepts defeat, she mused, pouring herself a bowl of wine and downing it in one go. Miss Su mentioned that they would be selling wine, thus gambling while drinking necessitates using bowls, as this would increase the quantity sold. In the future, the ladies of the establishment would also receive a commission. The more wine sold, the greater their share. Upon hearing this, the ladies were filled with enthusiasm. What a bold wager, Hongying, that is a full bowl, not just a small cup. The men regarded Hongying with newfound admiration. Very well, continue, Su Yahan commanded. The four resumed shaking their dice, and Hongdo announced 8 sixes. Hongying, glancing at her own dice, saw 4 sixes and boldly declared 9 sixes, believing her odds to be quite favorable. Su Yahan confidently replied, open yours. Upon revealing her cup, she found not a single 6, while the other 3 combined only had 8. Hongying, there are only 8 sixes. Drink, Hongying conceded, pouring herself another bowl of wine and gulping it down. But her haste caused her to choke. This was genuine wine. Even though they regularly drank with the guests, they could hardly handle downing 2 large bowls at once. Are you all right, Hongying? Su Yahan inquired with concern. I'm fine, let us continue. 2 bowls of wine were not enough to intoxicate Hongying. The ladies in the establishment had cultivated their tolerance through daily interactions with guests. Then let us proceed. The dice rolled once more. Su Yahan, without glancing at her cup, confidently called for 10 sixes. Hongxing, upon inspecting her cup, hesitated to add 6 more and chose to open. Su Yahan declared, 10 sixes it is. Hongxing had to drink, acknowledging her loss. The dice were rolled again. Su Yahan called for 9 sixes, Hongdo for 10, and Hongxing for 11. When it was Hongying's turn, she expressed disbelief. I do not believe there could be so many sixes. Open yours. Upon revealing the dice, Hongying realized she had lost again, as there were indeed 12 sixes, resulting in a penalty of 2 bowls of wine. Hongying pouted, casting a pleading glance toward the men in the crowd. I have consumed 2 large bowls and am somewhat overwhelmed. Is there a gentleman willing to assist? Her voice was melodious, and with the effects of the wine, she feigned a touch of coquetry, making the men feel somewhat intoxicated by her charm. Naturally, some were eager to come to her aid. A portly man stepped forward. I shall drink on behalf of Miss Hongying. Thank you, kind sir. Please have a seat. I will pour you some wine. The man settled beside Hongying, who, after pouring, gracefully perched herself on his lap. Here, my lord, allow me to serve you. Very well, with a beautiful woman in his embrace and fine wine in hand. The man felt utterly content. After downing 2 bowls, he grew increasingly audacious, prompting no objections from the others present. How naughty you are, my lord, Hongying exclaimed playfully, her sweet voice further delighting him. Which gentleman wishes to roll dice for Hongdo? Hongxing teased, winking playfully. I will roll for Miss Hongxing. A tall, slender man took his place beside Hongdo, who promptly settled on his lap as well. Dear sir, you must help me vent my frustrations. Of course, I shall assist you. The man leaned in to kiss Hongxing's cheek. With feigned shyness, she buried her face in his embrace. Is there a gentleman willing to roll for Hongdo? I will roll for Miss Hongdo. A man clad in purple took a seat beside her, and she similarly settled on his lap. Good brother, do your best, she encouraged, planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving a deep imprint of her lipstick. The gentlemen, being astute, realized the game was afoot and were eager to participate. Allow me to step back for a moment. Enjoy yourselves, Su Yahan decided. As the proprietress, she was not inclined to indulge them further, as she had other matters to attend to. Esteemed guests, this is Pai Gao. Typically, when you visit a gambling house, the croupiers manage the dice. Would you like to experience holding the cards yourself? Su Yahan had been to ancient gambling establishments where Pai Gao did not exist. There were only games of chance. Let me give it a try. Count me in. Me too. The young masters were intrigued by the novelty of the game and wished to partake. Allow me to explain the rules. Each player receives 2 cards. The total of the 2 card faces is calculated, with 8 points yielding double the payout and 9 points yielding double the payout. Identical faces yield a 3-fold payout. If the total is 0, the banker wins. Our lovely dealer will shuffle the cards, and during this first round, it will be a trial. Winnings belong to you, while losses are ours. The gentlemen may place their bets alongside. Wow, Miss Su was truly generous. The gentleman's admiration for Su Yahan increased once more. She smiled and signaled the dealer, please deal the cards. Yes, Miss Su. Watching the dealer shuffle the cards was a visual feast in itself. Each player received 2 cards. The banker revealed 6 points, prompting the players to unveil their cards. I have 9 points. I have 5 points. Ha, I have 8 points, although 5 points lost, as our proprietress stated. Losses were ours, so no silver would be needed for this round. 8 points yield double the payout, 9 points yield double the payout. Red date, settle the debts. Since the stakes were low, a large number of players had bet on 6 points, making it challenging for Red date to manage alone. Thus, each table had a designated assistant to help and to prevent any cheating. My luck is excellent. I've won 60 taels right off the bat. Come, follow my lead and place your bets. I'll ensure you all leave with your pockets overflowing. The man in black reveled in his double winnings, feeling quite pleased. The thrill of holding the cards was indeed far more engaging than merely rolling dice at a gambling house. The winners beamed with joy, and even those who lost wore smiles, as they hadn't actually spent any money. While the amount was trivial, the satisfaction was immense. Alright, those wishing to continue may do so. We have more fun in store. Su Yahan led the remaining young masters to a square table. Here we have mahjong and playing cards, with numerous ways to play. Young masters may invite the ladies to accompany them, learning as they play. How about Miss Su joins us for a few rounds? Deng Luopu wished to maximize his time spent in the company of the enchanting lady. Su Yahan was breathtakingly beautiful, and he could hardly bear to tear his gaze away. Upon Deng Luopu's invitation, Yahan graciously accepted. Playing mahjong with me, you are indeed brave. I have been playing since I was 3, so guard your wallets closely. Deng Luopu, Lu Junji, and Su Yahan took their seats, leaving one spot unoccupied. Su Yahan glanced at the standing Xiao Qingze, noting how striking he was. Yahan she noticed earlier, dressed in a crimson embroidered robe adorned with golden patterns. He exuded an aura of utmost nobility and elegance. His hair was crowned with an exquisite jade ornament, and his eyes were a deep oceanic blue, cold and piercing like the depths of the sea. His nose was perfectly sculpted, his lips a rich hue, and his skin as smooth as silk. A truly exceptional handsome man. Young master, mahjong requires 4 players, would you care to join? Just as Li Zi was about to intervene, Xiao Qingze was the first to speak. Alright, let us indulge in some games. Xiao Li's eyes widened in alarm. It was a perilous situation, the emperor gambling. Should the court officials become aware, it would spell disaster. How could the emperor have acquiesced to such folly? Xiao Li cast a resentful glance at Su Yahan, who feigned ignorance. Internally she scoffed, if you wish to prevent your master from gambling, why come to a brothel? To watch a monkey show perhaps. If you are here, you must pay. Lu Junji looked at Xiao Qingze with curiosity. The man seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered him before, but where? His mind raced. Yet he could not recall. However, Lu Junji had little time to ponder, for Su Yahan had already commenced rolling the dice and shuffling the mahjong tiles. Might I inquire how to address this esteemed gentleman? My surname is Huang. You may call me Young Master Huang. Very well. Young Master Huang shall draw 2 tiles first, and we shall take turns. The first to gather 13 tiles will be instructed on the nuances of this game. As this is your first experience, let us begin with modest stakes. How does 10 taels of silver sound? Only 10 taels? That seems rather trifling. Lu Junji objected. Young Master Lu, 10 taels is indeed a substantial amount. The stakes in mahjong are not merely doubled. In standard national mahjong, the highest scoring hand can be worth as much as 88 points, which includes combinations such as Big 3 dragons, Big 4 wins, 13 orphans, 4 quads, 7 pairs, 9 gates, and pure green, totaling 7 scoring types. Thus, should we wager 10 taels, an 88-point hand could result in a loss of 880 taels. So much? The emperor furrowed his brow. He did not possess such wealth at hand, yet the thrill of potential victory stirred his interest. If he were to win a few rounds, he could amass several thousand taels. Not every round yields such sums. There are hands worth 2 points or 4 points as well. It is said that reading a myriad of books cannot compare to traveling 1,000 miles. No amount of explanation can substitute for hands-on experience. If there are no further objections, let us commence. Su Yahan, her fingers itching with anticipation, was eager to earn some money. Very well, let us begin. Su Yahan explained the rules as she played, without a doubt. She won the first 3 rounds effortlessly. Have you gentlemen grasped the game? If not, we can try a few more practice rounds. A man cannot be seen as lacking, especially when challenged by a beautiful woman. Though the challenge was not of that nature, a man cannot tolerate the insinuation of inadequacy. No need for further practice. Let us start, Xiao Qingze declared, having learned the basics. What about you two? Deng looked up. Equally defiant, replied, I have no objections. We can proceed. Though he had not fully mastered the game, he was competent enough. Lu Junji, not wanting to be outdone, added, I too have no objections. In that case, let us officially commence. A fat sheep has presented itself. We must not let it go to waste. Ha ha ha, here come the silver notes. The game commenced with the clattering of tiles and the calls of the players. East wind, pong. 1000.12.1 strip. 2000. Kong. 4000. Pong. White dragon, pong. 8 strips. Kong. 2 tubes. The table echoed only with the sounds of mahjong tiles colliding and the players' calls to I've won. Su Yahan exclaimed joyfully. Winning brought her delight. In the subsequent 3 rounds, she dominated completely. Xiao Li, in a state of agitation, tugged at Xiao Qingze's sleeve, silently conveying, Your Majesty, we are out of silver. We cannot continue. Should we be unable to pay, being thrown out would be most embarrassing. If recognized, it would be scandalous for the emperor to gamble without silver. It would be a stain on the annals of history. Xiao Qingze frowned. Do you wish to retract your hand? Startled, Xiao Li immediately withdrew his hand. What a fool I am to dare to grasp the emperor. He felt as though his life was hanging by a thread. Their emperor was not one to be trifled with. Throughout history, no emperor had been known for their kindness. The emperor could execute without a flicker of an eye. Aside from his own biological brother, all others born of concubines had met their demise. Yet, the emperor was a benevolent ruler for the nation, punishing corrupt officials and cherishing the populace, earning the respect of the common folk. 1000. Pong. 5000. 6000. Kong. 4 strips. 5 strips. Again, Kong. Su Yahan cast a few more glances at Xiao Qingze. This man was adept at both ponging and konging. His tiles must be favorable. Having already won so many rounds, perhaps she could afford to give him a bit of leeway given his striking looks. Su Yahan declared a FA and proceeded to win again. With a smile, Xiao Qingze felt elated. The thrill of victory was intoxicating. No wonder so many were drawn to gambling, even to the point of ruin. Xiao Li was beside himself with excitement. He no longer needed to dig into his pockets. Long live the emperor. With 1 round, he has reclaimed the silver lost in the previous 3. Not bad. Uv Lin quickly. Su Yahan praised without reservation. You flatter me, Miss Su. From Xiao Qingze's words, it was evident he was in high spirits. Deng lit up and Lu Junji, unwilling to concede defeat, insisted, let us continue. 1000. Kong. 2000. Pong. 3000. Kong. Xiao Qingze drew another tile, his mood buoyed by the favorable hand. In the following rounds, Xiao Qingze emerged victorious. Su Yahan found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Was he truly a novice? Or was he merely playing the fool? He appeared far more skilled than she had anticipated. Surely he was sent by fate to thwart her. she had never lost a game of mahjong before, such a miscalculation. Chapter 44, Disguised Inspection. The Emperor's recent victories had somewhat alleviated the shadows that had clouded his mind. However, trouble was brewing as an insolent group sought to disrupt the peace, destroy this place. The clamor of chaos erupted. A timid young woman shrieked in fright at the ruckus. A man, flanked by a group of soldiers, arrogantly commanded the scene. Do not smash it, do not smash it. Aunt Lan was nearly distraught. Why would a dignitary come to wreak havoc? She surmised that it must have been the work of the Yichuan courtyard, for she knew that woman would not allow the Yahan courtyard to thrive unchecked. Scheming in the shadows to undermine them, their enmity had intensified tenfold. Su Yahan was furious. Her establishment had been violated. If she did not resolve this today, it would only invite further troubles in the future. May I inquire, good sir, what warrants this destruction? Su Yahan approached the man in official garb, her voice laced with urgency. As far as she understood, establishing a brothel or a gambling den was not illegal in ancient times. Officials had no jurisdiction over such matters. You dare ask me why I am demolishing your establishment? Ha, you amuse me. The officials erupted in laughter at their leader's jest. Su Yahan remained composed. Their arrogance was intolerable. How dare you behave so brazenly on my turf? Let us see who truly holds the upper hand. I find your home courtyard distasteful and wish to obliterate it. He was the county magistrate. Accustomed to bullying others due to his position, however, he added, but if you can entertain me tonight, perhaps I shall reconsider the severity of my actions. The magistrate leered at Su Yahan, eyeing her with unwelcome intent. Displeased by his lecherous gaze, Su Yahan's disdain grew. How dare he, with such unattractive features, covet her? She had never feared anyone. With a swift motion, she struck him. Su Yahan's slap was not gentle. The magistrate's face instantly reddened and swelled. Seize this insolent woman, he commanded, clutching his bleeding mouth. Since becoming magistrate, he had never been treated in such a manner by a woman. This audacious woman deserved death. He would ensure she met her demise to quench his rage. If you wish to capture me, feel free to try. Su Yahan was no sheltered noblewoman confined to playing the guqin or painting. She had a penchant for fighting, dedicating her free time to learning taekwondo and attaining a 9th-degree black belt. Having seen the martial arts of ancient times portrayed on television, she was eager to test their prowess against her own skills. As Su Yahan stood fearlessly, Xiaoqingzi, who had intended to assist, decided to observe the spectacle instead. After long hours spent in the court, attending to state affairs, a diversion was welcome. Seize her and bring her to my residence. I shall enjoy her company, and then you shall also sample the delights. The soldiers cheered at such a prospect, eager to partake in the beauty before them. Su Yahan's expression darkened as the soldiers advanced toward her. One by one, they fell to her skillful blows. How pathetic, the magistrate spat, pointing at his fallen men. With indignation, he turned to Su Yahan. You dare strike a soldier? You must possess the heart of a bear to act so recklessly. It is you who bears the audacity. A mere county magistrate dares to intrude upon my domain without regard for the power I possess behind me. Do you not know whom you are challenging? Your official cap may soon become a relic of your past. Engaging in psychological warfare, Su Yahan was adept. While lacking a powerful backing, she had no trouble intimidating the magistrate. The magistrate, sensing Su Yahan's unwavering confidence and defiance, began to question whether she had influential allies. His demeanor shifted, adopting a more obsequious tone. My lady, let us discuss this civilly. Now you fear me. It is too late. Guards, throw this magistrate out. For his lack of discernment, let him be fed to the dogs. Su Yahan wielded her authority with confidence. The county magistrate no longer possessed the arrogance he had upon entering. Instead, he was now flustered and desperately attempting to appease her. No, my lady, it is I who have failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness this once. Observing the magistrate's rapid change in demeanor, Su Yahan felt a surge of satisfaction. How could you possibly contend with me? Forgive you? How could I? Just look at the mess you've created here. My lady, it is entirely my fault. I shall compensate for the damages incurred at the Yahan courtyard. I implore you to be magnanimous and not hold this against me. The magistrate lowered himself as much as he could. Yet another opportunity to exploit a fool. Now, do tell, how much is your esteemed official cap worth? The magistrate was rendered speechless. Such a bold demand, his entire fortune amounted to merely 100,000 taels. And he was most unwilling to part with it all. If he refused, his official cap would be at risk, and how could he continue to extract silver from others thereafter, as long as the cap remained on his head? He could still demand tribute from those around him. Weighing the pros and cons, the magistrate ultimately decided to part with some wealth to avert disaster. Have you not yet made up your mind, magistrate? Or do you believe your cap holds no value? Su Yahan taunted. Dare to ruin my event, and if you do not bleed today, I shall no longer be called Su Yahan. How does this figure strike you? My lady, the magistrate raised 2 fingers. Su Yahan shook her head and held up one hand. She demanded 5,000 taels. The magistrate's complexion shifted slightly. 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels. Goodness, Su Yahan had assumed the magistrate's 2 fingers indicated 2,000 taels. only to discover it was actually 20,000. It seemed this magistrate was quite wealthy. With such a sum, he was undoubtedly a corrupt official, and she felt no qualms about taking advantage of him. "My lady, is 50,000 taels not excessive?" Su Yahan nonchalantly tapped her nails, replying, "Without too much, is it? Then let us throw the magistrate out." Her henchman feigned an attempt to eject the magistrate. "Please, please, we are all on the same side. Let us not damage our camaraderie." The magistrate, in fear of losing his cap, was desperate to appease her. "I shall cover the 50,000 taels, please do not hold this against me, and let today's matter be resolved." "If you would be so kind. Excellent, the fish has taken the bait." Chapter 45, Disguised tour. 50,000 taels of silver, quite remarkable for a mere county magistrate to possess such an amount. Surely this was not even his entire fortune. Meanwhile, the emperor's treasury had dwindled to a mere 1,500 taels. How absurd! Upon returning to the palace, he would strip the magistrate of his official cap. How many parasites had he nurtured to bring the kingdom of Wuqi to the brink of collapse? The emperor, who had initially found some comfort in winning money, was now seething with rage. "Bring it here." Su Yahan extended her hand. "My lady, I did not bring so much silver with me." "Then let your men hasten back to retrieve it, should the silver not be delivered today. You will face the consequences." Su Yahan's threats were well crafted. She could not let this opportunity slip away. The magistrate wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, I shall send someone to fetch the banknotes immediately." Finally, this matter was settled. 50,000 taels to secure his cap was worth it. Aunt Lan and the ladies in the building were left agape. This issue had been resolved so easily, and Su Yahan had even gained 50,000 taels from the magistrate? They were in awe, utterly enamored with Su Yahan's prowess, yet the question lingered, who exactly was behind Su Yahan, who could have the influence to unseat a county magistrate? "Forgive me for startling everyone. To express my apologies. All drinks today will be on the house." The crowd gasped. Su Yahan's generosity was striking. She was indeed different from others. Indeed, Su Yahan is not only beautiful but also a formidable woman. Su Yahan's actions garnered the admiration of the men present. In the future, should they seek entertainment, they would undoubtedly think of the Yahan courtyard first. Su Yahan never engaged in losing ventures. This was merely a long-term strategy to reel in bigger gains. Today, she would let them savor a taste of sweetness. There would be ample opportunities to profit from them later. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves, drink to your heart's content, and the ladies must see to the gentlemen's needs, ensuring their spirits remain high." "Yes, my lady." The ladies of the building were now wholly devoted to Su Yahan. With her, they had no fear of lacking silver. Aunt Lan was particularly delighted. Her Yahan courtyard would finally surpass the Ichuan courtyard. Having been overshadowed for so long, she could finally hold her head high. "Young Master Huang, Young Master Deng, Young Master Liu, shall we continue?" Su Yahan had lost a few rounds to the novice Xiaoqingze and was feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "No, I should return." Xiaoqingze's interest had already waned, and he needed to return to the palace to attend to state affairs. His search for the person the national master had mentioned had already delayed him significantly. Little did he know, the person he sought was right before him. Fortunately, this discreet outing had not yielded no results. Xiaoqingze sneered inwardly. "County magistrate, officials, ministers. Prepare to be investigated." Young Master Huang was eager to return home. Perhaps due to a nagging wife. Su Yahan seized the opportunity to inquire about his marital status. This man was tall and handsome, with a physique that suggested prowess. She was keen to secure him as a part of her retinue. "Not yet, I have not taken a wife." The emperor's wife was the mother of the nation, the empress. The concubines were merely secondary. He had no empress, thus had not wed. However, to Su Yahan's ears, this was another matter entirely. "Not yet married. Excellent, that means I can pursue you without reservations." "Young Master Huang, would you honor me with your company for a stroll?" Opportunities must be seized, and since Su Yahan was interested, she would take action. Xiaoqingze gazed at her stunning visage and nodded in agreement. "It is my honor to accept the invitation of the young lady, Deng Luopu and Lu Junji, unwilling to be a third wheel." Departed on their own, Xiaoqingze signaled to his attendant Li Zi that he need not follow. He followed Su Yahan through winding paths until they arrived at her private quarters. "My lady, what is this for?" The implications of a woman leading a man to her chambers were all too clear. Could Su Yahan have recognized his identity and sought to leverage this opportunity to enter the palace as a consort? "I wish to invite you for a drink." To bolster her courage, she needed to drink. Though she had never had a romantic relationship in the modern world, she understood the dynamics between men and women. She did not wish to marry in this era. She intended to ensure her first experience was not a compromise. Her first man must be handsome and well-built, and this young Master Huang seemed quite suitable. "My lady, I will not marry you." Su Yahan bristled. "Who said anything about marriage? I have no intention of marrying. I can earn my own silver, why would I need marriage?" Had he misunderstood her intentions? Was Su Yahan merely seeking to enjoy his company over drinks? "My lady, such sentiments are misguided. Historically, no woman remains unmarried. I do not care for the opinions of others, their thoughts are irrelevant to me." If I were to concern myself with everyone else's views, I would surely exhaust myself. Can one truly disregard the opinions of others? Of course, why not, as long as one is at peace with oneself. The opinions of irrelevant others hold no significance. Life is unpredictable and fleeting. Why not live freely and joyfully? Su Yahan's words opened Xiaoqing's eyes, altering the way he viewed her. Su Yahan was candid and insightful. This was the first time Xiaoqing had encountered such a remarkable woman, beautiful as a flower, wise and cunning, while others failed to see that Su Yahan was merely toying with the county magistrate. He recognized it. Perhaps bringing her into the palace would not be a bad idea. Oblivious to the fact that she had caught someone's eye, Su Yahan was intent on indulging in her fantasies of supporting handsome men and becoming a wealthy matron. Come sit here, how could we not drink? I must tell you, the wine at the Yahan courtyard is splendid. Not partaking would be a grave loss. Oh, is that so? Then I must savor it properly. Indeed, it must be savored to the fullest. I guarantee it will leave a lasting impression. Su Yahan poured wine into the cups on the table, observing her animated chatter, her lips parted ever so slightly, their delicate sheen glistening invitingly. It seemed as though they beckoned him to partake in their sweetness. Xiaoqing suddenly found himself parched, realizing he had never noticed how enticing a woman's lips could be. Chapter 46, Intoxicated. Cheers. By the end of the night, Su Yahan had lost count of how many cups she had consumed. She could not recall how she ended up being carried to the bed. Beneath her graceful neck lay a bosom as smooth and white as jade, half concealed, with a slender waist that could barely be grasped. And a pair of long, supple legs exposed, each detail exuding silent allure. Though her attire was undeniably alluring, it paled in comparison to the expression on her face. Her large eyes brimmed with laughter and allure. Shrouded in a veil of mist, exuding a captivating charm, the corners of her petite mouth curled slightly upward, her crimson lips parted ever so slightly, inviting a kiss from those who dared to approach. She was a woman who radiated seduction from the very core of her being, seemingly enticing men at every turn, tugging at their desires. His kisses fell like a gentle drizzle, dense yet delicate, leaving imprints along the contours of her jawline, stirring endless ripples within her heart, flushing her cheeks and quickening her pulse. Time appeared to come to a standstill, their world enveloped in warmth and intimacy. Throughout the night, Su Yahan felt as though she were a vessel adrift on water, swaying blissfully. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was the one steering the boat, dictating the pace and force throughout their encounter. By the time Su Yahan awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and Xiaoqing had long departed for the palace. Su Yahan's throat was parched and hoarse. Chun Tao had stood vigil outside all night. Upon hearing Su Yahan's call, she hurried inside. Miss Su, water has arrived. Chun Tao brought a glass of water to the bedside. Su Yahan gulped it down eagerly. More, please. My throat feels as if it's on fire. It was all that man's fault. Despite her protests for him to stay away, he remained relentless, like a ravenous wolf, leaving her utterly depleted. Only when she begged for mercy did he relent. If he were to come again, she feared she might be ruined. This man was disobedient. She desired a compliant partner, one who would heed her commands both in and out of bed. Such reckless men, who became unrecognizable once intimacy was reached, were not to her liking. Though, she had to admit, the initial discomfort was overshadowed by his undeniable skill. However, his fervor was overwhelming. 4 times, it was not a mere 1 or 2 encounters. Truly, it felt life-threatening. Chun Tao hurriedly poured her another glass of water, reviving Su Yahan. As she attempted to rise from the bed, her legs felt weak, almost causing her to fall, but Chun Tao swiftly caught her. Beast, she exclaimed in frustration. What else could he be if not a beast, keeping me bedridden? Miss Su, are you well? Chun Tao, standing outside, was acutely aware of Su Yahan's ordeal. Last night, her cries and pleas echoed throughout the night. And despite her reluctance, Chun Tao could hardly ignore it. The bed frame had creaked incessantly, raising her fears that it might collapse. Having previously served Miss Hongying, Chun Tao was no stranger to such matters of intimacy. It is nothing, I'm perfectly fine, Su Yahan replied, though she had already placed Xiaoqing on her blacklist for her harem. Such a brutish man was unfit for her inner circle. She would take her time in selecting a more suitable candidate. By the way, did the county magistrate bring the silver last night? I nearly forgot about that. The allure of male beauty can be quite distracting. He did. Aunt Lan received it on your behalf. You may go to her to collect it. Aunt Lan wouldn't dare keep Miss Su's silver for herself. However, Miss Su was rather ruthless, taking the county magistrate's silver while still having him stripped of his official cap and confiscating his estate. This incident has stirred quite the commotion, with rumors of Miss Su's formidable connections. Even the county magistrate's estate was seized. Aunt Lan mentioned that in the future, Miss Su will be revered as a goddess of wealth. That is good to hear. Su Yahan was unaware that the county magistrate's official cap had ultimately been lost. What of yesterday's revenue? How did it fare? I'm not certain, but I do know many patrons are still gambling within the establishment. Having not returned home all night, I see gambling is indeed an addiction. I anticipated as much. Do you wish to freshen up, miss? Yes, indeed, I was too exhausted last night to bathe. I feel sticky all over. Very well, I shall bring in hot water. The hot water is always prepared, as the ladies have varying requests, so there are rotations for boiling it. Regardless of the hour, hot water is always available. Excellent. Once the water was brought in, Chun Tao assisted Su Yahan with her bath, scrubbing her back. Su Yahan was someone who understood the essence of indulgence, believing in living fully in the moment and enjoying life as pleasures. With someone to attend to her, she found immense satisfaction. In modern times, she often treated herself to full-body beauty treatments and massages, so Chun Tao's ministrations felt entirely comfortable. Chun Tao noticed the multitude of bruises adorning Su Yahan's body and couldn't help but silently criticize that man for his brutality. No wonder Su Yahan had cried so loudly. She must have been thoroughly overwhelmed. Nevertheless, with such beauty, which man could resist? If she were a man, she too would have taken advantage of Su Yahan. Miss, do you require preparations for a contraceptive potion? The ladies always consume it after such encounters. One cannot bear to give birth to an ill-fated child. Yes, please prepare it for me, after such close contact 4 times. It is prudent to be cautious. I am not ready for parenthood. Very well, I shall assist you with changing and will bring the potion shortly. Good. After her bath, she felt revitalized. Chun Tao, does your establishment carry that specific medicine? What medicine do you refer to? The one for injuries down there. That wretched man showed no concern for my inexperience, only seeking his own pleasure. Yes, I shall retrieve it immediately. Also, please summon Aunt Lan to my room. I shall remain here. Certain areas still throbbed with discomfort, so it was best to stay put. Understood. Miss Xu.Do you have any further instructions for me? No, you may go. Very well, I take my leave. Chun Tao closed the door behind her. And Su Yahan lay back down, inwardly cursing Xiaoqingze, that despicable man. Chapter 47. The envoy of the Eagle Kingdom arrives at the palace. Hachu, Xiaoqingze sneezed several times in the imperial study. Who dared to speak ill of him behind his back? Did they wish to lose their heads? Your Majesty seems to have caught a chill. Shall I summon the imperial physician, little Li, who served in the study? Inquired. By now that little wildcat must have awakened. Su Yahan, after all, is quite the night owl. His neck bore marks from her bites, and his back was marked by her delicate claws. She certainly had no qualms about ensuring he felt her pain as he had made her feel his. However, unbeknownst to her, such actions only served to intensify his desires. Last night had been somewhat uncontrollable. The allure of that little night owl was intoxicating, and he found himself yearning for her, even after such a brief separation. When he left, she had been utterly exhausted, lost in a deep slumber. With that thought, a smile crept onto Xiaoqingze's lips. The emperor is smiling. It seems he was quite pleased with the young lady from last night. The emperor, who had yet to produce an heir, mused that should Su Yahan prove fruitful, she could elevate her status significantly. Your Majesty, shall we bring Su Yahan into the palace? She has already received the emperor's favor. With such beauty, her presence in the palace would surely garner endless affection. Yes, convey my decree. Su Yahan shall be honored as a consort and shall enter the palace in 5 days. Given her nature, it is certain that the palace will be quite lively upon her arrival. Understood, Your Majesty. Speaking of Su Yahan, the emperor's lips were drawn into a smile, signaling a shift in the dynamics of the harem. Your Majesty, we have received news from the border. A guard outside announced. Quickly relay it. The emperor felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The border had been unstable lately, with more than 10 cities lost. If they continued to fall, the kingdom of Wuqi would be in grave peril. The sage's predictions regarding outsiders had yielded no news in 5 days. He could not place all his hopes on these individuals. Present, the messenger, a soldier under Ishuehan, bowed. Long live the emperor. Rise. Xiaoqingze's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Thank you, Your Majesty. The border is in dire straits. This battle has resulted in a complete victory. And not a single soldier was injured. What did you say? The emperor stood abruptly, disbelief flooding his expression. A complete victory? Surely, I must be imagining things. Your Majesty, the western northwest camp has achieved a resounding victory with no injuries among the troops. Marvelous, a complete victory is indeed welcome news. Xiaoqingze's spirits lifted at this revelation, dissipating his earlier fatigue. You claim there were no injuries among the soldiers. That seems implausible. How can there be no casualties in battle? Your Majesty, this is all thanks to the strategist. A strategist? Since when did the western northwest camp have a strategist? I was unaware. Your Majesty, the strategist is a newcomer who arrived 5 days ago and single-handedly routed 50,000 enemy troops. As Jinwei spoke of the strategist's feats, his eyes sparkled with admiration for Liao Yunfang. Single-handedly defeating 50,000 enemies, this person must be the outsider the sage spoke of. Indeed, Your Majesty. Moreover, the strategist negotiated terms for the Eagle Kingdom to become a vassal state of our Wuqi Kingdom, agreeing to pay 1/10 of their grain supplies within 5 days. Today marks the 5th day. And I believe the envoy from the Eagle Kingdom will arrive at the palace. What? Xiaoqingze was astounded. They had not only won but had also secured the entire Eagle Kingdom, and they were demanding tribute? It felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. Your Majesty, I have another matter to report. Jinwei hesitated. Speak. The strategist boasted that he would personally train the female soldiers, and within a month, if they could defeat the male soldiers, they would accompany them into battle. As Jinwei relayed this, he discreetly observed the emperor's reaction, sensing the absurdity of the strategist's claims. Female soldiers? Where do these female soldiers come from? They are merely military courtesans. The national master once stated that these outsiders are unlike any others. If these outsiders wish to promote female soldiers, let them do so. After all, they are merely lowly courtesans. Their deaths would not be of great consequence. He acquiesced to this military strategist, a person he had never met before. Let the strategist have his way. Indeed, Your Majesty, the Emperor's amiability was entirely unexpected by Jinwei. And it appeared that His Majesty was in quite a jovial mood. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Oh, what is it? Speak swiftly. The strategist has expressed that in order to ensure an end to warfare and for the common folk to live in peace, it is essential for Your Majesty to unify the 6 kingdoms and become the paramount ruler. The thought alone is staggering and exhilarating. Not only was Jinwei shaken, but the eunuch Shaoli and the Emperor were equally astonished. Xiaoqingzi was solely concerned with the well-being of his nation's people and had never contemplated the unification of the 6 kingdoms. The strategist harbored such grand ambitions that henceforth, you shall heed the strategist's directives. Very well, Your Majesty, the Emperor has indeed consented. Splendid. In the future, our Wuqi kingdom shall undoubtedly emerge as the strongest nation. An urgent report. The guards rushed in, stumbling as they knelt. Speak. The interruption soured the Emperor's mood. Your Majesty, outside the palace, there are individuals claiming to be envoys from the Feiying kingdom, here to seek an audience with Your Majesty. They have arrived. Truly, the envoys from the Feiying kingdom have indeed come? Is this not a dream? Have you heard correctly? I have, Your Majesty. They claim to have come bearing provisions for the Wuqi kingdom, and behind them are a vast array of carriages, estimated to carry around 10,000 loads. Immediately notify them to meet with the envoys from the Feiying kingdom. Yes, Your Majesty. The messenger was equally exhilarated. Provisions, such life-saving sustenance. It has been quite some time since he last tasted white rice. Your Majesty, what of Miss Su? Let us defer that for now. The matter of welcoming Su Yahan into the palace can wait. Meeting the envoys from the Feiying kingdom takes precedence. Yes, Your Majesty, the Emperor, in high spirits, seemed to walk as if the wind followed him. Chapter 48. The arrival of the envoys from the Feiying kingdom. The Emperor received the envoys from the Feiying kingdom in the Grand Hall. You may pay your respects to the sovereign. Long live the sovereign, long live the sovereign, long live the sovereign. Sovereign is the title the Feiying kingdom uses for the Emperor. Rise, there is no need for excessive formalities. The Emperor sat at the head of the assembly, adorned in a bright yellow robe embroidered with the image of a dragon soaring over the vast sea. The corners of his robe billowed in the gusts of wind. His handsome visage was illuminated by the morning light, exuding a divine majesty and inherent nobility, radiating an aura befitting a ruler who commands respect across the realm. Be seated. Thank you, Your Majesty, the envoy. Robust and burly, sported a thick beard and spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. It has been a long journey for you. Your efforts are commendable. Indeed, it was no small feat. They had to travel day and night to reach the Wuqi kingdom by the appointed time. Yet, they bore their hardships in silence. They trembled at the thought of the fierce general stationed at the northwest camp, fearing that any delay might result in their utter annihilation. No hardships were endured. For the alliance between the Feiying kingdom and the Wuqi kingdom is our honor. Along with delivering 10,000 loads of provisions, there is another matter to discuss. Exhausted as they were, they must also engage in a delicate negotiation, which was quite stifling. 10,000 loads of provisions. Excellent, I am very pleased. The envoy assured there was no need for concern in light of this generous offering, as long as it is not excessively outrageous. He would be amenable. Our princess is as beautiful as a flower and has now reached the age of marriage. To foster goodwill between our two nations, we would like to offer the princess to the military strategist. And we beseech Your Majesty to make this arrangement. The 7th princess of the Feiying kingdom is said to be the most beautiful among all princesses. Alas, her humble origins have rendered her a mere pawn in this political game. The envoy lifted the veil of a nearby maiden. Xiaoqingzi gasped in disbelief. The Feiying kingdom dares to label this plump-faced woman as a celestial beauty. If he were to arrange for the princess to wed the military strategist, would the strategist not be terrified? The envoy, noticing the discontent in Xiaoqingzi's gaze, realized that something was amiss. Where is the princess? This individual is merely a handmaiden to the 7th princess. The handmaiden stared wide-eyed. Rendered speechless upon realizing that the handmaiden had been silenced, the envoy hastily released her from her spell. The handmaiden knelt, pleading for the sovereign's mercy, begging for her life. Where has the 7th princess gone? The envoy was filled with fury. My lord, it was the 7th princess who placed a spell on this old servant. I know nothing of her whereabouts. I implore you to spare me. The 7th princess was unwilling to enter a marriage alliance and was forcibly brought here. Yet she cunningly escaped upon reaching the Wuqi kingdom. Since your princess is unwilling to engage in this union, let the matter of marriage be set aside. Set aside the marriage. That is absolutely unacceptable. If this matter is not resolved satisfactorily, my sovereign will surely take my head. Sovereign, you must ensure the return of the 7th princess. There is no need for further discussion. This matter shall be deliberated once the military strategist returns to the capital. I have yet to meet the strategist and do not know if he has a family. To hastily arrange a marriage for him would be imprudent. I must say, the strategist has won my admiration. Otherwise, as an emperor, why would I consider the sentiments of my subjects? I could simply decree it. Disobedience would result in execution. However, the strategist is unlike others. He has rendered great service and has the welfare of the nation in mind. He is a rare talent. Even I, as emperor, cannot afford to alienate him. Yes, your majesty. The envoy inwardly cursed the seventh princess, wondering where she had fled. She truly was a source of constant worry when the sovereign commanded her to marry. She resorted to crying, creating chaos, and ultimately needed to be bound and brought along. Who could have foreseen that she would escape along the way? Chapter 49. A sudden confession far away in the distant fief. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely. Liu Rumei was foraging for sweet potatoes and potatoes upon the mountain. In this era, no one had yet discovered the existence of these foods. Currently, the farmers had seen no harvest of rice. To ensure the populace could satiate their hunger, alternative solutions must be sought. Hunters could venture into the mountains to hunt, fishermen could cast their nets into the rivers, but the farmers, reliant on agriculture, had no choice but to toil in the fields. Found it. Liu Rumei smiled, her bright eyes sparkling brilliantly. Xiaoqingzi followed closely behind her, having searched for 5 days, and had finally discovered a substitute for rice. Truly the heavens do not forsake those who strive. Is this sweet potato? Yes, it is indeed the sweet potato that grows in the earth. An acre can yield between 5,000 to 15,000 pounds. Xiaoqingzi's eyes widened in astonishment. So much, this surpasses the yield of rice by 10 to 20-fold. Presently, the yield of rice per acre is approximately 300 pounds. If all farmers were to cultivate sweet potatoes, how could they ever worry about hunger? Indeed, sweet potatoes are a marvelous food. Regular consumption provides nutritional benefits, promotes digestion, and alleviates constipation, though moderation is key as excessive intake may lead to bloating. Liu Rumei's professional instinct kicked in. Upon seeing any plant, she could rattle off a plethora of its benefits and uses. Speaking of which, these sweet potatoes are truly remarkable. Xiaoqingzi gazed at Liu Rumei with such tenderness that it could be described as palpable. Liu Rumei carefully wielded a small spade, digging diligently to unearth the sweet potatoes. After spending these days together, Xiaoqingzi found himself increasingly fond of Liu Rumei. She was unlike other noble women, who were delicate and pretentious. She remained calm in the face of adversity, possessing both beauty and kindness. Xiaoqingzi's gaze was solely fixed upon Liu Rumei. Look around, there should be more sweet potatoes nearby. You all searched thoroughly. Yes, Miss Liu. Though they yearned to address her as the princess, Liu Rumei insisted otherwise. The prince treated Liu Rumei with genuine affection. He had allowed precious antiques, paintings, and rare treasures to be moved into Liu Rumei's quarters. And now it seemed the only thing left was for the prince himself to take up residence there. Given the extent of the prince's devotion to Liu Rumei, it was nearly certain that she would soon become the mistress of their mansion. Under the scorching sun, beads of sweat trickled down Liu Rumei's forehead. It is so hot, I could really use a glass of iced milk tea. Alas, life in ancient times is quite unbearable. No air conditioning, no fans, and certainly no milk tea, fried chicken, or French fries. She wiped the sweat from her brow. Allow me to assist you. Xiaoqingzi produced a grey handkerchief to wipe away Liu Rumei's perspiration. The proximity between them was undeniable. Liu Rumei could smell the natural scent of hormones emanating from Xiaoqingzi. She cast him a shy glance, her eyes shimmering with bashfulness. I can manage this myself. Liu Rumei reached for the handkerchief, but Xiaoqingzi seized her hand and returned. I shall do it. His tone left no room for argument. Liu Rumei's hand felt unbearably hot. She wished to pull away, but Xiaoqingzi held on even tighter. Let go. I refuse to release you. You, a dignified prince, are behaving like a rogue. I only engage in such playfulness with you. Have you not heard that men and women should maintain a proper distance? Did not the ancients place great emphasis on propriety? What is he trying to imply? Surely he does not truly wish to pursue her. She has no desire to share her affections with any other woman. I will take responsibility. Your responsibility? What do you mean by that? This sudden confession caught Liu Rumei off guard. I do not wish to marry you. Why not? Xiaoqingzi, striking in appearance and a prince at that, was surrounded by admirers. He could not fathom why Liu Rumei would refuse him. I am a jealous person and cannot share my man with any other woman. In this life, he may only have me as his partner. I seek neither wealth nor status, only a lifetime of companionship with one person. You are a prince and will undoubtedly have many wives and concubines. Thus, you are not my ideal match. Xiaoqingzi pondered Liu Rumei's words. A lifetime of companionship with one person? Indeed, if your highness cannot fulfill this promise, do not entangle me in your pursuits. If I were capable of fulfilling such a promise, would you then be willing to marry me and become my princess? His peculiar ailment could only be cured by her. Aside from her, no other woman would suffice. That Liu Rumei never anticipated such an answer. She was not yet prepared for marriage, having only known Xiaoqingran for a mere few days. It was far too early to discuss wedding plans. Her hesitance, in Xiaoqingran's eyes, translated to unwillingness. Was he truly that inadequate? Regardless, whether she was willing or not, she would marry him, Xiaoqingran asserted with conviction. This prince does not care whether you agree or not. You shall be this prince's consort. With hands on her hips, Liu Rumei retorted. If I refuse to marry, can you truly force me? This prince indeed can compel you. He replied confidently. She thought to herself, he is a prince. If he were to resort to force, her solitary status would render her somewhat vulnerable. I have already declared that I can offer a lifetime of companionship. Why do you still hesitate? If you have questions, ask. The sage has taught that one must inquire when in doubt. You and I have only just met. How can you expect me to marry you? All I know is that you are a prince. I do not even know your age, your preferences, or how many relatives you have. How can I commit to marriage? What is so difficult about this? This prince shall enlighten you. I am 28 years old, possess no particular preferences, have an elder brother who is the current emperor, and a sister who is already married. My mother resides in the palace. And there are 108 individuals in the royal household. Does this suffice for your satisfaction? Xiao Qingran concluded his explanation in one breath. Liu Rumei, fine, you are indeed a straightforward man. She thought, realizing he had completely misinterpreted her words. Let me put it this way, let us court for a while, get to know each other better. If we find it suitable, we can discuss marriage. If after some time we find it unsuitable, we shall part ways amicably, each taking our own path. What do you think? Consider it a romantic endeavor with a prince. After all, I have never been in love. So it will serve as valuable experience. The people of the royal household listened attentively, marveling at Liu Rumei's audacity. One dared to speak, while the other dared to respond. The notion of parting ways seemed rather idyllic. In this lifetime, Liu Rumei would never escape his grasp. 10 days. I grant you 10 days to acclimatize. After that, we shall wed. Liu Rumei rolled her eyes. 10 days. Why not one? What could be accomplished in 10 days? Chapter 50. An unexpected confession. Too, she wished to ignore him, this straightforward man, so domineering, playing the role of a tyrannical CEO, yet Xiao Qingran appeared to possess the qualifications to be domineering, after all. He was a prince. 10 days was far too brief. She needed at least 2 months. 2 months would provide her ample time to establish herself in this ancient world. She needed to buy some time. 20 days. I will give you 20 days to consider. In 20 days, he could return to the capital and arrange a more grandiose wedding. At that time, I will have my mother preside over the ceremony. Thank you for the extra 10 days, she replied sarcastically. 1.5 months. Surely that is acceptable. Xiao Qingran laughed in exasperation. It was rare for someone to bargain over a wedding date with him. It could not be extended further. He decided to grant her additional time to prepare. 1 month later, we shall marry. 28 years have passed. I am not afraid to wait another month. There are plenty of days ahead. The temple master had proclaimed that Liu Rumei was his fated companion, a match made in heaven. Liu Rumei reluctantly conceded. All right, I shall grant you a 1-month trial period. Liu girl has acquiesced to the prince. In 1 month, the royal residence shall have a lady of the house. Joyous occasion, Liu girl, I have found sweet potatoes. Come see if this is it, Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the sweet potato leaves on the ground. Liu Rumei approached and, with a single glance, recognized it. Indeed, this is a sweet potato. Xiaomi, you truly are impressive. Xiaomi blushed at the compliment. Liu Rumei enjoyed teasing her. Liu Rumei genuinely liked Xiaomi, the young maid who was both sensible and fair-skinned. Endearing in appearance, Xiao Qingran felt a twinge of jealousy. So what if she merely found a sweet potato? Why was Liu Rumei praising the girl? He could find one too. Liu girl, I have also found one. Good, once you've located it, dig it up. Today, I will demonstrate various ways to prepare sweet potatoes, roasted, steamed, or fried. Wow, thank you, Liu girl. Hearing that there would be food, everyone was thrilled. This prince was unaware of your culinary skills. Indeed, we have only just met, we barely know each other. You see, you do not even know what I can do, what I like, or what I dislike. That stings. You may share with this prince, sharing would render it dull. You must discover it for yourself, experience it firsthand. This is my test for you. If he wished to marry her, it would not be so simple. He must pass her trials and win her approval before she would consent to the union. Very well, I shall uncover it myself. I have one more test for you. Stated, help me find 2 individuals, fine people. Yes, Xiao Qingran was now her trial boyfriend. Why not utilize his influence to search for Yunfang and Yahan? They had been involved in an accident together and were likely stranded somewhere. What are their names? My 2 friends. One is named Liao Yunfang and the other Su Yahan. Do they have any distinguishing features? Beautiful, does that count? All 3 of them were stunning beauties, previously recognized as the 3 flowers of their school, indistinguishable from one another. In this prince's eyes, you are more beautiful than anyone else, Liu Rumei. This man certainly knew how to charm. Liu Rumei felt a surge of joy. No woman dislikes being complimented on her beauty. Extra points for Xiao Qingran. You are handsome as well. To not reciprocate would be impolite. Xiao Qingran's eyes sparkled, feeling delighted. His future consort was praising him. The individuals his future princess sought must be found diligently. Xiaoer, make arrangements to locate them. Prince Liu girl, do you have any portraits? To rely solely on a name is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. A portrait would simplify matters considerably. None. My phone is lost somewhere. I do not have it on hand. Otherwise, I could show you the pictures. May I inquire if there are any other details about your 2 friends? Xiaoer asked. They are both female, aged 24, standing at 1 meter 68, and are beautiful. Is that all? Xiaoyi was taken aback. How are we to find them? There are plenty of people with the same name across the realm. Yes, that is all. Go summon the head of the Tianji Pavilion. The prince and the head of the Tianji Pavilion were adversaries, yet now the prince sought to summon him for Liu Rumei's sake. The prince truly doted on Liu Rumei, willing to sacrifice his pride for her. Their approach to the Tianji Pavilion signified the prince's concession to I and all the realm. Aside from the Empress Dowager, only Liu Rumei could compel the prince to yield. A beauty brings disaster. Xiaoyi dared only to think this in his heart. It seemed they would need to re-evaluate Liu Rumei's standing within the royal household. Proceed, for this prince is well aware of what it means to send someone to the Tianji Pavilion. To win a smile from a beauty, what is the harm in bending? His future consort deserved to be cherished. Yes, my prince. Xiaoyi and Xiao Er complied with the order. Today's endeavor yielded bountiful results. Soon they had unearthed several large baskets of sweet potatoes. Chapter 52, The Princess of the Flying Eagle Kingdom. Help. Is anyone there? Liu Rumei and her companions were preparing to return home when they suddenly heard a cry for help. Did you hear someone calling for help? Xiaomi pointed towards the direction of the sound. Though faint, it was audible. Let us investigate. Cursed occupational hazard. Upon hearing a cry for help, her feet moved of their own accord. Xiao Qingran followed Liu Rumei closely. As they approached, the cries for help grew clearer. Help. Is anyone there? It was a girl's voice. Is someone coming? I'm here. Please help me, Alina shouted from within a trap. Over here, Xiao San, hurry and rescue her. The pit was too deep. Liu Rumei lacked martial skills and could not descend. Yes, Liu girl. Xiao San had already begun to regard Liu Rumei as a half-master. Her command was imperative. Xiao San leaped down and rescued the girl from the trap. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Alina, you are not from the Wuqin kingdom. What are you doing here? Xiao Qingran pointed his sword at Alina. The Wuqin kingdom did not possess such a surname. It seemed more akin to one from the Flying Eagle kingdom. A woman crossing borders made Xiao Qingran suspicious. Was she a spy sent by a rival nation? Alina's face paled in fright. Young master, please spare me. I have escaped from a forced marriage. Xiao Qingran's expression turned icy. Escaped from a marriage? You fled all the way to the Wuqin kingdom? Who do you take me for? Speak, who exactly are you? I am the 7th princess of the Flying Eagle kingdom. Cold sweat drenched Alina's back. The man's gaze was terrifying. If she did not speak the truth, she feared he might truly kill her. A princess, escaping marriage. Xiao Qingran had not returned to the capital in a long while and was unaware of the events taking place there. Moreover, the people of the Flying Eagle kingdom had only just arrived in the capital. News could not have spread so swiftly to his ears. Yes, my father sent me here to marry as part of an alliance, but I do not wish to be used as a pawn. So I fled. I believe her, Liu Rumei interjected. Having minored in psychology during university, she could discern whether someone was lying through their expressions, tones, and actions. Alina's words were sincere. Put away your sword. See how frightened you have made her. With a swish, Xiao Qingran sheathed his sword. The princess declared that if this individual spoke the truth, then it was indeed the truth. He heeded the princess's words. Xiao San inquired, Your Highness, shall we not interrogate this person? There is no need, came the reply. Xiao San was taken aback. Your Highness, you have changed. A princess of the Flying Eagle kingdom, and you choose to let him go without an inquiry. Are you not concerned about the potential consequences? This is indeed the princess of the Flying Eagle kingdom. I am aware, the prince said, listening to Miss Liu. Her words shall henceforth be my own. You shall act according to her directives. Who exactly is Miss Liu? That she can so effortlessly compel the prince to disregard precedent, it seems that the dynamics within the royal residence may soon shift. Xiao San lowered his head. Yes, your highness, it turned out he was the prince of the Wuqin kingdom. I am deeply grateful to Sister Liu for her rescue. Sister Liu and the prince make a splendid couple. Such a match. The prince addressed Liu as Miss Liu, suggesting that they have yet to be wed. This sentiment pleased Xiao Qingran immensely, and he found himself looking upon Alina with newfound favor. What plans do you have after fleeing your betrothal? What need is there for plans? Surely, I am to be returned to the capital for marriage. Xiao San blurted without a second thought. Alina's countenance fell. She had fled precisely to escape such a fate, and now it seemed she would be caught and returned so soon after her escape. Did you not hear that she did not do so willingly? Liu Rumei herself was vehemently opposed to such forced marriages. As a princess, she bore the weight of her responsibilities, and even if she did not consent, she must consider the welfare of the people of the Flying Eagle Kingdom. Her escape from marriage could potentially implicate the royal family and even jeopardize the entire nation, Xiao Qingran remarked coldly. To flee a marriage and elevate it to a matter of national importance, this is the reality of ancient times. So she must wed a stranger, sacrificing her own happiness for the sake of the royal family and lineage? Indeed, it is her duty as a member of the royal family. A duty. Do you know why I am here? Why? Because like Alina, I too fled a marriage. My father insisted on a union, and unwilling, I escaped. Be why your logic? Should I not return to obey my father's wishes and marry for the sake of my family? You too fled a marriage. Precisely, there are other means to foster goodwill between our nations. Rather than exchanging a princess as a bargaining chip, our values do not align. thus we are ill-suited for one another. This trial period concludes here. Wait, I was unaware you two had fled a marriage. Is it not merely a flight from matrimony? A commendable escape indeed, Princess Alina. If you have fled, then you shall remain free. I shall speak to my elder brother on your behalf. The thought of Liu Rumei almost marrying another man drove him to madness. The entire household was incredulous, gazing at their illustrious and formidable prince. Your Highness, have you lost your mind to utter such words? Where has your usual rigor gone? Now seemingly abandoned, Alina believed she was to be sent back. Yet unexpectedly circumstances had shifted in her favor. The Prince of Wuching must be utterly enamored with Miss Liu. How delightful! She too yearned for such a noble husband. To marry, one ought to choose a man who would forsake all conventions for his beloved. I am exceedingly grateful, Your Highness, and thank you. Miss Liu. Alina realized that had it not been for Miss Liu, she would surely have been returned to the capital to fulfill a marriage alliance. Overcome with emotion, Alina inadvertently tugged at her injury. Having fallen, her leg had sustained an injury, preventing her from ascending. What is the matter? Are you all right? Liu Rumei felt a deep fondness for this princess who dared to fight for her own happiness. I believe my leg may be broken. Alina gritted her teeth, sweat beading from the pain. Let me take a look. Liu Rumei lifted her leg, examined it closely, and palpated it. A healer must master observation. Inquiry, palpation, and listening. It is merely fractured. I shall set it for you. Liu Rumei spoke as if it were as simple as dining. You can set it. I feared I would become a cripple, Alina replied. Her hope rekindled by Liu Rumei's assurance. Yes, but it will require surgery. Do not move on your own for the time being. Xiao San, carry the princess back. Yes, Miss Liu. From this day forward, Miss Liu would become a figure of greater significance than the prince himself. Following this incident, the entire royal household understood that while offending the prince might still leave a glimmer of hope for survival, crossing Miss Liu would be far more perilous, with the prince's affection for her. Offending Liu Rumei might lead one to an untimely demise, and one might not even comprehend how it transpired. Chapter 52, Xiao Qingran's attitude. Mayor, are you satisfied with how I have handled this? Xiao Qingran lowered his demeanor. Mayor, Liu Rumei was taken aback. No male had ever addressed her so intimately. Her parents always referred to her as Rumei. Her ears flushed crimson, resembling cooked shrimp. In Xiao Qingran's eyes, it was a different kind of charm. Your mayor looks lovely when blushing, he mused. Xiao Qingran was quite adept at flirting. Her ears felt as if they might bear offspring. She reconsidered her earlier assessment of him as a blunt man. He was clearly skilled at charming women. Just look at the fervor in his pursuit of her, Liu Rumei replied nonchalantly, yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Xiao Qingran smiled in response. Having called her mayor, and she had acquiesced, his actions further transformed the perceptions of the royal entourage. Your Highness, where has your former gravitas gone? Whatever happened to the fierce determination you expressed about marrying Miss Liu? The prince's demeanor shifted too rapidly. Whenever Liu Rumei was involved, all rules seemed to lose their significance. As for that sweet potato, you must arrange for its transplantation. For cultivation, seek the farmers. Mayor cannot do that? I am no deity, I cannot do everything. In my heart, Mayor is as a celestial being descended to earth. Xiao Qingran's declarations of affection flowed forth, as he playfully bantered with Liu Rumei in front of the onlookers. Xiao San, carrying Alina, trembled slightly. Their prince had ventured too far down the path of adoration for Liu Rumei. This gentler side of the prince was somewhat disconcerting. He felt an unsettling sense of urgency. Xiao San was not alone in his discomfort. Xiao Si felt it too. Such a tease. Liu Rumei's smile broadened. So Mayor enjoys the prince's compliments. He must remember to extol her virtues daily henceforth. Alina whispered to Xiao San. Your prince treats sister Liu quite well. Xiao San, startled, nearly dropped Alina. Alina gasped, tightening her grip around his waist. Xiao San felt utterly flustered. He was a young man full of vigor. To avert further mishaps, he hastily ran off with Alina in tow. What prompts his haste? Liu Rumei found Xiao San's behavior perplexing. I do not know. Perhaps he is simply unhinged. Liu Rumei laughed, her smile radiant. Xiao Qingran was entranced by her beauty. Does he know how amusing he is? To bring joy to Mayor is his honor. Indeed, if Xiao Qingran were an emperor, he would surely be a foolish one, yet I find it endearing. I have acquiesced to your wishes. Will you consider becoming my princess? His voice was husky, laced with allure again. His eloquence could very well lead her to willingly succumb in a month's time. A prince of such stature, willing to defy conventions for her, was truly rare. In ancient times such men were hard to find, and even in modern times, they would be as elusive as a lantern in the dark. Follow your heart. Ahem, I have already stated it is a trial period. You are merely my trial boyfriend for now. Liu Rumei cleared her throat, feeling slightly awkward. Trial boyfriend? Yes, the man I am testing during this period. So I am your man. Xiao Qingran's tone was laden with meaning. I shall not converse with you further. Liu Rumei, feeling bashful, turned and fled. Xiao Qingran's expression was one of delight, his heart fluttering. Mayor, you cannot escape my grasp. Await your destiny as my princess. Chapter 53, Taking a disciple upon returning to the royal residence. Liu Rumei performed a bone-setting procedure on Alina. The setting was remarkably successful. With careful attention over the next month, Alina would recover swiftly. Had it been anyone else, the process would have required 3 to 6 months of recuperation. However, with Alina's unique medicinal concoction and Liu's special techniques, her leg would heal in merely a month. Thank you, Miss Liu. Alina gazed at her leg, which was encased in a binding. Liu Rumei perceived Alina's confusion. This is a cast, designed to restrict movement at the fracture site, aiding in swelling reduction, pain alleviation, and promoting healing. Such techniques were unknown in this realm. Miss Liu, you are truly remarkable. I have read a few medical texts. Though they only contained written accounts, Alina was an overlooked princess. Her mother had been a foot-washing maid. Once, while washing the emperor's feet, he had imbibed some wine, and captivated by her beauty, he summoned her to his chambers, resulting in her mother's pregnancy. Yet, her mother received little favor thereafter. The emperor merely honored her with a title, and never again sought her company. The emperor was a man of many affections, with no fewer than 30 concubines in the Wuchang kingdom. Upon her birth, he had scarcely cast a glance in her direction. His daughters served merely as tools to fortify the state. Her sisters were either married off in alliances or wed to powerful and militarily esteemed officials. Oh, you have studied medicine? Yes, because my mother was unwell. I wished to learn healing arts to aid her. Alas, fate was unkind. She passed before I could become proficient. Is there not a royal physician in the palace? Alina lowered her head helplessly and remarked, my mother is merely a foot washer, lacking a formidable backing and devoid of my father's affection. The physicians at the imperial hospital treat her like a mere servant. After giving birth to me, her health deteriorated, and she passed away 2 years ago. Historically, emperors have often been indifferent. Liu Rumei could envision the hardships Alina faced growing up in a palace that devours its own, without anyone to protect her. Are you familiar with the acupoints of the human body? I know a little. Recite them for me. Alina was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Miss Liu was testing her. Acupoints refer to specific points on the body, which can be categorized broadly into 3 types: extraordinary points outside the meridians, meridian points, and assure points. Point 1. Extraordinary points. These are acupoints that do not belong to the 14 meridians but are recognized for their unique efficacy. They are named accordingly due to their extraordinary properties and are located outside the 14 meridians. Examples include Sishinkong, Taiyang, and Yintang on the head, Shixin, Weilagong, and Beiji on the hands, and Danang, Lanjiao, and Shiyan on the legs. 2. Meridian points. These refer to acupoints that belong to the 12 meridians and the Ren and Du meridians, collectively known as the 14 meridian points. Each of these points has a specific name, location, and meridian affiliation, such as the lungs Yujie, the stomach's Susanli, the liver's Taichon, the large intestines Higu, and the kidneys Yongquan. Meridian points constitute the primary acupoints. Point 3. Assure points. These acupoints are generally determined by the presence of illness, often located near the area of discomfort, but they do not have fixed positions or names. The pain felt when pressing these points is very pronounced, leading to their designation. When a patient is pressed at these points, they often exclaim in pain, hence the name Assure points. Well, you recited them quite well, but mere recitation is not sufficient. You must become well acquainted with each acupoint in the human body. Do you know how many acupoints exist in total? There are approximately 52 single acupoints, 309 paired acupoints, and 50 extraordinary points outside the meridians, totaling 720 acupoints. Are you familiar with their exact locations? Alina shook her head. I know some, but not all. Acupoints, scientifically known as shu shui, refer to specific areas along the body's meridians. Traditional Chinese medicine employs acupuncture, massage, acupressure, and moxibustion to stimulate these points for therapeutic purposes. Some acupoints are not on the meridians but can still be effective when stimulated. The relevant meridians include the Ren and Du meridians, as well as the foot Taiyang, Han Shaiyang, foot Shaiyang, and foot Yangming meridians. The meridians on the head and face do not include extraordinary points. There are numerous yu points on the head, such as Changjiang, Rinzhong, Shinting, Baihui Fingfu, and Yaman. Other points like Fengqi, Tianzhu, Wangu Yifeng, Dansong, Jiacha, Erman, Taiyang, Shangguan, and Xiaguan are also located on the head and face. If one intends to practice medicine, it is imperative to be well acquainted with each acupoint. Even a slight misstep could lead to severe consequences. Liu Rumei was already well versed in human anatomy. She had been learning medicine since the age of 3, under her grandfather's tutelage. If I were to take you as my apprentice, would you be willing? Liu Rumei aspired to promote medical knowledge in ancient times by establishing a clinic, and she needed assistance. She had a favorable impression of Alina, and fortuitously, Alina was well read in medical texts, making her a suitable candidate for mentorship. Alina was exhilarated. I am willing, master. I pay my respects to you. Regarding the leg treatment, Alina believed Liu Rumei's medical skills must be exceptional. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that Liu Rumei was willing to accept her as an apprentice. Do not kneel. I have just performed surgery on your leg, and you mustn't overexert yourself. Yes, master. Alina promptly corrected herself. Liu Rumei produced 2 notebooks from her spatial storage, saying, here is your study material. Study it well. I shall test you in a few days. These notebooks contained invaluable content. Thank you, master. Alina carefully cradled the notebooks. You should rest now. During this time, your mobility is limited. I will have Xiao Bei come to assist you. Thank you, master. Although she was an uncherished princess, she still had maids and servants attending to her in the palace of the Fei Ying kingdom. I will step out now. Please rest, alright, I will see you off. Master. Liu Rumei exited the room and closed the door. Chapter 54, Sweet Potato Feast. As Liu Rumei stepped out of the room, everyone in the Wangfu cast reverent glances her way, exclaiming in unison. Greetings, Miss Liu. Clearly the winds of change were stirring within the Wangfu, and the situation had subtly shifted. Liu Rumei nodded slightly in acknowledgement and softly inquired, "Where is your lord now?" A servant hurried forward to reply. "Miss, the lord is currently in the study attending to matters. May I ask if you wish to pay him a visit?" Liu Rumei waved her hand, saying, "No need for that, take me to the kitchen. I promised to personally prepare a sweet potato meal." Upon her return to the Wangfu, she had immediately engaged in surgical treatment for Alina, which took about an hour to complete. The servant led Liu Rumei through intricate corridors, twisting and turning for more than half a quarter of an hour, before finally arriving at the kitchen door. "Miss Liu, we have arrived at the kitchen. Thank you. Oh dear, Miss Liu, you are truly too kind. It is not customary for a master to express gratitude to a servant." The kitchen staff, bustling with activity, paused to greet her in unison. "Hello everyone, where have you placed the sweet potatoes we harvested today?" This way. It was Xiaomi, who had stayed in the kitchen to assist ever since Liu Rumei returned. "Alright, please wash all the sweet potatoes thoroughly, then bring one basket to steam, another to roast in the fire, and the last to peel and cut into strips for frying." In fact, the method of roasting sweet potatoes in the fire was something she had learned during her childhood visits to the countryside. She had watched as others tossed sweet potatoes directly into the flames, and soon the air would be filled with an irresistible aroma. "Understood, Miss Liu. You three will wash the vegetables, you three will peel, you three will cut, and you three will start the fire." The kitchen steward began to allocate tasks efficiently. The spacious kitchen was filled entirely with men, with not a single woman in sight. Liu Rumei casually picked up a vegetable knife, preparing to begin peeling when the steward overseeing the kitchen was alarmed. Miss Liu, you absolutely mustn't. You are a precious being. How can you engage in such laborious tasks? Please put down the knife, and allow me to assist you." The steward was acutely aware that if the lord learned that Miss Liu was personally managing kitchen affairs, given his indulgent attitude towards her, it would spell trouble for them. However, Liu Rumei did not afford him the opportunity to refuse, merely stating, "It is of no consequence. I shall work alongside you." She did not elaborate on her noble status. After all, she was not foolish enough to debate the notion of equality with people from ancient times. It is important to recognize that even in modern society, there exists a significant disparity between the privileged and the common folk. Let alone in this distant past, throughout history and across cultures, fairness is always relative, never absolute. Without further ado, Liu Rumei began to peel with remarkable skill, her movements fluid and seamless, leaving even the steward, who was supposed to supervise, utterly mesmerized. "Miss Liu, your technique is absolutely exquisite." The knife seemed to come alive in her hands. It is worth noting that Liu Rumei was accustomed to handling silver needles and surgical scalpels in modern times. Whether silver needles or knives, once they were in her hands, they would invariably be put to good use. The steward had initially intended to act as a director, but seeing Liu Rumei actively participating in the work, he felt compelled to join in rather than merely stand by. After half an hour, the tantalizing sweet potato feast was finally ready. "Wow, it smells incredible." Xiaomi could not help but swallow hard, genuinely impressed. "Little glutton, are you hungry? Come, have some." Liu Rumei smiled as she picked up a sweet potato strip, poised to feed it to Xiaomi. Xiaomi was instantly flustered, unsure of how to position her hands, stammering in haste, Miss, this is absolutely inappropriate." Miss Liu, with her esteemed status as the future princess, and she a mere humble servant, felt that being granted the position of a head maid was already an immense honor. How could she dare to expect more? Yet, witnessing such a scene left her utterly astonished. Her master was actually feeding her. It was simply inconceivable. Setting aside the master-servant hierarchy, it was fundamentally unthinkable for a master to feed a servant. She could not help but ponder, have I inadvertently angered the miss? Yet, no matter how she thought about it, she could not comprehend. In truth, Liu Rumei merely wished to reward Xiaomi for her hard work. Only then did Liu Guanyu gently hold a golden, crispy sweet potato stick and say to Xiaomi, "Be good, open your mouth." Xiaomi's heart raced suddenly, growing increasingly flustered, and she stammered, Mississippi, noticing Xiaomi's hesitation. Liu Guanyu smiled and softly reassured her, "Are you afraid I might poison you?" Xiaomi quickly waved her hands in denial, explaining, "No, it's not that." Mississippi, she was fully aware of Liu Guanyu's benign intentions. Yet such an extraordinary gesture still left her feeling anxious and bewildered. Xiaomi's unease intensified. Since it wasn't a matter of fear, she ought to open her mouth, unable to resist Liu Rumei's insistence. Xiaomi reluctantly widened her mouth. "How is it? Tasty?" Xiaomi chewed thoughtfully. It's truly delicious. I've never tasted anything so delightful. If it's good, eat a bit more. I recall you mentioned that you have others at home. Take a food box back for them to try." "Thank you, Miss Liu." Xiaomi's eyes brightened. Go ahead. Last night, Liu Rumei overheard Xiaomi chatting with the maids and expressing her longing for home. Which is why Liu Rumei encouraged her to take something back. At 15, a girl in their society was still a child, playfully indulging with her parents. In ancient times, women at this age were often married off. Bearing children. Shami happily went to find a box for the sweet potatoes. Those in the kitchen remarked on how fortunate Shami was to serve such a fine master. I'll take a plate to go. You all share the rest among the household, Liu Rumei added. If there are any leftovers, send some to the refugees. Liu Rumei recalled her early days, when she saw the emaciated old and young. And since there was food to spare, she felt it was only right to share, thus doing a good deed. Indeed, the young lady has a kind heart. Liu Rumei garnered the goodwill of everyone in the Wang residence. Those in service all hope to be in the good graces of a benevolent master. Chapter 55. Growing affections in the study. Yunshan addressed the person engrossed in reading. Your Highness, Miss Liu has arrived. Xiao Qinran immediately set his book aside. In the future, there is no need for announcements when Miss Liu arrives. Simply let her in. For this residence she may go wherever she pleases and do as she wishes without seeking my permission. Yes, Your Highness, you truly dote on Miss Liu. A once-in-a-millennium event, indeed. A devoted husband in the making. Are you busy? Liu Rumei was aware that the study was considered a sacred space, filled with many secrets. No matter, you have come to see me. Is there something on your mind? Your Highness, are you speaking nonsense? You are overwhelmed with concerns for the people's sustenance, yet claim there is nothing amiss. Whenever you encounter Miss Liu, even the gravest matters take a backseat. A beauty brings disaster. I brought you a treat, a sweet potato feast. Would you care to try? Liu Rumei waved the food box. Very well, Mayor shall dine with me. Good. I haven't eaten yet either. Yunshan quietly withdrew. It was inappropriate for him to remain while the couple nurtured their bond. Liu Rumei arranged the sweet potatoes from the box, and the delightful aroma wafted through the air. These sweet potatoes smell heavily and not only fragrant but sweet as well. Liu Rumei picked up a piece with her chopsticks and offered it to Xiao Qinran, who, taken by surprise, opened his mouth. Is it delicious? Indeed, Mayor, even if you were feeding me poison, it would taste sweet. A flattering tongue. Feed me another piece, open wide. Xiao Qinran indulged her, and she found no reason to hold back. For they were, after all, in a budding romance. Such relationships ought to be filled with sweetness. A meal of sweet potatoes left Xiao Qinran thoroughly satisfied. Mayor, my eyes have been bothering me these past few days. Could you take a look? Your eyes are uncomfortable. In what way? They itch terribly. Very well, let me examine them. Liu Rumei leaned closer to Xiao Qinran, their noses almost touching, clad in flowing green silk, her long hair casually fastened with a hairpin. She exuded a faint, addictive fragrance reminiscent of medicinal herbs. The redness is pronounced, likely due to fatigue, but it's nothing serious. I'll administer some eye drops and give you a gentle massage. Also, remember not to rub your eyes. Doing so will worsen the condition. I will heed your advice. Liu Rumei retrieved a vial of eye drops from her concealed space, feigning to pull it from her sleeve. The wide sleeves of ancient attire provided ample cover, allowing her to discreetly produce items from her hidden reserves. Lie down on the Luohan bed. Liu Rumei's grandfather favored rosewood furniture, so their household was filled with such pieces: armchairs, palace chairs, tables, and the Luohan bed, all crafted from the finest rosewood. Historical texts noted that the three great tribute woods favored by emperors included the coveted Hongmu. Among them, Hainan Wang Wali was the finest, followed by Xiaoye Zitan, and then Hongmu. Alright, Xiao Qinran obediently reclined on the bed, opening his eyes to look down. A drop of eye medication fell, and he turned to glance left, then right. After administering the drops, Liu Rumei employed her unique technique to massage around his eyes. Her fingers, slender as scallions, were connected to delicate wrist bones, with her sleeves rolled up slightly, revealing her alabaster wrists adorned with delicate silver bangles. The treatment took half an hour. There, do you feel more comfortable? Xiao Qinran opened his eyes, feeling significantly better. Mayor, you are truly remarkable. My hands are sore. Allow me to massage them. Without waiting for her consent, Xiao Qinran took Liu Rumei's hand in his own. Her hands were indeed as he had imagined, soft as jade, smooth as sheep fat. Mayor, your hands are so soft. Noticing Liu Rumei's lack of resistance, Xiao Qinran grew bolder, his hands encircling her slender waist. Your waist is truly delicate. Seeing Liu Rumei remain silent, Xiao Qinran's heart soared. His rough hands drew her closer, caressing her waist. Liu Rumei smiled, indulging him. Mayor, if you keep smiling like that, I might lose control. Lose control? Is it like this? His breath quickened, and he gazed meaningfully at Liu Rumei before suddenly enveloping her in his arms, kissing her lips. Initially, the kiss lingered only on her lips, but as his breaths grew heavier, it gradually descended to her neck, then her collarbone, and further down. Meanwhile, his hands roamed freely. Just then, Liu Rumei pushed him away. Desire clouded Xiao Qinran's eyes as he hoarsely asked, "What's wrong?" Liu Rumei mischievously replied, "I have come for my monthly cycle." It is said that one can discern a man's true intentions by testing his restraint. If he can control himself when moved, then one can love him without fear. Xiao Qinran couldn't help but chuckle, the desire in his eyes fading. Mayor, do not lead me astray. With me around, you cannot go astray. Then I shall take my leave, you heartless one, igniting my passions only to depart. Farewell. Liu Rumei strode out confidently. Xiao Qinran, feeling quite helpless, thought, Liu Rumei, you tease me thus today. I shall see to it that you repay this in kind in the future. Chapter 56, The injured Xiaomi. After playfully teasing him, Liu Rumei was in high spirits as she hummed a tune on her way back to her courtyard. In truth, her monthly cycle had yet to arrive. She merely deceived Xiao Qinran. This was her method of testing him. The allure of male beauty could lead one astray, and Xiao Qinran was indeed a man capable of making women go mad for him. She almost succumbed to temptation, but fortunately her self-control prevailed, allowing her to withdraw before things escalated too far. Although she bore no disdain for premarital loss of virtue, she preferred to take things slowly. Savoring the process of courtship, the journey of romance should be enjoyed. The thought of Xiao Qingran's helpless expression made her chuckle mischievously. Xiao Qingran was not angered by her playful teasing. Liu Rumei considered this a point in his favor. Elevating him to the status of the best boyfriend, having climbed the mountain today, performed surgery on Alina, and prepared the sweet potato feast, she felt a bit fatigued. Time to wash up and rest. Upon returning to her courtyard, she found Xiaobai tidying up. Xiaobai, please prepare a bucket of bathwater. I wish to bathe. As a modern individual, daily bathing was essential whenever possible. Yes, miss, I will prepare it right away. Where is Xiaobai? I haven't seen her. Returning, Miss Xiaobai should be in the back courtyard. Alright, go call her. I have a guest in the east garden. Let her assist there first. Yes, Mississippi. Xiaobai felt relieved. Grateful that the miss did not require her to serve someone else. Being sent away to assist another might risk not returning. The kind-hearted Liu Rumei would not make things difficult for her servants. And they all preferred to tend to her needs. After bathing, Liu Rumei went to bed, falling into a deep slumber until she awoke naturally. Xiaomi entered. Liu Rumei disliked having anyone in the room while she slept. Thus the maids waited outside until she called for them. Miss, you are awake. It was Xiao Dibai who entered, not Xiaomi. Where is Xiaomi? Returning, Miss. Xiaomi did not return last night. Liu Rumei furrowed her brow. Did not return last night. This is not in line with Xiaomi's character. Although Liu Rumei has only spent a brief few days with her, she can discern that Xiaomi is not the type of person who is unaware of propriety. When she sent Xiaomi home yesterday, she did not mention staying overnight. In ancient times, maids were not permitted to leave their residence without permission. Logically, she should have returned to the Wangfu last night. Do you know where Xiaomi's family resides? The more Liu Rumei contemplates, the more she senses something amiss. She must see for herself. The maid knows that her home is quite close to Xiaomi's. Then take me there. Yes, Miss Liu. Liu Rumei quickly freshened up and donned her attire, following Xiaobai to Xiaomi's residence. Xiaomi's home is situated in a narrow alley, which is quite congested and exudes a strong, unpleasant odor. Miss Liu, this area is a commoner's district. Please bear with the cramped alley, where hundreds reside, each of varying character. It's of no consequence. Let us proceed. Dressed in splendid attire, Liu Rumei's arrival drew the attention of the alley's inhabitants. Brother, look over there, a beautiful maiden, exclaimed a scrawny man, his face contorted in lewdness. A scarred man cast a glance at Liu Rumei, scrutinizing her from head to toe. He concluded, issuing a warning, that jade hairpin atop her head is worth 1,000 taels. The brocade she wears is of exquisite craftsmanship. This lady is of considerable standing, either wealthy or noble. You'd best not provoke her, lest you find yourself in dire straits. The scarred man was a local ruffian, the de facto leader of the alley. One does not rise to such a position without a modicum of discernment. The scrawny man, upon hearing the scarred man's words, dared not entertain any further thoughts. A beauty, indeed, but one must have the means to enjoy life. Liu Rumei remained unfazed by their gazes. Having been praised for her beauty since childhood, she was accustomed to the varying looks from her peers at school. Xiaobai mused to herself how well Liu Rumei handled the attention. We are almost at Xiaomi's home indeed. Xiaobai knocked on Xiaomi's door, calling out, Xiaomi, are you at home? Miss Liu has arrived. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a young girl of about 7 years. Upon seeing Liu Rumei and Xiaobai, the little girl paused momentarily. A fairy sister, are you here to find my sister? The young girl had never encountered anyone as exquisite as Liu Rumei. Momentarily mistaking her for a celestial being, your little mouth is quite sweet. I am indeed here to see your sister Xiaomi. Is she at home? The girl's expression suddenly dimmed. Sister Xiaomi is home nursing an injury. Injury? What happened? Last night, Sister Xiaomi brought back a box of sweet potatoes. She shared 3 with our uncle, who wanted more, but she refused. Auntie then struck her and took all the sweet potatoes away. Whoa, the little girl cried heartbrokenly. Uncle's family are all villains. My sister is so pitiful. You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? A burly woman rushed out, gripping the girl's arm and pushing her backward. The girl fell to the ground, wailing, woo, Auntie, why did you push me? The little dog fell and it hurts. The child's hand was scraped, and she turned to the woman in accusation. It's just a scrape. What are you being so dramatic about? Do you fancy yourself a lady of noble birth? Now get back to chopping firewood, the woman chastised, showing no sign of remorse. Is the little dog all right? Liu Rumei helped the child to her feet, knowing that in ancient times some people named their children arbitrarily, believing that naming a child a commoner would ensure their survival. Thus, it was not surprising that the little girl was named Little Dog. Who are you? Let me tell you, this is my family matter. Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Xiaomi's aunt, unable to tolerate anyone else's good fortune, felt a surge of jealousy at Liu Rumei's garb. Why should they enjoy a good life while she languished in this foul-smelling alley? Are you this girl's aunt? Is it you who struck Xiaomi? Liu Rumei asked coldly. This woman seemed far from amiable. How could she lay a hand on such a small child and act as if it were justified? I am Xiaomi's aunt, as her elder, I have every right to discipline her. So what? So what? Xiaomi has parents, you are merely her aunt. Even if Xiaomi has erred, it is not your place to punish her. This woman was clearly not one to engage with amicably, with a sickly mother who can barely rise from her bed. How can she possibly discipline Xiaomi? This child, at such a tender age, dares to pilfer from her master's household. I am merely teaching her to behave, lest she be beaten to death by her masters in the future. Xiaomi's aunt had a sharp tongue. Will Xiaomi be beaten to death by her masters? That is a matter between Xiaomi and me. It has nothing to do with you. Liu Rumei had no desire to waste her breath on such a person. The more one converses, the more they entangle themselves in nonsense. Fairy sister, my sister did not steal anything. She said the sweet potatoes were given by the master. She did not steal them, fairy sister. You must believe my sister, she is the best sister in the world. The little girl, fearful that Liu Rumei might form a negative impression of Xiaomi, fervently advocated for her sister. Little dog, do not worry. I know your sister did not steal anything, for those sweet potatoes were brought back by me. That's good. Little dog sighed with relief. Take me to see your sister, fairy sister, follow me. Little dog led Liu Rumei to Xiaomi's dwelling. They lived in the same courtyard as Xiaomi's aunt, with only 4 rooms, 2 for each family. Xiaomi shared a room with her sister. Sister, look who has come, Xiaomi exclaimed in surprise. Miss Liu. Liu Rumei gazed at Xiaomi's face, swollen from a slap, and her expression darkened to, is this the result of your aunt's handiwork? Such a lovely face, and yet she could bring herself to strike it. I apologize, Miss Liu. I should have returned to the manor yesterday. But my mother's condition worsened, and I had to stay to care for her. Please forgive me, she was merely a servant. Leaving her master's household without permission would result in punishment. First, let me examine your face. Then we shall see your mother. Liu Rumei gently touched Xiaomi's cheek, asking softly, does it hurt? How could it not? My face is swollen like a pig's head. Yet Xiaomi feigned strength, trying to comfort Liu Rumei. Miss Liu, I am not in pain, you foolish girl. If it hurts, let it out. Cry if you must. Liu Rumei felt a pang of compassion. Xiaomi could no longer contain herself and began to weep bitterly. Whoa, she had not cried when her aunt struck her, nor when she was bullied, but Liu Rumei's tenderness stirred a deep longing within her to weep. Her father had passed away early, leaving her her mother, and her younger sister. Her mother was frail, and her sister was just a small child, appearing only 7 despite being 10. She had to bear the weight of the household. It was Liu Rumei who made her feel like a cherished child. Cry, it will do you good. Liu Rumei embraced Xiaomi tenderly. Xiaobai watched the scene unfold, marveling at Xiaomi's good fortune in winning Liu Rumei's favor. In the future, Liu Rumei would undoubtedly look after Xiaomi and her family more. Little dog also felt joy that her sister had such a good master. Once she had cried enough, Xiaomi emerged from Liu Rumei's embrace, wiping her tears and saying, I am sorry for making Miss Liu laugh. Not at all, it is important to express your feelings. If you hold them in, you may fall ill. Thank you, Mississippi. Xiaomi silently vowed to serve Liu Rumei diligently from now on. Anyone who dared to cross her would face her wrath. Let me apply some medicine to your face. The swelling will subside shortly. Liu Rumei took out a jar of ointment and applied it to Xiaomi's face. The cool sensation was quite soothing. Take the rest of this, apply it twice daily. Xiaomi accepted the ointment and tucked it into her bosom. Now let us go see your mother. Alright. Xiaomi took her sister's hand and led Liu Rumei to their mother's room. Mother, this is my master's daughter, Miss Liu. She has come to see you. Cough, cough, cough. Miss Liu, please have a seat. The chairs in their home were old and cluttered with belongings. In Liu Rumei's presence, Xiaomi's mother felt a sense of shame. We are family, there is no need for formality. Let me check your pulse. Cough, cough, cough. Miss Liu is a physician. Xiaomi's mother spoke, each word followed by a fit of coughing. Her voice hoarse. Yes. Little dog quickly wiped a chair and brought it to her mother's bedside for Liu Rumei to sit. Cough, cough, cough. I am grateful for your assistance, Miss Liu. Liu Rumei examined Xiaomi's mother's pulse closely. You have been coughing for about 10 years, haven't you? It worsens at night. Indeed, miss. This cough has persisted since I gave birth to little dog and has never improved. The cough that set in during little dog's birth? So little dog is 10 now? Yes, fairy sister, little dog is already 10. She hardly resembles a 10-year-old. Let me take a look. Little dog appeared malnourished and frail. Cough, cough, cough. It is my fault. I am a burden on my daughters. Sometimes I think, perhaps it would be better to leave this world so I would not be a burden to them. Mother, do not speak like that. If you were to leave, we would be left as orphans. Could you bear that? For the sake of the 2 sisters, you must not entertain thoughts of self-harm. Xiaomi grasped her mother's hand. Xiaomi, please open the window, let the fresh air circulate. It will be beneficial for your mother's cough. Very well, my dear, she replied. As long as it was said by Liu Rumei, Xiaomi believed it wholeheartedly. Even if Miss Liu declared that a deer was a horse, she would keep her eyes wide open and insist it was indeed a horse. This cough of yours has lingered far too long. To fully remedy it will require some time, and moreover, your body is exceedingly weak. You must nourish yourself properly. I understand, Xiaomi replied. It was not that her mother did not wish to seek treatment. but rather that the family lacked the funds for medical care. Xiaobi, do you remember the century-old ginseng that the prince gifted me? Please fetch it for your mother. You shall remain at home to care for her. The Wangfu has Xiaobi and the other maidservants to assist, so do not worry about your mother's care. Xiaomi is truly grateful for your kindness. It is a blessing from a previous life to serve such a wonderful mistress as Miss Liu. The century-old ginseng is indeed a precious item. What does that ailing wretch deserve to use such fine medicinal materials? Xiaomi's aunt peeked in and was caught by Liu Rumei's discerning gaze. This woman had a dubious past. If the ginseng were to be taken to Xiaomi's home, it would likely be stolen by her aunt before nightfall. Perhaps it would be better to temporarily move your mother to the Wangfu. In due time I shall purchase a residence and open a clinic, and then we can transfer your mother there. Is Miss planning to open a clinic? Indeed, Liu Rumei is not the type to depend on a man for survival. In modern times, she is renowned as a divine healer, and she intends to elevate her medical skills in this ancient era. Fairy sister, may I work in your clinic? I can wash clothes, cook, and chop wood. I do not require a salary, just a bowl of porridge each day would suffice. I am already 10 years old and can help my family. Have you attended school? The little girl shook her head. Fairy sister, I have not been to school. Attending school requires a great deal of money, and my family does not have any extra. Even at such a young age, she understands the need to save money for her family. It is often said that children from poor families mature quickly, and this holds true. If the fairy sister supports you in attending school to learn to read, once you have completed your studies, you can come to the fairy sister's clinic as a doctor. How does that sound? Liu Rumei gently stroked the little girl's head, her eyes filled with compassion. This child is truly pitiable. Yet, in this vast and boundless world, how many others share a similarly tragic fate? In the hidden corners of society, how many more such heart-wrenching little souls exist? However, since fate has brought them together, it signifies a special bond. If one can lend a helping hand, it would surely be a noble deed, a way to accumulate virtue. Liu Rumei has always firmly believed in the saying, good deeds will be rewarded, and evil will be punished. It is not that retribution does not come, but that the time has not yet arrived. As long as one persists in treating others with kindness, one will eventually receive kindness in return. Quickly thank Miss Liu. Xiaomi's mother, unable to contain her excitement, urged. A female doctor. There may be few such practitioners in the entire kingdom of Wuqi. This young girl's future is undoubtedly limitless. Coming back to her senses, the little girl immediately knelt, bowing her head to Liu Rumei in gratitude. Thank you so much, fairy sister, for saving my life. Now, please rise and speak, Liu Rumei said, extending her hand to help the girl up. In ancient times, kneeling as a form of greeting was deeply ingrained in society, and Liu Rumei chose not to dwell on it further. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, then once you reach school, you must study diligently. Furthermore, your name is rather unsuitable. Attending school with such a name will inevitably invite ridicule. Then please, Miss Liu, bestow a fine name upon my sister. Xiaomi hurriedly interjected. Seeing her sister gain such an opportunity filled Xiaomi with immense joy. Let me think. Xiaomi, what is your father's surname and given name? Replying to Miss Liu, my father's surname is Han. Liu Rumei sat at the table, her brow slightly furrowed, as if pondering something significant. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as if she had conceived an excellent idea. How about the name Han Xinyao? Han Xinyao. The little girl beside her blinked her bright eyes, softly repeating the name. What a lovely name. Mother, I wish to have this name. Han Xinyao coaxed her mother sweetly. Liu Rumei smiled, gently patting Han Xinyao's head in approval. Then from this day forth, you shall be known as Han Xinyao. Thank you, Mother, Han Xinyao exclaimed joyfully, dancing around Liu Rumei. However, do not forget to thank the lady who bestowed this name upon you, Xiaomi's mother reminded. Yes, I understand. The little girl nodded eagerly, then rushed to Liu Rumei's side, earnestly declaring, Xinyao is very grateful to you for the name. I will study hard at school, and when I grow up, I will be as talented as you, helping you with many things. Witnessing Han Xinyao's resolute gaze stirred feelings of warmth within Liu Rumei. Though this child may start later than others, with diligence, she is certain to achieve greatness in the future. Very well, Xinyao, keep striving, Liu Rumei encouraged. Yes, Xinyao will. Han Xinyao nodded earnestly. Just then, a commotion arose outside. A little girl, strikingly similar to Xiaomi's aunt, was tugging at her aunt's hand, clamoring to attend school and change her name as well. What school? We can barely afford food at home. Where will we find money for you to attend school? Besides, Cat is a perfectly fine name. Why change it? They say a lowly name is easy to care for. What do you know, you little girl? Enough chatter. Hurry and go dig up some wild vegetables. If your brother goes hungry, I shall deal with you. The aunt glared fiercely at her daughter, reprimanding her without an ounce of compassion. Liu Rumei happened to overhear this exchange and felt a twinge of discontent towards Xiaomi's aunt. She could not endorse such treatment of a child, but this was someone else's family, and despite her discomfort, she had no right to interfere. As the saying goes, every family has its own difficulties. Each household faces its unique troubles and challenges, which often only the parties involved can resolve. Liu Rumei understood this well. Thus, despite her discomfort, she chose to remain silent. Quickly tidy up and come with me to the Wangfu for a while. Your mother is far too weak, and this cough has persisted for too long. she needs proper care. Once we return to the Wangfu, I will prepare medicine for you, and if you lack funds, you may repay me later from your monthly wages. Yes, I thank you, Miss Liu, the servant girl acknowledged, knowing that Liu Rumei's intentions were to alleviate her burdens. Even that century-old ginseng alone was beyond what her monthly wages could cover. Go and pack, understood. Xiaomi and Han Xingyao swiftly gathered their belongings, preparing several large bundles. As they departed, Xiaomi and Xiaobi supported Xiaomi's mother. The little girl named Kat watched them leave with longing. Suddenly, she ran to Liu Rumei's side. Tears in her eyes. Fairy sister, could you please give Kat a name? Kat wishes for a beautiful name too, you foolish child. I told you to dig for wild vegetables, yet you ignore me. Why change names? The woman scolded, yanking Kat's ear. Liu Rumei felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to intervene, but the woman denied her this opportunity. This is my daughter, you have no business meddling. Liu Rumei felt an urge to curse but decided against it. After all, she had no authority over someone else's child. Kat, from now on, you shall be called Jasmine. It symbolizes resilience, strength, and confidence. Ultimately, Liu Rumei bestowed a name upon Kat, hoping she would grow strong in the future. Thank you, fairy sister. Jasmine truly loves this name. The girl politely expressed her gratitude. Although she yearned to attend school, her mother forbade her, focusing solely on her brother. Stop dawdling. If you don't hurry, it will be dark soon. Come with me to gather some wild vegetables, the woman urged anxiously, dragging Jasmine towards the door. Her tone was firm and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Jasmine, somewhat reluctantly, was pulled along, her steps heavy. She contemplated other tasks she wished to complete. Yet she could not resist her mother's strength and could only follow her out of the house, heading towards the fields. Along the way, the woman incessantly lamented the hardships of life while Jasmine listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with a word or two. Chapter 59. Doubts upon Liu Rumei's return to the Wangfu. Someone sought out Xiao Qingran to report the situation. Jinxue, have I not made it clear? Miss Liu is to be my future princess. She need not notify me of her actions or whom she brings back. As long as she does not bring back any wild men. She may bring as many people as she wishes. She has already brought back the Princess of Feiying. What is so surprising about bringing back others? Understood, my lord, Yunshan replied, appearing to have learned a lesson. How many sweet potatoes were harvested today? Reporting to the lord, everyone in the Wangfu, young and old, went to the mountains today, and approximately 80 baskets of sweet potatoes were dug up. Leave 4 baskets for the farmers to plant. Steam the rest and distribute them to the refugee camp. Yes, my lord, Yunshan complied. You may leave now. Your subordinate takes his leave. After Yunshan departed, Xiao Qingran rubbed his eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. That heartless little wretch, after teasing him yesterday, had vanished, leading him to a restless night filled with dreams where he had pressed Liu Rumei against the desk in the study. In his dream, she pleaded for mercy. Her expression pitifully distressed, his longing for her consumed him, making sleep elusive. The little scoundrel woke up and left without even glancing back at him. Upon returning to the residence, she still did not come to see him. Alas, if Rumei would not visit him, then he would venture to her courtyard instead. When Xiao Qingran arrived at Liu Rumei's courtyard, the young maid was about to pay her respects when he placed a finger against his lips, signaling her to be silent. The maid nodded in understanding. The prince was Liu Rumei's future husband. Surely he had a surprise in store for her, so the maid refrained from announcing his presence. Xiao Qingran strode in boldly, only to be taken aback by the sight of Liu Rumei changing her clothes. Her delicate waist, long and curvaceous legs, and smooth, fair skin were all exactly as he had envisioned in his dreams. Each detail overwhelmed his senses. Liu Rumei, equally startled, had not anticipated Xiao Qingran's unexpected arrival, nor his failure to announce himself. She had intended to change after her stroll through the alley, feeling a peculiar sensation on her skin. Now, however, she found herself exposed. Haven't you seen enough? Liu Rumei admonished him. Xiao Qingran quickly turned away and shut the door, chiding himself for his rashness. He should have ensured someone announced his arrival. Fortunately, it was he who came unannounced. Or else Rumei's beauty might have been witnessed by others. Xiaobai, do you wish to call the prince in? Xiaobai, who had been assisting Liu Rumei, pondered. After all, the young lady would eventually become the prince's consort. And if her body had been seen, so be it. Seizing the moment, the two could cultivate their feelings. If the masters were happy, so too would the servants be. Yes, let him in. Liu Rumei's cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, though she felt neither anger nor humiliation. Xiaobai opened the door and bowed. The servant greets the prince. The formality could not be disregarded. No need for formalities. I hope Miss Rumei is not upset with this prince, Xiao Qingran said with a hint of trepidation. Thank you, your highness. Miss Rumei requests you to enter. Very well. Xiao Qingran stepped into the room. Xiaobai, being considerate, closed the door behind them and stood guard outside with the other maid. Rumei, I did not mean to intrude, Xiao Qingran began, his tone apologetic. I understand, but you must not do this again, Liu Rumei replied, not truly angry with him. I assure you, there will be no next time. I promise to announce myself when I come again. Good. Seeing that Liu Rumei was not upset, Xiao Qingran felt relieved. He pulled her onto his lap, discovering an undeniable fondness for holding her close. Soft and delicate, it was a comforting embrace. Liu Rumei instinctively draped her arms around his neck. Isn't this what being in love is about? Being clingy and affectionate? What brings you here? I missed you. Rumei, didn't we just see each other yesterday? One day apart feels like an eternity. Rumei, I can hardly wait a month. How about 3 days until our wedding? He desired to possess Liu Rumei openly and rightfully. No, as a prince, you cannot be so fickle. You promised a month. Rumei, I truly cannot help myself. Xiao Qinran buried his head in Liu Rumei's fragrant shoulder, inhaling deeply like an addict, then playfully nipped at her neck. Hey, are you a dog? Liu Rumei touched her neck, realizing she alone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Others treated him with utmost reverence and flattery, but only Liu Rumei would scold him so boldly. Only you can hold me like this. Anyone can say sweet nothings, indeed, but only Rumei can embrace me. You must not touch anyone else. As for me, I have a cleanliness obsession. If you become unclean, I will no longer want you. Liu Rumei was resolute in not sharing a man with another woman. I swear in this life, there will be but one woman for me, past, present, and future. Past, did you have a concubine before? It said that men in ancient times began to have concubines at 15. You don't have any hidden ailments, do you? Xiao Qinran appeared nearly 30, and Liu Rumei could not fathom why he remained a virgin at this age. Xiao Qingran's expression darkened. Rumei, do you not know whether I have any hidden ailments, or do you wish to find out for yourself? Feeling a sudden warmth, Liu Rumei sought to escape, but Xiao Qingran held her tighter. Do you feel it, Rumei? I might have hidden ailments. Can you sense it? There's no escaping. Let us confront this head on. I thought you already had a concubine. No, I am pure in body and mind. Are you satisfied? Rumei, what reward do you seek? I want Rumei to kiss me. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his. As he responded, Xiao Qingran's kiss grew increasingly fervent. Their breaths becoming heavier, the heat radiating from his palms made her tremble, and a soft sound escaped her throat. Xiao Qinran found himself intoxicated by the moment. Would she dare to question his abilities again? Shall we continue? Continue what? Of course, we continue kissing. He captured her lips once more, his kisses turning more passionate. His breaths grew heavy as he fiercely claimed her soft lips. Overwhelmed, Liu Rumei felt powerless, her body yielding to him. As she struggled, her hands restless, he secured her wrists above her head, trapping her. As she gasped for air, believing she might suffocate, he finally released her, his hand languidly caressing her delicate skin. Liu Rumei panted heavily, her chest rising and falling dramatically, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Qingran, silently accusing him. Unbeknownst to her, this only fueled his desire to claim her again. Xiao Qingran's lips descended upon her neck, gradually moving lower, his hands exploring her garment's hem. The heat from his touch sent shivers through her, eliciting bashful sounds. Xiao Qinran felt his blood surge with passion, his grip tightened instinctively. No, don't continue. Liu Rumei's voice trembled. Xiao Qingran paused, finally releasing her. Had you not come to Kueishui, I would not have let you go so easily. Liu Rumei felt a twinge of guilt. She hadn't actually come to Kueishui. It was merely an excuse to test him, yet, thankfully, Xiao Qinran had taken her words to heart. Do you still dare to question my capabilities? And no, I don't. She could hardly question him after such an experience. So do you think I am capable? I've never experienced it. How would I know? Liu Rumei retorted stubbornly. Once you leave Kueishui, I shall let you try. How about that? No. Liu Rumei stood, preferring to take things slowly. This was all progressing too rapidly. They had only confirmed their relationship the day before. Then we shall wait until we are married. You cannot shy away then. He could afford to wait. Yes, marriage, sharing the same chamber, it is only natural. After spending these few days together, Liu Rumei had developed feelings for Xiao Qinran. Having received a clear answer, Xiao Qinran felt elated. Rumei, could you assist me with a massage around my eyes? Her technique had worked wonders after the previous day's massage. Very well, Liu Rumei agreed to help. You lie down. You must not touch me any further. Rest assured, if Rumei does not consent, I shall not act recklessly. I will wait until you are ready. That is more like it. Now lie down. Having tasted sweetness, Xiao Qinran obediently reclined, savoring the moment as Liu Rumei tended to his eyes. How wonderful it was. He believed he and Rumei would always share such affection. He resolved to write a letter to his brother and mother, sharing the joyous news of his impending wedding. His beloved Rumei was so exceptional. His mother would undoubtedly adore her, just as he cherished her. This happiness, he wished to share with his family. Xiao Qinran indeed refrained from any further advances, allowing Liu Rumei to diligently provide him with eye care. Were the physicians to know that her hands were employed for such tasks, they would surely deem it a waste of talent. Those in the medical field often said her hands were kissed by God, capable of snatching souls from the grips of death. Chapter 60. The daily life of the strategist. Northwest Camp. 6 days had passed since the bet was made. Liao Yunfang led a group of female soldiers on daily runs to build their stamina, making them conquer a mountain each day. Initially, these pampered young ladies struggled to keep up, unable to complete the runs. Liao Yunfang was a strict officer. Those who could not finish were denied sleep. The opportunity to shed their identities as military prostitutes lay in their own hands, and they had to pay the price. Despite the hardships, none withdrew, and now on the 6th day, they could complete their tasks on time. Your progress has been commendable these past few days. Today, we will begin weighted marching. Bind the sandbags to your legs. Each soldier had 2 sandbags weighing 10 pounds each. Commander, how are we supposed to walk like this? 01 lifted her leg. This is far too heavy, with these bags strapped to our legs. Running a mountain will surely ruin us. 01 was the designation given by Liao Yunfang, numbering from 01 to 30, comprising a total of 30 female soldiers. How to walk, just as you normally would. I will run alongside you. Liao Yunfang strapped on 2 sandbags, each one weighing double that of the soldiers. Having served as a female soldier for 2 years in the modern army, she had impressive achievements. Seeing their commander also don the sandbags to run with them quelled any dissent from the soldiers. After several days of intensive training, they discovered that the strategist, though appearing amiable, was resolute and unwavering when it came to her principles. The rules she established were not to be altered lightly. A trait strikingly similar to that of Yahan. For the sake of their futures, they could only silently bind sandbags to their legs. Today, I shall impart to you a profound saying: when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it first tempers their mind with suffering, toughens their bones with labor, exposes their body to hunger, and deprives them of their possessions. It disrupts their actions to refine their will, thereby enhancing their capabilities. This excerpt is from Mencius's Born from Worries, Perishing in Comfort. The women present were deeply moved by these words. The road ahead is long and winding. I shall seek diligently. Never yielding is the best form of perseverance. Liao Yunfang consistently imparted motivational wisdom to them. Now let us begin. Run. Liao Yunfang took the lead. She had endured similar trials in her past, almost becoming a National Special Forces soldier, but ultimately, she was recruited by the Technology Department, where her talents in weaponry flourished. The old commander had instructed her to serve the nation in that capacity, and her military officer had no choice but to let her go. The others followed slowly behind. During their first attempt at weighted running, their performance was somewhat lacking. However, the outcome was still commendable. As none withdrew midway, a strategist, "What are you doing today?" Yahan inquired, as she planned the upcoming route within the tent. "Today, I took those female soldiers for a run again, but this time, each of them had sandbags tied to their legs." Zhuofeng replied, "Oh really? For them to endure 6 days is beyond my expectations." "Yes, the strategist has been giving them lessons." Feng would often sneak a glance to observe how the strategist trained these female soldiers. "What did she say today? Do share." Yahan was curious. For several consecutive days, the strategist had been uplifting their spirits. On the first day, she declared, "Those who have wings ought to soar high, those with dreams must chase them. One may lose everything, but one cannot live without dreams. One may stumble repeatedly but must not succumb to despair. Those who can brave the storm are truly strong." On the first day, all the soldiers in the northwest camp anticipated the women would return in tears. Yet they returned crawling instead. On the second day, the strategist stated, "Whether good or bad, it is all up to oneself. Whether one succeeds or fails is also one's own doing. In life, no one owes anything to anyone. You must handle your own affairs and forge your own path. Relying on heaven or earth pales in comparison to relying on oneself." The soldiers awaited a spectacle of ridicule, yet what they witnessed was the battered but resilient appearance of the women. On the third day, the strategist proclaimed that effort is a lifestyle, independent of age. Thus, never allow yourself to indulge in laziness or procrastination. Be strict with yourself. Over time, diligence will become a psychological habit, a way of life. They anticipated witnessing their misfortunes, yet what they saw was a profound sense of relief emanating from the women. On the fourth day, the strategist reiterated, "Life has no easy path. Perhaps you may feel comfortable for a moment of laziness, but in the long run, you will find that sloth only leads to greater fatigue. Maybe you fear the hassle of stepping outside your comfort zone. When trouble eventually finds you, you will only be left in a frantic scramble. Invest effort in the present, and you will encounter far fewer unnecessary troubles in the future." On the fifth day, the strategist said, "Perhaps you are utterly exhausted, perhaps you see no rewards from fate. Or perhaps you have contemplated giving up 1,000 times, yet, I implore you, wait just a little longer. The turning point of destiny will inevitably arrive. The world will not forsake one who strives." They returned increasingly earlier each day. Today marked the 6th day, and Yahan was eager to hear what Liao Yunfang would say to further inspire them. The strategist repeated, "When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it first tempers their mind with suffering, toughens their bones with labor, exposes their body to hunger, and deprives them of their possessions. It disrupts their actions to refine their will, thereby enhancing their capabilities." Truly, the strategist had an impressive ability to deliver unique and invigorating speeches daily. Her eloquence was remarkable. With such talent and knowledge, she could easily serve as a grand tutor. Do not delay your training. If those women were to defeat you, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. At that point, do not dare say they were trained under my command. I cannot afford such a loss. Yahan eagerly anticipated the surprises Liao Yunfang's training would yield. "General, do you truly trust the strategist's capability to mold those women into competent soldiers?" Zhuofeng believed the strategist was skilled, but he doubted the former pampered ladies. Do you think the strategist would jest with military matters? Zhuofeng shook his head. "No, who is the strategist, if not our hero? That is the point. The strategist never engages in battles without assurance. Should anyone dare to lose, you shall wash my socks for a month." Yahan issued a stern warning. Washing socks would be unbearable. The subordinate lamented. The general recently assigned Ning Kuan to wash stinky socks for 7 days. He now carries the odor of a rotten fish. The general's temperament had become increasingly unpredictable of late. Chapter 61. Encountering robbers. The surroundings were overgrown with wild grass and trees thick with brambles, resembling a scene unfitting for any civilized place. Moss adorned the walls, lush and verdant. At the cliff's summit, the sound of myriad pines resonated, a sea of green emerging between rocky crevices. Above the cliff's waist, the foliage varied in density, with twisting vines sprawling across the walls. Reminiscent of countless serpentine dragons coiling around the precipice, poised to soar, Liao Yunfang led a group on a run. Their physical condition was far too weak. They needed to fortify their bodies before undertaking any specialized training. A group of women formed a captivating scene amidst the mountain's. Elder brother, look, so many women. A band of robbers descended the mountain with knives in hand, unexpectedly encountering such a multitude of women. Elder brother, we are indeed fortunate today. Having just robbed 2 beauties, we now have so many more. The men rubbed their hands together, utterly lecherous. Elder brother, let us take them all back to the mountain as our wives. The man speaking was tall and slender, drooling at the sight before him. Without wives, winter is dreadfully cold. Having wives makes all the difference. As the saying goes, wives and children by the warm stove. I too wish to enjoy a warm winter. Even if it is still summer, it doesn't matter. I'll find a wife in advance. These women appeared far more attractive than the dirty, emaciated country girls from their village. Shall we go? These folks are robbers. They have a history of abducting women, and many respectable young ladies and women have fallen prey to them. Of course, we shall. Let us take them all. So many women we can share. The man referred to as elder brother was a bearded man of about 50, his face obscured by a mass of hair, nearly concealing his eyes, nose, and mouth. Between his 2 eyes, a pair of white pupils peeked out. His upper body was bare, with a thick mat of hair covering his chest, abdomen, arms, and armpits, resembling a dark demon. His pale eyes fixated on Liao Yunfang and her group, exuding an ominous glare. Yes, elder brother. With the elder brother's command, the bandits encircled Liao Yunfang and the others. Hey, elder brother, look. This one has a fair face. The tall, slender man leered at Liao Yunfang. The second in command fancies such types. Capturing her would be perfect for him. Our second in command has a penchant for men, not women. This fair face will surely appeal to him. Liao Yunfang's expression darkened. The others were terrified, screaming, it's bandits, they're filthy and vile, and their words are those of scoundrels. Surely, we cannot fall into their hands. Have we not yet escaped the wolf's den, only to be dragged into the tiger's lair? The women huddled together in fear, while Liao Yunfang remained calm and composed. Unperturbed by the bandits' intimidating presence, she had faced 50,000 troops without fear. Why should she fear these bandits? It was they who should fear her. Will you come with us willingly, or shall we resort to force? The bandit leader offered them a choice, asserting that regardless of their decision, they would ascend the mountain. If you come willingly, you might suffer less. The tall man spoke as if he was doing them a favor. What if we choose neither? Liao Yunfang asked, her face unwavering. The tall man glared angrily. You insolent brat, do you not know to inquire about my elder brother's reputation? Oh, what is your elder brother's name? Pray tell. Liao Yunfang crossed her arms, feigning amusement. Our boss is known as the Chaos Demon King, Zheng Jinjing. Liao Yunfang could not suppress her laughter. The Chaos Demon King, Zheng Jinjing, how utterly ridiculous. Where on earth is this? First, we had Fat Tiger and Little Husband, and now we have the Chaos Demon King. What are you laughing at? The tall man demanded, displeased. Elder brother, he is mocking you. Teach him a lesson. How dare he laugh at me? You must be courting death. Do you think you can heroically save the fair maiden? Have a taste of my axe. Liao Yunfang delivered a powerful kick to the charging Zheng Jinjing, sending him flying. Ouch, that hurts. Zheng Jinjing howled, for she had sandbags tied to her legs. The impact was indeed painful. Wow, the strategist is formidable. The women gazed at her with admiration, their eyes sparkling with affection. Seize him, capture him and skin him alive. Zheng Jinjing wore a fierce expression. As a notorious bandit leader, being bested by a mere pretty boy left him utterly humiliated. His anger was palpable. How dare you challenge our elder brother? Let him witness our might, commanded the tall, lean man as he and his companions brandished their clubs towards Liao Yunfang. In a swift motion, Liao Yunfang executed a powerful spin, sweeping one leg across the ground and knocking down 2 approaching men in black. Ouch, ouch. The bandits cried out in pain as they writhed on the ground. Liao Yunfang's foot pressed firmly against the face of the tall man. Are you still intent on capturing me for torture? She taunted at the tall man, trembling with fear, stammered, I dare not, noble hero, spare my life. The weight of his face against the ground was excruciating. Summoning spirits is easy, but sending them away is another matter. If you don't take me up the mountain now, I will insist on following you, she declared, determined to uncover how many innocent maidens had been victimized by these ruffians. If she encountered them, she could not turn a blind eye. Soldiers have a mission and these scoundrels deserved punishment. Allowing them to roam free would only result in further suffering for countless young women. What business do you have on the mountain? The bandit leader asked, perplexed. The initial bravado he had displayed was long gone, replaced by a cautious tone. Brashness is only effective against the weak. When faced with someone formidable, one must learn to be discreet. What do you need to explain? I wish to inform these men to release all the women on the mountain, otherwise, they may resort to underhanded tactics, she replied. No, noble hero, I shall take you up the mountain at once. Though uncertain of her intentions, the bandit leader dared not defy her. He was terrified. Quickly, help me up. Yes, brother, we shall assist you immediately. His lackeys hurriedly helped the bandit leader to his feet. Liao Yunfang released the tall man, who gingerly touched his face and retreated to the side of the bandit leader, as if she were a fearsome beast. Who could explain how someone so slight could possess such strength? His entire being ached, and he feared for his very survival. Chapter 62. The Lord's daughter, let me go. Release me, you shameless brigands. Young master, save me. A woman's voice pierced through the air, reaching Liao Yunfang's ears. Following the sound, she discovered two women bound by ropes. What is the meaning of this? She inquired, casting a cold glance at the bandit leader. The leader stammered, these two women are the ones we intend to take as brides. The tall man added angrily, it's obvious they are to be forced into marriage. Liao Yunfang was well aware of their intentions. She merely sought to have them admit it. Release them. We cannot. The tall man exclaimed eagerly, our leader has decreed that one of them is to be given to him as a bride. If we let her go, he will be left without a wife. With a resounding slap, Liao Yunfang struck him. Why did you hit me? The tall man protested, clutching his face in despair. Do you refuse to release them? No, I cannot. She is meant to be my bride. He insisted stubbornly. Oh, you are quite tenacious, she remarked, striking him again. I shall ask you once more, will you release them? But yes. The tall man whimpered, on the verge of tears. Had you only listened sooner, this could have been avoided. Liao Yunfang wiped her hands, exuding an air of triumph. Reluctantly, the tall man approached the two women and untied them. Once freed, they quickly took refuge behind Liao Yunfang, bowing respectfully. Ying, thank you for your life-saving grace. Noble sir, one of the women said. She was the daughter of the city lord, who had ventured out with her maid only to be captured by the bandits, drawn to her beauty. Had it not been for you, I would have surely been taken up the mountain. Facing an abyss of despair, Liao Yunfang replied, it is only natural to assist those in distress. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Ying, possessing considerable beauty, was not surprising to have caught the bandit's attention. As she drew closer, she realized her savior was strikingly handsome, causing her to gaze at him in awe. The female soldiers felt a pang of jealousy. This woman seemed to be developing feelings for their strategist. Ying's cheeks flushed. For your kindness, I am at a loss for how to repay you. I offer my life in service to you. What, you wish to offer yourself? Liao Yunfang sidestepped the matter. There is no need for such gestures. No, it is not a trivial matter. You have saved my life, you are my savior, and I wish to serve you. Liao Yunfang pondered, why do women in ancient times always resort to such declarations? Did she appear to lack companionship? She did not. I have no need for such services, she stated firmly. Red-clad soldiers stepped forward. The strategist belongs to us, he cannot be taken by this unexpected woman. Ying pointed at the women in white. Surely, they cannot all belong to you. Liao Yunfang nodded. Indeed, they are mine. Ying hesitated. Those women numbered at least 30, and if she were to pursue this man, she would constantly be vying for his attention against them. The bandits looked on enviously at Liao Yunfang, as if her harem rivaled that of an emperor's. Each woman more beautiful than the last. Jealousy and resentment brewed among them. My father is the city lord. If you dismiss them and allow me to remain as your sole partner, I shall ensure that my father bequeaths his title to you upon his passing. What a peculiar thought. Is she cursing her father? Liao Yunfang felt a twinge of sympathy for Ying's father. I have no interest in the title of city lord. What then do you desire? I am interested in wealth. So money makes the world go round. No one ever has too much of it. My father's treasury holds hundreds of thousands of tales, along with many ancient artifacts. If you dismiss them and marry me, all of my father's wealth shall be yours. Liao Yunfang wished to reprimand Ying for her lack of filial piety. If she had such a daughter, she would surely be driven to despair. Unbeknownst to her, the city lord was already consumed with worry over his daughter's antics. A gentleman values wealth acquired through righteousness, while I do appreciate riches, I cannot accept ill-gotten gains. What must I do to win your hand? Ying, at 18, had been spoiled all her life and found it difficult to accept rejection. Let me be frank, I will never marry you. Not in this lifetime. Ying felt disheartened. It was the first time in her life someone had turned her down. In the city, she was always the center of attention, yet here she faced repeated rebuffs. Liao Yunfang, having seen enough of her antics, stated, are we not to ascend the mountain? Do you wish to be beaten again? She had other matters to attend to and could not waste time discussing marriage with a child. Fear not, I shall lead the way, the tall man replied, now genuinely frightened of Liao Yunfang's strength. As they ascended the mountain, Ying lingered behind Liao Yunfang, torn between wanting to return home and fearing another encounter with the bandits. Liao Yunfang paid her no mind. If she wished to follow, so be it. The mountains rose and fell, resembling a colossal dragon coiled upon the earth, while the mist among the peaks seemed to breathe life into the surroundings. Evoking a sense of mystery and grandeur. Chapter 63, The Bandit Lair. The winding mountain paths were arduous, leaving the female soldiers breathless. Despite being drenched in sweat, none dared to shed their burdens. Their strategist was their beacon of hope, and for her, they would endure any hardship. Through hardship comes greatness. On the mountain, the bandits drank and boasted, some forcing women to drink as tears streamed down their faces. Filled with helplessness, drink it, a man snarled, yanking a woman by her hair and pouring liquor into her mouth. She choked and coughed as the alcohol spilled forth. The man leered, relishing the waste. Do not waste it, he exclaimed, leaning down to lick the liquor from her neck in front of the others. Ha, third brother, show us your prowess. These men reveled in their depravity, taking pride in their vile actions. Let me demonstrate the might of Chang Sanhu, declared a fearsome man, reaching to tear at her clothing. Please, no, help. The woman's face was a canvas of terror. Laughter echoed around her, the sound of demons unrestrained. Her dignity was trampled, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her. She felt utterly helpless and devoid of hope. Eventually she lost the will to live, succumbing to despair. Chang Sanhu pulled up his trousers, baring his upper body, his eyes filled with malevolence and exuding an aura of bone-chilling danger. How unfortunate, he sneered. Drag her down and toss her into the mountains to feed the tigers. In the corner, a group of women huddled together, trembling in fear. These bandits and outlaws were less than human. They were demons, fiends. Bring that woman in white over here, Chang Sanhu commanded, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, devoid of warmth. Please, no, sister, save me. The woman in white pleaded desperately. I beg you, spare my sister. The woman in purple knelt, imploring them, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. Spare your sister, then you shall take her place. Chang Sanhu replied darkly. No, please, the woman cried in terror, retreating, yet finding no escape. Let my sister go. She is far more graceful and beautiful than I. Take her instead, the woman in white exclaimed. The woman in purple could scarcely believe her ears. Was her sister truly willing to cast her into the jaws of the wolf? Sheer, what are you saying? She questioned, her heart sinking, yet Sheer, though guilty, insisted. You are the elder sister, you must protect me. Elder sister, ha, do you truly consider me a sister? The woman in purple replied bitterly. Our parents have always said I am the sister and you are the younger. You must protect and care for me. But sister, you must protect me, Sheer insisted loudly, with tears streaming down her face. The woman in purple lamented. Must she always yield to her sister simply because she bore the title of elder? From childhood, their parents had favored Sheer, showering her with affection due to her frail health, often neglecting the feelings of the woman in purple. The garments she wore were cast-offs from her sister. Whenever Sheer cried, their parents would accede to her every whim. Even her own marriage was forfeited to Sheer, who merely commented on how handsome her future brother-in-law was. The child who cries receives the candy, she thought bitterly, for no matter how she wept, their parents never spared her a glance. Yet, her beloved sister was merely 15 minutes her junior. They were twins. Their mother often remarked that she had absorbed the nutrients meant for her sister during pregnancy, leaving Sheer weak and sickly. Thus, she felt compelled to defer to her sister, believing it was her due. Having always been devoted to her sister, she had even relinquished her affection for Donglang, the man her sister admired. Now, the very sister she cherished was prepared to cast her to these demons. Why not indulge both sisters together? Chang Sanhu mused. This elder sister is rather voluptuous, while the younger appears delicate yet holds a certain charm. Very well, let's indulge them both. Monsters, you are all monsters. The woman in purple's composure shattered, and she screamed in hysteria. No, do not take me. Take my sister. Sister, please beg them not to seize me. Sheer continued to pressure her sister. The woman in purple felt utterly disheartened by her sister's actions. She would not plead with these brigands. Sister, how can you stand by and watch as I am tormented? Sheer gazed at her sister in disappointment. The woman in purple shut her eyes, refusing to look at Sheer or hear her voice any longer. No, do not tear my clothes, sister, save me, Sheer wailed incessantly. Chang Sanhu reveled in the chaos. Cry out. Scream louder. As Sheer's cries echoed in the air, the woman in purple remained unmoved, her silence a stark contrast to her sister's pleas. In her heart, a strange sense of relief washed over her. Her sister was finally experiencing the consequences of her actions. Ultimately, Sheer's voice faded into mere sobs, her vacant eyes staring into the abyss. Strip her of her garments and toss them over here, Chang Sanhu commanded, his appetite for cruelty unabated. Yes, third brother, replied one of the men as he lunged for the woman in purple's attire. Resigned, she closed her eyes, reminiscing about the past, her spirit extinguished. Would it matter if she were defiled? In another life, she wished to be the cherished younger sister, not the elder burdened with expectations. Second brother, third brother, come quickly, elder brother has returned with a multitude of women, dozens, each more beautiful than the last. A guard exclaimed excitedly. Elder brother is back, and brought so many beauties. Let us go out to greet him, leaving a few to watch over these women. Chang Sanhu temporarily spared the woman in purple, leading his brothers out. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She had narrowly escaped this ordeal, yet she could not feel joy for what awaited her in the future. Would she be so fortunate again? As her sister evaded peril, Sheer was left to suffer, her eyes blazing with hatred. Why must I endure this torment and not my sister? It should have been her who faced the consequences. If only she had borne the burden for me, I would not be here, suffering. Sister, why didn't you save me? She are forced to smile. Save you? How could I? You must save me. It is your debt to me. Had you not taken from me what should have been mine in the womb, I wouldn't be so frail. She believed a notion instilled by their parents, the elder sister wrote her, and she was meant to yield. Gradually, Sheer had come to view this as her due. You were utterly unreasonable from the moment you pushed me out. I could never regard you as my sister again, the woman in purple resolved. She would no longer protect her. As Sheer descended into despair, her feelings of resentment only deepened, but it mattered little. She no longer cared, for no one else did either. Chapter 64, The Confrontation. Chang Sanhu, with a throng of followers, marched forth to welcome his elder brother. Elder brother has returned. Chang Sanhu's face lit up with joy, reflecting the deep respect he held for Cheng Jinjing. Chang Sanhu owed his life to Cheng Jinjing. Without him, he would not be the man he was today. Cheng Jinjing was like a second set of parents to him. Third brother, second brother, seized this arrogant young man. The youth was too brash, daring to tread upon their territory, unaware of the thousands of brothers ready to defend it. Chang Sanhu was determined to teach him a lesson. No matter how capable he is, he cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of thousands. Today, if I do not flay him alive, I shall not bear the surname Chang. With the capture of this insolent boy, women would be plentiful, all the beauties around him would belong to their lair. Tonight, we shall revel, he declared. You brothers, attack. Chang Sanhu asked no questions. If the elder brother commanded, he would comply. Today, you will learn through experience. Liao Yunfang instructed the female soldiers. She swiftly kicked Chang Sanhu in the stomach. Unprepared, he stumbled back, crashing against the wall, the impact echoing painfully. He dropped to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Watch closely. Soon, you will take turns. Today is your chance to gain practical experience. Liao Yunfang's strikes were swift as lightning, creating a flurry of afterimages that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. The bandits were left reeling from her blows. Ouch, ouch. The fallen bandits writhed in agony's charge. All of you, Cheng Jinjing instructed, with a wheel battle. I doubt this boy can sustain such endurance. 01 in red, in white, step forward. Liao Yunfang commanded. The three stepped forward, trembling. Did you see my techniques? Liao Yunfang was no master of ancient martial arts, but she excelled in close combat. I did not see clearly, Red Garb admitted, not daring to conceal the truth. Neither did we, the others echoed. Watch and learn. Strike swiftly and fiercely. These are your enemies. If you do not defeat them, they will annihilate you. Liao Yunfang kicked out, a dull thud resonating as her opponent felt the crushing impact. In the dusty shadows, the bandit crumpled, clutching his sides in pain. The bandits had dismissed Red and her companions, focusing solely on Liao Yunfang, thus providing an opportunity for the women to counterattack. Red, emulating their instructor, landed a fierce kick on a man, who screamed in shock. The woman in white and 01 joined in, knocking down a bandit. They were learning well, and Liao Yunfang commended them, her heart swelling with pride. Well done. It seems I underestimated these women. The more spirited they are, the more thrilling the battle. Let's go. The more, the merrier. Whoever captures a bandit will take him home tonight. Wow, take him home. The bandits exchanged eager glances. We will help you. The women chimed in, determined not to be overshadowed by Red, White, and 01. The female soldiers rushed into battle, leaving Ying and her maid gaping in astonishment. Miss, these women are astonishingly fierce. I advise you not to entertain thoughts of offering yourself to your benefactor. Just look at the women surrounding him. None are virtuous. Should you choose to follow him, you may find yourself battered beyond recognition, to the point where even the city lord might fail to identify you as the young lady you once were. How could such a frail figure endure the ferocity of those women? Indeed, I find your words to be quite sensible. Ying nodded in agreement. These women would likely strip her of her very bones. She ought to seek a more suitable husband. Her benefactor is certainly unworthy of her. Liao Yunfang delivered a left hook followed by a right jab, complemented by a swift kick, taking down yet another group of bandits. The female soldiers were beginning to feel overwhelmed. Soon several were captured. Halt, Cheng Jinjing shouted. That if you do not cease your actions, I shall kill them. Cheng Jinjing's subordinates pressed their blades against the throats of the women clad in red, White, and 01.3 individuals had been taken captive. Liao Yunfang narrowed her eyes. Is she threatening me? Liao Yunfang despised being threatened. And what if you do? Cheng Jinjing retorted arrogantly. How dare she threaten her? Very well. Liao Yunfang drew her firearm, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Cheng Jinjing's head. Do you know what this is? What is it? I have no idea, Cheng Jinjing replied, finally finding an opportunity to reclaim her lost honor. She would not let this insolent brat escape unpunished. Then allow me to enlighten you. Bang, bang, bang. Liao Yunfang fired 3 successive shots, each striking the hands of those holding the 3 captives in white. The bandits winced in pain, their swords clattering to the ground. The women in red and the others dashed to Liao Yunfang's side, seeking protection. Chapter 65, Rescued out. My hand. The man shot by the bullet cradled his injured hand, blood streaming from the wound. Cheng Jinjing's expression darkened once more. This young woman was quite formidable and had injured his comrades. He could not allow her to survive this encounter. All of you, Attack, I refuse to believe he can withstand all of you, Chung Erlang exclaimed in anger. Bang, bang, Liao Yunfang switched to dual wielding her guns, taking down one after another, and then two at a time. Bang. Bang, Liao Yunfang was relentless, killing gods and demons alike, her face imbued with a murderous intent. These people, who forcefully abduct women, deserved no mercy. Failing to eliminate them would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Brother, this cannot continue. If it does, all our brothers will perish at her hands. Chung Erlang panicked. His reason urged him to call for a retreat. Brother, let us withdraw. I concur with second brother, we are no match for her. Cheng Sun, who also began to fear, who was this young woman? It truly felt like they were encountering a ghost. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chung Jingjing regretted bringing this demoness into their midst. So many of his brothers had fallen without even laying a finger on her. Now that he wished to retreat, it was too late. Liao Yunfang commanded, none of you are to move, raise your hands, otherwise I shall shoot you dead. Obey me and behave, do not attempt to be clever. The band of bandits froze in place, hands raised, paralyzed by fear, terrified that they might be the next to meet their end. You bring forth the captives you have taken. Liao Yunfang tapped the face of a tall, thin man with her gun. The man, on the verge of tears, felt the sting of his injured face. Why was he always the one suffering? Yes, yes, brave lady, I shall bring them out immediately. Aside from the deceased woman, the others were brought forth by the thin man. Shira's clothing had been torn, revealing her vulnerability. You all may return home. Liao Yunfang addressed the women who had been rescued. Return home? We can go home? Someone repeated in disbelief. Yes, you heard correctly, return home. The women who were brought out suddenly realized that the bandits had raised their hands and remained motionless, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. Had they truly been rescued? Was this young gentleman speaking to them, their savior? How wonderful! They could finally return home. The women rushed down the mountain as if pursued by ravenous wolves, yet some remained still. Hurry, why aren't you leaving? Or someone asked the motionless women. Among them were Pinger and Sheer. Sheer could not move due to the pain, while Pinger hesitated to flee. Her sister had been violated, yet she remained unscathed. Returning home would only invite blame from their parents for failing to protect her sister. Pinger pondered her worth if she returned to such a home. What does it matter if we can return? Someone lamented. We are already tainted. Even if we go back, will we not be met with another form of hell? They had been violated, and their husbands would no longer treat them as before. Who knew how their mothers-in-law would scold them? Though their abduction was not of their choosing, being sullied rendered them unvirtuous. Even if they returned, they would not reap any rewards. Yet, if they did not return, where else could they go? They were lost. I must return. My children await me, even if I am to be scorned when I do. So must I. My son is but 5 months old, and I cannot allow him to grow up without a mother. My daughter is only 3. If I do not return, the concubine will surely bully her. I must go back. Those with children expressed a determination to return home, willingly leaping into the abyss for the sake of their offspring. Even if it meant shattering themselves in the process. Among the crowd, many departed. What remained were those who had no children, lost and uncertain. Are you not returning? One woman self-deprecatingly remarked. From the moment we were abducted from that mountain, we have had no home. Sister, I wish to go home. Could you lend me a hand? Sheer weakly implored. I cannot. Pinger coldly rejected. From the moment Sheer had pushed her towards the bandits, they were no longer sisters. She would no longer indulge. Sheer's sister, I am your twin sister. Why must you be so heartless? Sheer cried, tears streaming down her face. Those unaware of the situation assumed Pinger to be the unfeeling sister. How could one be so cruel? Her sister was suffering, yet she refused to offer assistance. Military strategist, you must agree, right? 01 chimed in, unaware of the facts and eager to defend Sheer. One must not judge solely by appearances. One cannot take others' words at face value to condemn someone. Even the police require evidence to apprehend wrongdoers. This was a domestic matter, and Liao Yunfang had no place intervening. What the strategist says is true. 01 quickly retracted her sympathy for Sheer. The strategist was their myth, a guiding light on their dark path. Whatever the strategist declared was right. Pinger looked at Liao Yunfang, whose deep brown eyes sparkled with clarity. Concealing a rare boyish defiance, his long eyelashes gently rested upon his eyes, and his nose stood proud, exuding a sense of stubbornness. The youth's bearing was naturally striking. Every gesture was imbued with pride and elegance. She had expected this gentleman to speak on Sheer's behalf. Sheer was adept at winning favor. At home, whenever she was unhappy, the entire family would dote on her. If Sheer cried, it was always Pinger who bore the blame. She recalled a time when Sheer had accidentally fallen and scraped her hand. Her parents had scolded her mercilessly for failing to look after her sister, ignoring the fact that she had injured herself far worse in her attempts to save Sheer. In the eyes of their parents and outsiders, they only saw Sheer's injuries, for she was the one who knew how to plead for pity and shed tears. Meanwhile, Pinger had to endure her own pain in silence. She had just heard that woman call him military strategist. Was he a soldier? Sister, Sheer whined. Do not call me that. From this day forth, we are no longer sisters, Pinger disdainfully declared. A sister? How can you say such a thing? We are twins. If you say that, do you mean to disown our parents as well? Do not use our parents to pressure me. In their eyes, you are all that matters. I am merely superfluous. Pinger said, her heart heavy. No matter what she did, she could never win their parents' favor. She excelled in every art, yet they claimed that a woman's lack of talent was virtue. When her sister struggled, their parents spent lavishly to hire a tutor to teach her the arts, asserting that a young lady should learn such skills. They were both daughters, yet their parents could see no merit in her. How absurd, how utterly ridiculous. Sister, how can you speak so of our parents? When our mother bore us, she lost much blood and nearly lost her life. You and I are both her daughters. If she were to hear you say such things, how heartbroken she would be. Ye sister, how could you? Sheer feigned shock, criticizing Pinger. Pinger closed her eyes, uncertain of her choice. If she did not return, she would be scorned wherever she went, yet if she did return, a future of suffering awaited her. Sister, why have you fallen silent? Shall we not return home together? Once we are back, I will ensure our parents punish you severely. Why should I bear the brunt of your suffering while you remain unscathed? Sheer placed all her grievances upon Pinger. Chapter 66. A final farewell. Pinger gazed at the radiant Liao Yunfang, and a bold decision took root within her. Today, being saved by her benefactor was an honor for Pinger. With no means to repay him, she could only offer herself to remain by his side and request his favor. With that, she bowed respectfully. Liao Yunfang, does she possess an allure that captivates women so? Each one desires to pledge themselves to her. The female soldiers pondered with trepidation, realizing yet another contender had emerged to vie for their strategist's favor. Yi Yingying, feeling unsettled, initially contemplated relinquishing her aspirations. Yet upon witnessing Liao Yunfang intimidate the bandits with her commanding presence, her heart began to race once more. The situation with the current group had yet to be resolved, and now another had arrived. First come, first served, do they not understand? This man was the one I had set my sights on first. If you wish to offer yourself to him, I shall not acquiesce. A unanimous sentiment arose among the female soldiers, expressing their disapproval. One rival for their strategist's affection was already sufficient. There was no need for two. They had yet to earn his favor. It was far too premature for them. Shira's countenance turned pale and grim. No, my sister must return home with me. If she does not, how shall I torment her? Surely she fears going home. Every misfortune is her fault. She ought to be punished by our parents for failing to protect me, allowing me to suffer. Shira commenced her dramatic performance. Sister, how can you act thus? Since time immemorial, matters of marriage have been dictated by parental decree and matchmaking. With our parents alive, how can you disregard them? Do you not consider their feelings? Is it your intention to break their hearts and become a heartless wretch? Shira was determined to tarnish her sister's reputation. From childhood she had perfected this art, garnering praise for her obedience and understanding. While her sister was deemed obstinate, even Donglang's mother held a deep disdain for her unwed daughter-in-law. Thus when the marriage proposal shifted to Shira, she was welcomed with open arms, receiving numerous gifts, privileges her sister had never experienced. Yi Yingying found Shira's words unpalatable. What manner of speech is this? Your sister seeks her own happiness. How can that be deemed unkind? Yi Yingying, being the sole daughter in her family, was showered with affection from her father, the city lord, and was spoiled beyond measure. Our parents must be terribly worried. She continued, your sister does not even return home and wishes to privately arrange her future. Is that not unkind? Shira posed this dilemma to Yi Yingying. Liao Yunfang mused, this woman is no simpleton, her words dripping with condescension, a true epitome of the virtuous white lotus. Each phrase aimed to sully her sister's name. In ancient times, a woman's reputation was paramount. Once tarnished, she would face ridicule and humiliation from her family. This younger sister appears intent on harming her elder sibling, yet parents invariably feel compassion for their children. My dear girl, I shall not take you, you must return home, Liao Yunfang urged, unaware of Pinger's plight at home. The sisters had been taken to the mountains. Their family elders must be in a state of panic. Yes, sister, our parents must be frantic. Let us return home, Shira declared triumphantly. Pinger was not one to cling stubbornly. Having been rebuffed once, she lacked the courage to plead again. She could only return home. Esteemed benefactor, might you escort me home? I fear encountering other bandits, Yi Yingying implored, embodying the demeanor of a vulnerable woman. Undoubtedly, the man she admired was exceptional. Such a remarkable man would attract countless women, and she was but one among them. She yearned for him to accompany her home to meet her parents. Her heart fluttered for him, and even if it meant becoming a concubine, she would relish the opportunity to be near him. In a moment, I shall have others escort you home, Liao Yunfang replied. Others? You do not mean to have these bandits take me home, do you? Yi Yingying trembled, gesturing toward the ruffians. Certainly not, Liao Yunfang reassured her. That is good to hear, but are there truly others? Yi Yingying scanned the surroundings, finding only the bandits and women. Brother, my legs are numb, a tall, thin man exclaimed, struggling to maintain his balance. He swayed and fell with a thud. Liao Yunfang, hearing the commotion, immediately aimed her weapon at his head. Behave yourself, no tricks, or I shall make you regret it. Good sir, let us speak civilly, I merely have numb legs and mean no harm. The tall man stammered, terrified, and nearly soiling himself. Enough of this farce, if you've had your fill of the show, come out and stop hiding. Ning Kuan, concealed in the grass, inquired, is the boss calling us? Has he discovered us? Bai Jinhua scratched his head. Surely not. We've been following him for 6 days without him noticing. Chen Weiling pondered. Could it be that besides us, there are others following the boss? That is possible, Pang Hu remarked. We came to learn from him, and surely others share our intent, stealthily following the boss. Xiaofu concurred. Indeed, that must be it. Those who cannot become the boss as subordinates wish to learn from him. How shameless. Liuzi admired. The boss is truly remarkable. He effortlessly took down a bandit stronghold all on his own. How long do you plan to hide in the grass? Will you not come out? Liao Yunfang glanced in their direction. It is over. The boss has discovered us, Bai Jinhua exclaimed. How does he know? Pang Hu asked. Enough chatter. We've been found, so hurry up and come out. The group emerged from the grass, respectfully addressing boss. Liao Yunfang had noticed their sneaky presence from the very first day but chose not to confront them. If they wished to follow, she considered it a form of training. Liuzi, escort Miss Shi back to the Lord's residence. Bai Jinhua, take these 2 young ladies home. Xiaofu and Pang Hu, you shall accompany them as well. Ning Kuan and Chen Weiling, you both accompany me to lead this band of ruffians to the military camp. Liao Yunfang organized the arrangements with precision. Yes, boss, we shall fulfill our mission. Brothers, the boss has given us more work. Let us do our best. Ning Kuan clapped the shoulders of his comrades before eagerly approaching Liao Yunfang, calling out, Boss, esteemed benefactor, will you not escort me home? Yi Yingying asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. No, I have other matters to attend to. I must find a place for these bandits. Very well, esteemed benefactor, once you are finished, you must come to see Yingying. I shall wait for you at home. Yi Yingying reluctantly acquiesced. Return now, Liuzi, see them home. Yes, boss. The group dispersed. Parting ways. Chapter 67. Arrangements. General, trouble arises. A large group approaches our northwest camp. A guard reported in haste. How many? Who are they? Can you identify them? Yahan rose from his seat, reporting to the general, there are approximately 1,000 individuals, but they do not appear to be from an enemy nation. If they are not from an enemy nation, then who could they be? Summon the troops immediately. Prepare for battle. Yes, General. Yahan donned his armor and exited the tent. He spurred his steed, striking its flank with a resounding crack of the whip. The horse reared, letting out a piercing neigh, and galloped forward, stirring up a cloud of dust behind. Who dares invade the northwest camp? Yu Ling bellowed menacingly, brandishing his sword. Uncle, it's us. Ning Kuan stepped forward from the crowd. Yu Ling stared in astonishment. Ning Kuan, what is the meaning of this? Uncle, these are the captives brought back by the boss. The boss has defeated them, making them captives. Yu Ling scanned the crowd and indeed spotted Liao Yunfang at the rear. So this was the work of the strategist. What a false alarm. Yahan dismounted and inquired of Liao Yunfang, who are these people? Bandits. You went out for a stroll and took down a bandit stronghold? They were foolish enough to stumble into my line of fire. Cheng Jinjing lamented, regretting not having consulted the almanac before venturing outside today, thus encountering this formidable presence. What shall we do with them? Send them to the battlefield to fight. Those who abducted women should be executed. Too lenient otherwise. The crowd murmured. The strategist's thought process was utterly unique. Had they encountered a similar situation, they would have executed them all without hesitation. The military had no surplus provisions to feed them. Yahan had no intention of feeding them. Ning Kuan, take your men to their hideout, as bandits. They must have stored provisions. Understood, boss. I shall handle this matter with utmost care. Ning Kuan grinned, having been entrusted with several tasks by the boss, a privilege not afforded to others. Some wished to flee. A keen-eyed soldier pointed at a few attempting to escape, thinking of running. Not a chance. Crack, crack, crack. The fleeing individuals collapsed to the ground. Anyone else wish to run? Go ahead. Who dares to be a deserter shall meet a grim fate. Liao Yunfang declared coldly. Is it not the same fate to die on the battlefield? Regardless, it's death. Cheng San who shouted. Do you think you have a choice? Should you perish on the battlefield, we shall treat your family kindly and provide them with compensation for your sacrifice. But if you do not fight, I shall deal with you now. Liao Yunfang's gun was aimed squarely at the bandits. It is impossible to let these individuals go. The bandits fell silent. Death was inevitable, whether now or later. They might as well accrue some merit for their families and descendants before their demise. Take them away, and keep an eye on them. Anyone who dares to escape, execute them. Liao Yunfang ordered decisively. Zhuofeng, please arrange for these individuals. Yahan expressed his approval of Liao Yunfang's actions. Zhuofeng replied, yes, military advisor, general, this humble soldier will make the arrangements post-haste. You may return to your respective tents to rest. Liao Yunfang addressed the assembled female soldiers. Yes, military advisor. The soldiers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their legs were nearly broken under the weight of the sandbags. Military advisor, you have endured much along the way. Yahan said, exchanging pleasantries. As a soldier of the kingdom of Wuji, serving my nation is my solemn duty. Liao Yunfang had once been a member of the state apparatus. Yahan inquired, do you have any further matters to attend to? Military advisor, none at all. Do you have something to discuss? I wish to have a chat with you. Very well, I shall seek you out shortly. First, I must return to wash up. I am drenched in sweat and feel quite uncomfortable. Understood. Liao Yunfang returned to her tent, where guards stood watch. Excuse me, young man, could you summon someone to prepare a bucket of bathing water for me? I wish to take a bath. The soldier, addressed as young man by Liao Yunfang, was taken aback. It was quite a surprise for the military advisor to refer to him in such a manner. Yes, military advisor, I shall have someone prepare it at once. However, their military advisor was rather fastidious. Bathing daily was not common for them. They typically bathed every 2 days. Once the soldier had prepared the water, Liao Yunfang shed her garments and luxuriated in the bath. The sensation of soaking was exquisite, and all her weariness vanished. After a while, Liao Yunfang rose. She dared not linger too long in the bath, fearing an intrusion. After donning fresh garments, she proceeded to Shuihan's tent. General, the military advisor has arrived. Please take a seat. Very well, Liao Yunfang replied, not one to stand on ceremony. If there is a seat available, why stand? The military advisor had been in the army for several days. Was she adjusting well? Without a phone or computer, I have had to adapt, though it is not without difficulty. I see you have managed. That is well. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform this general. Of course, I shall not hold back. The military advisor had previously mentioned uniting the 6 kingdoms. Did she possess the utmost confidence in this endeavor? Liao Yunfang confidently asserted, I am not one to boast. Uniting the 6 kingdoms may sound simple, yet governing them poses significant challenges. Indeed, it hinges upon our emperor. Should the day come when the 6 kingdoms are unified, we must establish a common currency, language, and script. How could I have overlooked that? Truly you are a talent, military advisor. Shuihan's admiration for Liao Yunfang grew. Surely this individual is sent by heaven. Liao Yunfang felt a twinge of guilt. This strategy was not her own invention but rather an idea conceived by Qin Shi Huang. She merely possessed a smattering of historical knowledge. The true genius belonged to Qin Shi Huang. His remarkable achievements extended far beyond this. He established a centralized system of governance. After unifying the realm, he reinforced his authority by abolishing the feudal system and implementing a commandery county system, establishing a central bureaucratic institution with the 3 dukes and 9 ministers. He also ordered the construction of the Great Wall to fend off northern nomadic tribes, a monumental endeavor in human history that profoundly influenced China's historical trajectory. This was the essence of true greatness. Liao Yunfang had long admired Qin Shi Huang while studying history, for he accomplished feats that many emperors could not. It could be said that without Qin Shi Huang, China's development would not have progressed so swiftly. Suddenly, Liao Yunfang exclaimed, "Oh no!" Shuihan, concerned, asked, "Is something amiss, military advisor?" Indeed, a grave matter has arisen, yet Liao Yunfang dared not disclose the truth. Shuihan sniffed the air. Do you detect the scent of blood? Goodness, was his nose as keen as a dog's? Oh no, why must it arrive at such an inopportune time? How would she explain this? Chapter 68, The Military Advisor's Blood. Is there? I do not perceive it. Liao Yunfang feigned a sniff, her response somewhat forced. Shuihan took another whiff. It seems the scent of blood emanates from you. Military advisor, have you sustained an injury? Liao Yunfang, feeling anxious, insisted, No, I am unhurt. The military advisor seemed unaware of her own injury. The scent indeed originated from her. If you do not mind, I could examine you. As we are both men, that will not be necessary. Liao Yunfang panicked. How could she allow Shuihan to inspect her? What are you afraid of? We are merely men, Shuihan insisted as he approached her, intent on removing her clothing. What man? I am a bona fide woman. No, she absolutely could not allow him to examine her. However, the disparity in strength between men and women was apparent. Shuihan tugged at Liao Yunfang's upper garment, revealing her alabaster neck, which caused him to momentarily lose focus. He could almost hear himself swallow. Liao Yunfang noticed the shift in his gaze and promptly exclaimed, General, do not act recklessly. I have no interest in that sort of relationship. Liao Yunfang, I harbor no such inclinations. Shuihan gritted his teeth, continually misinterpreted, and felt quite aggrieved. If that is the case, might you let me go? Liao Yunfang inquired cautiously. Do not be ungrateful. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Why would a man like you concern himself with my health? Liao Yunfang wrapped her arms around herself protectively. Shuihan was incensed. His goodwill was being misconstrued. Someone send Ning Kuan to wash his socks again. This was all the fault of that good-for-nothing Ning Kuan. The guards outside, wary of potential repercussions, did not dare enter, merely responding, Yes, General. Liao Yunfang silently mourned for Ning Kuan for 3 minutes. How could she extricate herself from this predicament? She was currently clad in white, and the blood flowed ceaselessly, rendering this a truly mortifying scene. What to do? She felt like weeping without tears. I shall summon the military physician to examine you. Surely that will suffice. The military advisor must not suffer any harm. Should anything happen to you, it would be a loss for the entire Northwest camp and even for the kingdom of Wuqi. No need. I truly am uninjured. There is no need to trouble the physician. A mere pulse check would reveal your true identity. This would not do. That would not do either. Military advisor, do you have something to hide from me? Shuihan narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace in his expression. I do not appreciate that tone. What do you imply? Are you suggesting I am a criminal? Furthermore, who does not harbor a few secrets? Why make a fuss over it? Liao Yunfang decided to take the initiative, spinning a web of confusion. Or is it that the general has taken a liking to me? With a playful smile, she seized Yishuahan's garment, pulling them so close that their faces nearly touched. Yishuahan could distinctly see Liao Yunfang's long eyelashes, her fair, exquisite visage, and the barely perceptible fragrance that enveloped her. It was enchanting, intoxicating. General, what have I done wrong that you would have me wash? Socks. Oh, Ning Kuan's eyes widened in shock. What had he just witnessed? From his vantage point, he saw the general leaning over the table, poised to kiss Liao Yunfang. The general and the military advisor are involved. What would become of my uncle? Should I side with the military advisor or my uncle? This was a conundrum of monumental proportions. He was utterly perplexed. Get out! Shuehan glared at Ning Kuan, the instigator. Were it not for the fact that he was the nephew of Yu Ling, he would have dealt with him already. Wait, leave your outer robe behind. Oh, Ning Kuan stared wide-eyed, stammering as he pointed at Liao Yunfang and Yishuahan. Yudachu, the general had crossed a line by pulling at the military advisor's clothing. Surely, his superior was being coerced by the general. Having a preference for men and dragging others into the abyss as well was unconscionable. Yishuahan's reputation had been utterly tarnished in Ning Kuan's eyes. Where should he direct his gaze? Yishuahan stood protectively in front of Liao Yunfang. No, I am not looking anywhere. The military advisor possesses what I do as well. What is there to see? However, with the general's protective stance, the uncle's position was precarious. The military advisor's beauty surpassed that of her uncle. One could scarcely discern between male and female, which explained why she had captured the general's attention. Within moments, Ning Kuan had conjured numerous scenarios in his mind. Should Liao Yunfang discover this, she would undoubtedly chide him for his vivid imagination, suggesting he would be better suited as a playwright rather than a soldier. Such a waste of talent in the military. With all these ideas, he was undoubtedly a playwright at heart. Get out, Shuehan insisted once more. Leave your outer robe behind before you go. Liao Yunfang needed to borrow Ning Kuan's outer robe for modesty. What do you need his outer robe for? I am cold. In truth, she had quite the talent for fabrication herself. Could it be that you are ill? No, it is merely an old ailment. It is nothing serious. And I shall be fine shortly. My outer robe is yours, Shuehan stated as he removed it. What are you lingering here for? Depart. I shall take my leave. The general must have found him a nuisance in his presence. After exiting, Ning Kuan realized he had intended to confront the general about his punishment. Now, if he were to re-enter, would he face an even harsher penalty? Weighing the pros and cons, Ning Kuan decided it best to wait a while before returning. Should he inform his uncle of this matter? He found himself in a quandary. Perhaps it would be wiser to let his uncle discover it on his own. Liao Yunfang donned Yishuahan's black outer robe, which bore his distinct scent. Truly, you need not summon the physician. No, thank you for your kind offer, General. Let us leave it at this for today. I wish to return and rest. We can discuss the unification of the 6 kingdoms further at another time. Without waiting for Yishuahan's response, she hastily fled. Upon noticing a small stain of blood where Liao Yunfang had sat, Yishuahan's concern deepened. Where has the military advisor been injured? Was she concealing a wound to protect her reputation? Had she perhaps overindulged with those women in recent days? No, he must investigate the matter further. The strategist, with her petite stature, must not be drained by those women. Chapter 69, The Strategist of Different Physiques. Liao Yunfang hurriedly returned to her tent, and everyone noticed she was clad in the strategist's outer robe. They speculated in their hearts, could it be true, as Ning Kuan suggested, that their general had a penchant for Dragon Yang? The strategist and the general, who among them is mightier? Liao Yunfang layered several pieces of cloth beneath her. Alas, her space was filled with weaponry and devoid of sanitary napkins. It was exceedingly inconvenient. How was she to endure these next few days, and what to do with the bloodied cloth so as not to raise suspicion? Her space could only extract and store items that already existed within it. Unable to accommodate the items of this era, it was not a storage space. Liao Yunfang lay on the bed, gradually succumbing to sleep. As the night deepened, a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, and the rustling leaves whispered like nature's soft murmurs. The distinctive calls of nocturnal birds echoed from afar, adding a sense of tranquility and mystery to the scene. Yet, Liao Yunfang's face wore a grim expression. She curled up, clutching her abdomen. It was unbearable. Waves of pain surged through her lower belly. She was afflicted by menstrual cramps. Without painkillers, how was she to survive this ordeal? The pain was excruciating. Liao Yunfang writhed on the bed. Outside, Liuzi heard her and rushed in. Boss, what is wrong? Today, it was Liuzi's turn to stand guard. Liao Yunfang weakly urged, go out, don't come in and stay outside and guard. No one is to enter. Liuzi hesitated. Boss, are you alright? Although he could not see her face. Her voice sounded frail. I'm fine, just an old ailment. Stay outside, no one is to enter. Liao Yunfang gritted her teeth. Perhaps she was unaccustomed to the local conditions. She had never experienced menstrual cramps in the modern world. If only Rumei were here, she would surely help alleviate the pain. She wondered where Rumei and Yahan were now. Alright, I'll step outside. If you need anything, just call me. Liuzi softly retreated. Good. Liao Yunfang's body began to tremble, involuntarily growing cold, her limbs spasming, and from her hoarse throat came pained groans as she writhed in agony on the bed, her cramping hands clutching her belly. Curled up, teeth gritted, her face contorted in distress, beads of sweat as large as beans continuously dampened her hair in the sheets, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Liuzi outside was equally anxious. What to do? What to do? The boss sounded so pained. Liao Yunfang cried tears of agony, wailing and feeling as if her brain were starved of oxygen, everything becoming surreal as she broke into a cold sweat. Enduring the relentless cramping, nausea, and the sensation of impending unconsciousness, Liuzi could no longer remain idle, sprinting out towards Ishuihan's tent. General, something terrible has happened, the boss is in big trouble. Ishuihan was startled awake by Liuzi's outcry. Hastily donning his boots and garments as he emerged, what has happened to the strategist? He had sensed something amiss since sunset. The boss is inside, wailing and vomiting. Have you summoned the military doctor? Not yet, the boss won't allow anyone in. Ishuihan's face darkened with anger. If she is refusing entry, will you not call for the military doctor, if something truly happens to the strategist? Can you bear the responsibility? Immediately, go summon the doctor. Yes, General. Liuzi felt a wave of panic wash over him as he darted off to find the military doctor. Ishuihan hastened his steps towards Liao Yunfang's tent. He lifted the curtain, and a strong smell of blood wafted out. Was the strategist truly injured? Shuihan took out a fire stick to light a candle, discovering Liao Yunfang curled on the ground. Her forehead slick with sweat, the scent of blood heavy in the air. Shuihan knelt and lifted Liao Yunfang onto the bed. She is surprisingly light, with such slender arms and legs. Strategist, how do you fare? Ishuihan's voice trembled with unrecognized fear. Get out. Liao Yunfang's voice was extremely faint, yet Ishuihan heard her. You're in this state, why persist in such stubbornness? Lie still. I've sent Liuzi to fetch the military doctor. Liao Yunfang's already pale visage could barely utter a word. Time trickled by slowly. Liao Yunfang remained curled up in agony. Shuihan frowned, at a loss for what to do. They've arrived, the military doctor is here. Liuzi panted heavily. The military doctor followed suit, breathless, having rushed over upon hearing of the strategist's condition. Quickly examine the strategist. Shuihan made way for the doctor. Strategist, let me check your pulse. Liao Yunfang did not extend her hand. Instead insisting, I'm fine, no need for treatment, you all go back, I can endure it a bit longer. She had heard that some women experienced unbearable pain during their periods and relieved it with painkillers. Without any she could only tough it out. Ishuihan insisted, let him check your pulse. Liao Yunfang resigned, knew that Ishuihan would not relent until the doctor examined her. There was no choice but to compromise. You both step outside, let the doctor stay out. If you don't leave, I won't allow the examination. Ishuihan had no choice but to acquiesce to Liao Yunfang's request. We'll step out. Oldly, you must do your utmost to treat the strategist. I will do my best, Oldly promised, not daring to make grand claims before even checking her pulse. After giving his instructions, Ishuihan cast one last deep glance at Liao Yunfang before stepping out. Liao Yunfang extended her hand, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps Oldly might not notice. Oldly carefully took her pulse. This pulse. Something is amiss. He examined it again meticulously. Strategist, you. Oldly hesitated. Liao Yunfang realized that Oldly had discerned her true gender. She lowered her voice, requesting, please keep my secret. So, strategist, you truly are a yes, indeed. Oldly took a deep breath, needing time to digest this revelation, that their strategist was a woman. It was utterly unbelievable. Once he processed it, Oldly slowly stated, rest assured, strategist, I will keep your secret. Regardless of whether the strategist was male or female, she had saved the entire Northwest camp, and that was a fact. She was a heroine who did not yield to men. Oldly resolved to remain tight-lipped. Strategist, you likely need a trustworthy person to attend to you, preferably a woman. Yes, I understand. Please, Dr. have Liuzi summon Hongi for me. She truly needed a woman to act as a shield. Very well. Dr. Li stepped outside, calling for Liuzi. Go fetch Hongi. Liuzi inquired, why summon Hongi? Just go, don't ask so many questions. Alright, I'll go at once. Liuzi hurried off in a flurry. Shuihan also asked Dr. Li, why does the strategist want Hongi? Dr. Li lowered his head to answer, the strategist wishes for Hongi to attend to her. What ailment does the strategist have? Is it serious? Can she be cured? Shuihan fired off multiple questions, unaware that the one inside was his beloved. Dr. Li, anticipating the general's inquiries, had prepared his answers. The strategist is suffering a recurrence of an old ailment. With excessive bleeding, it will naturally cease in 5 to 6 days. 5 to 6 days of bleeding and she can still live. Shuihan raised his voice, 5 to 6 days, and she will be drained dry. I've never heard of anyone surviving that long while bleeding. Dr. Li, faced with the urgent situation, could only respond, she can survive. Ahem, the strategist's constitution differs from ours. Chapter 70, the general is confounded. Ishuihan pressed on, are you saying the strategist's constitution is extraordinary? Indeed. Ishuihan chose to trust Dr. Li's words. Observe closely over the next few days. Dr. Li had been his military doctor for many years. And Yahan believed he would not deceive him. Upon hearing that the strategist was in trouble, Hongyi hurried over, her heart racing. Other female soldiers were equally eager to see the strategist, but Liu informed them that the strategist allowed only Hongyi inside. Both he and the general had been turned away, so they should not cause further disturbance. They all envied Hongyi for having caught the strategist. As Liu, panting, announced, "Dr. Li, Hongyi has arrived." He and T paused for a moment this entire night. Upon seeing the general, Hongyi curtsied. No need for formalities. Yahan's heart was solely with Liao Yunfang. The strategist, usually eloquent and vivacious, now lay on the bed on the brink of death, and it pained him to see her thus. Pain? He was actually feeling such emotions for a man. How could this be? All this time, he had steadfastly believed he would only have feelings for women, never considering that one day he would develop such unique feelings for someone of the same sex. At this moment, the thought surged forth, leaving him utterly shocked and perplexed. Could it be that the recent tumult had driven him to madness, or was this man truly endowed with some unique charm capable of shattering his deeply ingrained beliefs? Countless questions swirled in his mind, making his thoughts increasingly chaotic, as if his head might explode from discomfort. He had begun his campaigns at 15, leading a life of simplicity for over 20 years. Today, he found himself harboring unusual sentiments for the strategist. Ning Kuan's words rang in his ears like a crow's curse. Surely he couldn't truly have developed a penchant for Dragon Yang. "Enter, the strategist has matters to discuss with you," Dr. Li said meaningfully. "Yes, Dr. Li." Hongyi, anxious, stepped into the tent. "General, it's late, you should return and rest. The affairs of the army still need your guidance. The strategist is in good hands with me and the doctor." Dr. Li was also urging him to leave. The strategist and Hongyi have matters to discuss that shouldn't be overheard. The strategist, disguised as a man, infiltrated the military camp, an act that undermines the authority of the sovereign and is punishable by death. Li, unwilling to see the strategist perish, had no choice but to deceive the general. "Very well, you shall remain here. I need to gather my thoughts," Yahan declared, striding away with an air of distressed urgency. Seeing the weakened strategist, Hongyi felt a pang of heartache and choked out, "Strategist, are you well?" Liao Yunfang, in pain and utterly exhausted, turned her head to look at Hongyi. "Can I trust you?" she asked. Without hesitation, Hongyi knelt, raising her hands. "Without the strategist, there would be no Hongyi today. It was the strategist who granted me a new life. I shall never betray the strategist. To do so would invoke heaven's wrath." Though she had yet to regain her freedom, the strategist had secured for them the privilege of no longer having to entertain soldiers. She believed that given time, she would surely regain her freedom and return to the capital. "Come closer, I have something to tell you," Liao Yunfang whispered. "Yes, strategist," Hongyi replied, rising to press her ear against Liao Yunfang's lips. "I have come to Kueishui." The revelation hit Hongyi like a thunderclap. The strategist had come to Kueishui. As a woman, she understood the implications of such a statement. Her heart raced, turmoil consuming her. "Strategist, I am a woman." Hearing this from the strategist's own lips shattered her attempts at self-deception. The one she admired was, in fact, a woman. No, she had always viewed the strategist as a man, which was why she had harbored feelings for her. Heavens, could I be abnormal? She pondered. No, she needed to test whether her attraction to men was still intact. Liao Yunfang quietly allowed Hongyi to gather her composure before inquiring, "Does the strategist wish for Hongyi to take her place in Kueishui? You are truly clever. Speaking with an intelligent person is effortless. You grasp things quickly." Had the strategist complimented her like this before, Hongyi would have been elated, yet now an inexplicable awkwardness lingered. Nevertheless, the strategist remained her salvation, her guiding light, and that would never change. "Then I shall handle matters in your stead. I appreciate your assistance." Hongyi, Liao Yunfang was in such agony that she could not rise. "This is what Hongyi ought to do." Hongyi carefully replaced Liao Yunfang's bloodied cloth. "For the next few days, I cannot venture out. You and the female soldiers must continue to train, even if it means strapping on sandbags. Your fate lies in your own hands, if you do not strive. No one can assist you." "Yes, strategist, I understand. I will not disappoint your trust." With Hongyi by her side and Dr. ensuring her secrets remained safe, Liao Yunfang gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. In her drowsy state, she felt someone place a hot water bottle on her abdomen, warmth spreading throughout her body. She had fallen asleep, but Yahan was far from at ease. Upon returning to the tent, he tossed and turned, sleep eluding him, his mind consumed by thoughts of Liao Yunfang. "Summon a courtesan," he commanded a soldier outside. "Yes, General." The soldier, filled with excitement, rushed to comply, thrilled that their general was finally seeking female company. The soldier brought a woman clad in white. "General," she greeted softly, lowering her head. Though the strategist and the general had established rules that they need not serve as courtesans, the general's desires took precedence. "Come here and please me." Yahan's voice was cold, betraying no emotion. "Yes, General." Although the woman was reluctant, she complied, slowly shedding her garments until only a white undergarment remained, barely concealing her figure. Yahan's gaze held no desire. "Put your clothes back on and leave," he ordered, his tone laced with disdain. The woman bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she hastily donned her attire and departed. Thankfully, the general had not commanded her to stay. Had it been before, she would have been elated to serve him, but now her heart belonged to the strategist, leaving no room for others. She envied Han Yi, who had captured the strategist's attention. Yi Shuihan's heart was tumultuous. As he watched the woman disrobe, his mind inexplicably conjured the image of the strategist's neck when he had torn open her garment earlier that day. He had fallen for the strategist. Tonight, sleep would evade him. He donned his outer robe, grasped his spear, and began to practice in the deep of night, seeking to escape his inner turmoil. The more he danced, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Consumed by the strategist, how would he face her in the future? He was the sole heir of the Yi family. How could he confront his ancestors? Shuihan gazed up at the heavens. The night was deep, the sky shrouded in darkness, a bright moon hanging above, surrounded by sparse stars that twinkled like scattered pearls, casting a soft glow. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 71. Sweet love. Liao Yunfang endured the pain of her monthly cycle in the military camp. While Liu Rumei and Xiao Qingran reveled in their sweet romance, since establishing their relationship, they spent nearly every moment together, save for physical intimacy. One day, as they were having lunch, an unexpected visitor arrived. Your Highness, your cousin has come, Yunshui announced. Liu Rumei raised an eyebrow. Cousin, is it the meaning I think it is? In ancient times, cousin marriages were not uncommon. The cousin harbored feelings for her, and she, in turn, was fond of him. What was the nature of Xiao Qingran's relationship with this cousin? Do not misunderstand, Mayor. She is a distant relative of my mother. Our relationship is entirely innocent. My affections are solely for you. Oh, I see. If I were to do something later, do not take it to heart. I want tea. No other woman can approach me. Cousin. Not a girl in a pink dress called out cheerfully upon seeing the enchanting woman beside Xiao Qingran. Jealousy gripped her heart, especially as she witnessed the man she liked share laughter with this girl. It felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at her insides. Her handkerchief was already crumpled in her tight grip. Yet she feigned calmness. Cousin, is she your guest? She is to be my future princess, Xiao Qingran proclaimed, eager to announce the news to the world. His words weighed heavily upon her heart, as if a boulder had been placed there, suffocating her. Clenching her fists, her nails dug painfully into her palms, yet she remained silent. Yenner observed her sister's unfamiliar demeanor. May I ask which family you belong to? Miss Su Yenner was the daughter of the city lord, a legitimate daughter of noble status, incomparable to ordinary women. Cousin is a prince. A girl from a common family would not be worthy of his status. Only I, who am of equal standing, can match him. Liu Rumei, having studied psychology, noticed Su Yenner's subtle movements. It was clear that this Su Yenner viewed her as a rival. That if she sees me as a rival, I shall show her, she thought, dismissing her as merely a country girl. A country girl? How could such a lowly girl ever aspire to be a future princess? Then who do you believe should be the princess? You, a prince of noble lineage, deserves a princess of equal stature. My father is the city lord. My status far surpasses that of a mere country girl. Su Yenner's words implied that she was the best candidate for the role of princess. Did you hear that? She wishes to be your princess. There are many who wish to be my princess. Not just any random girl can catch my EYE.TOM. Liu Rumei was his cherished treasure. Not someone to be compared with a mere distant relative of his mother. Should anyone dare to call Liu Rumei a country girl, they would face his wrath. She is merely a distant relative of my mother. How dare she compare herself to Rumei? Su Yenner's eyes brimmed with tears. Cousin, how could you say such a thing to Yenner? Anyone would feel hurt if their beloved referred to them in such a derogatory manner. A monstrous feeling tugged at her heart, leading her inexorably toward despair. Her gaze turned icy, her heart hardened. It was all because of this woman who had bewitched her cousin. Otherwise, he would never have spoken to her like this. Country folk are simply unworthy. Well said. You deserve a reward. A kiss. Liu Rumei boldly declared her claim over Xiao Qingran in front of Su Yenner. Dare to defy me. Xiao Qingran was hers. Such brazen behavior in broad daylight. Utterly shameless. Su Yenner felt her teeth nearly shatter from clenching them. How dare you, wretched girl, kiss my cousin? You are issuing me a warning. A mere country girl. How dare she vie for the title of princess? She resolved to write to the Empress Mother, requesting that someone be sent to deal with this shameless little vixen. Is that what you call being shameless? What about you then? Are you not vulgar or lowly? Cousin, she insulted me. You must defend Yenner. Tears streamed down Su Yenner's face, her sorrow reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, evoking pity. Yet Xiao Qingran remained unmoved. The future princess speaks to you thus because she regards you. Do not be ungrateful. Your tears only serve to annoy me. Cousin. Su Yenner found herself at a loss, wanting to cry but unable to, feeling utterly humiliated. As the daughter of the city lord, she had never experienced such humiliation and wished to disappear into the earth. You have spoiled my appetite. Now leave. Su Yenner burst into tears, casting a fierce glare at Liu Rumei before she stormed off. Well done. I am quite pleased with your words. Liu Rumei expressed her delight in Xiao Qingran's scorn for other women while showering her with sweet words. I can certainly keep you satisfied. The next moment, Liu Rumei's lips were suddenly captured by his. Thus began their passionate conquest. Under Xiao Qingran's deliberate teasing, Liu Rumei's head grew increasingly hazy, with no support behind her. She could only brace herself against his arms on either side. It was uncertain how long it lasted before she was finally released. Liu Rumei playfully pounded her fist against his chest. teasingly scolding him that there were onlookers around. Xiao Qinran, however, chose to disregard the bashful Yin Shui, who kept his head lowered, too intimidated to look around, for should he dare to glance about, the prince would surely gouge out his eyes. Yin Shui did not dare to breathe a word. "Your Highness, you have changed. I am no longer your most trusted subordinate." In an effort to please the future princess, the prince had become cruel and unfeeling. "Why don't we retreat to our chamber and indulge ourselves?" In truth, Liu Rumei was not genuinely shy. Her words were deliberately provocative. In modern times, couples kissing in the streets were a commonplace sight. "Is Mayor inviting me?" "This prince? Speak up if that is indeed the case. Are you not afraid of things getting out of hand? Should you invite me, I may not be able to restrain myself." "Your Highness, listen to yourself. Such brazen words are hardly suited for a man of my stature." "Oh dear, Your Highness," she exclaimed. "If you wish to be intimate with the princess, you ought to return to your quarters at once. Spare a thought for those of us who have yet to find a bride." "I am not afraid," Liu Rumei whispered softly into his ear. "Then what are we waiting for?" Xiao Qinran boldly swept Liu Rumei into his arms and strode purposefully toward the room. Heading straight for the bed, Liu Rumei was gently laid upon the bed. He slowly lowered himself, planting a kiss upon her forehead. His Adam's apple bobbed as he captured those two soft, rosy lips. His hand braced upon the pillow, veins taut invisible. Liu Rumei's hands crept around his neck, and the responsive Xiao Qinran found it impossible to hold back any longer. Yet, in the end, Xiao Qinran, filled with fury, questioned Liu Rumei. "What is the meaning of this?" Upon seeing the red in Xiao Qinran's hand, Liu Rumei was taken aback. "How could my period arrive now? Oh no, I had deceived him earlier. But now it has truly come without my phone or a calendar. I had completely forgotten when it was due." In that moment, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. That it was merely a small fib to test you. Goodness, Xiao Qingran's expression darkened considerably, yet it was understandable. Anyone would be incensed by such matters. At this juncture, Liu Rumei dared not provoke his wrath. Chapter 72. The Lantern Festival. Xiao Qingran's face was as dark as water. His fists clenched, veins bulging on the back of his hands as though they might erupt at any moment. However, faced with the person before him, he could not bring himself to utter a single reprimand. Helpless, he could only console himself inwardly. "This is the partner I personally chose. I must endure, no matter what. I cannot scold or strike her. I must shower her with affection instead, lest I frighten her away." After all, finding such a gem was indeed a rare occurrence, and he ought to cherish and pamper her without bounds, wishing to hold her delicately within his palms, allowing her to act as she pleased. Liu Rumei, meanwhile, carefully gauged his mood, and as she observed Xiao Qingran's silence, her taut nerves began to relax, realizing he was no longer angry. Such a swift emotional transition was quite astonishing to her. Were she in his position, she might not have been able to quell her fury so quickly. She might have even shown him her own strength. It seemed that Xiao Qingran's readiness to forgive her so readily stemmed from a genuine affection for her. Thus, this man could be considered a rare and exceptional gentleman, a true treasure of the world. Such an outstanding individual was indeed a rarity. Even if one were to search diligently, they would be hard-pressed to find another. In light of this situation, Xiao Qinran could only sigh. "Very well." At that moment, however, Liu Rumei lowered her voice and gently remarked, "In truth, I can lend you my assistance. It is unwise to keep everything bottled up." Xiao Qinran willingly indulged her, yet she was not one to remain idle. She understood that she could not take advantage of this affection without restraint. After all, she was not the sort of woman who would become arrogant and overbearing due to being spoiled. Xiao Qinran devoted himself to her wholeheartedly, caring for her deeply, and she too was eager to reciprocate with sincerity. Their relationship thrived on mutual support. If only one party were to silently give, the bond would likely prove difficult to sustain. "Good Mayor, then I must trouble you to help me," he said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingran's formerly dull eyes sparkled with brightness, leaving one in awe. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. It seemed Mayor still held him dear in her heart. His affection had not been in vain. This love only served to strengthen his resolve. He must continue to dote on her even more fervently in the future. Hearing this, Liu Rumei felt her cheeks flush, and she softly replied, "Very well." Though she was a doctor, this experience was entirely unprecedented for her, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. At present, Liu Rumei's complexion was radiant, her cheeks flushed, and her hands trembled slightly. She pondered to herself that perhaps her future would be filled with happiness. Xiao Qingran, true to expectation, was exceptionally attentive. At this moment, his face was alight with satisfaction as he held Liu Rumei tightly, gently saying, "Good Mayor, to celebrate our full bellies, there will be a lantern festival in the streets tonight. Would you care to join me in witnessing it?" Liu Rumei buried her head deep within Xiao Qingran's broad embrace, shyly nodding in agreement. "That sounds wonderful." Having only seen such natural lantern festivals on television in the past, she was filled with a small sense of anticipation. As night descended, it blanketed the earth like a vast expanse of black velvet. The lanterns sparkled like pearls, illuminating the towering Shurchen Hall, which resembled a palace of crystal and jade. The intricate corridors and pavilions on either side appeared to float in midair, adorned with a haze of lantern light reminiscent of a celestial market. How lively, Liu Rumei exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. The exquisite ancient lanterns before her filled her with wonder, and she could not help but gaze left and right, as if wishing to imprint every detail upon her memory. However, her curious demeanor drew peculiar glances from those around her, especially from Su Yenner, who stood nearby. In Su Yenner's eyes, Liu Rumei was nothing more than a naive country girl, entirely ignorant of the world. How could her cousin bring such a wild girl out in public? Su Yenner seethed with resentment, nearly consumed by jealousy. Until now no woman had ever graced Xiao Qingran's side, let alone been allowed such intimacy. All women knew that they must keep their distance from the aloof prince, maintaining at least a meter of space. Yet today, Su Yenner witnessed a strange girl not only breach this rule but also receive special care and attention from her cousin. Most intolerable of all was that her cousin had spoken harshly to her on multiple occasions to defend this wild girl. Su Yenner found it impossible to swallow this grievance. At that moment, a woman clad in green approached, curiously inquiring, "Yenner, do you recognize the young lady beside the prince?" Upon hearing this, Su Yenner felt her anger intensify. It was well known that Lord Xiao held no fondness for women. Even her father had once attempted to send her into the royal residence, only to be met with a merciless rejection. Now, witnessing this unknown wild girl gain such favor from the prince, Su Yenner felt a mix of shame and fury. She even issued a stern warning that anyone daring to send women to the prince's residence would face her wrath, as she would show no mercy and sever all ties. In truth, Lin Na was not devoid of shame or moral integrity. She was already betrothed to another family, though her fiancé's status did not rival that of the prince. He was still handsome and dignified, treating her with utmost respect and care. Once she married, she would rightfully become the head of the household. I have crossed paths with her once. Oh, she looks rather unfamiliar. I wonder which family she hails from. Lin Na's inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity. After all, anyone worthy of the prince's attention must surely possess an extraordinary background. Thus, she was eager to uncover the origins of this unfamiliar girl. Humph, she is hardly from a prestigious family. She is merely a vulgar girl from the countryside, but she doesn't seem to look like someone from the countryside. The crowd marveled. Liu Rumei tonight appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her fragrant shoulders, exuding an enchanting aroma. Her slender, arched brows resembled willow leaves, delicately framing her fair rosy visage, evoking a sense of affection. Her light brown eyes were deep and captivating, as though they concealed boundless charm and stories within, and beneath her elegant nose, her lips resembled ripe cherries, naturally rosy without a hint of makeup. At this moment, the street was not only filled with the two of them, but many passers-by were also drawn to Xiao Qingran and Liu Rumei, stopping in their tracks to observe. Curiosity filled their hearts as they pondered the identity of the breathtakingly beautiful woman beside the prince and the nature of their relationship. A multitude of questions surged forth, igniting intrigue regarding the pair. She is indeed from the countryside. She told me so herself. Su Yenner's gaze turned as cold and venomous as a serpent's, her icy stare glinting with malice. As her ominous gaze fell upon Liu Rumei, an unsettling chill enveloped her, causing the hairs on her arms to stand on end. Her look was sharp and frigid, akin to a predator lurking in the shadows. Fixated on its prey, Liu Rumei instinctively poked her arm gently with her finger, a sense of inexplicable unease rising within her. She had an unsettling feeling that a venomous snake was watching her closely, making her quite uncomfortable. "Are you cold?" Beside them, Xiao Qingran noticed Liu Rumei's subtle movements. He reached out his arm, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Fortunately, Liu Rumei replied softly, "Indeed, the night carries a slight chill. But with this king holding you close, it shall not be so cold." Xiao Qingran said gently, "If you wish to embrace me, you need only say so." Why dance around the subject? Liu Rumei shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. Still, Meyer understands me well. Nothing escapes her discerning eye." Xiao Qingran chuckled affectionately, tightening his hold on her. Liu Rumei made no attempt to push his hands away. Instead, she nestled closer into his embrace. After all, being held by him wouldn't cost her anything, and he was her future husband, so such affection was entirely natural. If he had no interest in her whatsoever, not even wanting to brush against her, then that would indeed be a cause for concern. Oh, look over there. It seems quite lively. What are they doing? Liu Rumei suddenly pointed towards a brightly lit area. Her curiosity piqued. "They are likely holding a poetry gathering," Xiao Qingran replied softly, turning slightly to gaze in the direction Liu Rumei indicated. "Shall we go and take a look?" Liu Rumei's beautiful eyes blinked in anticipation, contemplating that joining the revelry wouldn't be amiss. After all, in this ancient time, there were neither televisions to watch nor movies to enjoy. Witnessing this poetry gathering might serve as a delightful diversion. "Very well, since you wish to go, this king shall accompany you to witness it." Xiao Qingran's voice was exceptionally gentle, as if it could melt one's heart. However, this scene ignited a spark of jealousy in Su Yenner, whose expression soured considerably, nearly turning acrid with envy. She glared fiercely at Liu Rumei, inwardly cursing, "This shameless woman dares to entice my cousin in public, hugging and cuddling without a shred of decency." Lin Na instinctively took 2 steps back, her face a mask of terror. At that moment, Su Yenner appeared exceptionally fearsome, her eyes flickering with uncontainable fury. Undoubtedly, this woman had already aroused Su Yenner's wrath. It was well known that Su Yenner had always relied on her status as the prince's cousin and the legitimate daughter of the city lord to discreetly deal with those women who sought to cling to the prince. Had it not been for her own engagement, she might have found herself ensnared by Su Yenner's schemes. Lin Na had come to learn of these matters quite by accident, and at this realization, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Chapter 73. The poetry gathering. The air was alive with chatter, the colorful lanterns sparkling like fireworks, and the year-end streets glimmered brilliantly as the wide avenues bustled with traffic. The streets and alleys were filled with raucous sounds, the clamor of revelers mingled with the crackle of firecrackers, creating an atmosphere vibrant with festivity. The marketplace was a true hub of activity. Far livelier than when Liu Rumei had first arrived. With basic needs met, people had the energy to engage in other pursuits. After all, as the saying goes, food is the god of the people. The most animated scene belonged to the poetry gathering, where throngs of people gathered. Ladies and gentlemen, today's poetry gathering is held to celebrate our abundance of food. We shall compose poems themed around our harvest. Naturally, there will be rewards for the best submissions. The winner shall receive 500 taels of silver, generously supported by our city lord. Wow, 500 taels of silver. For an ordinary family, 500 taels could sustain them for generations. For struggling scholars, this sum was a significant temptation. Many literati eagerly prepared to showcase their talents, as this silver could allow them to travel to the capital for the imperial examinations. Today, our city lord will serve as the judge of this competition. I now declare the contest officially begun. With a resounding clang of the gong, the competition commenced. I shall recite a poem about planting rice. A refined young scholar stepped onto the stage. The farmer casts the seedlings. The farmer's wife receives them. The children pull up the sprouts while the elder plants. The hat is a helmet, the raincoat is armor. Rain soaks from head to shoulder. Calling for breakfast, they pause for a moment. Bowing their heads, they toil without rest. The roots of the seedlings are not yet firm, the planting is not yet complete, yet the geese and ducklings wander freely. Selected from the Song Dynasty poet Yang Wanli's Planting Rice Song, the song scholar possesses remarkable talent. A middle-aged man praised briefly before asking, "Is there anyone else who wishes to participate?" I shall recite a poem. Planting beans at the foot of the southern mountain. The grass is lush, yet the bean sprouts are sparse. Rising at dawn to clear the weeds, returning with the hoe under the moonlight. The path is narrow, the grass and trees grow long. Evening dew dampens my clothes. My clothes are not worth lamenting, as long as my wishes are not thwarted. Selected from the Eastern Jin poet Tao Yuanming's Returning to the Countryside, truly deserving of the title of Scholar Wu. What a splendid poem. Is there anyone else wishing to compete? Yes, I heard this young lady beside the prince claim that Scholar Wu's and Scholar Song's verses are mediocre, and that her poetry surpasses theirs. Su Yenner pointed at Liu Rumei. A country girl, who likely cannot even recognize a few characters, writing poetry. She intends to humiliate this shameless little girl in front of everyone. She wants everyone to see that this woman is merely a hollow vase. Liu Rumei felt displeased. Su Yenner was clearly intent on making her look foolish. She glanced at the man beside her, silently thinking, what a troublesome situation. Despite Xiao Qingran's lack of fondness for Su Yenner, she was still a woman with many admirers. Now she had become the target of public scrutiny. It mattered not. She could withstand it, especially since her man was so handsome, wealthy, and powerful, a true embodiment of grandeur. Any woman would be envious of her. Liu Rumei had never been one to shy away from challenges. Come on, who's afraid? Is it merely about writing poetry? Anyone can do that. I could recite one of the 500 Tang poems, and it would dazzle them all. Since this lady claims your poetry surpasses that of Song and Wu, why not let us all hear it? Faced with skepticism, Scholar Song remained unfazed. This was a poetry gathering. He was not the only one capable of composing verses. His teacher had always advised humility, reminding him that there are greater talents beyond oneself. He had kept those words close to heart. Very well, I shall present my humble attempt. Before I begin, I have a question for everyone. Liu Rumei stepped onto the stage, her mind already made up. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask, do you know where our food comes from? Who doesn't know that? It comes from the soil. Someone in the crowd responded, indeed, you are correct. Food is grown from the earth, but who is responsible for the planting? It is the farmers who toil in the fields. And the food we eat is imbued with their sweat and labor. This poem is dedicated to all farmers. When the sun is high at noon, sweat drips into the soil beneath the grain. Who knows the meal on the plate? Each grain represents their toil. This poem is selected from the Tang Dynasty poet Li Shen's Pitying the Farmers. A ripple of applause erupted from the crowd. The sound deafening as all the farmers clapped in appreciation. The outcome of the contest was already evident. Though short and concise, the poem's profound meaning resonated deeply. It served as a reminder that each grain of food carries the weight of the farmer's hard work and should be cherished. Food is the god of the people is a beautiful virtue that we should all strive to uphold, truly valuing our sustenance. Liu Rumei's words won her much admiration from the populace. Xiao Qinran smirked. This was his woman. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete with this lady, may I ask? What is your name? Liu Rumei. Very well. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Miss Liu? Silence fell upon the audience, with Liu Rumei's timeless couplet delivered. Who could possibly compare? If there are no challengers, I hereby declare the winner of this contest to be Miss Liu Rumei. Congratulations, Miss Liu. Thank you. A maid approached, presenting Liu Rumei with 500 taels of silver. Liu Rumei smiled, her lips curling in delight. The two dimples on her cheeks radiated the sweetness of spring blossoms. Her smile bore the allure of a blooming flower, captivating all who beheld it. This was her first fortune since arriving in this ancient time. 500 taels of silver, indeed splendid. Scholar Song and Scholar Wu gazed at her entranced, seeing Liu Rumei bask in the spotlight. Su Yener fumed, having long dismissed Xiao Qingran's earlier warning. Indignantly she muttered, so what if she can compose a few lines of poetry? What is there to be proud of? She's merely a country bumpkin. Liu Rumei had no intention of letting this instigator off the hook. If she allowed Su Yener to go unchallenged today, the latter would only view her as an easy target to bully in the future. Liu Rumei was not one to be trifled with. By your logic, anyone who can write poetry is a lowly person. You are merely a novice in this game. I shall make you the enemy of all scholars. As expected, the expressions of the literati shifted. Isn't that the city lord's daughter, Su Yener? Truly, she is lacking in wit, speaking such nonsense. Indeed, she only possesses a pretty face. She is merely seeking trouble because she sees Miss Liu standing beside the prince. You may not know, but Su Yener harbors feelings for the prince, yet he does not reciprocate. This is merely her resentment towards Miss Liu. If I were her, I would not favor such a lowly person. The crowd exchanged barbs, casting Su Yener in a poor light, showing no regard for the city lord's dignity. The city lord's face darkened. He felt utterly humiliated by the events of the day. You ungrateful daughter, return to the manor at once. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to embarrass us further? Father, they insult me. If you choose not to assist, that is one thing, but how could you side with outsiders against me? Su Yener felt utterly wrong. It is all Liu Rumei's fault. She is to blame. Usually, her father never raises his voice at her, yet today he dared to reprimand her in front of so many. Chapter 74, The Prince's Partiality. Su Yener, how dare you repeatedly speak disrespectfully to the future princess of this kingdom? Do you truly believe I will tolerate such impudence from you, were it not for the consideration of the Empress Mother? I would have long commanded that you receive severe punishment. From this moment forth, if I hear of any further slanderous remarks regarding the future princess, I shall unhesitatingly consign you to the dungeons to suffer. Oh my, her man is indeed formidable, merely reprimanding her a couple of times, and he threatens to imprison her. How wondrous is such power! Liu Rumei silently applauded. Xiao Qinran, filled with admiration. To be so cherished and protected by the one she loves is an indescribably beautiful feeling. Cousin Su Yener did not shed tears when scolded by the city lord, but after receiving a few words of admonishment from Xiao Qinran, her eyes brimmed with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Who could endure being chastised by their beloved in front of a rival? After all, it is a matter of lost dignity and shamed pride. Since you address me as cousin, upon your next encounter with Mayor, you must respectfully refer to her as sister-in-law. Should you fail to do so, you need not call me cousin again. This declaration pierced the heart with its lethal precision. Look, Su Yener is trembling with fury. Her face is a portrait of sorrow and despair, as if she were on the verge of collapse. Yet, witnessing her rival so heartbroken, Liu Rumei could not help but feel a surge of delight. Heaven truly favors her by granting her such an extraordinary treasure of a man. She must marry him. With such an exceptional suitor, how could she possibly find fault? Su Yener was infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from her ears. To demand she address this country bumpkin as sister-in-law was more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Your Highness, I beseech you to quell your anger. This is all due to Su's inadequate guidance, leading my rebellious and unfilial daughter to utter such outrageous words. Su Jiqing, as the city lord, felt utterly insignificant before the prince. Humbled as if he were a mere insect. Given the circumstances, out of respect for the Empress Mother, I shall grant her leniency this once. However, I hope the city lord will discipline his daughter upon returning home. At your command. Su Jiqing was filled with gratitude, thanking the prince for his mercy. Upon returning home, he would surely impose strict discipline on his daughter, reassuring the prince not to worry. At that moment, Su Jiqing realized the prince was genuinely enraged. After all, he was, in some respect, an elder to the prince, yet the prince showed no regard for feelings, publicly humiliating him. Soon after, his face contorted with anger. He bellowed at the maid standing beside Su Yener. What are you doing standing there? Do you not find this disgraceful enough? Quickly take this disobedient girl back to the manor and confine her for 10 days. Father, Su Yener stamped her foot in frustration. Take her away. The city lord could hardly bear to look at his ineffectual daughter any longer, were it not for her mother's constant indulgence. How could she have developed such a willful and spoiled nature? Then, Xiao Qinran solemnly declared, the enchanting lady standing beside me is the one I cherish deeply, and she shall soon become the princess of Shao. You all would do well to open your eyes and take note. Should anyone dare show even a hint of disrespect towards the future princess, I shall show no mercy." His words were laced with authority and coldness. At that moment, numerous individuals below began to fawn and flatter, exclaiming, "The prince and Miss Liu are indeed a match made in heaven. It is evident to all that the blind prince treats this Miss Liu extraordinarily." Moreover, even the common folk hold great admiration for the princess-to-be, who dares to speak on their behalf. Miss Liu, like the prince, cares for the world and is concerned for the people. We are truly fortunate. Everyone expressed their well wishes for the prince and Miss Liu, hoping for a joyful union and a harmonious marriage. They were merely commoners, and on the prince's wedding day, they could only observe from afar. Lacking the privilege to attend the celebrations, besides, Xiao Qinran planned to return to the capital for the wedding. The capital not only housed his family but everything familiar to him. Marriage is a momentous occasion in life, and he sincerely wished to receive the heartfelt blessings of his family. After all, marriage is not merely a union of two individuals but a merging of two families. Thus, he resolved to meticulously prepare a grand and splendid wedding, ensuring that Liu Rumei would have a profoundly memorable experience. At that moment, a sudden cry rang out. "Something is wrong, someone has fainted." The previously bustling crowd instantly became agitated upon hearing the commotion. Liu Rumei, being a physician, did not hesitate to part the throngs and rush towards the fallen individual. Upon approaching, she discovered that the one who had collapsed was an elderly man, approximately 60 years old. Foaming at the mouth and trembling uncontrollably. In this urgent situation, Liu Rumei decisively called out to the gathered crowd, "Please do not crowd around, this will hinder the patient's ability to breathe fresh air." It is worth noting that just moments ago, Xiao Qinran had mentioned Liu Rumei would soon become the mistress of the royal residence. It was a directive from the future princess. The crowd quickly complied and dispersed. With a mere glance, Liu Rumei already understood the elderly man's affliction. It was undoubtedly epilepsy. "What could be the matter with my father?" a man standing nearby inquired. Clearly anxious, "Your father suffers from epilepsy," Liu Rumei stated candidly. It was the first time those present had heard of such a condition, and the man hastily pressed on, "Is there any remedy?" Such conditions often arise from daily stress, emotional fluctuations, anxiety, and irritability. The best treatment is medication, and it is also essential to keep the elderly gentleman in a relaxed and cheerful state, avoiding excessive labor and anger. Liu Rumei patiently explained, "Alas, what herbs are necessary for my father's condition?" The man sighed helplessly, as he had many siblings, and not long ago, a dispute regarding who should care for their father had occurred, unfortunately overheard by him, causing a spike in his father's emotions. As the saying goes, every family has its struggles. He felt it inappropriate to share such matters in front of the crowd and resolved to take care of his father once home. "I have pre-prepared medicine, you can take it home and have your father consume it directly." Liu Rumei assessed the man's simple attire and understood his family's financial struggles. After all, the herbs required for the pills were easily accessible to her. She could simply retrieve them from her belongings without spending a single coin. Whether or not to accept payment was entirely at her discretion. "Thank you, Miss Liu." The man expressed heartfelt gratitude, relieved that the cost of the medicinal herbs would not be a burden given his family's current financial woes. He never expected this Miss Liu to be so empathetic towards the hardships of the common folk. For someone so kind-hearted to become the princess was indeed a tremendous blessing for people like them. Miss Liu is truly compassionate. The prince is extraordinarily fortunate to have found such a wonderful woman. Indeed, not only is Miss Liu beautiful, but her heart is also exceptionally kind. At that moment, everyone present was extolling Liu Rumei, filling Xiao Qinran with delight as he thought to himself, "You are all aware, but do not forget that I meticulously selected this future princess." Just then, Liu Rumei discreetly produced a vial of pills from her sleeve and handed it to the man, instructing, "This should be divided into 3 doses for your father daily." Due to the discreet nature of her actions, no one noticed anything unusual. The man received the vial once more, overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Liu. Had it not been for your assistance, my father would surely." Before he could finish, Liu Rumei interrupted, "No need for thanks. It is merely my duty now that everything that needed to be addressed has been taken care of. Shall we take our leave?" With that, she turned to Xiao Qinran and proposed, "How about we take a stroll to clear our minds?" "Excellent," Xiao Qinran readily agreed, unfazed by the peculiar glances from those around them. He confidently took Liu Rumei's hand and walked forward. Seeing this, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Mayor, upon our return to the capital, shall we pay a visit to the Empress Mother and the Crown Prince together? "Yes, that sounds wonderful." Liu Rumei nodded gently in agreement, recognizing that even the most unappealing daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. The moonlight cast a radiant glow upon the ground, illuminating the intertwined figures of the two as they walked closely together. Chapter 75, The transformation in the bustling and lively capital. Suya, having recuperated for several days, finally felt invigorated and refreshed. At this moment, she languidly reclined on a phoenix chair, relishing the tranquility and comfort of her surroundings. However, this serenity was abruptly shattered by a sudden clamor. A sharp, piercing female voice echoed through the air. You shameless vixens, flaunting yourselves and seducing men all day long, my husband has not returned home for 5 whole days. He is nothing but a heartless scoundrel. It turned out that a woman was sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum without a shred of dignity. Meanwhile, another voice pierced through the commotion. Damn it! What a dismal day, I've lost everything. The speaker was a man, looking utterly distraught. How disappointing it was to encounter such a scene. The man, already in a foul mood from his gambling losses, grew increasingly irritable upon hearing the woman's cries. And he shouted at her, what lunatic is this, wailing like it's a funeral? Onlookers began to murmur among themselves, with some recognizing the ruckus-maker as the wife of Lin Luocheng. Where has that scoundrel run off to? Someone summon him to take this unfortunate woman away, the losing gambler bellowed in rage. Then, someone chimed in, I heard he's been staying at Miss Hongdo's place these past few days. What? Such a thing exists? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Your husband is upstairs. If you must cry, go upstairs and do it. Don't disturb us while we play mahjong. Someone impatiently echoed, indeed, we have no time to watch your drama unfold. Others joined in relishing the entertainment. The woman, frantic and filled with anxiety and anger, rushed up the stairs. She was oblivious to which room Miss Hongdo occupied and could only knock blindly on doors. With each knock, she cursed, Lin Luocheng, you wretched man, I toil day and night to care for our family, yet you indulge in debauchery. How can you treat me this way? Do you have no conscience? Suddenly, one door swung open, revealing a disheveled man who glared at her and shouted, who dares disturb my pleasure? The woman looked closely and realized this man was not her husband, so without hesitation, she turned to the next door, continuing to pound on it while calling out, Lin Luocheng, come out here. Thus she knocked on 4 or 5 doors before finally confronting her husband. To her fury, he appeared equally disheveled. Unable to contain her rage, she raised her fist and struck him, shouting, Lin Luocheng, you heartless scoundrel. Spectators witnessed the scene, casting mocking and derisive glances, with one calling out, Luocheng, hurry and take your crazy wife away. Don't ruin everyone as fun. Indeed, I say such a woman should be divorced. She is so ugly, I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. Since giving birth, Lin Luocheng's wife had ballooned in size. Gaining several dozen pounds, she no longer cared for her appearance, her hair unkempt, her clothing haphazardly thrown on, presenting herself as a disheveled matron. These men, despite having wives at home, still sought pleasures elsewhere, viewing women as having no standing at all. Listening to the jeers around him, Lin Luocheng felt his pride wounded and slapped the woman hard, scolding, what are you making a scene for? Have you looked in the mirror to see what a fright you've become? Get home right now. The woman covered her face, weeping uncontrollably. Isn't my current state a result of bearing your children? Before marrying you, I was a young and beautiful maiden, yet ever since I joined your household, I have been consumed by endless chores, resulting in my current dismal appearance. Reflecting on her grievances and suffering, she felt a deep pang of sorrow. Lin Luocheng, gazing at the weeping woman before him, grew increasingly agitated. She spoke the truth. Once upon a time she had indeed been a captivating beauty, but which man could escape the curse of fickleness? At that moment, Yahan approached, her gaze tinged with indifference. Look at you now. Anyone would find this utterly disheartening, that if you still harbor hopes that your ungrateful husband will return to you, you must completely reinvent yourself. Having long moved in circles of the elite, Yahan understood men's desires far better than most. To her, all men were equally lustful, easily entranced by beautiful women. Thus she valued tangible wealth above elusive love or fickle hearts, for only money could provide her with true security and satisfaction. With tears glimmering in her eyes, the woman sorrowfully replied, isn't it a daunting task to seek change? Yahan, observing the pitiable figure before her, gently reassured, fear not, I can assist you. Yet, the woman merely responded with a cold smile, her voice laced with sarcasm. Do you truly possess such benevolence? Unperturbed by the woman's skepticism, Yahan revealed a sly smile, replying, you are correct. I am not a kind-hearted person. As a shrewd businesswoman, I refuse to engage in unprofitable ventures. However, today, I can offer you my services free of charge. In truth, upon seeing this overweight and unattractive woman, Yahan's mind sparked with a profitable scheme. She envisioned opening a beauty salon in this ancient era, which would surely be a resounding success. To penetrate the market, she needed someone to promote her venture. Thus, she decided to use this woman as her living advertisement, offering her a transformation service at no cost. After all, the women in this establishment relied on their looks to please clients, yet time would eventually diminish beauty. Rather than depending on fleeting appearances, it was far wiser to acquire a practical skill for lasting success. The plump lady still appeared hesitant, but I won't charge you anything. What harm is there in trying? It surely cannot be worse than your current state, Yahan patiently encouraged, finally gazing at the radiant and graceful woman before her. The heavier woman resolved to trust her this once, recognizing that she had nothing to lose. Very well, I shall temporarily place my faith in you. Go don a new outfit. Your current attire is far too outdated. Not befitting of you, Yahan suggested, turning to Chun Tao and instructing, take her downstairs to change. Help her select something in black, as it will be more slimming. Once she is ready, I will assist her with her makeup in the hall. Typically black garments are more forgiving for fuller figures, creating a visually slimming effect. Chun Tao promptly replied, yes, Miss Suda, I shall lead her to change at once. Su Yahan strategized that only by having everyone witness the astonishing transformation of this stout woman could she achieve the most effective publicity. Once the woman had changed, Su Yahan meticulously applied her makeup, and after a while, she smiled confidently, saying softly, you may take a look now. The makeup she had crafted was akin to a delicate work of art. Intricate and splendid, incomparable to ordinary beauty, the woman gazed into the mirror, her eyes widening in disbelief as she murmured, is this truly me? The reflection was dreamlike and enchanting, even surpassing her youthful beauty. In truth, the stout woman possessed a unique charm. Su Yahan smiled encouragingly. Turn around and let your husband admire your transformation. Lin Luocheng stood dumbfounded before the transformed woman, his mouth agape as he stammered. This is my wife. At that moment, his wife seemed reborn, utterly transformed, appearing as if she were an entirely different person. This was precisely the stunning effect Su Yahan had aimed to achieve, secretly reveling in her triumph. Let them be astonished. Who else could it be but your wife? Su Yahan responded with a smile as the surrounding crowd echoed her sentiment. Miss Su, your deft hands are truly miraculous, turning an ordinary woman into such a breathtaking beauty. Indeed, just look at Lin Luocheng's dazed expression, his eyes are practically popping out. If only my wife could be transformed so beautifully, I too would be transfixed as he is. At this moment, Su Yahan kindly reminded. Shouldn't you hurry and take your wife home? This woman had come seeking her husband. The stunningly transformed woman, now radiant and cheerful, approached her husband, gently taking his strong hand and sweetly saying, Husband, let us go home together. This time, the man, shedding his usual indifference, greeted her with a beaming smile, joyfully responding, of course, my dear, let us return home at once, as he gazed upon his wife, who had transformed into a vision of beauty and charm. His heart swelled with joy, yearning to whisk her away to their home, to consume her entirely in a moment of fervent desire. At long last, the plump woman had fulfilled her wish, successfully bringing her husband back home. In that instant, her heart brimmed with delight and satisfaction. Su Yahan secretly pondered that, with the exquisite skill she had displayed today, she would undoubtedly find herself inundated with guests seeking her expertise in beautification and transformation starting tomorrow. She could almost envision countless gleaming silver coins waving their hands at her, exuberantly calling her name. After all, nothing brought her greater contentment and joy than the prospect of earning money. Only with ample wealth could she truly relish in happiness and wear a constant smile. Within the solemn and majestic inner palace, an air of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The emperor sat upright upon the dragon throne, diligently reviewing the mountain of memorials and documents before him. At his side, Eunuch gently reminded him, Your Majesty, the night has grown deep, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I wonder which esteemed concubine shall receive your favor tonight. With that, he respectfully presented a tray bearing the nameplates of the various palace ladies. The emperor glanced at the green nameplates, yet his heart remained untouched, devoid of any interest. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, There is no need to draw lots tonight, take them away, even if he were to draw. He had never favored any concubine, it was merely a formality. Those ladies had all been thrust upon him by ministers, none of whom he held any affection for. Asu command, eunuchly replied. Somewhat helplessly, letting out a silent sigh. He thought to himself, this would surely lead to the harem's group of delicate ladies pestering him for explanations come morning. At this rate, when could they expect the birth of a new royal heir? As an observer, eunuchly felt a mounting anxiety, while the emperor seemed utterly indifferent to the matter. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through the emperor's mind. Su Yahan, in recent days, he had been preoccupied with the affairs concerning foreign envoys and had completely overlooked her. Very well, perhaps he should venture outside the palace tomorrow to pay her a visit. As for entering the palace, that could wait. In truth, deep down, he was reluctant to admit that his desire to leave the palace was not merely to see Su Yahan. More importantly, it was an opportunity to engage in a few rounds of mahjong with her and perhaps win some silver in the process. After all, Su Yahan was adept at making money. Brimming with ingenious ideas. If he could collaborate with her, wouldn't the Yahan courtyard have the most solid backing? Consequently, an influx of wealth would naturally follow, alleviating his financial concerns. Chapter 77. A visit. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. With a gentle breeze caressing the air, Xiao Cheng, dressed in plain clothes, discreetly left the palace, embarking on a journey of unassuming exploration. He wandered through the streets and alleys, ultimately arriving at the renowned Yahan courtyard. At this moment, the establishment was bustling with activity, a cacophony of voices creating a joyous symphony. The banker has a 7, all bets are off, the dealer announced loudly. With this proclamation, a chorus of sighs erupted around him. Alas, how could I have lost again, lamented a man, his face ashen. Nearby, others offered words of consolation. Liwan, your luck has truly been abysmal these past couple of days. Indeed, I have nearly lost 10,000 taels of silver in just 2 days. Liwan replied, shaking his head in resignation. Upon hearing the figure of 10,000 taels, the emperor's interest peaked. He wondered which young scion of a wealthy family could be so extravagantly wasteful. Hence, he decided to linger and eavesdrop on their conversation, wishing to gain insight into the local customs and conditions. In truth, one of the benefits of being here was to hear numerous fresh tales from beyond the palace walls. For instance, this young man named Liwen had lost a staggering 10,000 taels in a mere 2 days. If his family was not wealthy through commerce, it might well be that he had acquired his riches through some unscrupulous means. Exploiting the populace, lost is lost. My family has plenty of money. Liwen waved his hand dismissively. Liwen, you truly are something else. I hear your family profits immensely from rice sales, someone remarked enviously. Indeed, in Wuqi Kingdom rice is scarce, driving its price to outrageous heights. It is said that rarity begets value. The man known as Liwen beamed with pride. Who could possibly match the quantity of rice my family produces? Hearing this, Xiaoqing could not help but reflect, so this individual was the young heir of a rice business. No wonder he spoke with such arrogance. As he pondered, he anxiously scanned the crowd, searching for Su Yahan's figure, but to no avail. His worry grew. Where could that girl have wandered off to? Where is Su Dongjia? Why is there not a single sign of her? Xiaoqing inquired, grabbing hold of a nearby attendant. Oh, our Su Dongjia is busy in the back courtyard. May I ask who you are? What business do you have with her? The attendant responded, following Su Dongjia's prior instructions. If anyone sought her today, they were to be escorted to the back courtyard directly. I am Huang. I am a friend of hers and urgently need to see her, Xiaoqing hastily explained. I see, please wait a moment, I shall take you there, the attendant replied, leading Xiaoqing toward the back courtyard. Along the way, Xiaoqing could not help but be curious. What exactly is Su Dongjia occupied with? Su Dongjia is currently attending to a client's makeup, the attendant answered proudly. Her hands are truly remarkable, almost transcendent. Every woman who has undergone her beautification emerges looking radiant, as if transformed into a different person. Just yesterday, a plump woman came to try her services, and upon returning home, she couldn't stop boasting. Now, many people are flocking here specifically for Su Dongjia's artistry. After all, which woman does not cherish beauty? And which woman doesn't wish to enhance her allure to capture her husband's heart? The attendant guided Xiaoqing through the noisy front hall and into the tranquil back courtyard. Upon entering, Xiaoqing immediately spotted Su Yahan, adorned with a white mask, fully engrossed in beautifying a slightly plump woman. In that moment, Su Yahan's gaze was focused and gentle, her skilled hands moving with grace and precision. Each gesture radiated beauty and artistry, as if she were a master painter meticulously crafting her masterpiece. It is said that a man is most handsome when he is engrossed in work. Yet the woman before him, absorbed in her task, exuded a unique charm. Her concentrated expression, lively eyes, and the distinctive aura emanating from her every movement were enough to captivate anyone. Xiaoqing could not help but be entranced. Silently marveling, indeed, the dedicated woman is the most beautiful. Though the palace was filled with exquisite beauties, at that moment, gazing at this busy and enchanting figure, he felt that something was lacking in the women of the palace. Just as Xiaoqing was lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone announce, Su Dongjia, a young gentleman by the surname Huang is here to see you. A gentleman by the surname Huang? Su Yahan lifted her head at the mention. Looking towards the source of the voice, upon recognizing the visitor, her expression shifted, her legs feeling somewhat weak. Damn it, why is he here? Could it be that last time? This thought crossed her mind. Su Yahan furrowed her brow. What an infuriating fellow. Has he tasted the sweetness and now seeks to entangle himself further? Dongjia, the guest has been brought in. I shall take my leave to tend to the front hall. The attendant said respectfully. Very well, you may go, Su Yahan replied, not lifting her gaze, fully focused on her work. She needed to complete the final touches of her task without delay. Finally, with a sigh of relief, Su Yahan set down her makeup tools, turning to the slightly plump woman seated at the vanity. Madam, you may now behold your reflection. The woman, feeling a twinge of nervousness, turned to face the mirror. In an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face alight with astonished joy. Oh my, how beautiful! I never knew I could be so enchanting. She murmured, utterly captivated by the radiant figure reflected back at her. This mirror was no ordinary piece, it had been meticulously crafted by Su Yahan herself. In contrast to the vague and hazy copper mirrors of antiquity, it was a world apart, reflecting her features with unparalleled clarity. In truth, your features are quite lovely. It is merely that you lack the knowledge of makeup. With just a little enhancement, you can become truly beautiful, she gently remarked, her gaze sweeping over the woman's face. That visage, already exquisite, had been obscured by a lack of adornment. Now, through Su Yahan's guidance and artistry, it shone with a delicate allure, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her lips naturally rosy, and the subtle blush on her cheeks perfectly accentuating her shyness and charm. Su Dongjia's hands are truly remarkable, the woman exclaimed, her eyes brimming with envy. Initially, she had merely accompanied the plump woman to witness the spectacle. But upon witnessing this miraculous transformation, an impulse surged within her. How she longed to have Su Yahan's skilled hands work their magic on her as well. After all, which woman does not desire beauty? Especially within this competitive and cunning environment of the palace, appearance held paramount importance for them. The newly arrived concubine undoubtedly posed the greatest threat. Young and beautiful, not only did she capture her husband's affections, But she also stood a considerable chance of bearing a child and delivering the firstborn before her. Should that occur, would she not be relegated to a position of neglect, perhaps even cast into the cold palace? Contemplating this, she could not help but clench her fists and silently vow to devise a means to safeguard her rightful status as the principal wife. Chapter 78. A visit. Mr. Su, might you assist me in applying some makeup? The woman inquired with anticipation, her eyes gleaming with eager intent. She was secretly calculating. Today, she would adorn herself meticulously, ensnaring her husband's heart and drawing him into her chamber, ideally, after a night of passion. She would find herself with child, thus solidifying her position. After all, she had been married for half a year, yet her belly remained stubbornly silent. Her mother-in-law had long since expressed her dissatisfaction, often voicing her grievances. If that young and beautiful concubine were to conceive first, it was likely that her mother-in-law would strip her of her authority over household matters. Of course, however, a fee of 20 taels is required up front. Mr. Datsu replied in a leisurely manner, very well. Despite the considerable cost, the woman readily acquiesced, handing over the 20 taels. In her eyes, this investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Should she successfully conceive, every expense would be justified. For her, this sum was trivial, and she cheerfully presented the silver to Su Yahan. Su Yahan smiled as she accepted the coins, carefully tucking them away. With this income added, she had amassed a total of 100 taels today. Her heart swelled with joy. In truth, for those engaged in business, the wealth of women was often the easiest to acquire. After all, which woman in the world does not cherish beauty? The ladies of affluent families were particularly so. For them, a paltry sum of several dozen taels was insignificant. What truly mattered was securing their husband's love and favor. At that moment, Su Yahan was utterly engrossed in her work. Time slipped swiftly by. And before long, a whole incense stick had burned down. The woman gently picked up an exquisite copper mirror, scrutinizing her reflection with care. Her eyes sparkled with expectation and excitement, as if awaiting a miracle. Upon gazing at her reflection, a satisfied smile broke across her face. Her skin appeared more delicate and smooth, akin to fine mutton fat jade. Her brows had been meticulously shaped, exuding a striking elegance. Her lips were adorned with vibrant lipstick, radiating an alluring charm. Thank you, Mr. Su, she said softly, her voice suffused with gratitude. Not at all, we merely fulfill each other's needs. You pay, I provide the service. To take someone's money is to alleviate their woes. In fact, you could learn to apply makeup yourself. If you mastered it, you could spend a little time each day at home, thus avoiding the need to come to me every time, should my clientele increase. You may have to wait a day, Su Yahan remarked. Both ladies felt a stir of interest. If they learned the art, they could rise with the sun and beautify themselves daily. Would their husbands not shower them with affection? Mr. Datsu, I wish to learn. May I inquire about the tuition fee? One of the women asked, fully aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every endeavor requires a corresponding sacrifice. 500 taels per person, Su Yahan replied, holding up a hand. 500 taels, might that not be excessive? The woman questioned. Consider it this way. By investing 500 taels, you will learn to beautify yourself and present a lovely visage to your husband every day, thus securing his heart and devotion. Do you still find 500 taels to be too costly? Hearing this, the woman hesitated, for 500 taels was indeed a significant amount. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Mr. Su, your proposal is indeed enticing. However, 500 taels is no small sum, and I find myself unable to procure it immediately. May I request some time to consider and provide you with an answer by tomorrow? Upon uttering these words, she cast a hopeful and pleading gaze at Su Yahan, wishing for her understanding of her predicament. Very well, Su Yahan replied softly. The other woman chimed in. I too shall need until tomorrow to provide you with a response. Mr. Datsu, upon returning home tonight, I shall whisper sweetly in my husband's ear. Perhaps he will be in good spirits and grant me the 500 taels. Understood, Su Yahan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the woman rose to take her leave, saying, Mr. Su, I shall take my leave now. Take care, Chun Tao, please see the two ladies out, Su Yahan instructed. Yes, Miss Su, Chun Tao replied, leading the two women away. Thank you for your assistance. Both women responded in unison. Once the two ladies had departed, Su Yahan turned her attention to Xiao Qingzi. It was noteworthy that he was the first to wait for someone. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and inquired. Mr. Datsu, have all matters been resolved? All is settled. Do you require my assistance with something? Su Yahan responded in a neutral tone. After all, although she had shared a night with this man, her heart had not followed suit, rendering her demeanor rather aloof. It is quite uncharacteristic, Xiao Qingzi mused, taken aback and displeased by her indifference. After all, with his esteemed status, countless women yearn to marry into wealth and become his wife. He silently pondered. This woman, Su Yahan, was unaware of her true standing. Should she come to learn the truth, she would surely vie for a place among the emperor's consorts, with a mix of curiosity and probing intent. Xiao Qingzi asked, do you harbor any desire to enter the palace? Before he could finish, Su Yahan, having just taken a sip of tea, sputtered, spraying it all over Xiao Qingzi's face. Her eyes widened in shock as she retorted. Why would I want to enter the palace? Xiaoqingze furrowed his brow, perplexed. Do not women strive tirelessly to enter the court and become the emperor's consorts? Su Yahan scoffed, resolutely declaring, do not speak such nonsense. That is merely the choice of others, not mine. To be frank, I have no desire to enter the palace at all. Faced with Su Yahan's unwavering and decisive response, Xiaoqingze became increasingly bewildered. He found it difficult to comprehend why a woman who appeared so graceful and refined would lack any yearning for palace life. He pressed further, what, pray tell, has instilled such aversion towards entering the palace? Once you step through the palace gates, it is as if you plunge into an abyss, forever severed from the world beyond. Though the palace may seem resplendent and bustling, the intrigue and treachery within are burdens far beyond what most can bear. Thus, the palace cannot be deemed a favorable place. Xiaoqingze was taken aback to hear such an assessment of the palace, intrigued by her perspective. Oh, it appears you possess considerable insight regarding courtly matters. What leads you to such conclusions? He inquired, feigning nonchalance while seeking to glean more of her thoughts. Su Yahan, sensing the sensitivity of the topic, remained wary and refrained from providing a direct answer. Why are you so curious? Who exactly are you? She scrutinized Xiaoqingze with piercing eyes, attempting to uncover any clues from his demeanor and words. Xiaoqingze, swiftly recalibrating his approach, opted not to reveal his true identity just yet. Instead, he fabricated a casual excuse, saying, I am merely an ordinary imperial guard. His tone was convincing, devoid of any apparent flaws. In truth, he sought to draw Su Yahan into revealing more. Chapter 79, A visit continued. Do you harbor a grudge against the emperor? Su Yahan exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Why would you say such a thing, Mr. Su? Xiaoqingze replied, feigning innocence, after our encounter, you dare inquire whether I wish to enter the palace as a consort. Are you attempting to cuckold the emperor? Has he taken your beloved, prompting you to seek revenge by placing a green hat upon him? Su Yahan's agitation escalated, her voice rising several octaves. Xiaoqingze furrowed his brow. Clearing his throat, ahem, this woman certainly dared to voice anything. How did she possess such a peculiar train of thought? He found himself marveling at her unique perspective. At that moment, Xiaoqingze was tempted to pry open her head to discover what thoughts resided within. Confronted by Su Yahan's accusations, Xiaoqingze found himself at a loss for words. When she noticed his silence, her suspicions solidified. Am I correct? The emperor has indeed taken your beloved into the palace as a consort? In Su Yahan's view, as the sovereign, the emperor wielded unparalleled power. If he desired a woman, it was but a matter of a single command. Anyone daring to defy his decree would likely meet a swift and fatal end. After all, this was how dramas portrayed it. The emperor, as the highest authority, had no one who would dare disobey his will. With this thought, Su Yahan regarded Xiaoqingze with a hint of sympathy. If that is how you choose to perceive it, so be it. Xiaoqingze suddenly decided against providing further clarification, allowing her to persist in her misunderstanding. Ultimately, it bore no substantive consequence for him. Because only he himself knows in his heart that he is, in fact, the emperor of this nation. Upon hearing Xiaoqingze's response, Su Yahan could not help but feel an increasing curiosity towards this enigmatic man. She could not resist pressing further. Since you are a member of the Imperial Guard, you must have seen the emperor before, right? What does he look like? Is he merely an old man past 50? Her words hinted at a subtle curiosity. Faced with Su Yahan's question, Xiaoqingze felt somewhat taken aback. He furrowed his brow and asked in bewilderment, you actually do not know the emperor's age? Are you not a citizen of the kingdom of Wuk? Su Yahan shook her head in denial and candidly replied, no, I am not from the kingdom of Wuk. Xiaoqingze's curiosity deepened, and he continued to inquire. If that is the case, then from where do you hail? He pondered the identity and background of the woman before him. Su Yahan smiled and replied, I am from country Z. Her tone was light and natural, devoid of any concealment. I see, Xiaoqingze murmured, seemingly striving to comprehend this unfamiliar land. He then curiously asked, so how did you come to this place? Su Yahan playfully winked and laughed. If I were to tell you that I fell from the sky, would you believe me? She anticipated that he would find such a claim absurd, but what transpired next completely surpassed her expectations. Without hesitation, Xiaoqingze nodded and said, I believe you. His gaze was resolute and sincere. Su Yahan widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, you actually believe it? You truly find such an outrageous thing credible? However, Xiaoqingze merely smiled faintly and softly replied, yes, I believe everything you say. Had he not previously heard the national advisor mention that there would be a visitor from beyond the heavens, he would have found it difficult to accept such a fantastical notion, but since the advisor had already foretold it, he chose to trust this woman before him without reservation. Perhaps she truly was the legendary guest from the skies. What a fortuitous encounter! Not long ago, a strategist had emerged at the border, and now, such an extraordinary woman was so close at hand in the capital. One could not help but wonder where the other celestial visitor might be. Perhaps concealed in some unknown land beyond the fief, awaiting discovery. This woman was indeed a blessing for the kingdom of Wuk, and if she could be welcomed into the palace for protection and hospitality, it would surely bode well for the country's fortunes. Su Yahan had never anticipated that Xiaoqingze would so readily believe her words. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, astonishment and doubt intertwined with tension and anticipation. A tumult of feelings washing over her like a tide. Su Dongjia, here is yesterday's ledger, please have a look. The two conversing were abruptly interrupted by an intruder, the accountant of the Su family, who approached reverently, holding a thick ledger. Su Yahan's eyes lit up. As the daughter of a wealthy family, her interest in finances was naturally profound, particularly adept with accounts. She extended her hand without hesitation and said, "Let me see it," signaling the accountant to explain the specifics. The accountant promptly replied, "Yes, Dongjia," carefully handing the ledger to Su Yahan. However, Xiaoqingzi, standing nearby, showed no intention of leaving, seemingly unaware that he had interrupted their account review. Su Yahan inwardly muttered to herself, "Why is this young Master Huang so lacking in awareness? Can he not see that I need to focus on the accounts right now? How shameless of him to linger here." Since he seemed oblivious, she decided to dismiss him directly. "Young Master Huang, if you have no pressing matters, should you not excuse yourself? I must attend to the account with the accountant and truly cannot afford to entertain guests at this moment. I hope you will not take offense." Faced with such a blunt request for him to leave, Xiaoqingzi was momentarily taken aback. Being dismissed by a woman for the first time left him feeling quite displeased, even somewhat humiliated. After all, as a dignified monarch, how could he tolerate such rudeness? Yet, upon reflection, he decided it was of little consequence. This woman was unaware of his true identity, otherwise she would not dare to act so presumptuously. With this thought, his mood slightly eased, though he still felt a sense of frustration. "Miss Su, I have an idea." Xiaoqingzi gazed at the bright and charming woman before him, reluctant to take his leave. "Oh, what idea?" Su Yahan raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqingzi slowly spoke, "Miss Su, your youth and the vastness of your family business are indeed admirable. However, with such prominence comes the risk of attracting the attention of those with ill intentions. Speak plainly, there is no need for circumlocution. I am a straightforward person and detest beating around the bush." Su Yahan interrupted, her tone resolute. Xiaoqingzi smiled slightly, thinking that this Miss Su was indeed exceptional, and thus he got straight to the point. "Miss Su, I wish to invest in Yihong Courtyard. From now on, the safety of Yihong Courtyard will be entrusted to my people. I assure you, no one within the borders of what will dare to cause trouble here. What do you think?" In truth, he was acting out of necessity. His treasury was already depleted and he urgently needed funds to fill the void. Reflecting on this, Xiaoqingzi could not help but lament how arduous it was to be an emperor. For the sake of his people's well-being and the stability of the realm, he found himself in a more dire financial situation than even the minor officials. Should this become public knowledge, it would surely turn him into a laughingstock among other nations. Su Yahan furrowed her brow, falling into deep contemplation. After careful consideration, she had to concede that Yihong Courtyard, as the man had stated, lacked a powerful background or support. The previous time she had managed to deceive the county magistrate had been pure luck. She had artfully misled him into believing that Yihong Courtyard had backing. However, should anyone conduct even a slight investigation, the truth would be easily revealed. She had no backing whatsoever. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, and being too conspicuous would inevitably invite jealousy and covetousness from others. Now she not only intended to continue expanding Yihong Courtyard but also planned to open a beauty salon. This would undoubtedly draw even more attention toward her. One must never underestimate the jealousy of others, especially in ancient society. Without solid support, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Are you planning to use this money to raise an army and rebel, seeking to usurp the throne for yourself? Su Yahan could not help but retort with a touch of sarcasm. It was hard to blame her for being suspicious. After all, the emperor had taken away her beloved, and it was only natural for her to harbor resentment. Surely, deep down, he still held feelings for that woman. Otherwise, why would he remain in the palace? Perhaps it was simply a desire to be closer to his heart's desire. Yet, this man was not a virtuous character. Despite having a beloved, he still engaged with her. Truly, men are often driven by their baser instincts, unable to control their desires. "I have no intention of rebellion." Xiaoqingzi could not help but chuckle, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration at the woman's leap in reasoning. He merely wished to bolster the national treasury, yet she had drawn such a wild conclusion. He mused inwardly, "I am the emperor. That is good. If he truly harbored rebellious intentions, allowing him to participate would make him a partner, thereby making it difficult for him to escape the consequences later. After all, I certainly do not wish to endure imprisonment." "So Miss Su, what are your thoughts on our potential collaboration?" Xiaoqingzi asked earnestly. "I think it sounds acceptable, as long as you can ensure that my Yihong Courtyard flourishes and sails smoothly from now on. I would consider allowing you to invest," Su Yahan replied, her eyes twinkling. "However, since you wish to invest, you naturally need to contribute some real silver. How about this, 1 million taels, and I will grant you 50% of the shares?" Su Yahan blinked, presenting her terms. 1 million taels. Xiaoqingzi's eyes widened in shock. He inwardly lamented, for he simply did not possess such wealth. In truth, this emperor was in dire financial straits, had he not been at his wits' end. He would never have contemplated partnering with Su Yahan. "You have no money? Do you plan to obtain something for nothing?" Su Yahan's expression darkened instantly, her voice tinged with clear displeasure. Xiaoqingzi hurriedly explained, I truly did not bring much silver with me this time, but I have no intention of deceiving you. How about this? I have 50,000 taels, which I can offer as a deposit for now. Would you be willing to make an exception? As he spoke, Xiaoqingze felt a twinge of guilt, for this 50,000 taels was ill-gotten gains from when he had raided the county magistrate's estate. Now that the money was mostly spent, it seemed he would need to seek an opportunity to gamble some more in hopes of winning back a bit of silver. After a moment's hesitation, Yahan ultimately agreed. Very well, you must return the remaining 950,000 taels to me within 3 days. Thereafter, the profits can be distributed according to the agreed ratio. Deal, it's settled. Xiaoqingze breathed a sigh of relief. Having witnessed Yahan's talent in generating profit, he was confident that he would quickly recoup his investment. As long as he can successfully manage the lucrative enterprise of a home courtyard. It is believed that it won't be long before his long-empty treasury is replenished. Upon this thought, a flicker of excitement flashed in Xiaoqingze's eyes. Chapter 81, The Emperor's Misery. After Chun Tao escorted the two ladies back, Yahan softly called out, "Chun Tao, please bring the account books to my room and arrange them there." At this moment, Xiaoqingze was not yet a formal shareholder, considering the sensitivity of the accounts. Yahan decided to wait until he departed before reconciling the accounts with the accountant. As you wish, Miss Su, Chun Tao replied, carefully cradling the account books as she departed, watching Chun Tao's figure gradually fade. Yahan turned to old Liu and said, "Old Liu, you may take your leave as well." "Very well, I shall take my leave," the accountant old Liu replied respectfully, bowing as he slowly exited the courtyard. At this moment, only Yahan and Xiaoqingze remained seated across from one another. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, causing Yahan to feel a tinge of embarrassment. After all, that night had been fueled by wine, leading to an intimate encounter with the man before her, and now, with a clear mind, sitting opposite him made her feel somewhat uneasy. Xiaoqingze, too, sensed Yahan's discomfort. However, he had no time to indulge in romantic sentiments. The most pressing matter at hand was how to raise the substantial sum of 950,000 taels of silver. Only by successfully becoming a shareholder could he realize his greater ambitions and aspirations. To him, everything in this world was under his control, including the captivating woman seated before him. Whether Yahan would enter the palace was not solely her decision, for this realm and its fortunes were his to command. If he were to pursue the most lucrative means of livelihood, it was undoubtedly gambling. At that moment, Xiaoqingze inquired, "Miss Su, do you wish to join me at the mahjong table for a friendly match?" Yahan responded, "That sounds delightful, and now that my affairs are settled, I could use some leisurely entertainment." However, this young Master Huan was indeed a mahjong virtuoso. During their last game, she had lost several hundred taels to him. The other two players fared even worse, losing nearly 10,000 taels without winning a single round. Despite their losses, they wore smiles, showing no signs of regret over the money spent. After all, with a husband in government service, why should they worry about profits? Yahan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, sighing, "The emperor truly is a pitiable figure." Xiaoqingze, intrigued, asked, "What prompts you to express such sentiments, Miss Su? How foolish must the emperor be to permit such a multitude of corrupt officials to flourish unchecked?" Xiaoqingze's expression shifted slightly as he pressed, "And how do you come by this information, Miss Su? The son of that governor and the son of the minister can easily produce over 10,000 taels of silver. It is evident that such wealth must be the result of corruption and bribery." Yahan retorted, "Regardless of time and place, the world is rife with those who engage in embezzlement and abuse of power. However, some of these cunning and crafty individuals operate with such concealment that their misdeeds are not easily detected." "Indeed, Miss Su, your insight is remarkable," the onlookers remarked, astounded by the boldness of this extraordinary woman. Yet, upon reflection, since she had been hailed as a blessing by the national teacher, perhaps she truly possessed exceptional qualities that could assist him. "How do you propose we capture all these corrupt officials in one net?" a voice inquired, furrowing its brow, seemingly dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. To capture them all in one net, you are rather naive, the man referred to as Miss Su chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Why is that?" The questioner looked at him, evidently confused by the deeper meaning behind his words. With a deep sigh, Miss Su explained, "As long as the human heart harbors greed, corrupt officials will always exist. If you eliminate one today, another will take his place tomorrow. Who can guarantee that the newly appointed officials will not succumb to the same temptations?" Upon hearing this, the individual fell into contemplation, murmuring, "Is there truly no way to remedy this?" "Of course, there are methods," Miss Su reassured, "but completely eradicating the issue is no easy task. However, certain measures can serve as effective deterrents. After all, if corrupt officials could be easily disposed of, there would be no need for specialized anti-corruption teams. Oh, what insights do you possess?" Xiaoqingze perked up, eagerly inquiring. Point 1. Implement a supervision system. Establish dedicated supervisory bodies such as the censorate and the Board of Punishments, responsible for overseeing the conduct of officials. These institutions can report and impeach officials suspected of corruption. Point 2. Conduct financial audits. Regularly audit officials' financial conditions to check for any unusual wealth accumulation or financial irregularities. 3. Accept whistleblower reports. Encourage the public to report corrupt officials while providing protection and rewards for whistleblowers. 4. Investigate and gather evidence. The emperor would dispatch trusted aides or specialized investigative teams to gather evidence against suspected corrupt officials. Xiao Qingzi couldn't help but exclaim, "Brilliant, this plan is indeed ingenious." He thought to himself that if Miss Su were a man, he would undoubtedly advocate for her to enter the court as an official. With her intelligence and cunning, she could become a pillar of the state and serve the court diligently. However, even if Miss Su were a woman, it mattered not. After all, she was the auspicious star spoken of by the national teacher. And thus Xiao Qingzi was determined to have her enter the palace and be conferred as a consort. Setting aside the fact that he had already favored Su Yahan, the auspicious aura she embodied was enough to compel him to keep her by his side. At that moment, Su Yahan softly stated, "What is wrong with being a woman? Women can also shine brightly, perhaps even more so than men." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingzi found himself increasingly captivated by her uniqueness. Exclaiming, "Miss Su, you are truly exceptional and unlike anyone else. Surely this is what the national teacher meant by extraordinary." He gazed at Su Yahan, admiration and respect shimmering in his eyes, as if he were beholding a dazzling gem radiating brilliance. Enough of this. The governance of the state and the punishment of corrupt officials should be the emperor's concern, not ours. Let us return to our game of mahjong. After all, there would be no intersection between her and the emperor. The emperor, he thought, he is merely in his 30s. However, Xiao Qingzi felt it was his duty to correct this misconception. In truth, the current emperor is quite young, at the prime age of 30. And he cares deeply for his people, undoubtedly deserving of being called a wise ruler. A wise ruler, is that not even more tragic? Why do you say that? Xiao Qingzi questioned, for the first time hearing someone refer to the emperor with such pity. Su Yahan quietly elaborated, if he were truly a tyrannical ruler, he could simply indulge in pleasures in excess, living a carefree life without worries. Yet, you call him a wise ruler. This implies that he is destined for toil and hardship. Constantly laboring for the people's sake, because he is concerned for his subjects, he must always labor for their well-being, ensuring the nation's stability and peace, burdened with the weight of the realm. He must sacrifice himself, dedicating his heart and soul to the country. As the saying goes, those in high positions are often filled with concerns. Tell me, does such a man not deserve our sympathy? Indeed, Miss Su speaks the truth. He dedicates himself entirely to the country and its people. To have someone who understands his inner struggles is truly a blessing for him. Su Yahan, if you had not voiced this sentiment and expressed your reluctance to enter the palace, I might have considered sparing you. Alas, at this point, you shall not escape your fate of entering the palace. Enough of state affairs. Let us continue our game of mahjong. Su Yahan said, "Very well." Xiao Qingzi gazed at Su Yahan with fervent intensity. Chapter 82, Special Training. Several days later, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air inside the vast military camp to the northwest. Tranquility reigned. Within a spacious and tidy tent, Liao Yunfang was reveling in the comfort and relaxation brought by her bath. For a woman in ancient times, each monthly cycle was a torment. In this era, there were neither modern sanitary pads nor other more convenient feminine products. In dire straits, she could only resort to cloth strips to cope with those troublesome days. For days now, Liao Yunfang had remained quietly in her tent, not daring to step outside. One reason was her poor physical condition, but more importantly, she was genuinely afraid of encountering Yahan, the man with an acute sense of smell. Seemingly able to perceive everything, she feared that if he detected the scent of blood on her, he would insist on inspecting the so-called wound, at which point her carefully concealed true identity would be exposed. Hong Yi had been tending to her in the inner chamber these past few days, the only person besides the military doctor who knew Liao Yunfang's true identity as a woman. Initially astonished upon hearing this, Hong Yi gradually accepted the reality over the days, although the revelation that the military doctor is a woman extinguishes any romantic feelings she may have harbored. It does not diminish her profound respect for this astute strategist. "Hong Yi, you have truly endured much hardship these days," Liao Yunfang remarked softly, observing the industrious Hong Yi as she busily organized their surroundings. "The strategist is too kind. This is merely the duty of a servant. To alleviate your burdens is my utmost honor," Hong Yi replied with humility. "I am now fully recovered. Please gather all the women in the open area. From today onward, we shall commence training in other disciplines." "Does this mean we no longer need to continue running?" Hong Yi inquired eagerly. "No, there is no need. You have all been running for over 10 consecutive days. Which is sufficient. It is now time to arrange special training for you," Liao Yunfang stated with unwavering resolve. "Very well, I shall go summon them at once," Hong Yi said, unable to contain her excitement. With 10 days passed since the wager, only 20 days remain until the competition, and the thought filled her with anticipation. Should they emerge victorious, they could escape the life of military concubines, yet a shadow of fear loomed within her. Dreading the endless darkness that would follow failure, dressed in splendid attire, Liao Yunfang appeared on the training ground with an air of commanding elegance. "From today onwards, I shall initiate specialized training for you. With the goal of transforming each of you into elite soldiers, first, let us understand what training is required of special forces. The training typically encompasses several key aspects. 1. High-intensity physical training, engaging in long-distance running, swimming, and weight-bearing exercises to enhance endurance and strength. 2. Weaponry and tactical training, mastering the use of various weapons and learning tactical techniques such as stealth, sniping, and close combat. 3. Survival training, acquiring wilderness survival skills, including foraging, shelter construction, and orienteering. 4. Psychological resilience training, undergoing stress resistance training and simulating combat scenarios to fortify mental endurance and adaptability. 5. Team cooperation training, cultivating teamwork and collaboration through various group tasks and simulated combat. 6. Intelligence gathering and analysis training, learning methods of collecting and analyzing intelligence to support operational decisions. 7. Simulated combat training, participating in highly realistic mock battles to enhance combat experience and responsiveness. These specialized trainings are often conducted in harsh environments to mimic real combat scenarios. Special forces must possess unwavering willpower, exceptional physical fitness, and specialized skills to excel in such rigorous training. Your time is running perilously short. You have but 20 days remaining. Within this exceedingly limited time frame, you must cultivate extraordinary perseverance to accomplish tasks that seem insurmountable. Tell me, can you achieve this? Yes, the female soldiers responded in unison, their voices clear and resolute. Louder, have you not eaten? Liao Yunfang bellowed. Yes, this time, the response echoed like thunder, resonating through the air with tremendous force. Excellent, in that case, I shall rest easy. Liao Yunfang nodded in satisfaction and continued, to better equip you with close combat techniques, I have prepared a set of wooden daggers and combat strategy manuals and now come forward to collect your weapons. Yes, strategist, the soldiers replied in unison, quickly advancing to select weapons that suited them once everyone had chosen their preferred arms. Liao Yunfang took a deep breath and called out, "All right, training begins." In an instant, the previously silent training ground erupted into fervent activity, marking the commencement of an intense close-quarters combat training session. Yahan gazed at the spirited and radiant Liao Yunfang before him, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. His heart raced with growing tension and unease, as if a restless deer were bounding within his chest. 4 days, Yahan had endeavored to evade his true feelings. He feared confronting the reality that, as a man, he had developed feelings for another man. This sentiment left him bewildered and terrified, unsure of how to navigate such emotions. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not suppress the yearning for Liao Yunfang that lingered deep within his heart. In the past few days, he had intentionally avoided encounters with the strategist, but his longing surged like an unrelenting tide, nearly driving him to madness. Now, seeing Liao Yunfang again, Yahan felt a slight easing of his distress, though his emotions remained tumultuous. It dawned upon him with a bitter clarity, he had become ensnared in an endless whirlpool, and no amount of struggle could free him. An invisible force bound him tighter, dragging him deeper into despair. Once, he may have held on to a glimmer of hope for escape, but now that seemed a mere illusion. He felt despair and helplessness, aware that he had reached a point of no return, resigned to the whims of fate. He was utterly lost. Chapter 83, Inquiry General. The strategist's training methods are indeed distinctive. If sustained over time, I believe this group of female soldiers will surely surpass their limits and ascend to greater heights, Yu Ling said joyfully, observing the women training while addressing the general beside him. He had assumed that the general's focus would align with the strategist's unique methods, but this was not the case. Throughout this moment, the general's gaze had remained fixed on the commanding figure of the strategist. Yahan felt a tumult of emotions within, as if two voices were locked in fierce debate. The darker voice urged him on, "Go for it, there is nothing to hesitate about, drag that strategist into this emotional vortex and share in the descent." Yet simultaneously the lighter voice countered with righteous conviction, "Absolutely not, as the general of Wuqi nation you bear a heavy responsibility and are a role model for many. If you truly fall for another man, how will you command respect in the future?" The darker voice retorted defiantly, "Why should you concern yourself with others' opinions? For years, he has achieved great feats for our nation, and now he merely seeks a beloved. Can he not even pursue the freedom of love?" The lighter voice immediately shot back, "Even so, both of you are men, how can you hope to bear offspring? The Yi family has but you as its sole heir. Can you bear to see your lineage extinguished and your family name fade into obscurity? When that time comes, how will you face your ancestors, faced with such intense inner conflict and turmoil?" Yahan felt a pounding headache, overwhelmed with pain. "Ning Kuan, what are you sneaking around for?" Yu Ling suddenly called out, halting Ning Kuan, who was about to slip away. Ning Kuan was startled, instinctively lowering his head. He thought to himself, "This uncle is utterly oblivious. I may be flirting with the general, but must he meddle? Does he not realize that the general and the strategist are already entangled? If he did not secure the general's affections soon, what would become of him?" Recalling the tribulations of the past few days, Ning Kuan felt utterly disheartened. In just a brief span, he had been punished by the general to wash foul-smelling socks twice over trivial matters. Oh heavens, why was his fate so cruel? At this moment, he wished to avoid the general's face entirely, fearing that one misstep would lead to yet another sock-washing sentence. He had endured enough of that torment. Ning Kuan felt on the verge of breaking down, consumed by a state of frantic despair. Meanwhile, Yahan had already taken note of Ning Kuan. He gazed at the quaking figure before him with an icy stare. Internally vexed that it was all this fool's fault for gossiping, Ning Kuan could feel his scalp prickling, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his voice trembling as he addressed the general. General. Yahan's cold gaze swept over him, responding with a mere hum. He then turned to Yuling and said, Yuling, please step aside. I have matters to discuss with Ning Kuan. His tone was calm, yet the authority imbued within it was undeniable. Yuling respectfully bowed and quietly withdrew, leaving Ning Kuan to face the imposing general alone. Yes, General, Yuling speculated, wondering if his nephew had once again gotten into trouble. Inciting the general's displeasure, alas, this child was far too mischievous. He could only hope for his well-being. At this moment, Ning Kuan cast a terrified glance at Yuling, silently pleading for help, but Yuling merely shrugged, indicating his own helplessness. Before turning to leave, General, you wouldn't be thinking of making me wash those stinky socks again, would you? Could we not consider a different form of punishment? Ning Kuan asked, trembling all over. This general has other plans. As long as you answer my questions truthfully, not only will you be spared from punishment, but you shall also receive generous rewards, the general declared with an air of authority. Hearing this, Ning Kuan inwardly lamented. As for rewards, I would rather forego them. I only wish to avoid punishment. He quickly replied, please, General, feel free to ask. I shall answer all to the best of my ability. What is your opinion on those who have a penchant for male companionship? The general suddenly posed such a question. Ning Kuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the general had the audacity to pose such a question? Was it possible that the general no longer intended to conceal his affection for men? Did he harbor a particular fondness for his uncle, or perhaps the strategist? Ning Kuan's mind was flooded with unanswered questions, yet he dared not voice them. The more one speaks, the more one errs. However, the general's inquiry warranted a thoughtful response. In my humble opinion, one should regard the affection between Long Yang and his beloved with a foundation of respect, equality, and understanding, devoid of discrimination or prejudice. Each individual ought to possess the right to freely choose their sexual orientation, which in no way diminishes their character, worth, or abilities. Those who cherish Long Yang should enjoy equal rights and opportunities, just as anyone else. At that moment, Yahan, who had previously worn a furrowed brow, gradually relaxed, akin to a flower bud unfurling in the gentle spring breeze, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Ning Kuan closely observed Yahan's change in expression, and upon witnessing the easing of his brow, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his words had resonated with the general's innermost thoughts. Yet, just then, Yahan suddenly inquired, what if one person possesses a peculiar preference while another harbors no such inclination? What then? Upon hearing this question, Ning Kuan couldn't help but internally ponder, is it not the general himself who possesses such a peculiar preference? And clearly the strategist shows no interest in such matters. After all, it had become quite the open secret that the lady in red had been spending her nights in the strategist's quarters for several consecutive days. Faced with this thorny dilemma, Ning Kuan found himself at a loss for how to respond. He felt cornered, as if sitting on pins and needles. On one side stood the powerful general, and on the other, his esteemed superior. No matter which perspective he considered, it seemed impossible to find a mutually agreeable answer. Alas, how could I be so unfortunate? Ning Kuan lamented inwardly. This truly has me at an impasse. What if I end up being punished to wash foul-smelling socks? Sob. The mere thought of such a harsh punishment left Ning Kuan utterly despondent. Chapter 84. Coercive seizure. What is my question so difficult to answer? Yahan fixed a cold gaze upon the individual before him, his expression dark and brooding as if it could drip with water. The man internally cried out in despair. It was not merely difficult to answer, it was an existential question. A single misstep could potentially provoke the capricious wrath of the general. If you cannot answer, then go wash socks for me. Yahan's voice was devoid of emotion. No, General, I truly do not wish to wash socks again, the man pleaded with a pained expression. Then answer my question appropriately, Yahan stated with an impassive demeanor. Yes, General, what choice did he have? After all, he was indeed the general. Rank has its privileges. The man sighed inwardly, thinking it best to placate the general for now. Perhaps you could first inquire whether the other party also has an affinity for men. But what if he does not? Yahan pressed relentlessly. Then find a way to make him like it. The man replied, mustering his courage. What method might that entail? Are you suggesting coercive seizure? Yahan raised an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on his lips as he regarded him. Ning Kuan was left speechless. He had never suggested employing such a tactic. It was evidently the general's own misguided notion. Observing the thoughtful expression on the general's face, he suddenly grew concerned for his superior. Should he perhaps offer a word of caution? Silence. So you agree with my approach? Yahan chuckled triumphantly at Ning Kuan's silence. General, I did not. Ning Kuan's face became a mask of bitterness, on the verge of tears, just as he was about to clarify when the general waved him off. Enough, no need to elaborate. I am quite satisfied with your suggestion. However, I must warn you to keep your mouth shut. Should you dare to speak carelessly and cause a ruckus, I shall ensure you spend the rest of your days amidst that stench of socks. The general threatened with a menacing glare. Faced with such an unreasonable and tyrannical general, Ning Kuan felt a torrent of grievances and anger swell within him, yet he remained powerless, unable to voice his frustrations. After all, rank can indeed crush a person. Moreover, this individual was his immediate superior. In truth, this matter had little to do with Ning Kuan. It was clearly a harebrained idea conceived by the general. And now he shamelessly shifted the blame onto him, forcing him to bear the brunt of it. This realization Ning Kuan couldn't help but inwardly lament. This general is truly devious. Well, since the matter is settled, you are dismissed. Begone, the general impatiently ordered. Upon hearing this, Ning Kuan felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He nodded vigorously in acquiescence and swiftly turned to leave. He did not wish to linger a moment longer with this cunning general. Every second felt like a torment. The general wore an expression of assured triumph, as if victory were already in his grasp. Even as an onlooker, Ning Kuan felt a chill of apprehension. Were he to dare obstruct the general's plans, there was no doubt the general would not easily forgive him. He wrestled with his thoughts, debating whether he should caution his superior to exercise caution regarding the general. The situation was truly exasperating. Ning Kuan felt himself on the brink of madness, cornered by the general's relentless pressure. As he traversed the path, he remained on the verge of mental collapse, his mind clouded. In his distracted state, he collided forcefully with the portly who, however, to his astonishment, who stood his ground unfazed, while Ning Kuan felt the sting of pain and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ouch, who have you lost your sight? How could you walk without looking where you're going? Clearly you were the one who barreled into me without regard for your surroundings, and now you have the audacity to deflect blame." Who retorted, his teeth gritted, poised for a confrontation. It is well known that who has a fiery temper and should not be provoked lightly. Realizing he was in the wrong, Ning Kuan quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. "Ah, who, my good fellow, please do not hold this against me. I was simply overwhelmed with anxiety and spoke thoughtlessly. I beg you to forgive me this once." In truth, who had no genuine desire to strike Ning Kuan, as they were comrades in the same army, united under the same leader, akin to brothers. Therefore, it was better to resolve matters amicably, turning conflict into harmony. "What could possibly be troubling you? The strategist is our leader, and your uncle is the right vanguard. What is there to be worried about?" Who inquired, puzzled. "It's a long story," Ning Kuan began, but then hesitated, instinctively covering his mouth, fearful of inadvertently revealing too much. He understood all too well that if the general learned the truth, his fate would be dire. Who, eager for information, pressed, "You two have noticed that the general has been acting strangely lately, right?" Ning Kuan, in a panic, retorted, "I have said nothing." Who anxiously glanced around to ensure no one else was present before lowering his voice. "Let me share a secret, but you must not tell a soul. A few nights ago, I saw the general awake late into the night, fixated on the strategist's tent. It was quite a chilling sight." "What, you witnessed this firsthand?" Ning Kuan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that indeed, there are no secrets that remain hidden. The general's actions were far too conspicuous. Do you think the general desires the lady in red to attend to him? Why else would he be staring at the strategist's tent in the dead of night? Who speculated, convinced of his theory. Ning Kuan was left speechless, inwardly cursing the fool for such assumptions. The general was evidently envious of the strategist's affection for the lady in red. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. No one would likely connect the general's feelings for the strategist. Think what you will. Though he knew the truth, Ning Kuan could not divulge it to Huasai. "It has been ages since I savored the taste of meat. These women now seem even more alluring," Who mused, eyeing the female soldiers training nearby, drooling with greed as if he longed to claim them for himself. Meanwhile, Ning Kuan felt utterly bewildered by Hu's remarks. "Really, I see no notable difference. They appear to be just ordinary faces, nothing special at all." In truth, Ning Kuan had always been somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. He had yet to experience any romantic encounters. However, his first had been with the woman named Hong Yi, yet now time had passed, and Hong Yi had become the new favorite of their leader. Ning Kuan knew all too well that he must harbor no improper thoughts about her. Noticing Ning Kuan's lack of response, Who lost interest in continuing the debate, thinking it futile to engage with such a dense individual. It was far more worthwhile to quietly admire the beauties around them. At this very moment, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth, rendering the already parched ground unbearably hot. However, the brave and resilient female soldiers were not defeated by the harsh weather. They continued to train vigorously on the training ground, perspiring profusely, unwavering in their resolve, inscribing their own youthful chapters with tenacity and perseverance. After a long and arduous day of training, Liao Yunfang and the female soldiers were utterly exhausted. Their bodies drained of energy, their sweat soaked their garments, leaving them feeling as though they had been entirely depleted. "Hong Yi, you need not attend to me today, you two have toiled for long enough. Please go and rest, Liao Yunfang gently instructed Hong Yi.Asu command. My lord, Hong Yi replied, equally fatigued, feeling as if she might fall apart after a full day of training. At this moment, Yahan stood quietly outside the tent. Observing everything, when he saw Hong Yi emerge, the weight that had been pressing upon his heart finally lifted. Liao Yunfang entered the tent, slowly shedding her heavy garments, preparing to immerse herself in a bath to wash away the weariness that enveloped her. A fragrant aroma wafted through the tent, and her figure became ethereal amidst the steam. Water droplets cascaded down her slender neck, softly grazing her collarbone. As if playing a heavenly melody, she gracefully stretched her body. The water gliding over her delicate arms like silk, smooth and supple, tiny bubbles danced upon her skin resembling an exquisite painting. Yahan lifted the tent flap and stepped inside, greeted by such a vivid and enchanting scene. He unconsciously swallowed hard. Liao Yunfang felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Calm down, I am fully submerged in water. Perhaps Yahan hasn't truly seen me, she thought. General, I am currently bathing, is it proper for you to gaze at me so? Liao Yunfang's voice carried a hint of annoyance and shyness. I was unaware that you were bathing, Yahan replied, his gaze still fixed firmly upon her, showing no intention of averting his eyes. Now that you are aware, could you perhaps turn away? Liao Yunfang's tone betrayed a trace of helplessness. No, Yahan coldly replied, taken aback by this answer. Liao Yunfang found herself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. After all, at this moment, she could not rise to expel Yahan. Could you please leave? Your presence here feels exceedingly strange and unnerving. Liao Yunfang attempted to maintain a calm demeanor, yet her tension was palpable. This general is not a creature that preys upon humans. Why would I be frightening? Yahan retorted with a slight smile. Though you may not be a monster, your gaze seems to strip me bare. Liao Yunfang mustered her courage to say, "Is it so pronounced?" Yahan murmured softly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Liao Yunfang's heart raced with increasing panic, for Yahan had not denied her implication. The meaning behind his words was unmistakable. Could it be that he harbored ulterior motives towards her? When did this begin? The strategist, so astute and perceptive, should understand what this general means. Yahan's gaze grew more intense, unwavering as it bore into Liao Yunfang's form within the water. No, I do not know. Liao Yunfang struggled to appear composed, yet her heart thundered, terrified to confront the situation at hand. She simply could not withstand such pressure. Then let this general tell you, I have taken a liking to you. Yahan enunciated each word slowly and clearly, as if intending to imprint this declaration deeply within Liao Yunfang's heart. Having acknowledged his feelings for her, he wished to no longer delay, as he preferred to express his intentions directly rather than await a gradual unfolding of emotions. General, please do not jest, this is hardly amusing. After all, we are two men. Liao Yunfang attempted to diffuse the awkward tension with laughter, yet her heart was increasingly unsettled. And so what? This general is indeed fond of you, regardless of gender, status, or any other factor that might alter my affections. Yahan's face bore an expression of unwavering sincerity. In a world filled with men, why have you chosen me? What merits do I possess that would draw your interest? Liao Yunfang inquired, her eyes wide with confusion. Unable to fathom why such an illustrious general would take note of her, this general cares not for others, only for you. Yahan confessed earnestly. As for the reason, perhaps only fate knows, but if a reason must be found, it may simply be that it is destined. While he could easily have pursued other women, he had chosen to remain devoted to Liao Yunfang alone. Yahan took measured steps closer to Liao Yunfang, each step imbued with determination and resolve. Liao Yunfang, in a state of utter disarray, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Do not come any closer." At this moment, she was completely unclothed, although surrounded by water. The closer he came, the more visible her state became. This predicament left her feeling utterly helpless. General, please remain calm. We can discuss matters rationally, do not act impulsively. Ning Kuan, unable to suppress his inner turmoil, could no longer stand idly by. He could not bear the thought of his leader, a true man of valor, being subjected to such treatment by the general. The potential consequences were unfathomable, thus he felt compelled to avert such a tragedy from unfolding. Ning Kuan, where have you been? I specifically instructed you to guard outside and allow no one to enter. How dare you defy my orders? Liao Yunfang reprimanded Ning Kuan, her anger palpable if faced with Liao Yunfang's ire. Ning Kuan bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze, and could only offer a subdued apology. Leader, I am sorry. It is my fault, I have neglected my duty. Yet at that moment, Yahan's attention was firmly fixed on Ning Kuan. Softly calling out, "Ning Kuan, not oh no, this is disastrous." Ning Kuan thought ruefully. It was clear to him that the general had now set his sights on him. Why must I be so unfortunate? He lamented internally. Get out, who permitted you to intrude here? Yahan's form flickered, standing like an insurmountable mountain at the entrance, obstructing Ning Kuan's inquisitive gaze. After all, this was a time when the strategist was bathing. How could anyone else dare to intrude? Did Ning Kuan wish to court death by being so disrespectful? General, please allow me to leave with you. Ning Kuan took a deep breath, summoning his courage. In any case, it's better to meet a tragic end than to allow my leader to fall into the clutches of this demonic general. Yahan understood that he had made his intentions clear to Liao Yunfang and that all that remained was to allow her time for contemplation. However, he was resolute. He would not accept Liao Yunfang's rejection. Mutual dissent was the only path forward. Once Ning Kuan and Yahan departed, Liao Yunfang, hidden within the bath, finally dared to rise. Suddenly, a startled gasp echoed throughout the room. Moments later, a loud splash resounded. Overcome with fright, Liao Yunfang's legs weakened, and she tumbled heavily into the water. Hearing the commotion inside, Yahan swiftly sprang into action, immobilizing Ning Kuan to prevent him from moving. He then dashed into the room like a gust of wind. After all, if Ning Kuan were to re-enter and witness something he should not, Yahan would not hesitate to gouge out his eyes. Yahan quickly pulled Liao Yunfang from the water. In that instant, their gazes locked. Liao Yunfang's face flushed with fury, veins bulging on her forehead as she shouted, "Yahan, get out right now." At that moment, Yahan was utterly stunned, his eyes fixated on Liao Yunfang, entirely naked and unadorned, as if he had been turned to stone, rendered motionless. "You dare to keep looking? Get away from me." Liao Yunfang, humiliated and enraged, raised her hand to slap Yahan. However, instead of showing anger, Yahan burst into laughter. "Ha, only now do I realize that the strategist who has fought alongside me, devising plans, is actually a woman." More importantly, he felt a sense of relief, for he bore no prejudice against women, and the one he admired happened to be female. "I shall step out for a moment and return shortly," Yahan said with a smile. "Get as far away as possible. Never set foot in here again." Liao Yunfang shouted in fury. "Very well, I shall visit again tomorrow," Yahan replied, utterly elated, as if enveloped in a warm spring breeze. Filled with happiness and contentment, upon leaving the tent, Yahan specifically instructed Ning Kuan, "From now on, none of you are to enter the strategist's tent. Guard it well and ensure that no one enters. Do you understand? If anyone were to contravene the regulations, I would condemn them to a lifetime of washing socks. Do you understand?" Yahan coldly warned. "Asu command, General." Ning Kuan gazed at the general, who was in high spirits and walked with a light step, and could not help but sigh deeply, thinking to himself, "It's over. The integrity of the leader is compromised." At this moment, Liao Yunfang lay quietly on her bed, dressed neatly, but her mind was tumultuous like a raging tide. Yahan had already discovered her true gender identity, and from his demeanor, it appeared that he harbored a special affection for her. Regardless of whether she was male or female, faced with such a predicament, Liao Yunfang felt utterly lost, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Should she accept Yahan's feelings? This question plunged her, a novice in matters of love, into profound confusion. She was at a loss, her heart a whirlwind of contradictions and entanglements. On one hand, she harbored some fondness for Yahan, but on the other hand, she feared that this relationship might bring trouble or harm to both of them. Throughout the long night, Liao Yunfang tossed and turned, unable to find rest. She contemplated various potential outcomes, striving to devise the most suitable resolution. However, each choice seemed fraught with unknown risks, leaving her indecisive. As time passed, her mood grew increasingly heavy, as if a colossal stone were pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 87. The general's fawning attention as night deepened. A gentle breeze stirred, and the rustling leaves whispered like nature's own murmurs. Liao Yunfang was in torment, while Yahan was too exhilarated to sleep. His affections lay with women, rendering all other concerns trivial. What has the general done again? Why is he practicing swordplay in the middle of the night? The sentries Liuzi and Baijinawa gazed from a distance at Yahan, who was wielding a spear alone in the darkness, their faces etched with confusion. "I have no idea," Liuzi lamented, spreading his hands in exasperation. "The general's thoughts are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean." Indeed, with merely 20 days remaining until the wager, Baijinawa anxiously inquired, "Do you think the group of female soldiers trained by our leader has any chance of winning?" "I fear the situation does not bode well," Liuzi replied, setting aside the inherent physical disparities between men and women. "Those female soldiers are all pampered young ladies, unaccustomed to hardship. To expect them to triumph over seasoned warriors like us in just a month is nothing short of delusional. Is this not a blatant humiliation?" Liuzi complained indignantly. "Yet, I firmly believe our leader possesses the remarkable ability to turn the impossible into reality," Baijinawa asserted, his eyes gleaming with conviction. "Indeed, our leader is exceptional, a paragon of strength. The soldiers he trains are bound to be the elite among elites. What do you suppose would happen if the female soldiers were to win this contest? How would the general punish the defeated male soldiers? Perhaps he would make them wash socks," Baijinawa jested. Washing socks isn't that Ning Kuan's specialty?" Liuzi burst into laughter. The night was filled with the unique call of birds, adding an air of mystery. At dawn, the sky remained shrouded in darkness as Yahan quietly awaited outside Liao Yunfang's door. When she stepped out, she immediately spotted the familiar figure of Yahan, who stood there with a radiant smile. "I specially cooked this egg for you," Yahan warmly offered the item in his hand. It was his first time preparing eggs for someone, and he found the experience quite pleasant. Liao Yunfang replied, "Offering gifts without reason is either a sign of treachery or theft." Yahan quickly clarified, These eggs were gathered by me during the night from the mountains, rich in nutrition specifically for you. He thought to himself. Liao Yunfang was far too frail, surviving solely on thin gruel. How could she be healthy? I must find a way to ensure she consumes more nourishment. A bit of weight would make it more comfortable to hold her in the future. Regrettably, I failed to catch a mountain chicken last night. But I shall venture into the woods again today to procure some plump ones to stew for her. You actually ventured into the mountains in the dead of night to find eggs? Liao Yunfang exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if confronted with a fool. Yahan chuckled. I merely wished to help nourish you. After practicing my spear technique last night, I felt wide awake, so I thought I might as well take a trip. Liao Yunfang silently accepted the egg, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Since it was offered, it would be unreasonable to refuse. After all, having something to eat was better than going hungry to in this military camp. The daily fare was woefully bland, lacking any flavor. Each day consisted of thin rice porridge and a few simple side dishes, making one nearly gag from the monotony. This lifestyle was utterly tiresome. However, when Yahan saw Liao Yunfang consume the egg he had given her, a subtle smile graced his lips, suggesting a deeper meaning behind it. Why are you smiling? Are you not aware of how handsome you are? Such unabashed laughter. Who are you trying to entice? Liao Yunfang mused inwardly. Is it tasty? Quite delightful, Liao Yunfang replied, her words muffled as she chewed. Her cheeks were stuffed, giving her an adorably comical appearance. Yahan couldn't help but smile at her. Finding her increasingly intriguing, he reached out to gently wipe away the crumbs at the corner of her mouth, then licked his fingers as if savoring the remnants. These eggs are indeed delicious. Yahan remarked. Liao Yunfang was taken aback by his sudden gesture, momentarily at a loss. Despite Yahan knowing her true identity, she was still dressed in male attire. Did he not fear being seen by others? Liao Yunfang quietly questioned herself, yet Yahan seemed entirely unconcerned with the gazes around them, as if the world consisted solely of the two of them. In his heart, he had already determined that Liao Yunfang was his one and only partner in life. Regardless of how she presented herself, she belonged to him. Moreover, he intended to announce to everyone that this astute strategist was henceforth his alone. Anyone harboring improper thoughts towards her would do well to abandon them swiftly. I must go train, Liao Yunfang hastily declared, rising to her feet and awkwardly fleeing the scene. She simply could not endure Yahan's ardent gaze and affectionate gestures. Each detail ignited a fire within her heart. Yahan watched her retreating figure, a smile of fondness playing at the corners of his mouth. He murmured to himself, all right, I shall catch some wild chickens and make you chicken soup tonight. At that moment, Yahan resembled a gentle husband reporting his whereabouts to his wife. This feeling left Liao Yunfang in a tumult of emotions. This man was too adept at charming others. And she feared she might unwittingly fall into his web. Tycoon watched the unfolding scene with wide eyes, filled with disbelief and anger. How could the general use food to win over their leader? This was utterly despicable and shameless. What irked Tycoon even more was his own desire to taste those delectable eggs. Why was no one willing to venture into the mountains for him? Did he not deserve such treatment? The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became, unable to restrain himself from muttering, why should only you enjoy the fine food? I want to eat too. Thus, with a resolute clench of his jaw, he decided to personally embark on a quest for eggs in the mountains. After all, as a man of honor, how could he be thwarted by mere eggs? With this thought, Tycoon set forth on his journey into the woods. Chapter 88. The general's fawning attention to the clouds in the sky appeared as if enchanted by the descending sun. Adorned in resplendent hues, deep crimson like a burning flame, soft pink resembling a bashful cheek, orange like ripe fruit, and pale yellow akin to gentle sunlight, this beautiful tapestry was utterly intoxicating, after a day of intense and fulfilling training. Liao Yunfang returned to her tent, her weary body dragging behind her. According to protocol, it was Fat Tiger's turn to stand guard today. The boss, upon seeing Liao Yunfang return, Fat Tiger immediately rushed forward, his face brimming with admiration. He secretly rejoiced that he had lost that bet to Liao Yunfang, as it had afforded him the opportunity to become her subordinate. To follow someone as formidable as her was a stroke of luck. Many longed to be under the guidance of the strategist, but not everyone had the privilege. Yet, Fat Tiger had secured such a rare chance through an unexpected twist of fate. Keep watch outside. I need to bathe and rest. No one is to enter, not even the general. Do you understand? Liao Yunfang instructed firmly, for the one she was most wary of was indeed Yahan. Yes, boss, you can rest assured. I will ensure that no one disturbs you, Fat Tiger vowed, his earnest demeanor increasingly resembling that of a character from an animated series. The crystal-clear water enveloped Liao Yunfang's graceful figure as she gently stirred the surface. Reveling in the moment's tranquility and comfort, meanwhile, outside, Yahan was engaged in conversation with Pang Hu. Where is the strategist? His tone betrayed a hint of urgency. Pang Hu replied respectfully, General, the strategist is currently bathing. He has specifically instructed that no one is to enter, not even you, General. Perhaps you could wait a moment until he finishes before visiting, Pang Hu cautiously observed Yahan, attempting to propose a mutually agreeable suggestion. After pondering for a moment, Yahan ultimately decided to heed Peng Hu's advice. Very well, I shall wait here for a while. With that, he stood silently, casting occasional glances at the closed door. This time, he refrained from his usual impulsive action of lifting the curtain and barging in. After all, he was well aware that Liao Yunfang was not only his strategist but also the woman with whom he wished to share his life. Thus, he aspired to leave her with a favorable impression, unwilling to jeopardize this beauty due to his own impetuosity. Inside, Liao Yunfang, having overheard their exchange, felt a tightening in her chest. She hastened her bathing, quickly donned her attire, and called out to the outside, "I am ready, you may come in." Yahan entered the room with a delicate food box in hand. Stepping lightly afresh from her bath, Liao Yunfang appeared as a water lily, exuding an ethereal charm with every smile and frown that captivated Yahan's gaze. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Liao Yunfang inquired softly, a hint of playful reproach in her voice. "Because you are beautiful, making it impossible to look away," Yahan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, his tender words sweet as honey to Liao Yunfang's ears. However, she did not respond to his compliment, her mind preoccupied with the increasingly intricate feelings she harbored for Yahan. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words, and perhaps it was the best answer. Yahan seemed to sense her thoughts and refrained from pressing further, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. "I have specially prepared a pot of chicken soup. Come taste it while it's hot." "You actually went to catch a mountain chicken?" Liao Yunfang asked in surprise. "Of course. I always keep my promises," Yahan replied as he placed the steaming chicken soup on the table and ladled out a bowl, the rich aroma instantly filling the room. The enticing scent made Liao Yunfang swallow discreetly. This did not escape Yahan's notice as he chuckled, "This is my first time cooking chicken soup. Come and see how it tastes." Faced with the visually appealing dish, Liao Yunfang finally set aside her reservations and took a delicate sip. The delightful flavor immediately spread across her palate, prompting a satisfied smile to bloom on her face. Chapter 89. The general reaffirms his intentions. "It's quite delicious," Liao Yunfang remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she generously praised the dish. "Could it be anything less? After all, this is the culmination of my repeated efforts, having succeeded after 3 previous failures. The first 2 attempts had gone awry due to excessive salt, yet none was wasted. Those overly salty soups and chicken had been shared with the soldiers in the kitchen, much to their benefit. Have you had any?" Liao Yunfang raised her gaze to Yahan, her tone soft. "Not yet," he replied honestly. "Then sit down and eat with me. I cannot finish all this alone," she suggested, shifting slightly to make space, thinking it impolite to have him merely stand by and watch her eat. "Very well." Yahan understood her intention, sitting down without hesitation and eagerly picking up a pair of chopsticks. As he ate, he mused aloud, the strategist must be concerned about this general going hungry, which is why she invited me to join her." The mountain chicken was indeed exquisitely delicious, and Yahan resolved to hunt more the next day to ensure Liao Yunfang's health and well-being. Having recognized Liao Yunfang as his future wife, he felt it was his duty to keep her well-fed and healthy. After all, a plump and rosy appearance is quite pleasing, is it not? If Liao Yunfang were to discover Yahan's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scold him, saying, "What woman in this world would desire a figure that is merely plump? Am I to be treated as livestock?" In truth, her figure was nothing short of perfect, standing at 5 feet 5 inches and weighing 100 pounds. Her curves were alluring and elegantly proportioned. As a dignified general, all you do is catch mountain chickens. "How leisurely you are," Liao Yunfang chided. "That is only because I have you, the strategist, allowing me the luxury of free time." Yahan defended, "The deadline for the wager is drawing near, and your soldiers are far too lax. Do they genuinely believe that my trained female soldiers are inferior?" Liao Yunfang remarked with discontent. "Zhuofeng has already intensified their training these past few days," Yahan quickly responded. "I inspected them yesterday, and they were not fully engaged. Their attitudes were rather lax. You must discipline them strictly and not let them become overly self-assured. Excessive confidence is not a virtue," Liao Yunfang cautioned. Upon hearing this, Yahan's expression darkened, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the very souls of those before him. He maintained high standards for his soldiers and would not tolerate any signs of laxity or carelessness. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. "In that case, I shall personally go and ensure they understand the meaning of strict military discipline," Yahan declared coldly, his voice laced with undeniable authority. "Understood," the person across from him replied, acknowledging his words. Yahan then inquired, "So, regarding yesterday's matter, have you given it any thought?" "What matter?" The other seemed a bit perplexed, entirely unaware of the significance of the previous day's events. Yahan's displeasure was evident as he furrowed his brow and questioned. "Yesterday, I clearly expressed my feelings for you, indicating my interest. Have you already forgotten so soon?" Upon hearing this, the individual looked up in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. "But I heard you have always preferred men?" Yahan clarified, "It is not that I simply favor men, rather, it is that I have developed feelings for you. Regardless of whether you are male or female, I shall be enamored with you." His tone was resolute and sincere, devoid of any pretense. Pang Hu, who had been eavesdropping outside, was taken aback, nearly choking on his own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. The general has feelings for the strategist. All along I had assumed the general's keen interest in the strategist's tent was merely due to that enchanting woman in red. Little did he expect the truth to be so astonishing. Reflecting on the restless night from days past, it became clear that it was indeed due to his feelings for the strategist that he had been so troubled. Heavens, what astonishing news had he just overheard! The general, a robust man, was infatuated with another man. Should this secret come to light, it would undoubtedly cause a scandal. At that moment, Pang Hu couldn't help but tremble at the thought of what might befall him for knowing such a secret. What then would the boss's thoughts be? Would he, in the face of such a formidable figure as the general, choose to yield to his authority and compromise? He decided to listen further. Curiosity, it seems, does indeed lead to peril. Knowing full well the danger, he nonetheless leaned toward it. Allow me to contemplate. I shall respond once I have considered it thoroughly. Liao Yunfang did not make an immediate decision but tactfully expressed her need for time to think. In truth, Liao Yunfang did not harbor any aversion toward Yahan. After all, his physical attributes were strikingly appealing, with features and proportions that perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. A self-proclaimed connoisseur of beauty, she often prioritized looks when choosing a partner. Furthermore, Yahan's profession as a soldier added to his allure. Perhaps it was her childhood admiration for soldiers or the rugged bravery that particularly attracted her. However, beyond these superficial traits, she needed to further understand and observe him. All right, I shall wait for you, but do not keep me waiting too long. Yahan perceptibly noted the leeway in her words. Recognizing that this at least indicated he was not entirely without hope, therefore, he was willing to wait patiently to see if circumstances might change. Of course, should he be made to wait indefinitely, that would be rather unacceptable. He might then resort to more drastic measures. Agreed, I shall consider it carefully and give you a response after the match. Liao Yunfang was well aware that she was currently at a crucial juncture in her career, leaving her little time to indulge in romantic matters. All right, the soup is finished. I must go train now. With that, Liao Yunfang rose, preparing to head to the training grounds for the day's exercises. Yes, I too shall go and give my subordinates a stern talking to. Yahan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his intention to leave and attend to his own affairs. Together, they exited the room. At this very moment, outside the door, Fat Tiger stood upright, feigning ignorance of everything he had just overheard, though his heart was already in turmoil. Good heavens, the strategist actually did not refuse the general. How could this be possible? Fat Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. After all, their leader was a man. What made it even more unbearable for Fat Tiger was the notion that his revered hero, the one he idolized immensely, seemed to be on the verge of bowing before the general's briefs. Has the world truly changed, or has his understanding of their leader been fundamentally flawed all along? Countless questions surged through his mind, leaving him feeling dizzy, yet he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "This world is utterly insane." Chapter 90. Liu Rumei sets off for the capital. The sound of the rattling carriage glided over the glistening white marble like rain, enveloped in silk on all sides, while the windows adorned with gold and jewels were veiled by a light gauzy curtain rendering the opulence undetectable. Liu Rumei and Xiao Qingran commenced their journey back to the capital, accompanied by Xiaoyi, Xiao'er, Xiaosan, and Xiaoxi, as well as Yun Shan and Yun Shuei. The maidservants Xiaoya and Xiao Bai were also present. However, Xiaomi remained behind in the fief, unable to leave her ailing mother. And Alina, having injured her leg, was equally unable to travel and stayed at the royal residence. Their return to the capital would involve a brief stay, as Xiao Qingran was to wed Liu Rumei in grand ceremony. Following the wedding, they would remain in the capital for some time to accompany the Queen Mother, given that mother and son had not seen each other for an extended period. "Madam, you must hold on." The maidservant Mia's voice trembled with fear and urgency, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She clutched her mistress's hand tightly, attempting to convey strength and comfort, yet her heart was already in disarray. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman beside the maid lay half reclined on the cold, hard ground, her complexion pale and her brow furrowed in agony, evidently enduring tremendous pain. "Mia, I feel as though I am about to give birth." The woman gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain, managing to squeeze out those words. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and fear, her hands pressing tightly against her swollen abdomen, as if to alleviate some of the suffering. Mia's heart raced with anxiety. "Madam, what are we to do? We are still on the road. The old madam and that wicked concubine seem intent on your demise. Heaven above, please open your eyes and ensure the safety of my mistress." It turned out that this woman was indeed the rightful lady of the household. Today, the cruel old madam, disregarding the fact that the lady was with child, forced her to walk to the temple to pray for the concubine who had lost her fetus due to miscarriage. The unfortunate lady, already innocent and suffering, now faced the peril of imminent childbirth, rendering her situation extremely precarious. It was infuriating to recount this matter. The lady had always been kind-hearted, never harboring ill intentions towards others. Yet, the cunning and treacherous old madam, swayed by slander, blamed the lady for the concubine's miscarriage, subjecting her to unfounded reproach and punishment. Faced with such injustice, the lady could only swallow her grievances and silently endure all the suffering. It hurt so much, the laboring woman cried weakly, blood continuously flowing from beneath her, staining the ground crimson. Was filled with terror. She was merely a young and timid maidservant, having never encountered such an urgent situation. She frantically looked around, crying out, "Is there anyone here who will come to save my mistress?" At that moment, Liu Rumei, seated in another carriage, faintly heard the distant cries for help. Her curiosity piqued, she lifted the curtain to investigate. "Xiao-san, stop," she instructed the driver softly. "Yes, Miss Liu," Xiao-san replied respectfully, promptly pulling the reins to bring the carriage to a halt. He was well aware of Miss Liu's compassionate nature and her inclination to right wrongs. Liu Rumei nimbly alighted from the carriage and walked towards the source of the voice. As she approached, she saw a heavily pregnant woman lying on the ground, her face ashen and blood flowing ceaselessly. Without hesitation, Liu Rumei knelt beside the woman to assess her condition. "Let me take a look at your mistress," she stated calmly yet resolutely. Mira gazed at the young and beautiful girl before her, a flicker of doubt rising within her. "Miss, I fear my mistress is about to give birth. Do you truly know how to assist in childbirth?" she asked anxiously. It was understandable for Mira to harbor such doubts. In that era, it was customary to employ older, experienced midwives for childbirth. A young woman like Liu Rumei was hardly a figure of trust. However, Liu Rumei did not waver in the face of Mira's skepticism. With a reassuring smile, she replied, "Do not worry, although I am young, I possess some knowledge of medicine. Trust me, I will do my utmost to assist you." With that, she began to carefully examine the laboring woman's condition. "This child is only 7 months along. It is nearly time for the birth. What did your mistress eat today?" Liu Rumei inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Mira's face turned ghostly pale, her voice trembling as she responded. "It must have been the bowl of porridge sent by the old madam today that caused the issue. The old madam intends to harm both my mistress and the little master in her womb." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened, her heart swelling with boundless grief and despair. She could hardly fathom that in her dedication to the Su family, even severing ties with her own family, she would end up in such a dire predicament. Anger surged within her, anger at her own blindness in trusting others, anger at her own weakness in failing to protect herself and her child, and anger at the man who once vowed to love her for eternity. Ever since she became pregnant, her husband had cast her aside, taking a concubine, who was now also with child. The old madam, already harboring resentment towards Ning'o, had shifted all blame onto her following the concubine's unfortunate miscarriage. To vent her anger, the old madam meticulously orchestrated today's plot. At this moment, Ning'o's heart felt as though it were being gnawed upon by 1,000 venomous insects. Engulfed in unbearable agony, memories of the past flooded her mind, and tears streamed from her eyes like a torrential downpour. From the conversation between the two women, Liu Rumei gradually pieced together the events leading to this moment. "It was all the wicked mother-in-law's doing. Do not worry, I will be here to assist with the delivery and nothing will go awry," Liu Rumei declared with confidence. It was known far and wide that she was the renowned physician. Liu, and a mere caesarean section was but a trifling matter for her. "Please, young lady, you must save my mistress." Mira grasped Liu Rumei's hands tightly, her eyes filled with a desperate plea. "All right, release my hands quickly, lest you hinder the task at hand. The most pressing matter is to proceed with the delivery," Liu Rumei gently chastised. Upon hearing this, Mira hastily released her grip. Xiao-er, why are you still dawdling? Quickly lift her onto the carriage." In this desolate place, there was no time to search for a dwelling to deliver the child. They had no choice but to make do with their surroundings. Chapter 91, On the road back to the capital. "Absolutely not, my mistress is a woman. Allowing these two men to approach would tarnish her reputation," Mira interjected without hesitation. Liu Rumei's expression darkened, and she admonished sternly, "At such a critical moment, you still concern yourself with these trivialities. What is more important, the lives of your mistress and her unborn child, or that so-called reputation?" Ning'o understood that Mira's objection stemmed from concern for her. Should news of this situation reach the old madam's ears, she would surely face another round of scolding. Yet, the urgency of the situation left her no time to dwell on such matters. She could only whisper, "Mira, it is all right, quickly get her on board." Liu Rumei commanded Xiao and Xiao-er urgently. "Yes, Miss Liu," they replied in unison, without a hint of hesitation. The prince had previously instructed them that Miss Liu was the mistress of this place. Whatever decisions or actions she deemed necessary required no consultation with the prince, only obedience to her commands. Thus Xiao and Xiao-er worked in concert to carefully lift Ning'o onto the carriage. Throughout this, Xiao Qinran, who had silently stood by, did not utter a single word of dissent. It was important to note that in ancient times the bloodshed during childbirth was often regarded as an omen of misfortune, a source of uncleanliness. Yet, it was precisely because of the woman named Liu Rumei that Xiao Qinran willingly permitted this laboring woman to enter his opulent carriage, unhesitatingly making space for her to give birth. All of this stemmed from that woman named Liu Rumei. In that era, women faced childbirth fraught with endless hardships and grave peril. At this moment, the atmosphere within the carriage was thick with a suffocating tension as Liu Rumei swiftly prepared the necessary tools for delivery. The expectant mother lay quietly in the cramped confines of the carriage, her face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She gripped the railing beside her tightly, exerting all her strength to deliver the child within, occasionally letting out piercing cries of agony. Confronted with such dire and limited conditions, Liu Rumei could only exert every effort to hasten her movements. After all, in this place devoid of electricity and lacking professional medical equipment, she could rely solely on her years of accumulated medical experience and keen intuition. Miao paced anxiously outside the carriage, her hands clasped in prayer, beseeching the heavens, "Please bless my lady, protect both her and the child within her." As long as they remained safe and sound, Miao was willing to devote her life to fasting and chanting. It was Ningyo who had saved her life. Without their fateful encounter, Miao would not exist in this world. Thus, her loyalty to Ningyo had always been unwavering and steadfast. Approximately half an hour passed when suddenly, a resounding cry of a newborn echoed from within the carriage. Wah. Upon hearing this sound, Ningyo's taut nerves finally relaxed, and a look of relief graced her weary face. "She has given birth, she has birthed. Did you hear that? My lady has delivered," Miao exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, tightly grasping the hands of Xiaoyi who stood beside her. At that moment, her face radiated with unrestrained joy, her brilliant smile seemingly capable of dispelling all gloom in the world, particularly when she broke into a grin. Her pearly white teeth sparkled so brightly that Xiaoyi could hardly bear to look directly at her. At that moment, Liu Rumei gently lifted the carriage curtain, peering outside, and informed Miao, "Mother and child are safe. Your lady has given birth to a chubby little boy." As soon as the words left her lips, Miao immediately knelt, tears of joy streaming down her face as she bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Liu, thank you. Had I not fortuitously encountered you today, my lady and child would have likely faced calamity. I am truly grateful. Rise. Meeting me is a sign that your lady's life was not meant to end." Liu Rumei replied, "It's all the doing of the old lady and that wretched concubine. My lady is so virtuous, yet the heir dares to take a concubine while she is with child. It is utterly despicable." Miao complained, her small face flushed with indignation. "Your heir is not a commendable man. He cannot even govern his own desires," Liu Rumei remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Qinran, her eyes revealing a hint of severity. If Xiao Qinran truly engaged with other women while his wife was pregnant, she would not let him off lightly and would ensure he faced dire consequences. For someone as strong-willed as Liu Rumei, the betrayal of marriage and love was simply intolerable. Hearing this, Xiao Qinran could not help but feel speechless. Was he being unjustly accused? He had done nothing wrong, yet he found himself inexplicably branded with the label of a man unable to control his lust. However, faced with the accusations from Miao and Liu Rumei, he found himself at a loss for words. Speaking of men, Miao was filled with resentment. She recalled her disappointing father, who was nothing short of a villain, lazy and indulgent, squandering the hard-earned money of her mother on food, drink, and gambling, ultimately leading to their family's ruin. It resulted in her mother and sisters losing their freedom, while she herself was sold into a brothel. Fortunately, she managed to escape and encountered a kind mistress who rescued her, allowing her to attain a relatively stable life. This painful experience left Miao filled with resentment and distrust towards men. She believed that all men were fundamentally untrustworthy. Miao, your words seem rather sweeping. While your heir may lack virtue, can all men truly be judged so harshly? Xiaoyi countered, defending the notion that not all men were the same. Our prince treats Miss Liu with utmost care and respect, entrusting her with the management of the entire royal residence, even his life and fortune. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinran silently commended Xiaoyi for his defense. "Your Highness, you are indeed the prince," Miao exclaimed, her face paling in an instant. "I beg your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretions. Please, your Highness, spare me." She trembled as she knelt, overwhelmed with regret for her impudence in speaking disrespectfully before the prince. How would he choose to deal with her? Would he take her life in a fit of anger? Countless fearful thoughts raced through her mind, causing her to shake uncontrollably. Xiao Qinran calmly interjected, "Xiaoyi is correct. You cannot condemn all men based on your heir's behavior." "Yes, your Highness, I understand my error," Miao replied, her heart racing. "Rise." Xiao Qinran effortlessly granted her reprieve. He had no desire to punish her for this incident, lest Liu Rumei scold him. "Thank you, your Highness." Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Miao, go inside and check on your lady and the young master. Do not let them catch a chill. I will wash my hands and see you back to the residence shortly. Despite having worn gloves and sterile clothing during the procedure, Liu Rumei still felt uneasy, as she was rather particular about cleanliness. Chapter 92, Worries. Hastily completing her washing, Liu Rumei climbed into another carriage. They had prepared 3 carriages for this outing, as the first had been allocated for Ningyo and her servant. Thus, Liu Rumei and Xiao Qinran had to make use of the remaining vehicles. "What kind of person is your mother?" Liu Rumei could not help but feel anxious about her future. My mother is kind-hearted, Xiao Qinran replied, regarding the Empress Dowager with affection, "yet I still have some apprehension about our marriage. Liu Rumei said, furrowing her brow. Why the fear? Xiao Qingran questioned, perplexed. He believed that since they had decided to wed, they ought to trust one another and be open. Any doubts or concerns should be expressed now to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings later. Liu Rumei was indeed troubled. The thought of potentially navigating the complexities of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship filled her with anxiety. After all, her future husband was a prince, and her mother-in-law was the reigning Empress Dowager. Compounded by the presence of an emperor brother, such a formidable array of powers was truly daunting. How would she find her place among these nobles? She could not help but recall the scheming and treachery depicted in palace dramas, which only heightened her unease. Moreover, as a princess, she would need to manage her relations with her in-laws while constantly being mindful of her conduct, lest she bring disgrace upon the royal household. For someone as straightforward and unpretentious as Liu Rumei, this was undeniably a significant challenge. However, facing Xiao Qingran's concerned gaze, Liu Rumei knew she could not evade this issue. Had she been too hasty in agreeing to marry him? This thought repeatedly flitted through her mind. Mayor, whatever troubles you, speak freely to me. Do not bottle your feelings up inside. I share in your concerns, Xiao Qingran said, his eyes filled with deep affection for Liu Rumei. He gently took her delicate hand, as if offering her an endless source of strength. Finally, gathering her courage, Liu Rumei expressed her deepest worries. I am anxious about the possibility of not being able to coexist harmoniously with the royal family. I wonder if they will accept someone with my temperament. Liu Rumei's heart was heavy with concern for Xiao Qingran, and she was gripped by fear. It appeared she was suffering from pre-wedding anxiety. Seeing her distress, Xiao Qingran embraced her tightly, soothingly assuring her, do not worry, Mayor, the woman I cherish, my mother will surely adore as well, and both my brother and sister will sincerely wish for our happiness together. Yet I remain quite fearful. Historically, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has been notoriously challenging, and my straightforward nature leaves me ill-equipped to navigate such intricacies. I worry that I may inadvertently offend the Empress Dowager and incur her displeasure. After all, the Empress Dowager was Xiao Qingran's biological mother, holding a prestigious position. She had to be cautious. Others were not even on her radar, as her love for Xiao Qingran made her particularly sensitive to his family's opinions. If you are concerned about interacting with my mother after our marriage, we can return to our fief and not stay in the capital. This way, you can act freely without worry. How does that sound? Xiao Qingran gazed earnestly at Liu Rumei, his eyes brimming with sincerity and determination, as if he wished to convey all his feelings to her. Liu Rumei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe what she had just heard, and softly asked, are you serious? Xiao Qingran nodded vigorously, firmly grasping Liu Rumei's shoulders, and earnestly declared, I could not be more sincere. My feelings for you are as evident as the heavens. I will never do anything you dislike, and whatever you wish to pursue, I will wholeheartedly support you. This heartfelt confession swept over Liu Rumei like a gentle spring breeze, stirring ripples of emotion within her. Tears glistened in her eyes. Touched by Xiao Qingran's genuine affection, despite her accomplishments in medicine, she remained an ordinary woman yearning for the love and care of her partner. In that moment, Xiao Qingran openly expressed his love for her, enveloping her in unprecedented warmth and happiness. Having traversed a strange new world and faced numerous trials, to have the fortune of encountering a man like Xiao Qingran, who loved her wholeheartedly, Liu Rumei felt incredibly fortunate. Perhaps this was heaven's favor upon her. At that moment, Liu Rumei resolved to cast aside all her misgivings and bravely embrace this love, choosing to share her life with Xiao Qingran. Why are you crying? Xiao Qingran softly inquired, his gaze imbued with boundless tenderness as he gently extended his hand, cautiously wiping away the tears that lingered at the corners of her eyes. Liu Rumei trembled slightly, her lips quivering as she replied in a hushed tone, I am simply moved by your genuine feelings. Her voice was tinged with a hint of sobs, her eyes shimmering with tears. In truth, Liu Rumei had always been a woman of exquisite sensitivity and deep emotion. Xiao Qingran grasped her hand tightly, solemnly declaring, Mayor, I swear to you, in this lifetime and the next, I shall remain wholly devoted to your well-being. Should I break this vow, may I incur divine wrath and meet an untimely end. Upon uttering these words, he raised his right hand, establishing his oath, hoping it would grant Mayor complete reassurance. At that moment, Liu Rumei's heart overflowed with emotion and happiness. She understood that in this ancient era, making an oath was an exceedingly serious and solemn matter. Do not speak carelessly. I have always trusted you. Liu Rumei hastily interjected, covering Xiao Qingran's mouth with her delicate hand, fearful that he might provoke divine retribution in a moment of impulsiveness. Xiao Qingran smiled gently, removing her hand, then slowly bent down to tenderly kiss the back of her hand, which was as delicate as mutton fat jade, as if partaking in a sacred and solemn ritual. He then lifted his head, gazing intently into Liu Rumei's enchanting eyes, and without hesitation, pressed his lips against hers. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them faded into insignificance, leaving only the profound love between them permeating the air. Liu Rumei was completely engulfed in this fervent kiss, unable to extricate herself. She felt Xiao Qingran's warmth and tenderness, as if she were melting in his embrace. Chapter 93, infuriated, a beautifully adorned carriage progressed slowly, its wheels producing a crisp and rhythmic sound against the ground. Yet in this tranquil setting, it seemed particularly desolate and monotonous. The carriage was drawn by only two magnificent horses, their forms robust and their coats gleaming like silk, each step taken with assured strength. Their iron hooves occasionally striking the earth, sending up clouds of dust that formed a hazy mist. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the carriage came to a steady halt in front of a residence, Su Mansion. Two young attendants stationed at the entrance spotted the opulent carriage from afar, their minds racing with curiosity. Whose noble carriage could possibly be stopping here, just as the two speculated in hushed tones. The curtain of the carriage was gently lifted by a delicate hand, and a charming figure alighted with grace. It was Meower. Upon recognizing her, the two attendants displayed expressions of astonishment. Meower, is it truly you? One exclaimed, the mistress has given birth on the road. It's a young master. Quickly inform the matriarch and have her prepare an outer robe, and send some people to welcome the mistress and the young master into the mansion. Though Meower had never given birth herself, she understood that a woman who had just delivered must not be exposed to the cold winds. What, she has already given birth? The attendant's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone in the mansion knew that the mistress had only been pregnant for 7 months. What are you waiting for? Hurry, Meower urged anxiously. Very well, I shall go at once. The other attendant, not daring to delay even a moment, dashed into the mansion, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing he might hinder something of great importance. At that moment, the matriarch was seated in the Buddhist hall, devoutly engaged in prayer. Report to you, matriarch, the mistress has given birth to a son midway, and the carriage has now arrived at the mansion's entrance. The attendant stood outside, respectfully delivering the news. Upon hearing this, the matriarch abruptly halted the beads in her grasp, her expression unreadable as she replied, understood, let her wait outside for the time being. With that, she resumed her chanting, as if everything occurring outside was of no consequence to her. Ningxia has safely delivered a child. What great fortune! Not only that, but she has returned to Su Mansion alive. Yet my Yuaner has tragically suffered a miscarriage. What right does Ningxia have to bear children? The entirety of Su Mansion ought to belong to Yuaner. After all, she was the daughter she had long sought after. Years ago, to secure her position within the Su family, she had resorted to the cunning ploy of swapping her daughter with the current son. Ever since reclaiming Yuaner, she had eagerly brought her into the mansion, hoping for her to remain by her side forever. To realize this wish, Yuaner must become a legitimate member of Su Mansion. Thus she meticulously devised a plot, targeting that nominal son, Su Mingtao. She cleverly arranged for them to meet and contrived for them to share a night of passion. Then, she smoothly facilitated Yuaner's entrance as a concubine. The plan had seemed flawless. As long as Yuaner successfully bore a child, she could be elevated to the status of a principal wife. Alas, fate had other plans, and Yuaner ultimately lost her unborn child, causing the matriarch deep anguish. Meanwhile, Ningxia remained unscathed, intensifying Yuaner's suffering. She secretly resolved to eliminate Ningxia and her unborn child at any cost. Ningxia's fate was remarkably resilient. After consuming the poison porridge, she miraculously survived and returned to the mansion. Moreover, the fetus displayed an extraordinary vitality, arriving safely into the world despite being born nearly 7 months along. The matriarch contemplated how to expel this mother and child from the mansion. Only then could her Yuana regain her smile. With this thought, she slowly closed her eyes and continued to silently turn the beads in her hand, as if praying, or perhaps plotting in contemplation. The attendant outside was filled with confusion but dared not defy the matriarch's orders. After all, the matriarch was the true authority in Su Mansion. The attendant sighed in resignation and said, in this household, the matriarch holds the reins of power, while we are merely a group of humble servants, incapable of effecting change. Inside the carriage, Liu Rumei overheard everything, her heart swelling with dissatisfaction and resentment toward this unseen matriarch. She could scarcely fathom how there existed such a cold-hearted mother-in-law, one who, after her daughter-in-law had endured countless hardships to bear a child, would deny her immediate entry into the mansion for rest and recuperation, instead making her wait outside. Such behavior was simply unheard of. Xiao Qingran too felt a surge of indignation, nodding vehemently in agreement. Mayor is absolutely right. This matriarch is utterly excessive and detestable, he complained. Incensed. In that case, let us disembark and assess the situation ourselves, Xiao Qingran suggested. A splendid idea, Liu Rumei concurred, and with Xiao Qingran's assistance, she gracefully descended from the carriage. Upon alighting, Liu Rumei strode directly toward the waiting maid, Meower, softly calling, Meower, come here quickly. Upon hearing her name, Meower hurriedly approached Liu Rumei, bowing respectfully as she inquired, Miss Liu, what do you wish to instruct? Meower. Liu Rumei leaned closer to Meower, whispering a few words, seemingly imparting strategies for dealing with the challenging and malevolent matriarch. Clearly, it was imperative to devise a means to address this situation effectively. Chapter 94, the target of all criticism. Meower nodded vigorously, expressing her agreement. Miss Liu's idea is truly brilliant. However, given that this matter concerned the reputation of Su Mansion, she felt it prudent to seek the mistress's approval before proceeding. Thus, Meower hastily entered the carriage to consult with Ning'o. At that moment, Ning'o's face still bore traces of tears, yet her eyes were filled with resolve and wrath. The matriarch is utterly heartless, and Su Mingtao has proven treacherous. they have completely betrayed my trust and expectations of the Su family. In that case, why should I concern myself with the dignity of Su Mansion? She declared vehemently. Let us proceed as Miss Liu has suggested. Upon hearing this, Miao secretly rejoiced. In truth, she had long been discontent with the actions of this family, and today she was determined to advocate fiercely for the mistress. Miao hurriedly made her way back outside, stumbling as she reached the threshold, and then, sitting down abruptly, began to weep and cry out with heart-wrenching intensity, "Matriarch! How can you be so callous?" The mistress, in her delicate condition, already struggles to move, yet she had to journey to the temple to pray for the child of a concubine. As a result of this exhausting endeavor, she has gone into labor prematurely, and the young master has arrived at only 7 months, so small and fragile, truly pitiable. Madame has toiled tirelessly, risking her life to preserve this scant lineage for the Su family. Yet you have the audacity to bar her from entering the manor. Do you truly wish to stand by idly and watch her and her son perish? How can your heart be so merciless? At this moment, Miao was consumed with rage and resentment. She understood all too well that if she did not expose the old lady's malevolence to the public, both Madame and the young master would likely face dire consequences in the future. Thus she resolved to unmask the old lady's true nature before everyone. Lady Liu had once advised Miao that one must never passively submit to someone like the old lady. The more one complies with her wishes, the bolder she becomes in her tyranny. People tend to prey on the weak. Since the old lady was so obstinate, Madame must be even more resolute. Whenever the old lady exhibited any sign of mischief, Miao would swiftly gather a crowd and weep loudly, recounting the old lady's various misdeeds. She intended to leverage the collective strength of the people to drown this detestable old woman in their scorn. After all, it is the vanity of such affluent families that they hold most dear. Miao believed that after such a ruckus, in order to preserve her own reputation, the old lady would have no choice but to temper her behavior and learn to conduct herself with humility. Should Miao create such a scene today, if Madame and the young master were to meet with misfortune, the old lady would undoubtedly bear the blame, in the glaring eyes of the public. If any calamity were to befall them, the responsibility would surely fall upon her. Thus, to avoid becoming the subject of gossip, the old lady would likely restrain herself, hesitating to act recklessly again. Alas, the old lady of the Su family is truly wicked. She has sent her pregnant daughter-in-law on foot to offer blessings to a concubine. Could her mind be so utterly befuddled? Someone exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, that is not the end of it. She even left the poor woman outside. Disregarding her entirely, one must remember that premature infants are in a perilous state and should be swiftly brought inside for proper care. I have never encountered such a heartless mother-in-law, another chimed in. If my wife were to bear me a healthy, plump grandson, I would certainly go to the temple to pray and bow in reverence, treating her as a goddess. How could I possibly neglect her in such a manner? This old lady of the Su family treats her own flesh and blood so cruelly. What could possibly be the reason if not a deranged mind? A third voice joined in the chorus of condemnation. Is it not a sign of madness? She disregards her own grandson while lavishing affection on a concubine. Clearly she is unwell. That if I were the wife of the Su family, with such a mother-in-law, I would rather choose death. The crowd, each voicing their opinions, cast the old lady into the crosshairs of public ire. Miao continued to kneel on the ground, weeping inconsolably. The old lady, witnessing this, was filled with rage, raising her hand as if to strike Miao, but upon noticing the onlookers, she lowered it again. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fury and addressed the crowd. You idle folk, do you have nothing better to do than gossip? Have you no other matters to attend to? With that, she shot them a fierce glare. The crowd, chastised by the old lady's rebuke, fell silent, their heads bowed. Turning her gaze towards Miao, her tone softened somewhat. Miao, please rise, let us discuss this when we return home. Miao lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes locked onto the old lady as, shaking her head in refusal to stand, the old lady, with no choice left, sighed in resignation and turned to leave. As they watched her retreating figure, the crowd began to murmur, this old lady of the Su family is truly excessive, it is clearly her fault. Yet she still silences those who speak out. Indeed, that Ning'o is truly pitiable to encounter such a mother-in-law. Yet Miao has proven herself loyal, steadfastly protecting Ning'o. May Ning'o find the strength to rise and overcome her plight. Miao continued to cry out in anguish. The old lady wishes for my demise. Fellow villagers, please judge for yourselves. I, Miao, am but a humble maid, as insignificant as a blade of grass. My death is of little consequence, but I beseech the old lady not to torment my madam and the young master. Does she truly wish to heartlessly drive her own grandson to his death? Upon hearing this, the old lady, who had already stepped into the courtyard, suddenly halted, gripping her prayer beads tightly. Her expression darkened, her eyes flashing with malice as she bellowed, You insolent little maid, how dare you speak such nonsense? When did I ever say I would force them to die? Such utter nonsense, Miao unafraid retorted. If it is not to drive madam and the young master to their demise, then it must be to condemn me to death. That is acceptable. For the sake of madam and the young master, I would gladly sacrifice myself. I implore the old lady to show mercy and grant them a chance at life. In truth, All of this was a scheme devised by Lady Liu, persistently clinging and causing a ruckus. She aimed to leave the old lady with no avenue of escape or aware of the old lady's obsession with reputation. She instructed Miao to place the old lady in the eye of public scrutiny, using the power of the masses to exert pressure upon her. As long as the old lady wished to maintain her dignity, she would think twice before acting against them in the future. This way, no matter what troubles they encountered, those around them would inevitably recall the old lady's mistreatment, casting a stain of infamy upon her and the entire Su family. One that they could never shake off. Chapter 95. The scoundrel. The old lady of the Su family fumed, her face flushed, veins standing out prominently on her forehead and hands. She could scarcely comprehend how a mere maid had managed to outmaneuver her so thoroughly. And worse still, she found herself utterly powerless to retaliate, unable even to lay a finger on Miao. Allowing Ning'o to return to the Su manor with such audacity would leave her with no face to stand there. And how would her precious daughter Yuan cope? That was simply unacceptable. Under no circumstances could Ning'o be allowed to set foot in the Su mansion. The old lady plotted silently while her eyes darted around. Seemingly struck by a brilliant idea, a smirk gracing her lips before her expression returned to its usual state, though her eyes gleamed with cunning and treachery. Consider this: who can guarantee that the child she bears is truly of the Su lineage? It is only July, and she has already been impatient to give birth. Who knows if the child is not the offspring of some other man, in her desperate bid to prevent Ning'o from re-entering the Su manor? The old lady cast aside all sense of propriety and moral integrity, resorting to any means necessary. At this moment, Ning'o, seated within the carriage, trembled with anger upon hearing these words, her teeth clenched tightly against her lip, producing a series of cracking sounds. Were it not for her frail condition, she would have rushed out to confront the old lady. This detestable matron had not only inflicted suffering upon her and her child but now sought to tarnish her reputation with vile accusations. An outrageous affront. The surrounding crowd began to murmur among themselves, some expressing doubts. Could it not possibly be true? After all, who would abandon their own grandchild? Others countered, this situation is indeed complicated. Who knows what the truth really is? As Ning'o listened to the cacophony of opinions, she felt utterly wronged. She had never imagined that human hearts could be so wicked, and that the very mother-in-law who had tormented her would now escalate her efforts to destroy her reputation. Yet she would never capitulate easily. She was determined to fight for justice for herself and her child. Ning'o, possessing striking beauty, was already captivating, yet as the saying goes, a beautiful woman often attracts trouble. And such allure can lead to perceptions of frivolity and infidelity. Following the old lady's outburst, the crowd's attitude underwent a complete transformation. Human nature is fickle, lacking conviction, easily swayed by the opinions of others. They accept hearsay as truth, even shunning the pursuit of the actual facts, yet they assert those rumors with remarkable confidence. Countless individuals suffer in silence, their grievances unvoiced. How many succumb to the unbearable weight of public gossip, ultimately taking their own precious lives? This invisible yet potent pressure of public opinion possesses a lethal capacity, capable of leading one to an untimely demise without their awareness. Witnessing the turn of events, the old lady felt a surge of covert triumph. She mused, Ning'o, do you really think you can challenge me? How navi? After all, experience reigns supreme. She would not allow Ning'o to stir trouble any further. The Su manor was destined to belong solely to her beloved daughter. Her Yuan had endured hardships and suffering. As a mother, she was determined to eliminate every obstacle in her path. Su Mingtao hurried back home, only to be astonished by the throngs gathered at his doorstep. Confounded, he approached his mother, inquiring, Mother, what has transpired here? Why are there so many people surrounding our home? His mother, frowning in anger, replied, Mingtao, you have finally returned. Do you know that Ning'o woman is utterly unfaithful? She has been pregnant for only 7 months and has already given birth. Who knows which man's illegitimate child it is? Tell me, under normal circumstances, how could a 7-month-old fetus possibly be born so smoothly? She is clearly deceiving you, attempting to make you unwittingly assume the role of a surrogate father, so that our Su family would be burdened with raising this unknown illegitimate child. The words of old Madame Su burst forth like a rapid succession of cannon fire, devoid of any intention to conceal. Upon hearing this, Su Mingtao's countenance darkened to an extreme degree, and he bellowed in anger. Where is Ning'o at this moment? Why, she is right there in that luxurious carriage. Look at that carriage, how extravagant and meticulously crafted it is. Could it possibly be a gift from her lover? Old Madame Su continued to stoke the flames, attempting to substantiate the notion that Ning'o was entangled with another man. Hoping to see her subjected to the scorn of society, she harbored an unyielding desire for Ning'o to be forever tarnished. Plunged into despair, and ideally to collapse entirely, dragging her son along to the abyss. After all, the child Ning'o bore no blood ties to her. How could he possibly be her true grandson? Only the child that Yuan carried within her womb could rightfully be considered blood of her blood, flesh of her flesh. Ning'o, you wretched woman, get down from that carriage at once. How dare you betray me behind my back? Just wait until I am finished with you. Su Mingtao, swayed by old Madame Su's words, was consumed by rage, losing all sense of right and wrong as he hurled insults at Ning'o in the carriage. Liu Rumei could no longer endure it. She thought to herself how remarkably adept this old woman was at distorting truth and falsehood. How absurd! Do not spout baseless accusations, maligning Ning'o by claiming she rides in a carriage gifted by a lover. Do you even know to whom this carriage truly belongs? Liu Rumei retorted, her anger palpable. At that moment, the crowd became aware that within their midst stood an enchanting beauty, a celestial maiden of unmatched allure. Even Su Mingtao found himself captivated by her stunning visage, unable to divert his gaze. Such a breathtaking woman, a true gem of the world. My lady, I am Su Mingtao, might I inquire your esteemed name? Su Mingtao's eyes were fixated upon Liu Rumei's exquisite features, as if she were the sole being in existence. Scoundrel, Liu Rumei coldly replied, her tone laced with contempt and disdain, as if utterly repulsed by the man before her. Su Mingtao, a heartless individual, dared to unfoundedly suspect his wife of infidelity. Not only that, but under such baseless suspicion, he could not even be bothered to seek the truth, instead resolutely abandoning his lawful wife. Even more despicable, during the time his wife was with child, he shamelessly took a concubine. Such behavior, in contemporary society, would undoubtedly mark him as a quintessential scoundrel. Su Mingtao clearly did not grasp the meaning of the term scoundrel. Yet from Liu Rumei's expression and tone, he could surmise it was certainly not a compliment. He hastily defended himself. Might there be a misunderstanding regarding my character, my lady? I am Su Mingtao, a respectable scholar. His words betrayed a hint of arrogance. Xiao Qingran tightly embraced Liu Rumei, as though proclaiming to the world that this woman belonged to him. Is a scholar truly so formidable? Liu Rumei cooed. Nestled against Xiao Qingran, raising her alluring face to feign innocence, beside her Xiaoyi wore a scornful expression and sneering, a mere scholar, nothing more than a ninth-rank official, insignificant before our prince, akin to an ant. A prince? He is actually a prince, Su Mingtao gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain his exclamation. His gaze then fell upon the jade pendant hanging at Xiao Qingran's waist, which glimmered with a crystalline sheen. Intricately carved with exquisite patterns. Su Mingtao's expression shifted dramatically, his knees buckled, and he knelt with a thud, stammering, I pay my respects to the prince, long live the prince. It is well known that the jade pendants worn by royal family members and court officials are of great significance and not to be donned lightly. At this moment, seeing even the scholar kneeling in reverence, the surrounding common folk dared not show any disrespect, hastily dropping to their knees, chanting in unison, long live the prince. Rise, Xiao Qingran said softly upon hearing this. The crowd stood as if released from a great burden. I did not realize the prince was in attendance. My apologies for the oversight, Su Mingtao said with a sycophantic smile, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Do you know to whom your wife's carriage belongs? Liu Rumei's enchanting eyes sparkled as she spoke, her voice akin to a gentle breeze. Do not know, Su Mingtao stuttered, his gaze no longer daring to wander. The woman before him was evidently connected to the prince. He no longer had the audacity to look around. Just now, your mother claimed this carriage was a gift from your wife's lover. Oh, how remiss of me to tell you, this carriage is indeed the prince's property, Liu Rumei teased. In other words, your mother just boasted that the prince is your wife's lover. Upon hearing this, old Madame Su's face turned ashen, her body trembling involuntarily. Overcome with fear, she hastily knelt and kowtowed, stammering an incoherent explanation. Your Highness, I truly did not know this carriage belonged to you. I spoke thoughtlessly. Merely guessing. Please, your Highness, forgive my ignorance. Oh, you believe you can speak freely and make wild conjectures without evidence, condemning others. If the Dali Temple interrogated criminals as you do, what need would there be for laws? Liu Rumei asked, her tone languid, casting the question back at old Madame Su. She calculated that she must leverage Xiao Qingran's power to take down Ning'o's malicious mother-in-law effectively. Your Highness, I assure you, I had no such intention, old Madame Su pleaded, nearly weeping. I see your audacity knows no bounds. You dare to disregard the law. What else is there for you to fear? Liu Rumei had no intention of letting her off so easily. My lady, we have no past grievances. Why must you seek conflict with this old woman? Did that wretched Ning'o speak ill of me in your presence? I knew that woman was trouble. Always stirring discord. Old Madame Su's voice grew increasingly agitated, her demeanor righteous, as if she had suffered a great injustice, yet, it was apparent to all that she sought to shift the blame onto Ning'o. Silence, you ungrateful old hag. At this point, you still think to cast aspersions on others, without reflecting on the misdeeds you have committed. Ning'o marrying into your Su family must have been a karmic retribution from her past life. Liu Rumei could no longer contain her anger, exclaiming vehemently. Having studied psychology, she could see through the shameless lies spewed by old Madame Su. Looking at the shameless old woman before her, Liu Rumei was filled with contempt and disdain. She could no longer tolerate such vile behavior and resolved to ensure the other party paid for her actions. I do not lie, Ning'o's lover must be someone else, old Madame Su declared defiantly. You spout baseless accusations, slandering Ning'o with claims of her bearing a child from an illicit affair. Do you have any evidence? Produce it at once. Cease this slander, or I shall make you pay. Liu Rumei asserted, for she alone had personally delivered Ning'o's child and was well aware of the child's legitimacy. This old Madame Su stammered, rendered speechless. She had no evidence, all her claims were fabrications aimed at tarnishing Ning'o's reputation. You make baseless accusations without evidence, clearly with ill intent. However, I possess irrefutable proof that this child is indeed your son's flesh and blood. If today I cannot clear Ningo's name, she shall find it exceedingly difficult to navigate her future. Oh, what evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim? Su Mingtao inquired, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, eager to uncover the truth. Was this child truly his? After all, no one wished to raise another's offspring without reason. Blood recognition, Liu Rumei replied. Blood recognition was an ancient method used to confirm kinship. Although its scientific validity is contentious, the basic principle involved mixing the blood of a suspect with that of a potential relative, observing whether coagulation occurred. If the blood merged, it was thought to indicate a familial bond; if not, it implied no such connection. However, this method has many limitations and uncertainties. Firstly, blood recognition cannot accurately determine specific relationships, such as parent-child or sibling connections. Secondly, blood compatibility is not solely determined by kinship but can be influenced by other factors, such as blood type and antibodies. Modern science has developed more accurate and reliable methods for establishing kinship, such as DNA testing. DNA testing analyzes an individual's DNA to ascertain parent-child or sibling relationships, boasting high accuracy and providing specific kinship information. In contrast, the blood recognition method has been rendered obsolete in modern times due to its relatively low scientific validity and reliability. In legal and medical fields, modern techniques like DNA testing are widely utilized to ensure accurate confirmation of kinship. In summary, blood recognition is an ancient method with limited scientific backing. Modern society tends to rely on scientific evidence and professional assessments to determine paternity. However, in ancient times, devoid of DNA, the only method available was bloodletting. In Chapter 97, amidst the intense scrutiny of many, Su Mingtao displayed no hesitation or fear as he resolutely bit into his fingertip. In an instant, a sharp sting coursed through him, yet he did not flinch. He firmly extended the punctured digit over a bowl and pressed down, allowing a vibrant, glistening drop of blood to flow slowly from the wound, ultimately falling into the bowl and creating delicate ripples. Simultaneously, Miaoer was fully focused, her movements gentle and cautious as she carefully wrapped the young master in soft fabric, treating him as if he were an exquisite treasure. Once completed, she gingerly lifted the young master and gracefully descended from the carriage. On the other side, Liu Rumei held a slender silver needle, her gaze both concentrated and tender. She lightly grasped the young master's delicate hand, employing her deft skills to swiftly pierce the back of his hand. In that moment, a drop of blood, radiant as a ruby, seeped from the puncture, cascading down his skin in a beautiful arc before finally landing in the bowl. In the blink of an eye, the two drops of blood merged effortlessly. Did everyone witness this? The blood fully blended, leaving no doubt that this child was indeed Su Mingtao's biological son, while Ningguo remained blameless. Liu Rumei emphasized this point, hoping to restore justice for Ningguo. Upon hearing this, Su Mingtao was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Son, this truly is my son." His face beamed with a smile, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as though he had acquired the most precious treasure in the world. Yet, in that very moment, Liu Rumei was filled with disdain and contempt. She looked down upon the man before her, deeming him both fickle and cowardly. In stark contrast, her prince appeared utterly perfect, ever ready to protect her without hesitation. This striking disparity only heightened Liu Rumei's perception of Xiao Qinran as the dazzling sun in the sky, while Su Mingtao was merely a trivial pile of refuse, arguably the finest among the rubbish. "Miaoer, quickly bring my son to me for a proper look," Su Mingtao urged, eager to hold his flesh and blood. Miaoer's face reflected unwillingness, yet, recognizing that he was Su Mingtao's true son, she felt powerless despite her numerous reservations. Just as Miaoer prepared to take the young master to Su Mingtao, a cold voice rang from within the carriage. "Miaoer, bring the young master inside." The speaker was Ningguo. At this moment, she had long since lost hope in Su Mingtao and had no desire to place her cherished son into such a man's hands, yet, faced with her command, Miaoer could only comply. Thus she returned to the carriage, cradling the young master with a sense of relief. "Ningguo, what do you mean by this? Can't I even hold my own son?" Su Mingtao's angry inquiry echoed from outside the carriage. Now you remember he is your son? Just moments ago, you were adamantly claiming he was a bastard." Ningguo's words dripped with sarcasm and disdain, clearly reaching Su Mingtao's ears through the carriage window. Hearing this, Su Mingtao was instantly flustered, hastily beginning to appease Ningguo. I was indeed in the wrong earlier. It was all my fault. Please, have mercy and allow me to see my son. After all, he is my legitimate heir. Regardless of the circumstances, blood is thicker than water. This child is ultimately his own flesh and blood. Ningguo's heart felt as though it had turned to ash. She no longer wished to have any connection with Su Mingtao, resolutely stating, "I wish to part ways with you, and I must take the child." Yet, Su Mingtao erupted into a boisterous laugh, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "Ningguo, you wish to divorce me, and you dare think you can take the child with you? Are you dreaming? A divorce, after all, is akin to modern-day separation." One could only imagine how deeply Ningguo must have been hurt by this family to make such a steadfast decision to part ways. In ancient times, whether a woman initiated the request for divorce or was cast aside by her husband's family, she would become fodder for gossip, enduring the pointed fingers of society. It is clear that for Ning'o to arrive at such a decision required immense courage. Ning'o, have you truly thought this through? Once you choose to divorce and take the child away, you may face countless difficulties and challenges in the future, a voice emerged from the crowd. Lamenting from another woman present. If she herself were to encounter such a situation, she too would likely feel despondent. However, even with an understanding of Ning'o's choice, they lacked the courage to boldly utter the words of divorce as she did. After all, making such a decision demands tremendous bravery and resolve. Indeed, post-divorce, this child remains part of Su Mingtao, thus he ought to provide Ning'o and their child with financial support, Liu Rumei asserted with righteous indignation. In today's society, even in divorce, both parties are required to divide their shared assets. Miss Liu, you cannot be serious. Ning'o actively seeks to divorce me and expects me to pay her alimony? This is nothing short of absurd and incomprehensible farce. Su Mingtao mercilessly mocked Liu Rumei, appearing to regard her with utter disdain. The onlookers thought to themselves, this man dares to mock the future princess? Does he not fear retribution? He must truly be bored with life. Xiaoyi, Su Mingtao dares to insult the future princess. Remove his tongue, Xiao Qingran commanded, his eyes wide with fury, his tone severe. At the same time, he gently covered Liu Rumei's eyes with his hand, fearful of startling the delicate woman before him. The precious one he cradled in his hands could not be subjected to slander. Asu command. My lord, Xiaoyi stepped forward without hesitation, swiftly extracting Su Mingtao's tongue. In an instant, blood splattered, creating a scene of gruesome horror. This terrifying spectacle left those present in sheer terror, with some fainting from fright. Chapter 98, Divorce 2. A piercing scream echoed down the street as Su Mingtao clutched his mouth tightly, blood spilling through his fingers. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at those around him. Desperate to articulate something but finding his voice stolen, his tongue had been brutally severed. The excruciating pain sent Su Mingtao rolling on the ground, his body contorted in agony. Nearby, the old matriarch Su's heart shattered as she cried out in despair. My son, oh heavens, how will we endure this life? Though Su Mingtao was not her biological son, he had grown up by her side for many years, forging an indelible emotional bond. Witnessing him undergo such inhumane torment left her utterly heartbroken. Bystanders gasped in shock, murmuring amongst themselves, the prince is truly ruthless. Show, lower your voices. Do you not wish to live? The prince's merciless actions were not for trivial discussion among them. Suddenly, the crowd hushed. Yet, amidst the throng, Liu Rumei remained remarkably composed. She gently removed Xiao Qingran's hand from her eyes, affirming, I am not afraid. You need not shield me. Xiao Qingran frowned slightly, concern etched on his face as he asked. Have you been frightened by this? Liu Rumei shook her head, smiling as she replied, it's nothing. Have you forgotten I am a physician? I have seen corpses. Such trivial matters are nothing to me. Indeed, as an experienced healer, Liu Rumei was well acquainted with such sights and bore little fear. Xiao Qingran gazed at her, his eyes filled with affection, softly stating, my mare is the most wonderful woman in the world. I shall not allow anyone to defame you. Should anyone dare offend you, they will surely pay the price. With that, his cold gaze swept over everyone present, as if warning them against harboring any improper thoughts. Xiaoyi mused, my lord, with such affection for Miss Liu, do you not fear she may one day wield her influence over you? Xiao pondered, with such a bewitching beauty emerging? Even the prince may not withstand her allure. They dared only to voice these thoughts internally. To speak them aloud would be to court disaster. It is better to offend the prince than to cross Miss Liu. Offending her could lead to the same fate as Su Mingtao, divorce. It is imperative. Moreover, he must relinquish half of his assets to Ning'o. Only then can this matter be settled. Liu Rumei fixed her unwavering gaze upon Su Mingtao. Refusing to yield, do not think that suffering the punishment of having your tongue severed will absolve you of your obligation to provide financial support. How naive, you, a heartless vixen, are the very reason my precious son is in this state. You have gone too far. The old matriarch Su, upon hearing the mention of dividing the family assets, turned crimson with fury, disregarding Xiao Qingran's previous warning, for her to part with her silver would be akin to shedding her blood. To sacrificing her life, however, in response to the old matriarch's reproach, Xiao Qingran merely replied coolly, oh, it seems my words hold no weight in your eyes. His tone was as calm as still water, making it difficult to discern his true feelings. However, standing beside him, Xiaoyi and Xiao were acutely aware that their master was already seething with rage. Indeed, it was but a moment later that Xiao Qing, with an air of detachment, commanded, Xiao deliver 20 resounding slaps to her. Asu command, my lord, Xiao replied, stepping forward without hesitation. Immediately, the sharp sound of slaps echoed, a continuous cacophony of smack, smack, smack. The old matriarch Su felt her cheeks burn with pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and soon her face began to swell. At this moment, the old matriarch Su was finally subdued, daring not to utter a single word. Meower hastened to fetch the writing implements. Let your mistress swiftly inscribe the divorce decree for this unfaithful man to sign. From this day forth, let there be no further ties between the two parties, Liu Rumei commanded with unwavering resolve. Her gaze sharp as she directed Miaoer. As you wish, Miss Liu. Miaoer promptly complied, her steps light as she turned to carry out the task. In her heart, she secretly rejoiced. Not only had she witnessed her former master, oh no, now he ought to be referred to as the former master, suffer the punishment of having his tongue cut out, but she had also observed the scene of the old matriarch Su being struck. Truly, it was a moment of great satisfaction. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, Miaoer would have clapped her hands in celebration. Before long, Miaoer returned. She found Ning'o having elegantly completed the divorce decree. Signing her name without hesitation, after receiving the document, Miaoer approached Su Mingtao, presenting the paper and pen for him to sign. Yet, Su Mingtao, harboring discontent, hesitated to put pen to paper. So you refuse to sign? Liu Rumei threatened. Very well, if you will not sign, then those hands are of no use to you. Shaoyi, what does Miss Liu command? Shaoyi responded, eager to curry favor. It was essential to cling tightly to Miss Liu's favor. Upon hearing Liu Rumei's threatening words, Su Mingtao, disregarding the pain from his punishment, hastily picked up the pen and scrawled his name. This formidable lady was not one to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to offend her would surely face dire consequences. At this tense moment, Liu Rumei fixed a cold gaze upon the old matriarch Su, her voice rigid as she demanded the divorce decree is signed. Where is the silver? Hurry up and present it. Faced with Liu Rumei's inquiry, the old matriarch Su, with no choice, turned silently to retrieve the silver. She sighed inwardly, recognizing that this woman was exceedingly difficult to deal with, yet she dared not offend the powerful figure before her. Before long, the old matriarch Su presented the prepared silver to Liu Rumei. After accepting the silver, Liu Rumei promptly handed it to Ning'o, who sat in the carriage, advising Ning'o, keep this divorce decree in the silver safe. From this day forth, you are a free woman. With this wealth, you can purchase a small residence of your own, becoming the master of your own home, no longer subject to the whims of others. Hearing Liu Rumei's words, Ning'o was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. She clutched the silver note and the divorce decree tightly, her voice choked with gratitude. Ning'o was eternally thankful for the immense kindness of Miss Liu. And for the Lord's assistance. Were it not for your timely intervention today, I fear my son and I would have met a tragic end. The ability to sever ties with the Su family is entirely due to the Lord's decisive actions. With that, Ning'o once again expressed her heartfelt thanks to Liu Rumei and the mysterious Lord. It is fate that has brought us together. Now that matters are resolved, I shall take my leave. Liu Rumei spoke softly, her tone imbued with a sense of tranquility and nonchalance. It turned out that their presence here was not without purpose. They were tasked with a swift return to the capital to report back. Thank you, Miss Liu and the Lord, for your assistance. I am profoundly grateful. I bid you farewell, wishing you both a safe journey, she said, inclining her body gracefully, her movements exuding the elegance of a well-bred lady. No need for formalities. Until we meet again, Liu Rumei replied with a smile, a glimmer of unspoken admiration in her eyes. Subsequently they turned away, their figures gradually fading from view until they vanished entirely. Watching Liu Rumei depart, Ning'o felt a surge of complex emotions within her. Chapter 99. Entering the palace. After parting ways with Ning'o, Liu Rumei pressed onward to the imperial palace without pause. The journey, being quite lengthy, spanned several days. During this time, Su Yahan had already been admitted to the palace and conferred the title of Su Jieyu. At this moment, a hazy crescent moon hung high in the sky, resembling a cascade of silver gauze, gently enveloping the intricately paved stone paths, the lush underbrush, and the ornate eaves of the grand buildings. Jieyu, the hour grows late. Do you require rest? A palace maid inquired softly, her tone laden with caution. Is it already so late? Su Yahan's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile, as if heralding the impending revelry of the night. Since they have dared to admit me into the palace, I shall certainly stir up a tempest within these walls, for I owe it to my long-standing disposition of arrogance and defiance. She could hardly fathom what the emperor was thinking, lavishing praise upon her for her supposed virtues and bestowing upon her the title of Jieyu. In her 2 days within the palace, she had yet to lay eyes upon the emperor and thus remained ignorant of his identity. This so-called virtue was merely a ploy to make me, like other women, vie for favor within these hallowed halls, ultimately leading to a lonely demise. Such a life is nothing short of a delusion. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the courtyard buzzed with an unexpected vigor. Su Yahan stood at the center, exuberantly striking a gong, her voice ringing out. I sing loudly, leading the white clouds, guiding the sun. I sing aloud, leading the stars, guiding the moon. Her clear and melodious voice resonated through the night sky. Yet, amidst this tranquil atmosphere, the clanging of the gong seemed jarringly loud, as if to pierce the heavens. The palace inhabitants, previously in slumber, were abruptly roused, rubbing their drowsy eyes and voicing their grievances. Even the Empress Dowager was not spared. She furrowed her brow, resting a hand on her forehead, and irritably demanded, what on earth is happening? How dare one be so disruptive in the dead of night? Which palace is so lacking in decorum? A nearby palace maid hurriedly responded, reporting to your majesty, it is the new Jieyu. Su. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened further, and she scoffed, truly lacking in manners. What on earth is the emperor thinking? How could such a woman be admitted to the palace? To grant her a permanent position is already a tremendous favor, yet she is also conferred the title of Jieyu. It was well known that Su Yahan was a woman brought back from the home courtyard by the emperor. In this intricate and treacherous environment of the inner palace, survival was difficult without a shrewd mind and adept skills. Any disturbance in the palace would soon reverberate throughout. At this moment, the palace maid understood that further words would be futile. Thus she bowed her head in silence. After all, such matters were far beyond the purview of a mere maid. Within the emperor's chambers, a tranquil peace reigned. However, on this serene night, an unexpected commotion shattered the calm. Su Yahan's ruckus had roused the slumbering Xiaoqingzi. He blinked awake, surveying the scene before him, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. Is Jieyu protesting against me? Beside him, Eunuch quickly responded, Your Majesty, Jieyu is indeed quite different from the other ladies in the palace. Xiaoqingzi furrowed his brow slightly. It was true, who in the palace would dare to be as bold as she? But disrupting others' dreams in the dead of night was one thing, taking others along in her discontent was quite another. Surely she was expressing her dissatisfaction in this manner. Xiaoqingzi realized that Su Yahan was unwilling to accept her fate in the palace. What caught him off guard, however, was the extent of the commotion she had caused. Her fierce temperament was indeed surprising. She seemed unwilling to bear even a hint of grievance, determined to fight against her destiny to the very end. In light of this situation, Eunuch naturally dared not interject. As the saying goes, to accompany the emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he chose to remain silent, standing quietly by, awaiting the emperor's command. Very well. Let her be, allow her to make her ruckus. Xiaoqingzi sighed helplessly, inwardly lamenting that he had always harbored special feelings for Su Yahan, distinct from those he held for other consorts. Shall light the candles for me? I wish to continue reviewing these memorials. The disruption caused by Su Yahan had surprisingly invigorated Xiaoqingzi, who had previously felt drowsy. Asu command, Your Majesty, Shali replied promptly, carefully lighting the oil lamp on the table and standing silently nearby to attend to him. Observing the emperor's focused demeanor as he perused the memorials, Shali couldn't help but ponder, this Su Jieyu is truly remarkable. To garner such attention from His Majesty, it seems a storm is brewing within the harem. As a servant before the emperor, I must exercise even greater caution in the future. Chapter 100, Entering the palace. The palace denizens were all disturbed from their slumber by Su Yahan's antics. While she herself remained utterly unconcerned, merrily banging her gong and singing for a full half-hour before finally succumbing to sleep without a care. The reason she dared to create such a ruckus was simply to induce a headache for them all. After all, she was solitary and unafraid, eager to see who would dare to challenge her. Su Yahan certainly possessed a carefree spirit. She slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. At this moment, the palace maid Ujor hurriedly arrived, softly rousing Xgy. Today you must go to pay your respects to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager Dai, in the absence of an empress to manage affairs within the harem. The true authority lay with the Empress Dowager. Therefore, at the beginning and midway through each month, all concubines of higher rank than the Jieyu were required to visit the Empress Dowager's chamber to pay their respects. As for those of lower status, they had no qualification to meet the Empress Dowager at all. After all, if everyone rushed to greet her, would she not be tirelessly overwhelmed, exhausting herself? I shall not go. Xyhn firmly refused, expressing her intent to defy convention. She was inherently rebellious and free-spirited, infused with a spirit of defiance. Even in the reality of her life, her parents found it difficult to sway her thoughts or decisions. Meanwhile, in the Empress Dowager's chambers, numerous concubines had already gathered, collectively voicing their grievances against Xyhn. Among them, the highest-ranking Jing Pin, adorned in a soft pink palace gown with a skirt embellished with delicate blue butterflies poised for flight. Draped in a layer of white gauze, her silk-like ebony hair cascaded loosely to her waist, her slender figure and delicate waist rendering her utterly enchanting. With a countenance full of indignation, Jing Pin petitioned the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, you must take a stand for me. That Xgy has gone too far. It is one thing to remain awake at the witching hour, but she even dared to beat drums and clang gongs, preventing us from slumbering. Now that the sun has risen high, she has yet to come and pay her respects to Your Majesty. This Xgy is utterly disrespectful, showing no regard for the throne. At that moment, Wei Pin, standing nearby, hastily chimed in, clad in a gown as pure as snow, cinched at the waist with a water blue silk ribbon tied in a simple bow, her lustrous black hair elegantly pinned up with a delicate Wei-Ling hairpin. Wei Pin expressed her discontent. Your Majesty, such impudent and disrespectful behavior must be dealt with severely. I hope you will uphold justice for us. The concubines collectively pressed the Empress Dowager for redress. With a face full of fury, she declared Xgy's audacity and contempt for authority indeed warrant severe punishment. It is not only these concubines who were disturbed last night, even I could not find a moment's rest. As I age, my sleep quality deteriorates, and now I find myself with a splitting headache. Just then, a clear voice rang out, Who dares to vex my mother? Under a resplendent crown, the emperor's imposing yet enigmatic visage emerged before all. The crown itself was adorned with a myriad of dazzling pearls, twinkling like stars, encircling the emperor's head in a radiant halo. The concubines, upon seeing him, knelt and greeted in unison, "We pay our respects to your majesty." "You may rise." The emperor waved his hand, then turned to the empress dowager, inquiring, "I have heard that you did not rest well last night. What troubles you?" The empress dowager replied, "It is none other than that XGY whose midnight serenades disrupted our peaceful dreams." The emperor frowned upon hearing this. "Oh, such behavior is indeed excessive. However, since my mother has been disturbed, it would be prudent to take some calming herbs for your health. As for XGY, I shall dispatch someone to investigate the matter thoroughly and ensure you receive an explanation." Upon hearing the emperor's words, the empress dowager's expression softened slightly. Yet she could not resist complaining, "My child, you ought to have informed us of your arrival. You have left me somewhat unprepared." The emperor quickly explained with a smile, "I was simply anxious about your well-being, which is why I did not send word ahead, but came directly to see you. I hope you will not hold it against me." Naturally, the empress dowager would not truly blame the emperor, so she waved her hand, signaling everyone to rise. After expressing their gratitude, the concubines slowly straightened themselves. However, at that moment, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the emperor, each one fixated upon him, their eyes betraying a myriad of emotions, some filled with awe and admiration, others brimming with anticipation and desire. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing stood quietly among the crowd, her eyes searching for the figure of XYHN. Strange, where could she be? Is she still in bed, having indulged in mischief late into the night? With this thought, Xiao Qing shook her head lightly, a subtle bitter smile gracing her lips. That XYHN, she is a shrewd and calculating individual, unwilling to suffer losses. If she were to discover that the person before her is none other than the emperor, I can only imagine the uproar she would cause. Your Majesty, Jing Pin cooed sweetly, I have recently learned a few new melodies. Might your Majesty grace my chamber tonight to hear me play? At that moment, who had the heart to lodge complaints? With the emperor's presence, it was only right to attentively serve him and invite him to rest in her chamber. The women, upon encountering the emperor, resembled hungry wolves spotting sheep, eager to pounce forward and seize their moment. Wei Pin, unwilling to be outdone, quickly added, "Your Majesty, I have recently mastered a new dance. I hope you might take the time to witness it and provide me with your guidance." "You wish for me to offer guidance? I know nothing of dance, how could I advise?" The emperor offered no quarter to Wei Pin. Upon hearing this, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The other concubines stifled their laughter. Outwardly they appeared amiable and warm, yet behind the scenes, they were ever eager for one another's downfall. The empress dowager, with a face full of ire, chastised, "Your Majesty, it has been a month since you have favored any of the concubines in the harem. How much longer must I wait to hold a grandchild? While state affairs are undoubtedly vital, you must not neglect the ladies of the harem. The emperor should hasten to expand our royal lineage and ensure the continuation of our descendants." The empress dowager had two sons. One was the current emperor, while the other held the title of prince. Alas, the prince was naturally unable to approach women, extinguishing the empress dowager's hopes of grandchildren from him. Consequently, she poured all her expectations upon the emperor. Hearing her words, the emperor promptly replied, "You speak wisely, mother. I shall attend to this matter today." In the past, when he summoned the concubines, it had merely been for show, a way to placate the murmurs of the court, without any genuine favor bestowed upon any of them. In a moment, all the concubines were filled with anticipation, hoping to be selected by the emperor for the night. Just as they awaited with eager hearts, the emperor suddenly declared, "Mother, I shall visit XGY's palace tonight, ensuring that she will not disturb your sweet dreams." Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, and the concubines exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. However, the empress dowager was acutely aware, after all, no one knows a child better than their mother. She understood her son all too well. He had no intention of punishing XGY. "Very well," she sighed, waving her hand in resignation. In truth, she had long recognized that the emperor's visit was not born of genuine concern for her, but rather a desire to see XGY. The empress dowager thought to herself that she had grown weary of such trivial matters. Reflecting on the past, when the late emperor was alive, she had once vied for favor among the concubines, engaging in schemes and rivalries, even to the point of life and death. Now, as time flowed like a swift current, she had grown tired of such strife and had no desire to govern the women of the harem any longer. "Let it be. I shall turn a blind eye to these troubles. If others wish to concern themselves with them, let them do so." With this thought, the empress dowager felt a sense of relief.